A soul that accidentally traveled through dimensions had just merged with the memories of its new body, only to face the upcoming admission test for the Spirit Masters Academia test that unexpectedly turned out to be a life-and-death decision. There's less than a week left until the entrance exams for all the Spirit Masters Academies. The bespectacled homeroom teacher announced with a stern expression from the podium. I hope you all make the most of these remaining days, prepare thoroughly, and aim to get into the academy of your dreams. Behind this encouraging speech lay a reality only the teacher fully understood: the slim chances of his students passing the exam. In his class, he reckoned, only a handful might make it at best. The students below had varied reactions. Some wore worried expressions, while others seemed animated and excited. All right, that's all I have to say. Class dismissed. The teacher turned and left the classroom, and the room immediately erupted into a noisy chatter. Wow, how did time fly by so fast? 3 years just disappeared like that. You're telling me, with the level we're at now, we shouldn't even dream of getting into the 4 great Spirit Masters Academies. Even the advanced Spirit Masters Academies seem out of reach. Honestly, I'd settle for getting into any ordinary Spirit Masters Academy. If we can't even get into a regular Spirit Masters Academy, that's it for us. We'd be stuck as ordinary people for life. Haha. Well, I'm aiming for an advanced Spirit Masters Academy. Sure, the top 4 are out of my league, but with my skills, I can definitely get into one of the advanced ones. Amidst the noisy chatter, Ye Ling sat quietly at his desk, completely out of place in the lively atmosphere. As a transmigrator, he had arrived in this world just a week ago by overtaking and absorbing the dying soul of this body's original owner. It had taken him an entire day to fully integrate with the memories of the original owner and understand the nature of this world. This was a land plagued by magical beasts that roamed freely across the continent. Humanity was no longer the apex species, but instead relied on fortified cities to survive. The key to humanity's survival and foothold in this world was the existence of spirit masters. These individuals could command powerful spirit companions, not only defending the cities but also reclaiming land beyond the city walls. Spirit masters were revered as the most prestigious profession, enjoying privileges and status far beyond the reach of ordinary people. For most young individuals, becoming a powerful spirit master was a lifelong dream. However, failing the admission test meant being confined to the city four-vera barrier that protected them but also a cage that restricted their freedom. Ye Ling's expression was complicated. This body not only shared the same name as his in his previous life, but also bore an uncanny resemblance in appearance. At least when Ye Ling looked at himself now, he felt no sense of dissonance. After arriving in this world, Ye Ling quickly came to terms with a harsh reality. This was a world where strength was everything. He understood that to survive here, he had to seize every opportunity to make a name for himself. In the cities of the Federation, high school students shared a common anticipation: in their 18th birthday, they would receive a monster egg. By forming a contract with this egg, they would gain their very first spirit companion. For most, this was an exciting milestone, but the opportunities were far from equal. Students from prestigious families could easily obtain rare monster eggs at any time, while Ye Ling, a student relying on federal funding, had no choice but to accept a standard monster egg allocated by the school. Ye Ling's predecessor had once been full of hope when receiving his monster egg. However, as he used his blood to form the contract, a sudden flash of black light appeared. Within that eerie glow, the monster egg revealed its true form: a grotesque zombie. Its stiff body could barely move, only managing to hop awkwardly. In that moment, all of his predecessor's hopes were shattered. In this world, zombies were considered one of the worst spirit companions. While their defense was unparalleled among creatures of the same rank reaching the strength of a rank 1, level 3, they had a fatal flaw. They couldn't evolve. This meant they would remain in this form forever, unable to grow stronger. Even a regular dog could outrun them. Aside from their ability to frighten people, such a spirit companion was practically useless, less valuable than a common household pet. The blow was devastating for Ye Ling's predecessor. He lost all hope of becoming a spirit tamer, falling into a state of despair and aimlessness. Even his will to live began to fade. This was precisely why Ye Ling was able to take his place so easily. If the previous soul had possessed a stronger desire to survive, things might have turned out differently. However, despite the zombie's impressive defensive capabilities, which could rival higher-ranked spirit companions, relying solely on this advantage made the idea of getting into a spirit tamer academy nothing more than a distant dream. Even as a reborn individual, Ye Ling had exhausted all his efforts, yet nothing had changed. He stood by the classroom window, letting out a deep sigh. His gaze drifted through the glass toward the distance, filled with a sense of desolation. To live another life only to remain an ordinary person, this reality was hard for him to accept. Every time he thought about how other transmigrators either possessed extraordinary cheat abilities or wielded power strong enough to destroy the heavens and earth, and then compared it to his own current situation, Ye Ling couldn't help but feel like he had utterly disgraced the ranks of transmigrators. Ye Ling, stop overthinking. A familiar voice sounded from behind him, accompanied by a warm hand resting on his shoulder. If you can't pass, then so be it. Honestly, being an ordinary office worker isn't bad. At least you don't have to risk your life out there. It was his deskmate, Chunji. As Ye Ling's only close friend, or rather, brother at school, Chunji also came from an ordinary family. However, his luck was far better than Ye Ling's. He had obtained a wind wolf spirit beast capable of evolving, a fairly high-quality companion. With Chunji's potential, he could likely secure a spot at an intermediate spirit beast tamer academy with just a bit of effort, though aiming for a more advanced academy might still be beyond his reach. But at this moment, Ye Ling seemed not to hear Chunji at all, frozen in place, unresponsive. Ye Ling? Chunji called again, puzzled by his friend's silence. Ye Ling, however, was completely immersed in his own mind. While Chunji spoke, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Ding! The host's first spirit beast has reached 100 growth, meeting the activation requirements for the spirit taming system. Please wait. The system began displaying the activation progress. 1, 7, 18, 35, 55, 80, 100. Spirit taming system successfully activated. To Ye Ling, this mechanical voice was nothing short of heavenly music. His despair vanished in an instant as he finally realized, too, had a system. This was his cheat ability. It was precisely the emotionless, mechanical voice that left Ye Ling dazed for quite a while. When he finally snapped out of it, an uncontrollable expression of ecstasy spread across his face. Ye Ling, Chunji, who had been standing beside him, vigorously shook his shoulders. Only then did Ye Ling come back to his senses. He quickly masked his joy and turned to Chunji. Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. What were you saying? Chunji gave him a helpless look. I guess you didn't hear a single word I said. Huh? Never mind, just do your best in the next few days. Hopefully, you'll manage to get into a low-tier Spirit Master Academy. With that, he let out a deep sigh. Chunji understood all too well. Ye Ling's spirit companion was a sluggish zombie with no potential for evolution. He assumed that this disappointment was the reason Ye Ling seemed so absent-minded. Good luck, man. Chunji patted Ye Ling on the shoulder again in encouragement. Ye Ling nodded without saying much. At the moment, his mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the system he had just acquired. However, in such a public setting, he wasn't sure if activating it might cause some kind of unusual phenomenon. He decided it was better to wait until he got home. Don't worry. My goal isn't just some low-tier Spirit Master Academy. With the system now at his side, Ye Ling, although still unclear about its full capabilities, was already dreaming bigger. A mere low-tier academy was far beneath his ambitions. Chunji looked mildly surprised at Ye Ling's words, but dismissed them as overconfidence. After all, with a zombie as his spirit companion, even getting into a low-tier Spirit Master Academy was a challenge. Ha ha ha, did you all hear that? Ye Ling said his goal isn't a low-tier Spirit Master Academy. A piercing laugh suddenly broke out. Ye Ling and Chunji frowned, and turned to see a well-dressed young man looking at them arrogantly. It was Lu Wu, a member of the Lu family, a second-rate family from Tianhui City. The Lu family patriarch was already a fifth-tier Spirit Master, making them a notable force in this mid-sized city. After all, even the strongest in Tianhui City, the City Lord, was only a seventh-tier Spirit Master. The city had only 3 first-rate families and 5 second-rate families, with first-rate families requiring 6th-tier strength and second-rate families needing 5th-tier. Thus, the Lu family's standing in Tianhui City was indeed significant. This was precisely the reason why Lu Wu was so arrogant and domineering in the class. As a member of the second-tier Lu family, as long as he avoided provoking the descendants of the first-tier families, he could essentially act however he pleased among the students. And in this class, there happened to be no heirs of first-tier families, which only made him more unscrupulous. Lu Wu's first spirit pet was, of course, not provided by the school but carefully selected by the Lu family. This was the privilege of being born into a noble family, not only having a wealthy background but also acquiring a more powerful spirit pet, creating a significant gap with commoners from the very beginning. This innate sense of superiority made Lu Wu habitually look down on the commoner students in the class. Although Ye Ling was strikingly handsome and carried an extraordinary aura, it only made Lu Wu, who prided himself on his excellence, even more disdainful. Especially after Ye Ling acquired a zombie spirit pet, Lu Wu became even more relentless, often taking the opportunity to mock him. Ye Ling, with that useless zombie of yours, you actually think you can get into the Spirit Master Academy? Lu Wu sneered as he stood in front of Ye Ling, his face full of contempt. Forget aiming high, even a lower-tier Spirit Master Academy might be too much for you. Ha ha ha. Faced with such blatant ridicule, Ye Ling hadn't even opened his mouth when Chunji, standing nearby, could no longer hold back and was about to step forward to argue. But before he could take a step, Ye Ling quickly grabbed his arm. Chunji turned around, looking at Ye Ling in confusion, not understanding why he was being stopped from stepping in to help. Seeing the slightly angry expression on Qianji's face, Ye Ling shook his head gently. Although Qianji's spirit beast, the Wind Wolf, indeed showed great potential for growth, neither of them came from influential families. Confronting Lu Wu, who had the Lu family backing him, would be no different from seeking their own demise. Having lived through another lifetime, Ye Ling was no longer the impulsive and reckless youth he once was. To rashly make an enemy of Lu Wu now would likely provoke retaliation from the Lu family. Although the system had successfully activated, it didn't mean he was invincible yet. Even if the system could make him stronger, it would take time. Ye Ling already had a plan in mind. As long as he could successfully pass the admission assessment in a week and enroll in a top-tier Spirit Master Academy, even if he taught Lu Wu a lesson then, the Lu family wouldn't dare to act rashly. But until then, he had no intention of directly clashing with Lu Wu. Noticing Ye Ling's subtle signal, Qianji quickly calmed down and nodded slightly. The two packed up their belongings and walked straight out of the classroom, ignoring Lu Wu's taunts. Lu Wu watched their retreating figures, his expression dark. However, this was still a school, and even he didn't dare to act recklessly here. After all, the school principal was none other than the mayor of Tianhui City, someone even the heads of second- and third-rate families treated with the utmost respect. As the son of the Lu family patriarch, he naturally wouldn't risk offending the mayor. Useless trash, they don't even dare to respond to my insults, Lu Wu spat, still fuming. His two lackeys immediately chimed in with flattery. Brother Wu, you're amazing. That Ye Ling is just a nobody. Exactly. Brother Wu is destined to get into an advanced, maybe even top-tier Spirit Master Academy. Hearing their praise, Lu Wu lifted his chin, wearing an arrogant and disdainful expression. After leaving the school, Ye Ling quickly parted ways with Qianji and hurried home. As soon as he stepped inside, he changed into his slippers and eagerly sat down in the living room. System, come out, Ye Ling called softly. Soon, that dreamlike voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Though the mechanical voice carried no emotion, to Ye Ling, it was as melodious as a heavenly tune. The spirit system had officially activated. A crisp, robotic voice echoed in his mind, meticulously explaining the system's various functions, offering information on spirit pets, enhancing experience, gain efficiency, and more. Unlike the mere activation of the system back in the classroom, this was Ye Ling's first time truly unlocking it. He focused intently on every word, afraid to miss any detail. After all, this was closely tied to his future. As the mechanical voice faded, a semi-transparent panel that only he could see suddenly appeared before his eyes. Host Ye Ling. Level Tier 1, Level 2. Spirit Energy, 200,200. Spirit Skills. Spirit Chains Level 1. Consumes 100 Spirit Energy. Spirit Shield Level 1. Consumes 100 Spirit Energy. Spirit Vision Level 1. Consumes 10 Spirit Energy per second. Spirit Pet, Black-Eyed Zombie. Available free points 0. Ye Ling quickly scanned through the information, gaining a clear understanding of his current strength level. He reached out and tapped on the Spirit Pet section, and the panel flipped, revealing more detailed information. Name Black-Eyed Zombie. Attribute Undead. Level Tier 1, Level 2. Experience 0. Growth Potential Mediocre. Growth Progress 100. Innate Ability Physical Damage Reduction Low. Skills None. Evolution Paths. Next Stage. White-Eyed Zombie. Evolution Routes. Common. White-Eyed Zombie. Rare. Gray-Eyed Zombie. Epic. Yellow-Eyed Zombie. Legendary. Blue-Eyed Zombie. Mythical. Green-Eyed Zombie. Divine. Red-Eyed Zombie King. The moment he saw the evolution paths, Ye Ling's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but upon closer inspection, the clear evolution routes remained vividly displayed before him. This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His zombie spirit pet wasn't the worthless creature the outside world perceived it to be. Instead, it was simply that no one in this world truly understood its potential evolution. According to the system's information, as the Black-Eyed Zombie evolves, its growth potential still has room for improvement. In the Spirit Beast world, the growth potential of spirit companions is categorized into 8 levels: trash, mediocre, common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Although mythical is considered the highest level, within the entire Federation, the highest recorded growth potential currently only reaches the legendary level. Those who possess legendary level spirit companions firmly believe that mythical level spirit companions exist, but no one has yet reached that realm. Spirit companions with different growth potentials have corresponding growth limits. Trash level companions can reach a maximum of stage 4, level 10, mediocre level can reach stage 5, level 10, and so on. Only epic level companions have the potential to reach stage 9, level 10, while the potential of legendary level companions is beyond imagination. At the same level, spirit companions with higher growth potential often possess more innate talents and skills, giving them a clear advantage in battles. Ye Ling's Black-Eyed Zombie currently has a growth potential of only mediocre level. Although it's slightly better than trash level, its overall strength is not particularly impressive. However, Ye Ling is not discouraged, as he knows the Black-Eyed Zombie can ultimately evolve into the reedied Zombie Kingdom mythical level existence. In the current continent, even legendary level spirit companions are exceedingly rare, each one considered a pinnacle entity. The potential of a reedied Zombie King, capable of evolving to mythical level, is truly awe-inspiring. Gazing at the system interface, Ye Ling felt a surge of exhilaration. With sufficient resources, he could very well become the first person on the continent to own a mythical-level spirit companion. Such a claim, if made public, would undoubtedly be dismissed as madness, as no one has yet discovered how to cultivate a mythical-level spirit companion. However, the greatest challenge in achieving this goal lies in resources. Each evolution requires specific materials, and the higher the level of evolution, the rarer and more precious the resources needed. These resources primarily come from magical creatures across the continent, and there are only two ways to obtain them, either by hunting the creatures personally or purchasing them from the market. For Ye Ling, who relies on federal assistance to attend school, purchasing resources is clearly out of the question. This means that if he wishes to evolve his Black-Eyed Zombie, he must leave the safety of Tianhui City and venture into the perilous wilderness to hunt magical creatures. Having made up his mind, Ye Ling eagerly checked the evolution materials for the Black-Eyed Zombie. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. The evolution button on the system panel, which was usually grayed out, was now glowing brightly. This strange occurrence left him puzzled. He quickly focused and examined the system panel carefully. Before long, he discovered a crucial system notification. The system had activated a special benefit, allowing the host's spirit pet to evolve for the first time without consuming any resources, while also granting 2 additional free points. So, systems really do come with beginner perks. Ye Ling was overjoyed and immediately decided to evolve his spirit pet. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and a faint light appeared before him. As the light dissipated, a humanoid zombie, roughly his height, materialized out of thin air. This was a female zombie. Although her face was twisted and unrecognizable, the pronounced outline of her chest was unmistakable, albeit now rigid. Most striking of all were her jet black eyes, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. The female zombie stood motionless, seemingly devoid of awareness, or perhaps her thoughts were sluggish. Without Ye Ling's command, she remained completely still. Without hesitation, Ye Ling selected the evolution option on the system panel. Instantly, a dazzling white light enveloped the female zombie, concealing all internal changes. The evolution process was incredibly quick. Within just a minute, the white light vanished. When Ye Ling's vision cleared and he saw his zombie spirit pet again, he couldn't help but be amazed. The transformation was astounding, especially her appearance, which had undergone a dramatic and remarkable change. Although Ye Ling's zombie spirit pet was female, her appearance as a Black-Eyed Zombie was utterly chilling. Any ordinary person who saw such a lifeless, dark-eyed figure would likely mistake her for some kind of monster. Even Ye Ling himself, her summoner, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine every time he saw her. Because of this, Ye Ling rarely summoned her. Just imagine falling asleep at night with a terrifying zombie standing beside your bed. The thought alone was unsettling. Moreover, the zombie didn't need sleep and would simply stand there, staring at you with unblinking eyes. Even the bravest of hearts would falter under such circumstances. But now, things were entirely different. After her first evolution, the once terrifying Black-Eyed Zombie had transformed into a white-eyed zombie. Her eyes were now pure white like snow, with only a small black in the center. With sunglasses on, no one would suspect anything unusual. Her previously rigid and fearsome body now appeared as natural as that of an ordinary person, even carrying a morbid sort of beauty. Her pale yet delicate face exuded a unique charm. If Ye Ling were to take her outside, people might mistake her for an enigmatic beauty with a rare aura. Curious, Ye Ling reached out to touch her refined face. The texture was indeed softer compared to her Black-Eyed Zombie form, but it was still hard and ice-cold, entirely devoid of warmth. A spirit pet zombie this beautiful, what's her combat ability like? I hope she's not still useless, Ye Ling mused to himself. For him, appearances were irrelevant. The priority was strength. The fastest way to grow stronger was to hunt down monsters, accumulate experience points, and level up his spirit pet. As a spirit master, Ye Ling could synchronize with the highest level of his spirit pet, which was why spirit masters in this world were so eager to engage in battles. Opening the system panel once more, Ye Ling saw that the details of his spirit pet had completely changed. Name, White-Eyed Zombie. Attribute, Undead. Level, Tier 1, Level 2. Experience, 0. Growth potential, Ordinary. Growth progress, 0. Talent, Physical damage reduction, low level, upgradable. Skill, Bloodthirst upgradable. This evolution not only raised the zombie spirit pet's growth potential to ordinary, but also granted her a powerful new skill, Bloodthirst. This skill allowed her to heal her injuries by damaging enemies during battle, while significantly boosting her attack power. It lasted for 3 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 minutes. Despite the cooldown, this ability to recover and enhance combat effectiveness during a fight was undeniably strong. Ye Ling carefully examined the data of the spirit pet before him, and a thrilling combat strategy began to take shape in his mind lifesteal tank damage build. The direction of this tactic couldn't be clearer. It combined substantial lifesteal abilities with physical damage reduction, and most importantly, the damage output remained impressive. It was practically a flawless combat system. His gaze lingered on the interface displaying talent points available and skills upgradable, and these options piqued his curiosity. System, what do I need to spend to allocate talent points or upgrade skills? Ye Ling asked. He felt it was crucial to understand every detail when it came to nurturing his spirit pet. The system's cold and concise voice immediately responded. Allocating talent points and upgrading skills require the use of available free points. Currently, you have 2 free points. These points can be used not only to enhance your pet's talents and skills, but also to upgrade the spirit techniques you yourself have mastered. The system then elaborated on the growth mechanism of spirit pets. With every evolution, a spirit pet could acquire a new talent or skill. Spirit pets with higher growth potential typically possessed more talents or skills at the same level, giving them a significant advantage in battles. However, the system emphasized that this was not the sole measure of strength. Having more talents and skills did not necessarily equate to being more powerful. Ye Ling nodded, finally understanding the purpose of the free points that the system had previously granted him. As a spirit master, he had already learned 3 basic spirit techniques taught at school: Spirit Chain, Spirit Shield, and Spirit Sight. All of these skills were currently at level 1. Raising the level of these techniques was no easy task, as it required extensive practice over time. The higher the level, the more powerful the spirit techniques would become, but the energy consumption would also increase accordingly. Given Ye Ling's current situation, the 200-point spirit energy limit forced him to carefully calculate his battle strategies. Aside from the constant consumption of spirit vision, other spirit techniques could only be used twice at most before he would run out of energy entirely. As his level increased, the energy cost of these techniques would only grow higher. This realization made Ye Ling understand that upgrading his current spirit techniques was unnecessary for now. After weighing his options, Ye Ling decided to allocate both of his available free points to enhancing the white-eyed zombie. The system interface displayed the following upgrade options. Talents. Magic damage reduction low level. Slightly reduces magic-based damage. Rapid regeneration. Non-lethal injuries can be repaired at an extremely fast rate, though it consumes stamina. Skills. Blood Frenzy. Dramatically enhances strength and speed by gradually consuming health. Deactivates automatically when health drops to a critical level. Each option was highly tempting, but with only 2 points available, he could only choose 2. Without hesitation, Ye Ling prioritized rapid regeneration. In the Federation, many spirit tamers' companions suffered permanent injuries from battles, making this life-saving talent an absolute necessity. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Ling chose Blood Frenzy as the second upgrade. This choice was a strategic one. Blood Frenzy could boost combat power by sacrificing health, and once the health dropped to a critical point, it could synergize with the existing Bloodthirst skill to recover quickly. This cycle would allow the female zombie to maintain a high level of combat effectiveness during battles. At this point, the female zombie was no longer the same as when she was a black-eyed zombie. Her movements were no longer stiff, and her behavior was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, her delicate face still carried an innocent and curious expression. From time to time, she tilted her head and blinked, resembling a child unacquainted with the world. Calling you zombie all the time feels a bit strange, Ye Ling murmured to himself. How about giving you a name? Since you're a zombie and have a connection to blood, how about Shueyu? The female zombie blinked her eyes, looking at him with a mix of curiosity and incomprehension. All right, it's settled then. With the name confirmed, Shueyu's attribute panel updated accordingly. Name, Shueyu. Type, white-eyed zombie. Attribute, undead. Level, Stage 1, Level 2. Experience, 0. Growth potential, ordinary. Growth progress, 0. Talents, low-level physical damage reduction, rapid regeneration. Skills, Bloodthirst, Blood Frenzy. This configuration was undoubtedly luxurious for a spirit companion in the ordinary stage. The combination of 4 talents and skills far surpassed others of the same level. Although her growth potential was labeled as ordinary, Shueyu's strength already exceeded that of her peers. It's time to hunt more monsters, Ye Ling said with a smirk. But before that, he retrieved one of his own garments and replaced the tattered clothing Shueyu was wearing. The zombie's hunting chapter was about to begin. While helping Shueyu change her clothes, Ye Ling encountered some unexpected difficulties. Although Shueyu was merely a spirit pet, she had the fully human-like features of a young woman. As he carefully dressed her, her snow-white skin made him unconsciously hold his breath. After a series of clumsy attempts, he finally managed to dress Shueyu in a set of men's clothing. The attire gave her a valiant and dashing appearance, but her cold, piercing eyes were enough to intimidate anyone who dared to look at her. Once everything was in order, Ye Ling returned Shueyu to the spirit pet mark on his forehead. He then packed a few essential items and prepared to set out. This world's federation bore some resemblance to the one in his past life, with a reasonably advanced level of technology, though its driving forces were entirely different. Here, cars didn't rely on gasoline or electricity but were powered by spiritual energy. However, these vehicles could only be used within city limits, as the areas outside were teeming with dangerous magical creatures. Driving beyond the city was tantamount to courting death. In addition to ground transportation, the Federation had developed airships as a means of aerial travel. Most intercity travel relied on these airships since traversing the wilds filled with magical creatures was far too perilous. Even the most powerful spirit masters wouldn't dare attempt it lightly. Although there were magical creatures in the skies as well, their numbers were far fewer than those on the ground. Moreover, airships were fast and equipped with highly skilled spirit masters for protection. Unless faced with a large swarm of flying magical creatures or an exceptionally powerful individual, these airships were generally safe. Ye Ling stood by the roadside and flagged down a car. Although his education was funded by the Federation, he often took on odd jobs to save up some money. In this world, credit points served as the universal currency, essential for any kind of transaction. "Driver, please take me to the South Gate," Ye Ling said as he got into the passenger seat, addressing the middle-aged man with glasses behind the wheel. Hearing the destination, the driver gave him a slightly surprised look. The young man was dressed in a student uniform, which made his request unusual. Tianhui City had 4 heavily guarded gates east, south, west, and north designed to fend off magical creature invasions. The city's ability to withstand wave after wave of magical creature attacks was a testament to its formidable military strength. However, it was rare for a student to head toward the South Gate. Outside the South Gate of the city, monsters frequently appear, making the area so dangerous that ordinary people dare not venture there. While city residents can freely enter and exit with their identification cards, almost no one takes the risk unless they are essential government personnel. Inside the car, the middle-aged driver skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, driving at a high speed yet maintaining remarkable stability. Glancing at his young passenger through the rearview mirror, he had already concluded that this was a spirit master student in training. After all, only these students, who ventured out to hone their skills by hunting monsters, would willingly leave the city. "Young man, judging by your appearance, you must be a student at Tianhui Academy, right? What made you decide to head outside the city alone?" the driver asked casually while keeping his eyes on the road. In his experience, students always traveled in groups when going out for training. It was rare to see someone like this young man heading out alone. Ye Ling rested his head against his right hand, gazing out the window. When he heard the question, he replied indifferently, "Going out, naturally, is for hunting monsters." After that, he fell silent again. Noticing Ye Ling's lack of interest in conversation, the middle-aged driver shrugged and chose not to press further. The car was filled only with the hum of the engine as they continued driving toward the South Gate. Before long, the car came to a stop in front of the South Gate. Ye Ling paid with his credit points and stepped out, looking up at the towering city wall before him. This imposing structure, reaching into the clouds, had repeatedly withstood the onslaught of beasts. Atop the wall, the sentinels of the Federation army stood vigilant, with guards stationed every few steps. The strict defenses served as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking beyond the city. Presenting his identification card, the guards made no attempt to stop him, allowing him to pass effortlessly. While it was uncommon for Ye Ling to leave the city alone, the guards were long accustomed to students venturing out in small groups. The moment Ye Ling stepped out of the southern gate of Tianhui City, he was acutely aware that he had entered the territory of magical beasts. In this perilous wilderness, survival depended solely on his own abilities, with no one to rely on. He retrieved a pre-prepared map from his pocket and carefully studied the distribution of magical beasts in the surrounding areas. The map indicated that low-level magical beasts were common near the city, while powerful high-level beasts resided in regions far from human habitat. A natural distribution shaped by years of hunting and eradication efforts. Without a mount or a spirit companion to ride, Ye Ling had no choice but to proceed on foot. To ensure his safety, he immediately summoned Shueyu, his ever-expressionless spirit companion. Shueyu silently followed at his side, serving as his most dependable guardian in the wild. Ye Ling's objective was clear the bone burial mound. He had chosen this gathering place for undead skeleton creatures to collect materials needed for Shueyu's next evolution. After the system's initial free evolution, Shueyu's advancement to a grade zombie required 4 specific materials: immaculate bones, a heart of darkness, 10 units of lesser dark crystals, and 10 portions of dark essence. The bone burial mound happened to be an ideal source for both immaculate bones and lesser dark crystals. After half an hour of trekking through lush greenery, the scenery before him underwent a sudden transformation. The vibrant forest gave way to a desolate, lifeless expanse. This was the bone burial mound, a barren land devoid of any trace of vitality. Dead trees stood tall, their bare branches adorned with only a few withered leaves. The ground was scattered with mysterious white stones, and a thick aura of death hung in the air in the distance. The eerie sight would be enough to send an ordinary person fleeing in terror. For the first time, a flicker of rare doubt crossed Shui Yu's usually impassive eyes as it gazed upon this desolate land. Clearly, Shui Yu had no idea about the true nature of the bone burial mound. With her current limited intelligence, she wasn't particularly interested in understanding this place either. Shui Yu, let's go. We've arrived at our destination, Ye Ling said, unwilling to linger any longer as he headed straight toward the bone burial mound. Looking ahead, the bone burial mound was scattered with countless skeletons. These undead creatures, while individually weak and so fragile they seemed like they could be shattered with a single kick, were overwhelming in numbers and possessed astonishing resilience. Even if their skulls were severed, they could continue fighting as long as the soul fire within them wasn't completely extinguished. Ye Ling tread carefully over the white stone-covered ground, occasionally stepping past scattered bones. His expression remained calm, unbothered by the lifeless remains around him. The outermost area of the bone burial mound was populated by low-level skeleton soldiers, barely ranked as Tier 1 Level 3. Among magical creatures, they were the lowest of the Lomir cannon fodder. As long as he remained cautious, they posed no real threat. Suddenly, a rattling clack-clack-clack sound came from up ahead, and Ye Ling immediately stopped in his tracks. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly spotted a higher, concealed area and pulled Shui Yu along to hide there. From the elevated vantage point, Ye Ling observed several pale skeletons wandering below. These were the weakest magical creatures of the bone burial mound. Spotting these potential sources of experience points, a faint smile appeared on Ye Ling's face. Shui Yu, go ahead. With your current strength, taking care of these skeletons shouldn't be too difficult. Ye Ling issued his first command to her. Shui Yu gave a slight nod before leaping down from the high ground, directly charging at the skeleton soldiers. Having undergone one evolution, Shui Yu's intelligence had noticeably improved. Ye Ling believed that with a bit more time and another evolution, she might even gain the ability to speak. Ding. Task issued. First battle, eliminate 20 skeleton soldiers. Completing the task will grant 50 progress in your current spirit pet's experience. As Shui Yu leaped into action, this mechanical and monotonous voice echoed in Ye Ling's mind. The unexpected system task made Ye Ling's eyes light. Upon top of gaining base experience from defeating the skeleton soldiers, there was an additional 50 experience boost. It felt like an overpowered cheat had just been unlocked. Midair, Shui Yu had already locked onto his target. His agile figure darted downward like an arrow, delivering a swift, spinning kick directly to the neck of a skeleton soldier. A sharp crack resounded as the skeleton's head was severed cleanly, the pale bones breaking with jagged edges. The skull spun on the ground, the eerie blue soul flame within acting as the control core of these skeletons still flickering with an ominous glow. Shui Yu landed gracefully, his movements fluid and seamless. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped down hard on the skull. With a crunch, bone fragments scattered, and the blue soul flame was exposed to the air, quickly dissipating. Ding! Spirit Pet Shui Yu has successfully eliminated one skeleton soldier. 120. As the system notification chimed, Ye Ling noticed a change on Shui Yu's experience painlet had shifted from 0 to 0.5. Though it was a small increment, in this skeleton-infested bone burial hill, it signified immense potential. At this rate of experience gain, combined with the additional rewards from the system task, Shui Yu's leveling speed would far surpass that of other spirit pets. There was no time for Ye Ling to dwell on this thought, however, as the commotion had drawn the attention of nearby skeleton soldiers. Several of them, wielding bone blades, bared their jagged teeth and closed in on Shui Yu. Their pale skeletal frames emitted an unsettling clack-clack sound in the dim surroundings, and the bone blades gleamed with a cold, menacing light as they swung toward Shui Yu. Ye Ling suppressed the urge to burst out laughing in such a perilous situation. Unnecessary noise would only attract more enemies. He focused intently on the encircled Shui Yu, ready to witness the upcoming battle. Upon receiving the command, Shui Yu immediately assumed an attack stance. Her pale, jade-like hands glimmered with sharp black nails, exuding an icy menace. These were no ordinary nails. They were deadly weapons comparable to refined steel, imbued with the unique venom of a jiangshi. A single scratch on the enemy's skin would allow the poison to infiltrate their body, leading to an excruciating death-black blood would seep from their orifices, their skin turning a ghastly purple-black, a sight horrifying enough to be forever etched into memory. Though the group of skeleton soldiers had reached the levels of rank 1, tier 2 or 3, they were utterly insignificant in Shui Yu's eyes. Perhaps only higher-ranked skeleton warriors could pose a marginal threat to her. Shui Yu's figure darted swiftly through the skeleton horde, a stark contrast to the sluggish image most associated with Jiangshi. As afterimages flickered, a skeleton soldier's skull was severed and fell to the ground, its bony frame collapsing into a heap. In the blink of an eye, all the skeleton soldiers lay defeated, each sharing the same fate of decapitation. When Shui Yu reappeared before Ye Ling, she held several pale skulls in her hands, remnants of the vanquished skeleton soldiers. Don't keep them. Destroy them all. Ye Ling commanded once more. Shui Yu nodded silently. With a swift motion of her claws, the skulls shattered into fragments. As the skeletal remains crumbled into dust, the ethereal blue soul flames dissipated into the air, fading into nothingness. Ding! The system notification chimed as the spirit pet Shui Yu defeated another skeleton soldier. From 220 to 620, the task progress had already reached nearly one-third completion. Having tasted success, Ye Ling chose not to rush recklessly. Instead, he decided to remain in the outer area. His strategy was simple. Clear out the skeleton soldiers on the outskirts to complete the task, and only venture deeper once Shui Yu grew stronger. The subsequent hunts went exceptionally smoothly. As Ye Ling moved along the perimeter, he frequently encountered small groups of skeleton soldiers. Against Shui Yu, they stood no chance. In less than half an hour, the system notification sounded again. First stage complete. Successfully eliminated 20 skeleton soldiers. Reward: 50 progress in current experience for spirit pet Shui Yu. Calculating the gains, each skeleton soldier provided 10 experience, and with the task reward of 50, Shui Yu's experience bar leaped forward by 60. At this rate, eliminating just 80 more skeleton soldiers would allow Shui Yu to level up again. During this process, Ye Ling made an important observation. Shui Yu seemed incapable of exhaustion. Even after continuous battles, it showed no signs of fatigue or panic. Ye Ling recalled his knowledge from his past life about zombies, special beings that were neither alive nor dead, possessing infinite stamina and the ability to fight tirelessly. This characteristic perfectly complemented Shui Yu's rapid regeneration talent. If zombies had limitless stamina, wouldn't this mean Shui Yu's energy-consuming rapid regeneration ability could be used indefinitely? This realization thrilled Ye Ling, though the system remained silent on the matter. After another hour or two of relentless hunting, Shui Yu finally accumulated enough experience. The system notification chimed again. Congratulations! Spirit Pet Shui Yu has successfully advanced to Tier 1, Level 3. Reward: 1 free attribute point. This unexpected reward prompted Ye Ling to make an immediate decision. He allocated the precious attribute point to Shui Yu's low-level magic resistance talent. This would grant Shui Yu some defense against magical attacks. Meanwhile, Ye Ling himself also reached Tier 1, Level 3, with his spiritual energy increasing to 300 points. He felt it was now time to venture deeper into the area. While the skeleton soldiers only wielded bone blades and attacked in a straightforward manner, the creatures in the deeper zones were not only of higher levels but also possessed greater intelligence. They could set traps and organize ambushes. However, in pursuit of more experience and to quickly enhance his strength for the upcoming academy admissions in a few days, Ye Ling deemed the risk worthwhile. Let's go, Shui Yu. Deeper in we go, Ye Ling called out. Shui Yu immediately followed closely behind as they headed toward the inner regions. At this moment, near the inner perimeter of the Bone Burial Hill, an intense battle was unfolding. A brown-scaled earth azure dragon was locked in combat with a skeletal warrior. This sub-dragon-type spirit beast was covered in scales resembling rugged earth and stone, with 2 imposing horns on its head gleaming with a cold light. Its limbs were thick and powerful, and its tail was long and strong. As a spirit beast with a high starting potential, it boasted not only incredible defense but also impressive combat instincts. Earth Azure Dragon. End it quickly, no more playing around. A crisp, commanding voice rang out. Hearing this, the Earth Azure Dragon's eyes shifted abruptly. The playful glint in its gaze was instantly replaced by a sharp, murderous intent. With a swift motion, it lashed out with its thick tail, delivering a sweeping blow that struck the skeletal warrior's legs. The sheer force of the attack shattered its legs instantly, catching the opponent completely off guard. The skeletal warrior collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash, its bone shield and long blade rendered useless. The Earth Azure Dragon let out an exhilarated roar, raising its massive front claw and mercilessly slamming it down onto the skeletal warrior's skull. With a deafening impact, the skull was smashed into fragments. From the shattered remains, a wisp of deep blue soul fire, far denser than that of ordinary skeletal soldiers, began to rise slowly. At that moment, the figure who had been commanding the battle approached. She was dressed in a sleek black combat outfit paired with tall black boots. Her figure was graceful, her long ponytail swaying in the breeze. Her cold, Striking features couldn't mask her natural beauty, with skin as fair and smooth as porcelain. A single beauty mark beneath her left eye added a touch of allure, though this seductive aura was not her true essence. With practiced efficiency, she retrieved a soul vial and captured the drifting blue soul fire within it. This specialized container, developed by the Federation, was designed specifically to collect the core of skeletal creatures their soul fire and required Federation points to purchase. "Well done, Earth Azure Dragon," she said as she approached the dragon, gently stroking its head. The once formidable and fearsome Earth Azure Dragon instantly transformed into a large, affectionate pet, its face lighting up with a joyful expression. Being beautiful was not her fault, it was a gift from the heavens. Huasiener stood at the edge of the training ground, her long, jet-black hair gently swaying in the morning breeze. As the eldest daughter of the Hua family, one of the three major families in Tianhui City, her alluring face concealed a heart of unwavering determination. As the firstborn of the current head of the Hua family, Huasiener was also the primary heir to the family. However, this seemingly prestigious title brought tremendous pressure. Members of her generation within the Hua clan eagerly eyed her position as heir, while the elder relatives openly disdained the idea of a woman inheriting the family leadership. A woman will marry out eventually. If she becomes the head of the family, wouldn't that mean the entire Hua family would become part of her dowry? Such remarks echoed frequently within the clan. For a first-tier family like the Hua clan, which wielded substantial influence in Tianhui City, this notion was difficult to accept. Yet, Huasiener's father, Hua Qingshan, remained firmly on her side. It was his unwavering support and defiance of opposition that allowed her to retain the position of heir. Because of this, Huasiener worked even harder to prove her worth through her abilities. At the academies in Tianhui City, her academic achievements and personal strength consistently ranked among the best. At this moment, her spiritual companion, the Earth Azure Dragon, was coiling gracefully beside her. This rare and precious spirit beast, born of her father's own Earth Azure Dragon, possessed extraordinary potential for growth. However, even though her father, Hua Qingshan, had reached the formidable level of a Tier 6, Level 9 Spirit Master, his Earth Azure Dragon had yet to break through its evolutionary bottleneck. In the history of the Federation, there had never been a recorded instance of an Earth Azure Dragon undergoing evolution. Even with the Hua family's abundant resources, they were powerless to solve this dilemma. Hua Qingshan had spent years searching for a breakthrough method, but had yet to find a solution. This was not a problem that wealth alone could resolve, it was a genuine technical challenge. As the saying goes, a skillful woman cannot cook without rice. Huasiener and her Earth Azure Dragon seemed destined to face the same predicament. Even for a prominent family in Tianhui City, they were helpless regarding this matter. However, the fact that the Earth Azure Dragon, as a rare growth rate spirit pet, could potentially reach the strength of Tier 7 Level 10 provided some consolation to the Hua family. Given the current state of Tianhui City, Hua Qingshan could still maintain control of the situation for the time being. After all, he himself was only at Tier 6 Level 9, and it would take a considerable amount of time for him to break through to Tier 7 Level 10. The young Huasiener, however, demonstrated astonishing talent. In less than a year since obtaining the Earth Azure Dragon, she had already raised it to Tier 1 Level 7. While this might not be remarkable across the entire Federation, it was certainly enough to rank her among the top prodigies in Tianhui City. In comparison, Ye Ling, after obtaining his zombie spirit pet, spent over half a year barely reaching Tier 1 Level 2, a result closely tied to Shui Yu's previous lack of mobility. Even ordinary students could typically achieve Tier 1 Level 3 or 4 in that time, which only further highlighted Huasiener's extraordinary aptitude. At this moment, Ye Ling was venturing deeper into the bone burial mound when the sounds of battle in the distance caught his attention. As he approached the scene, he arrived just in time to witness the Earth Azure Dragon effortlessly subduing a skeletal soldier. This type of creature, with strength at Tier 1 Level 5 or higher, was not entirely invincible to Shui Yu, who was currently at Tier 1 Level 3. Shui Yu's powerful strength, defense, and exceptional innate skills gave him an edge. However, even so, Shui Yu could never achieve victory as easily as the Earth Azure Dragon did. Clearly, this Earth Azure Dragon's strength was at least Tier 1 Level 7, far surpassing Shui Yu's current combat capabilities. As Huasiener communicated with her Earth Azure Dragon, she suddenly became alert and turned her head sharply. "Hiding and sneaking around, what are you up to? Come out," she said, her voice cold and resolute. Ye Ling realized he had been discovered but had never intended to hide in the first place. He stepped out calmly, calculating that even if Shui Yu couldn't match the Earth Azure Dragon, escaping wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, in this monster-infested area, if the other party harbored malicious intent, he could always rely on the dangerous environment to make his escape. When he finally saw Huasiener's face clearly, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. Known as the most beautiful girl in school and one of the top candidates likely to enter the elite Spirit Master Academy, her reputation had long preceded her. At school, Only senior high students around 18 or 19 years old were eligible to obtain spirit pets, and most had been nurturing theirs for over half a year. Among them, the spirit pets of those from prominent families were particularly outstanding, thanks to their families' abundant resources and the protection provided during their training excursions, which meant they never had to worry about safety. If I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? Ye Ling said calmly and confidently. Are you Ye Ling? Huaxianer immediately recognized the person in front of her. Ye Ling was somewhat of an unusual celebrity at school, not because of anything he did, but because of his unique zombie spirit pet. Throughout the entire Federation, people who owned zombie spirit pets were incredibly rare. While these pets initially displayed decent strength and control abilities, their fatal flaws were undeniable sluggish movement and, most importantly, the inability to evolve. Because of this, Ye Ling and his zombie spirit pet were considered outliers at school. Even someone like Huaxianer, who was solely focused on her cultivation and rarely paid attention to school gossip, had heard of him. This is the Gravebone Hill. It's extremely dangerous here. Why are you here alone? Huaxianer asked, frowning. In her opinion, venturing into such a perilous place with just a zombie spirit pet that couldn't evolve was nothing short of suicidal. Of course, Huaxianer had no idea that Ye Ling's bloodshade had already undergone a complete transformation. Although it was currently only at Tier 1, Level 3, its unique combination of talents and skills made it nearly as powerful as a ground azure dragon. Ye Ling silently calculated in his mind with the help of the system, it would only take a few days to catch up to Huaxianer's level. Miss Hua, where I go is my business, alright? Are you planning to control that too? Ye Ling retorted. Although he understood that Huaxianer was speaking out of concern, her commanding tone still irritated him. The ground azure dragon lying nearby seemed deeply offended by Ye Ling's disrespectful attitude. It suddenly opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. At such close range, Ye Ling could even see the loose stones on the ground being shaken and sent flying by the force of the roar. This massive ground azure dragon, while lacking in agility, boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities. Apart from its slightly cumbersome movements, it had virtually no obvious weaknesses. The sudden roar left Ye Ling momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the sheer intensity of the sound. Huaxianer suddenly burst into laughter and reached out to pat the Earth Azure Dragon, soothing it. Alright, calm down. The Earth Azure Dragon, now pacified, merely shot Ye Ling a sideways glance before ignoring him. Ye Ling, utterly bewildered, had no idea why he was suddenly glared at. Ye Ling, this place is really dangerous. Just a kind reminder you should head back as soon as possible, Huaxianer said. Although she usually had little interaction with Ye Ling, her inherently kind nature as a fellow schoolmate made her unwilling to see him meet misfortune in the bone burial mound. In her mind, even if he couldn't become a spirit summoner, there was no harm in living as an ordinary person, whether settling for a peaceful life in the city or joining the military to defend the Federation's territories. My safety is not something for the beautiful Miss Hua to worry about. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Ye Ling waved with a smile and turned to head toward another hunting ground. This area had already been cleared of skeletal soldiers, and he needed to grow stronger within just a few days. Watching Ye Ling leave without so much as acknowledging her concern, Huaxianer gritted her teeth in frustration. Unbelievable. What a jerk. I was just trying to be nice, and that's how he reacts? Humph. She crossed her arms, glaring at his retreating figure with a mix of irritation and curiosity. How could someone like Ye Ling, who ranked at the bottom of their third-year class, dare venture into the bone burial mound alone? After recalling her Earth Azure Dragon into its spirit pet seal, Huaxianer decided to quietly follow him. It didn't take long for Ye Ling to notice he was being tailed. He furrowed his brows, unsure of her intentions. However, he had no time to dwell on it. His priority now was to slay more monsters and level up himself and Shueyu. Soon, Ye Ling came to a halt. Up ahead, 3 towering skeletal warriors stood, surrounded by about 10 skeletal soldiers. This was the first formidable group of enemies he had encountered since delving deeper into the bone burial mound. Although Shueyu possessed the ability to regenerate at super speed, facing such a large number of foes would likely push that ability to its limits. In this battle, Shueyu's frenzied blood and bloodlust skills would be crucial. Scanning the surroundings, Ye Ling noticed the skeletal group was situated in a low-lying area, flanked by mounds of bones piled high on either side. The bone burial mound lived up to its name. Everywhere was littered with pale, skeletal remains. To end the fight swiftly, his priority would be to take down one of the skeletal warriors. While skeletal warriors were stronger than ordinary skeletal soldiers, their strength lay mainly in their size and physical power. If he could shatter one of their skulls in an instant, the threat would be significantly reduced. Huaxianer had also spotted the group of skeletons. To her Earth Azure Dragon, which had already reached rank 7 of the first tier, these enemies posed no challenge. But for Ye Ling, this was akin to a hellish difficulty level. Just one skeletal warrior could easily take on 4 or 5 skeletal soldiers. When she saw Ye Ling not retreat, but instead climb up one of the bone mounds. Her curiosity deepened. What exactly was this guy relying on? Hiking to the top of the bone hill, Ye Ling swiftly summoned Shuiyu through the spirit pet seal. A crimson magic circle appeared beside him, and moments later, a figure materialized into solid form. In the distance, Huasiener widened her beautiful eyes, her expression filled with disbelief. The scene before her completely shattered her understanding of zombie spirit pet. Shuiyu's appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human and could even be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Wearing the outfit Ye Ling had prepared for her, no one could have guessed she was a zombie unless they had seen her emerge from the spirit pet seal with their own eyes. Huasiener instinctively touched her own face. As one of the acknowledged beauties of Tianhui City's academy, she had always been confident in her looks. Yet, she had to admit that this white-eyed zombie, Shuiyu, surpassed her in both appearance and figure. So this is Ye Ling's trump card? Huasiener murmured to herself, her gaze complicated as she watched Ye Ling's back. In her understanding, zombies were considered spirit pets incapable of evolution. Throughout history, countless high-level spirit masters had attempted to study methods for zombie evolution, all to no avail. If Ye Ling had truly succeeded in evolving a zombie, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the spirit master world. Whether evolved or not, let's see if you truly have the strength to survive here. Huasiener took a deep breath, her eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. By now, Ye Ling had already begun to act. Taking advantage of the scattered skeleton soldiers, he gestured subtly with his hand. The unique telepathic bond between a spirit master and their spirit pet allowed Shuiyu to immediately understand his intent. Her pure white eyes, with dark pupils at their center, locked onto the nearest skeleton soldier. Without hesitation, Shuiyu leapt down from the peak of the bone hill. The skeleton soldier below, clearly more alert than ordinary skeleton troops, seemed to sense the impending threat and abruptly looked up. However, by the time its hollow eyes caught sight of Shuiyu, the distance between them was too close to evade. The skeleton soldier had no choice but to raise the bone shield in its left hand, bracing to block the attack. Despite her combat instincts surpassing intelligence, Shuiyu displayed remarkable agility. In the instant the skeleton soldier raised its shield, she twisted gracefully midair. With one hand pressed against the bone shield, Shuiyu abandoned this attack opportunity. Utilizing the recoil from the shield with precision, she darted like lightning to land behind the skeletal warrior. A black claw slashed through the air, aiming directly at its target. Shush! The moment the claw pierced through, Shuiyu felt the astonishing toughness of the zombie's flesh. Its defense surpassed even that of the skeletons. Zombies not only possessed hardened bodies, but their very forms served as formidable weapons. Their claws, in particular, were harder and sharper than the bone blades wielded by the skeletal warriors, and they carried deadly corpse poison. Shuiyu's pitch-black claws struck precisely, shattering the skeletal warrior's neck bone, causing its skull to tumble to the ground. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the other skeletons. Roar! The surrounding skeletal warriors let out furious growls, raising their bone blades as they charged toward Shuiyu. Though Shuiyu was also an undead spirit beast, as an intruder, she clearly wouldn't receive any leniency. These low-tier creatures, with very few exceptions, lacked magical abilities and could only rely on weapons or physical combat. It was precisely this limitation that gave Ye Ling the confidence to send Shuiyu into the fray. As Shuiyu finished off the first skeletal warrior, a familiar system notification chimed. Ding! Task issued. Eliminate 20 skeletal warriors. 020. Reward: 50 progression in current spirit beast experience points. 1 exclusive outfit for the spirit beast. This task was similar to the earlier one involving the elimination of skeleton soldiers, offering the same 50 experience reward, but with the addition of an exclusive outfit for the spirit beast. Ye Ling furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by the extra reward. If it was merely an ordinary piece of clothing, it didn't seem to hold much value. Ye Ling pondered the purpose behind the system's reward. The specialized attire for spirit pets must hold some unique significance for Shuiyu, as the system never issues rewards without reason. At that moment, the system issued 2 new tasks in quick succession. One of them, titled 100 Bone Slash, required the elimination of 100 skeletal warriors. Upon completion, Shuiyu would gain an immediate level up. The task was no small challenge, as skeletal warriors were far more formidable than ordinary skeleton soldiers and were rarely encountered in the outer regions of the Bone Burial Hills. However, for Shuiyu's rapid growth, this difficulty was negligible. Recalling how Shuiyu had gained 1 experience from defeating a single skeletal warrior far more than the reward from ordinary skeletons, Ye Ling's determination to complete the task only grew stronger. At that moment, a large group of skeletons began to close in. 2 skeletal warriors led the charge, followed by a swarm of skeleton soldiers. Faced with this overwhelming force, Ye Ling made a swift decision. Shuiyu, blood frenzy? Shuiyu immediately activated her skill. Her previously pale skin turned blood red at a visible pace, as if the zombie blood within her was boiling. A faint aura of blood energy enveloped her. In this blood frenzy state, her speed and strength increased significantly, but she also suffered continuous self-inflicted damage. Huixiener, standing nearby, was visibly shaken. If Shui Yu's swift defeat of a skeletal warrior earlier had already stunned her, the oppressive aura radiating from her now, after entering blood frenzy, was utterly beyond comprehension. As a prodigy herself, Huixiener understood well that zombie-type spirit pets were typically dismissed as useless. However, Ye Ling's unique zombie pet completely shattered that stereotype. Although Shui Yu might not yet rival her Earth Azure Dragon, the rapidity of her growth was enough to make Huixiener feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. Given time, this extraordinary zombie spirit pet might very well surpass the Earth Azure Dragon. Huixiener would not allow herself the slightest bit of slack. Her recent progress had given her greater hope, and maximizing the remaining days of training had become her top priority. Her goal was to elevate Di Songlong to the next level. After all, the number of spots available at the top-tier Spirit Master Academy was limited, with each city allocated a fixed quota. Rankings were critical. While she was confident about the assessment, merely passing was far from satisfying her ambition. She aimed to enter the academy as the top-ranked candidate. At this moment on the battlefield, Shui Yu radiated an intense aura of blood energy. Her skin glowed with an eerie red hue, and even her eyes gleamed with a sinister crimson light. Without hesitation, she launched an offensive, charging directly at one of the skeletal warriors. In such a dire situation, waiting passively for defeat was not a wise choice. The best strategy was to break through at a single point, taking down one skeletal warrior first. This would give her a significant advantage when dealing with the remaining enemies. Meanwhile, Ye Ling stood firmly atop the bone mound, ready to provide Shui Yu with tactical guidance and support at any moment. As a spirit master, he understood all too well that relying solely on the strength of spirit beasts was not enough. The spirit techniques he himself mastered were equally crucial. Whether for defense, retreat, or offense, these techniques could make a decisive difference at critical moments. Moreover, when coordinated with a spirit beast, they could lead to unexpected and highly effective strategies. However, spirit techniques came with their limitations. They consumed a significant amount of spirit energy with each use, and spirit energy could only be replenished gradually over time. While there were rare treasures and natural resources available in the market that could enhance one's spirit energy reserves, such precious items were often monopolized by the wealthy and powerful, making them nearly inaccessible to ordinary people. Ye Ling quickly communicated a tactical plan with Shui Yu through their mental connection, his gaze locked onto the skeletal warrior at the forefront. Without hesitation, he unleashed one of his mastered spirit techniques, the spirit energy chains. On either side of the charging path of the skeletal soldier, the space suddenly rippled with strange waves. Several chains, formed purely from spiritual energy, tore through the air and precisely wrapped around the skeletal soldier's limbs and skull. This sudden ambush left the skeletal soldier, whose intelligence was only slightly higher than that of ordinary skeletons, completely unprepared. With the inertia of its charge, it crashed heavily to the ground. Shui Yu had been ready for this. Empowered by his berserk blood state, his muscles surged with incredible strength. With a powerful push from his legs, the solid ground beneath him instantly cracked. His figure transformed into a crimson streak of lightning, appearing swiftly behind the bound skeletal soldier. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Yu unleashed a ferocious spin kick, landing squarely on the skeletal soldier's skull. Boom! The terrifying impact sent dust flying into the air, and shards of rock scattered in all directions. The surrounding skeleton horde was plunged into chaos as their vision became obstructed, forcing them to halt. The sheer force of the strike was so immense that even Ye Ling could feel the bone mound beneath his feet tremble slightly. Now this is a pleasant surprise, Ye Ling remarked, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Initially, he hadn't held high expectations for the amplification effects of the berserk blood state, but the destructive power Shui Yu displayed was already comparable to Huixiener's Earth Azure Dragon. Huixiener, watching from the sidelines, was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, unable to form words out of sheer shock. In her understanding, zombies, while inherently strong, were always slow and had clear limits to their abilities. Yet this zombie spirit pet before her not only unleashed lightning-fast speed, but also demonstrated destructive power on par with her meticulously trained Earth Azure Dragon. To Huixiener, this was almost inconceivable. She had poured her heart and soul into raising the Earth Azure Dragon's level, spending countless hours training and battling outside the city. She had believed her achievements were impressive enough, yet Shui Yu's astounding strength completely shattered her expectations. What made it even harder for her to accept was the fact that not long ago, Ye Ling was merely a rank 1, level 2 spirit master, and his zombie spirit pet was also just rank 1, level 2. To be honest, a tier 1 level 2 zombie isn't particularly useful. However, Shui Yu completely shattered Ye Ling's understanding. This zombie not only possessed strength surpassing that of the Earth Songlong, but its incredible speed was also beyond belief. As a Tier 1 Level 3 spirit tamer, Ye Ling was well aware that his zombie spirit pet, of the same tier, could easily crush a Tier 1 Level 5 skeleton soldier. This overwhelming disparity in power was truly astonishing. After taking down the second skeleton soldier, Shuiyu immediately disappeared into the mist. Standing atop the bone hill, Ye Ling had a clear view of every skeleton on the battlefield, including the location of the final skeleton soldier. Under Ye Ling's guidance, Shuiyu lowered its stance and dashed toward the last target with astonishing speed. Thanks to the skeleton's naturally dull senses, Shuiyu's stealthy approach was completely unimpeded. If it had been other beast-like magical creatures, their keen sense of smell would likely have exposed his movements long ago. Shuiyu's hands began to radiate a crimson glow, its pitch-black, razor-sharp claws enveloped in a blood-red hue, resembling blades soaked in blood. When the distance to the target was less than 2 meters, Shuiyu suddenly crouched low, its legs bursting with immense power. Its entire body shot out of the swirling dust like an arrow loosed from a bow. The blood-red claws aimed directly at the skeleton soldier's skull with unstoppable momentum. Nearby, Huasiener had already recovered from her earlier shock, but she couldn't help feeling regret over Shuiyu's choice. The skull was undoubtedly the most heavily fortified part of a skeleton soldier's body, and attacking this spot seemed far from a wise decision. In Huasiener's view, Shuiyu could have adopted a much more efficient tactic, just like how he dealt with the first skeletal warrior by directly targeting the neck bone. A single strike to break the opponent's neck would render even an undead skeletal warrior temporarily incapacitated, and the remaining skeleton soldiers would pose little threat. However, the scene that followed left her wide-eyed in astonishment. Shuiyu's claws, now crimson like blood, pierced through the toughest skull of the skeletal warrior in an instant, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. This completely overturned Huasiener's understanding of the situation. Her Di Songlong could also crush the skull of a skeletal warrior with a single stomp, but that was due to the dragon bloodline coursing through its veins. Even as a subdragon, its power was unquestionable. More importantly, the thick, durable skin of the Di Songlong provided a defense comparable to the skeletal warrior's skull. But now, Ye Ling's zombie spirit pet had effortlessly shattered the skull of the skeletal warrior, which meant it could just as easily breach the defenses of her Di Songlong. This realization triggered alarm bells in Huasiener's mind. When she first saw Ye Ling's spirit pet undergo such a dramatic transformation, she had genuinely felt happy for him. But now, that feeling had transformed into a burning determination. Someone who had nearly lost their chance to enter the Spirit Master Academy had become this powerful. As the heir of a prestigious family and a recognized genius at the academy, she could not afford to fall behind. The battle no longer held any suspense, and continuing to watch would do nothing to improve her own strength. With the Spirit Master Academy selection just days away, Huasiener resolved to give it her all and strive to break through to Stage 1, Level 8. Only then could she increase her chances of entering a top-tier academy. Standing still, she cast a deep glance at Ye Ling, who stood atop the mound of bones. She could no longer fathom the depths of this man. He had concealed his strength so well that no one had noticed anything unusual, and no one could have imagined that his spirit pet was this powerful. In the upcoming Spirit Master Academy selection, Ye Ling would undoubtedly be a surprising dark horse. Huasiener even began to wonder which academy he had his sights set on. Perhaps they might even become classmates in the future. She was now fully convinced that, with the combat prowess Shuiyu had displayed, Ye Ling could gain admission to any top-tier academy. From what she had witnessed in the battle, Shuiyu's power was already approaching that of her Di Songlong. With a few more days of refinement, it might even rival her Di Songlong completely. Huasiener silently assessed Ye Ling's strength in her mind, concluding that with the level of skill he had displayed so far, his admission to a top-tier Spirit Master Academy was practically guaranteed. She even harbored a faint hope that they might end up in the same academy, giving her the opportunity to get to know this remarkably capable young man better. However, the pressing matter at hand was completing their current task, so she quietly left, leaving her anticipation for further interactions to the future. Ye Ling, on the other hand, was completely unaware of Huasiener's departure. His full attention was focused on the battle in front of him. Bloodshade was finishing off the last batch of enemies, every strike precise and lethal. When the final skeletal soldier fell, Ye Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. The remaining ordinary skeleton soldiers stood no chance against Bloodshade and were swiftly wiped out. The battlefield was now littered with scattered bones, and the soul flames within their skulls were gradually extinguishing. Ye Ling watched this scene with a hint of regret. If only he had a soul vessel, he could have collected those soul flames. After the battle, Ye Ling began searching down the bone mound. He knew that after defeating magical creatures, they often left behind materials or treasures. These could be evolution materials or other rare items. While the skeleton soldiers he had defeated earlier yielded little of value, providing only evolution materials that Bloodshade couldn't use. This time, with 3 skeletal sergeants defeated, he was confident there would be something worthwhile. At that moment, the berserk blood effect on Bloodshade finally reached its limit. The surging blood energy gradually subsided, and the crimson hue of its skin, caused by the skill, returned to its original ghastly pale color. On this desolate battlefield littered with bones and chaos, Ye Ling continued his scavenging routine. It was an unavoidable reality no matter how powerful a spirit master might be. After defeating a monster, they still had to personally gather the dropped materials or rely on their spirit companions to do so. No one was exempt from this task. This often led to a tricky problem. After a group of people finally defeated a monster and began collecting their spoils, others would sometimes swoop in, taking advantage of the chaos to steal the materials before they could finish. Such incidents were all too common. As Ye Ling carefully searched for scattered materials, he pondered silently. This method of gathering was not only inefficient, but also carried the risk of missing something important sometimes. He wouldn't even realize what he had overlooked. If only the system had an auto-pickup function, he thought to himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system notification suddenly echoed in his head. Detected hosts need. Task issued. Successfully reach level 2, tier 1 to unlock the auto-pickup function. Reward. A mysterious item. The unexpected notification left Ye Ling momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a casual thought to actually trigger a corresponding system feature. This mechanism of issuing tasks based on the user's needs was far beyond his expectations. Curious, Ye Ling began imagining the materials required for Shueyu's evolution, hoping to trigger a similar task. However, this time, the system remained silent. It seemed this wasn't a loophole but rather a specific function that hadn't been unlocked yet. Reaching level 2, tier 1 to activate the auto-pickup function was no small feat for Ye Ling, who was currently at level 1, tier 3. While it wasn't entirely impossible to achieve this breakthrough within a few days, it would undoubtedly be a significant challenge. As he mulled over the issue, a faint white glow caught his eye. Beneath the skeletal remains of a bone soldier, a milky white object emitted a soft light. Ye Ling quickly walked over, crouched down, and carefully moved the skeleton aside. A finger-length bone came into view, pure white and flawless, glowing with a gentle radiance. This was one of the materials required for Shueyu's evolution, the immaculate bone. Although it resembled high-quality white jade, it was indeed a bone from the skeletal soldier. Overjoyed, Ye Ling carefully stored this unexpected find. To obtain the first evolution material so easily was a stroke of luck. Today was proving to be a fortunate day. Among the materials required for Shueyu's evolution to the gray-eyed zombie stage, the immaculate bone and the dark heart are the rarest and hardest to obtain, while the lesser dark crystal and the dark blood essence are comparatively easier to acquire. On this bone-laden burial hill, Ye Ling could only find 2 evolution materials, the immaculate bone and the lesser dark crystal. After the battle ended, Ye Ling picked up a lesser dark crystal emitting a faint, eerie glow from the ground and turned to Shueyu, saying, "Shueyu, let's go. It's time to find our next target." Shueyu remained still, tilting her delicate little head slightly and gazing quietly at Ye Ling with her pitch-black eyes. This subconscious gesture unexpectedly revealed a hint of cuteness, a stark contrast to her fierce, bloodthirsty demeanor during the battle. Her delicate face, combined with this adorably dazed expression, made it hard to believe she was the fearsome combat machine that had just struck terror into her enemies. Seeing Shueyu like this, Ye Ling couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her head. Shueyu appeared slightly puzzled by the sudden gesture, tilting her head to study her master, yet she did not pull away. As a spiritual companion, she had an innate trust in her master. The bond between a spirit master and their spiritual companion is typically profound, but it is not unbreakable. If a spirit master repeatedly harms or betrays their companion, the spirit may develop a rebellious mindset, potentially leading to eventual betrayal. However, such cases are exceedingly rare, as few would mistreat their spiritual companion unless that person is deeply twisted or entirely deranged. Faced with such innocent and pure eyes, Ye Ling couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Holding Shueyu's cold, pale hand, he continued heading toward the next hunting location. To gain entry into the top-tier Spirit Master Academy and to become stronger, Ye Ling understood that he had to work twice as hard. Even with the system's assistance, he knew he could never afford to become complacent. The subsequent hunts became much easier. Whenever they encountered large groups of skeletal soldiers, Ye Ling, though reluctant, chose to avoid them. After all, with Shueyu's current abilities, even with her frenzied blood and bloodthirst skills, she couldn't handle large-scale attacks. Instead, he specifically targeted smaller groups of skeletal soldiers, usually consisting of only a few skeletal warriors accompanied by some skeletal minions. Such battles were effortless for them, almost enjoyable. A few hours later, the system task was finally completed. The screen displayed, "Successfully eliminated 2020 skeletal warriors." gained 50 experience progress, and 1 set of exclusive attire for Shui Yu. Shui Yu had already accumulated 30 experience, and with this 50 bonus, her progress shot up to 80. Ye Ling was thrilled to realize she was just a step away from reaching Tier 1, Level 4. This astonishing leveling speed would undoubtedly leave others dumbfounded if they knew. Eagerly, Ye Ling retrieved the Crimson Celestial Blood Row from the system's inventory. The system indicated that this was Shui Yu's exclusive Celestial Blood Robe, capable of resisting both physical and magical attacks. It also had a self-cleaning feature and was indestructible, though it could only be used by Shui Yu. Looking at the garment, Ye Ling felt a wave of relief. After hours of intense combat, Shui Yu's clothes had become tattered, with holes revealing patches of her pale skin. As her master, Ye Ling could not bear the thought of her being exposed in public. This celestial blood robe was the perfect equipment, seemingly tailor-made for Shui Yu. Handing the outfit to her, Ye Ling gestured for her to change into it. In his opinion, if Shui Yu were to be exposed, it should only be in front of him. No one else had the right to even imagine it. Unfortunately, despite Shui Yu showing a hint of intelligence, she was still completely at a loss when it came to putting on clothes. She simply held the crimson garment in her arms, staring blankly without making any move to dress herself. Ye Ling sighed helplessly and decided to handle it himself. Before helping Shui Yu change, he cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no enemies nearby. However, as her fair and delicate figure came into view, Ye Ling suddenly felt a rush of heat in his nose, a warm sensation threatening to spill out. Flustered, he quickly dressed Shui Yu in the crimson robe and tied the sash securely. But he was a step too late. His nose had already started bleeding. Hastily, Ye Ling wiped at the blood with his hand, the bright red stain stark against his skin. Tilting his head back, he tried to stop the flow. Fully dressed now, Shui Yu watched Ye Ling's actions with a puzzled expression. Soon, she began to mimic him, tilting her head back as well and occasionally wrinkling her delicate nose, imitating his movements almost perfectly. Her human-like behavior was so endearing that Ye Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at the lively Shui Yu, Ye Ling felt a fleeting illusion that she wasn't a spiritual pet but an actual human being. However, he quickly dismissed the thought Shui Yu was, after all, a spiritual creature fundamentally different from humans. Once his nosebleed had finally stopped, Ye Ling wasted no time. He took Shui Yu by the hand and headed straight for their next hunting location. Before nightfall, he needed to gather enough experience points to help Shui Yu level up once more. If successful, they would both reach level 4, marking a significant step forward. As the day gradually gave way to evening, the battle between Ye Ling and Shui Yu finally came to an end. The system notification sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host's spirit pet, Shui Yu, for successfully reaching Tier 1 Level 4 and receiving 1 free attribute point. With the final blow, Shui Yu's experience bar, which had been stuck at just over 99, finally broke through the 100 mark, advancing smoothly to Tier 1 Level 4. As Shui Yu's master, Ye Ling's level also rose in tandem, reaching the same rank. Achieving 2 level-ups in a single day was an unprecedented feat across the entire Federation. If not for experiencing it firsthand, even Ye Ling himself would have found it hard to believe. This rapid progress was largely attributed to the system's 250 experience bonuses, combined with Ye Ling's unique experience quantification mechanism, which made such a miracle possible. In comparison, a prodigy like Hua Xianer, who had been nurturing her spirit pet for over 6 months, had only managed to raise her Earth Azure Dragon to Tier 1 Level 7. Even excluding the initial adaptation period, she had trained her pet in combat for more than 3 months. Reaching this level was already considered an impressive achievement in the eyes of others. As the sky darkened, Ye Ling realized it was time to leave this perilous area. The Bone Burial Hills became even more dangerous at night, as it attracted ferocious nocturnal monsters. Even with his current strength, Ye Ling was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Having accomplished his goal, there was no reason to invite trouble. After leaving the Bone Burial Hills, Ye Ling recalled Shui Yu back into the spirit pet seal. The proximity to Tianhui City meant the surrounding beasts posed little threat, allowing him to travel safely on his own. With his identification, Ye Ling re-entered Tianhui City without issue. However, his perspective of the city had undergone a dramatic transformation. In the past, his only options were to live as an ordinary person, a soldier, or an adventurer, with no hope of standing out. But now, with Tier 1 Level 4 strength and a mythical-grade spirit pet of limitless potential, the entire world seemed to open up before him. This kind of rapid rise in strength was unparalleled in the Federation, yet Ye Ling's desire for power only grew stronger. In a world where strength dictated status and privilege, he yearned for more. The stronger you become, the more people will try to win you over, and the more others will fear you. Standing on the bustling streets of Tianhui City, Ye Ling deeply understood that he was stepping into a world where only the strong survive. A confident smile curved on his lips. This small Tianhui City was merely the first stop on his journey to greatness. Flagging down a taxi, Ye Ling gave the driver his address and leaned back in the seat, taking stock of the day's gains. He had obtained the evolution materials for Shueyu, a flawless bone of perfect quality and 5 secondary dark crystals glowing with a faint, eerie light. What pleased him even more was that Shueyu's growth rate had surpassed 10. While this number might not seem high, growth rate was fundamental to evolution and far harder to acquire than ordinary experience points. For Shueyu to achieve over a 10 growth rate in just a single day was nothing short of remarkable. Now that Shueyu had advanced to Tier 1, Level 4, Ye Ling had earned 1 free point. However, he didn't rush to invest it in upgrading his spiritual skills. With his current spiritual power of 400 points, Level 1 spiritual skills were sufficient to handle the situations he faced. Upgrading these skills would mean higher spiritual energy consumption, which wasn't practical for now. Ye Ling decided to save this point for later, either when he broke through to Tier 2 or discovered a way to increase his total spiritual power. Who knows? Shueyu might unlock new talents or abilities in the future, and by then, this free point could prove to be even more valuable. System status. Host, Ye Ling. Level, Tier 1, Level 4. Spirit Energy, 400400. Skills, Spirit Chain LV1, Spirit Shield LV1, Spirit Vision LV1. Spirit Pet Attributes. Name, Shueyu White-Eyed Zombie. Attribute, Undead. Level, Tier 1, Level 4. Experience, 0. Growth Potential, Ordinary. Growth Rate, 10.2. Equipment, Shueyu's exclusive Crimson Veil. Talents, Low Physical Damage Reduction, Super Regeneration, Low Magical Damage Reduction. Abilities, Bloodthirst, Frenzied Blood. Ye Ling gazed at the stats panel with a sense of satisfaction. In less than a day, Shueyu's transformation after its first evolution was nothing short of astounding. He knew this was only the beginning, and with a few more days ahead, he and Shueyu could become even stronger. Ye Ling was brimming with confidence for the upcoming academy selection. Determined to fully dedicate himself to getting stronger, he immediately picked up the phone and called his homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence. Though the teacher was initially hesitant, considering Ye Ling's consistent diligence and the uniqueness of his spirit pet, they eventually granted his request. With the leave approved, Ye Ling set a strict training schedule for himself. Carrying only essential food supplies, he would spend the entire day outside the city hunting magical creatures. This not only provided experience and growth for Shueyu, but also allowed him to collect materials he could sell online to fund resources for further evolution. After the first day of training, Ye Ling collapsed into a deep, exhausted sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a luxurious villa, Huasiener found herself unable to sleep. The events of the day had left her utterly stunned. She had recounted the truth about the zombie spirit pet's evolution to her father, Hua Qingshan, only to be met with skepticism. In the Federation's understanding, zombies were known to be clumsy creatures with no history of evolution. Lying in bed, Huasiener couldn't stop replaying her encounter with Ye Ling earlier that day. The ordinary boy and his extraordinary spirit pet had left an indelible impression on her. Ugh, this is driving me crazy, she groaned, clutching her head in frustration, unable to shake the memory of that astonishing moment. It was late into the night when Huasiener finally drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, from the moment Ye Ling lay down, he sank into a deep slumber and didn't wake up until the next morning. At dawn, Ye Ling quickly finished his breakfast and packed a lunch to take with him. He hailed a taxi and once again headed toward the Bone Burial Hill outside the city. Time was incredibly precious to him, and every single moment was dedicated to strengthening his abilities. Upon arriving at Bone Burial Hill, Ye Ling began a new round of monster hunting. Starting with the weakest skeleton soldiers, he left none behind. Although these low-level creatures offered minimal experience points, every bit added up, and he wasn't willing to miss out on even the smallest gain. This time, in addition to the usual skeleton warriors, Ye Ling encountered more powerful skeleton officers. These officers were generally around level 7 of Tier 1, significantly stronger than the average skeleton warriors. However, even they couldn't halt the steady progress of Ye Ling and Bloodshade's leveling journey. With the boost from system tasks, Ye Ling and Bloodshade successfully advanced to level 6 of Tier 1, with an additional 50 experience points accumulated. As their levels increased, the experience gained from defeating low-level skeletons decreased. However, thanks to the reward from completing the 100 Bones task, they managed to level up several times in one go. Such rapid progression was unheard of throughout the Federation. The rewards from combat were not limited to leveling up. Ye Ling had already collected over a dozen subgrade dark crystals, though he still lacked the Heart of Darkness and Dark Blood Essence. These two materials could only be obtained from Dark-type monsters, which were absent in the areas surrounding Tianhui City. If he wanted to acquire them, his only option would be to purchase them online. For now, however, Ye Ling wasn't in a rush to gather evolution materials. Bloodshade's growth rate had only reached 17.8, far from the 100 required for evolution. Even with system assistance, Completing the evolution before the Spirit Master Academy's entrance exam was out of the question. The next 3 days followed a simple, repetitive routine. Ye Ling left home before dawn and didn't return until dusk. During this time, he and Bloodshade steadily leveled up to level 9 of Tier 1. With fewer system tasks available and diminishing experience gains as their levels increased, their leveling pace slowed to 1 level per day. For an average Spirit Master, witnessing such rapid growth would indeed feel like encountering the supernatural. Xueyu's progress was astonishing, initially advancing 2 levels in a single day. Such a pace was beyond what anyone could hope to match. As its level increased, Xueyu's strength and speed improved significantly. At this point, Ye Ling felt a strong sense of confidence. Xueyu, even in its normal state, could hold its ground against Huasiener's Songlong and even gain the upper hand. What was even more exciting was that this was merely Xueyu's base state. Once its frenzy blood and bloodthirst abilities were activated, its power would reach an entirely new level. Although Ye Ling had not yet faced a second-tier formidable opponent, he had a gut feeling that even against such a foe, Xueyu would not be easily defeated. When Xueyu advanced to level 9 of the first tier, the system rewarded another free point. At this moment, Ye Ling had accumulated 7 free points in total. Meanwhile, several of Xueyu's innate abilities were ready for upgrades. Physical damage reduction, magic damage reduction, and super regeneration had all met the conditions for enhancements. Seizing this opportunity to boost its strength, Ye Ling began allocating the points without hesitation. The 7 free points were more than enough to upgrade the 3 abilities. After the adjustments, both physical damage reduction and magic damage reduction were raised to intermediate levels. However, when he upgraded super regeneration and saw the effect description, he regretted if this upgrade merely reduced a small amount of stamina consumption, which was utterly redundant for Xueyu, who already possessed infinite stamina. It felt like a precious free point had been wasted. Nonetheless, Xueyu gained a new innate ability, Blood Mist Transformation. This ability allowed Xueyu to transform its body into a blood mist, achieving an incredibly high speed of movement. However, in its blood mist form, it was incapable of launching any attacks. After a period of relentless effort, Ye Ling had undergone a complete transformation. His rate of improvement was astonishing. Within just a few days, he had leapt from level 2 of the first tier to level 9. Such a rapid advancement was unprecedented in the history of the Federation. Even Huasiener, who was naturally gifted, had been stuck at level 7 of the first tier for some time. Despite her dedicated training over the past few days, she had only managed to advance to level 8. Ye Ling, however, had surpassed her by an entire level. Yet, the two had barely crossed paths recently, so his remarkable progress remained unnoticed by others. Tomorrow marked the assessment day for the Spirit Master Academy. With Ye Ling's current level 9 strength in the first tier, he could be considered unparalleled among this year's candidates in Tianhui City. He could already envision the scene of the 4 elite Spirit Master Academies competing to recruit him during the assessment. That night, after completing his intense preparations, Ye Ling lay on his bed feeling unusually relaxed. With his newfound strength as his confidence, he no longer felt any anxiety about the upcoming assessment. Before long, he drifted off into a peaceful, sweet slumber. The next morning, the golden rays of the rising sun bathed the towering walls of Tianhui City, adding a sense of majesty to the ancient city. The skies were particularly lively today, as airships of various sizes converged from all directions. Each airship bore the unique emblem of its respective academy, all heading toward the central City Lord's mansion. On the expansive plaza in front of the City Lord's mansion, the most prominent sight was the 4 massive airships docked at the forefront, representing the top-tier Spirit Master Academy's Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Behind them were the airships of the Advanced, Intermediate, and Basic Academies, their sizes and scales diminishing with the Academy's rankings. This arrangement vividly reflected the Federation's allocation of resources based on the level of the academies. At the very center of the City Lord's mansion, the tall and imposing City Lord, Shang Lingkong, stood in a state of readiness. His personal guards stood at attention around him, their posture straight and disciplined. Despite his status as City Lord, Shang Lingkong showed no sign of complacency in the presence of these prestigious Spirit Master Academies arriving for recruitment. The representatives sent by the 4 major Spirit Master Academies were all 7th-ranked Spirit Masters on par with Shang Lingkong, considered among the elite forces in the entire Federation. As airships descended one by one, students and teachers dressed in various school uniforms began to step out of the cabins. Leading the group were the 4 Academy representatives: Lu Feng from the Azure Dragon Spirit Master Academy, a 7th rank, 8th level powerhouse; Bai Tong from the White Tiger Spirit Master Academy, at 7th rank, 7th level; Hong Xiu from the Vermilion Bird Spirit Master Academy, also a 7th rank, 8th level expert; and the newly appointed representative of the Black Tortoise Spirit Master Academy, Hua Ling, at 7th rank, 7th level. Except for the newcomer Hua Ling, the other 3 had visited Tianhui City almost annually in recent years for student selections. To Shang Lingkong, These three faces were all too familiar. Haha, finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for a long time. Shang Lingkong greeted them with hearty laughter. Although Tianhui City wasn't particularly prominent among the many cities in the Federation, as the city's ruler, Shang Lingkong held a position that commanded respect. The delegation from the Spirit Master Academies returned the greeting warmly. Even these representatives from top-tier academies maintained a courteous demeanor toward Shang Lingkong. After all, for Spirit Masters, forming alliances was far wiser than creating enemies. Ye Ling appeared to be in her early 20s, her delicate face adorned with a small beauty mark near the corner of her eye. Every gesture she made exuded an irresistible charm. Covering her mouth with a soft laugh, she said, "City Lord Shang, greetings. This is our first meeting. I am Ye Ling, from the Hua family of Sacred City, representing the Black Tortoise Spirit Master Academy on this occasion. To be honest, I came specifically for the little girl from our branch family. I'm eager to see if she truly lives up to her reputation as a prodigy. Miss Hua, a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Ye Ling's poised demeanor, free of arrogance, Shang Lingkong naturally reciprocated with courtesy. Ye Ling, a senior instructor at the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy, was a true prodigy despite being under 30. As one of the brightest stars of the Hua family from the Federation's holy city, she chose to remain at her alma mater after graduation, building her reputation step by step through sheer talent. She had achieved the formidable rank of a Tier 7, Level 7 Spirit Master, with the potential to ascend to Tier 9 in the near future. Compared to the other three representatives from top academies, her youth was evident. This time, the permanent representative of the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was supposed to attend, but upon hearing of a rising genius in the Hua family of Tianhui City, Ye Ling volunteered for the task. After all, being part of the same family made recruitment all the more seamless. As a woman raised in the holy city and accustomed to high standards, Ye Ling was particularly intrigued to see what kind of talent could emerge from such a remote place. Shang Lingkong was well aware that the person Ye Ling referred to was none other than Hua Xianer. The Hua family patriarch, Hua Qingshan, had spared no effort in publicizing this young prodigy, showcasing her exceptional performance among Tianhui City's younger generation. However, Shang Lingkong held no particular favor for family science, as they often prioritized family interests over the safety of the Federation. In contrast, commoners were more likely to align with the Federation's cause, joining the military to defend the cities. Upon hearing Shang Lingkong's assessment, Ye Ling's face lit up with delight. Having come specifically for Hua Xianer, she was determined not to leave empty-handed. With the familial connection already in place, Hua Xianer's admission to the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was practically guaranteed. The other three representatives could only smile wryly as they watched this promising talent slip through their fingers. Nevertheless, Tianhui City was never short of gifted individuals. Each year, the top academies managed to recruit one or two outstanding students, though most of them came from established families. This was unsurprising, as family heirs had a higher starting point. They didn't have to wait for the Federation to allocate spirit beast eggs. With diligent cultivation, they could quickly secure a spot in a top-tier academy. Even those with slightly lesser abilities could gain entry into advanced academies. In contrast, ordinary students faced a much steeper climb to reach elite institutions, requiring both a strong spirit beast and relentless effort. After graduation, they typically chose one of three paths: staying on as instructors, joining a family, or entering the military. Now that everyone is here, let us proceed to the assessment site, Shang Lingkong announced with a wave of his hand. His personal guard immediately led the way, followed by the representatives of the four top-tier Spirit Master Academies, while the other academies arranged themselves in order of rank. The grand procession boarded the train prepared by Shang Lingkong, which began its steady journey toward Tianhui City's educational institutions. Meanwhile, Ye Ling had already freshened up early in the morning. Dressed in clean attire, he headed straight for school. The recent advancements in his training had significantly enhanced his physical strength, allowing him to run for half an hour without breaking a sweat. Before long, he arrived at the campus he hadn't seen in several days. The next 2 days mark the final moments for senior students at the academy. The classroom is filled with a unique atmosphere, as everyone makes their last preparations for the life-changing transitions ahead. For these Sunto graduates, the paths ahead are clear: becoming a respected spirit master, joining the military as an ordinary soldier, or choosing a simple, self-reliant life. Some may opt to become mercenaries, though it means living a dangerous, blood-soaked existence. In this harsh and unforgiving world, only by becoming a spirit master can one truly change their fate. Every year, half of Tianhui City High School students end up as ordinary people, unable to break free from the shackles of destiny. Even in the military, ordinary individuals rarely have opportunities for advancement, as higher ranks are dominated by spirit masters. In the classroom, Chunji anxiously waited for his friend Ye Ling. Ye Ling had been absent for days, unreachable despite multiple attempts to contact him. It wasn't until Chen Ji heard from their teacher that Ye Ling had taken leave that he finally felt somewhat reassured. When Ye Ling eventually appeared at the classroom door, Qianji immediately walked over and gave him a playful punch on the shoulder. "You little rascal, what have you been up to these past few days? If the teacher hadn't said you were on leave, I'd have thought you'd vanished into thin air." Ye Ling's face lit up with a confident smile as he patted Qianji's shoulder. "Relax, I'm not that easy to get rid of. I've just been training these past few days. Don't forget, I said I'm aiming for admission to a top-tier Spirit Master Academy." At this moment, Ye Ling brimmed with confidence. Among the senior students at Tianhui City High School, even the strongest, like Hua Xianer, were only at level 7 or 8 of the first tier, while he had already reached level 9. He could easily surpass everyone. If such strength couldn't secure him a spot in a top Spirit Master Academy, then those academy representatives must truly be blind. Chunji looked at the self-assured Ye Ling and silently nodded, choosing not to say anything discouraging. However, the other students in the classroom, overhearing Ye Ling's bold claims, cast mocking glances his way and began whispering among themselves. "He thinks he can get into a top-tier Spirit Master Academy?" The classroom erupted in waves of mocking laughter. "Ridiculous. Does he even know what kind of loser he is? A useless spirit pet? He's doomed for life. After today, he'll be worse off than an ordinary person." Standing at the front of the classroom, Ye Ling faced his classmates' ridicule with a calm expression. His so-called useless spirit pet had long been the laughingstock of the class. No one believed he could get into any Spirit Master Academy, let alone a prestigious one. The sharp voices of mockery echoed in the room, but Ye Ling seemed unfazed. He knew all too well that the louder they laughed now, the more humiliated they would feel after the assessment. Rather than wasting time arguing, he preferred to let his strength do the talking. Beside him, Qianji couldn't bear it anymore. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white as he was about to speak up in defense of his friend. But Ye Ling placed a steady hand on his shoulder and said softly, "There's no need. The assessment is about to start. It's pointless to argue. Once it's over, everything will be clear." With that, Ye Ling walked calmly back to his seat. Seeing his composed demeanor, Qianji could only suppress his anger and follow quietly. Amid the jeers, a pair of malicious eyes remained fixed on Ye Ling. They belonged to Lu Wu, the son of the head of the Lu family, a second-tier household in Tianhui City. Despite his decent background, Lu Wu's talent was mediocre at best, with his cultivation stuck at stage 1, level 5 barely comparable to Ye Ling's. Perhaps out of insecurity, Lu Wu often seized the opportunity to mock Ye Ling's spirit pet, using it as a way to boost his own fragile ego. Lu Wu was frequently subjected to his father Lu Yun's harsh reprimands at home. As the head of the second-tier Lu family, Lu Yun had reached the strength of Tier 5, level 10 but had been stuck at this level for years. Seeing that other family descendants generally surpassed Lu Wu, especially the children of weaker family heads who could reach Tier 1, level 7 or 8, while his own son was only at Tier 1, level 5, Lu Yun felt deeply humiliated. After each scolding from his father, Lu Wu had no outlet for his resentment. At school, he dared not act out in front of the more powerful family descendants. However, in this ordinary class, where there were hardly any children from prestigious families and the strongest were only on par with him, he finally found a place to flaunt his superiority. Among his classmates, Lu Wu especially targeted Ye Ling, who excelled in academics. Not only was Ye Ling exceptionally good-looking, but his grades also surpassed Lu Wu's, which was a constant blow to Lu Wu's ego. Although Lu Wu didn't dare to resort to physical violence in Tianhui City's high school, where the city lord served as the principal, verbal harassment became his go-to method for venting his frustrations. However, the reborn Ye Ling had long become immune to such taunts. With the experience gained from his previous life in the workplace, he understood that strength was the ultimate foundation. Faced with Lu Wu's provocations, Ye Ling chose to ignore them and focus solely on improving his abilities. This calm demeanor only infuriated Lu Wu further. Every time Lu Wu saw Ye Ling's composed reaction, he felt as though his authority was being severely undermined. When Ye Ling announced his goal of getting into a top-tier Spirit Master Academy, Lu Wu sneered in disbelief. He eagerly awaited the upcoming assessment, anticipating Ye Ling's failure with relish. Soon, the homeroom teacher, who had previously approved Ye Ling's leave, entered the classroom to explain the assessment rules. The assessment consisted of 2 parts. The first part was a 3-day survival test. All candidates would be teleported to a specific secret realm populated only by Tier 1 magical beasts, with the strongest being no higher than Tier 1, level 10. As long as the candidates survived within the designated time frame without choosing to withdraw, they would pass the test. Of course, if a student overestimated their abilities and insisted on confronting beasts beyond their strength, resulting in their demise, the school would not bear any responsibility. After all, survival in the wild was the most fundamental skill for a spirit master. After passing the first phase of the assessment, the selected students would proceed to the second phase of the competition. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses and began explaining the rules of the assessment in a serious tone. Simply qualifying for the second phase already guarantees admission to the Spirit Master Academy, he said, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. However, the level of the academy you enter will depend on your performance. The assessment follows an elimination format. Students face off in pairs, with the winner advancing and the loser being assigned to an academy based on the round in which they were eliminated. Those who lose in the first round will only qualify for the lower-tier Spirit Master Academy, while those who progress further and secure more victories will have a better chance of entering higher-tier academies. Typically, the top 10 finalists are at least guaranteed entry into the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, with the most outstanding performers even having a chance to join the Elite Academy. The battles continue until one participant's spirit beast is incapacitated, or they voluntarily concede. The homeroom teacher emphasized that while the assessment might seem harsh, it is extremely fair. Federal officials are assigned to oversee the entire process to prevent any form of cheating, and any violations will be met with severe punishment. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, "You've been studying here for years," the teacher said, his tone suddenly heavy. "I hope all of you can enter the academy of your dreams today. But remember, during the assessment, know your limits and don't push yourself too hard. Staying alive is more important than anything else. If you lose your life, everything else becomes meaningless." The quiet murmurs in the classroom abruptly fell silent. In the pin-drop silence that followed, the students began to realize the life-and-death stakes of this assessment. A female student, her voice trembling, asked, "Teacher, is it true that people could die?" The teacher nodded solemnly, and a wave of fear swept through the classroom. This atmosphere wasn't confined to just this class. Similar unease pervaded other classes as well. Only a few students, confident in their abilities, like Ye Ling, remained calm, even showing a hint of interest in the assessment. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding. Mission released. Complete the first assessment of Spirit Master Academy admissions. Reward. Spirit Energy Crystals 3. It was Ye Ling's first time encountering a reward item like Spirit Energy Crystals. Though he wasn't entirely sure of its specific use, the name suggested it was related to enhancing spirit energy. For Ye Ling, who had already reached rank 1, level 9, and possessed a blood phantom of the same level, this assessment involving only rank 1 magical beasts seemed like a breeze. Even if he encountered a rank 2 magical beast, with his blood phantom, escaping would at least be feasible. Alright, time's up. The homeroom teacher stood and walked toward the door. Follow me to the square to prepare for the first assessment. The students in the classroom exchanged uncertain glances. Most lacked real combat experience, and at this moment, it felt as though they were marching to a battlefield, their hearts filled with the fear of death. Ye Ling noticed his classmate Qianji staring blankly and patted him on the shoulder. "You're not scared, are you? Don't worry, with your strength, you'll do just fine." It wasn't empty reassurance. Qianji's spirit beast, the Gale Wolf, was already at rank 1, level 4, with a rare growth potential. Among ordinary students, he stood out, and passing the first round of the assessment should be no problem for him. Qianji snapped back to reality and impatiently pushed Ye Ling's hand off his shoulder. "You, stop joking around. How could I possibly be scared? I was just thinking about something earlier." Ye Ling responded with a knowing smile. "Alright, no problem. I get it. Okay?" With that, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. Qianji immediately followed, staying close behind him. This scene disrupted Lu Wu's plan. He had intended to be the first to leave the classroom to show off his courage, but Ye Ling and Qianji beat him to it. The class erupted into chatter, and even some of the girls who usually looked down on Ye Ling showed surprised expressions. Are those two not afraid? Who would have thought that even though Ye Ling has a useless spirit companion, he's still so bold? Lu Wu stood frozen in place, his right fist clenched tightly, his face filled with anger. He wanted to charge forward and land a punch on Ye Ling, but reason held him back. He knew the consequences of causing trouble at school, and not even his father could help him in such a case. Just you wait," he muttered coldly, before following them out. Soon after, all the senior students in the school began gathering at the plaza. Every year, between 1 and 2,000 students from Tianhui City High School participated in the assessment, but less than half passed the first round. Only a handful managed to enter the elite Spirit Master Academies. The top 10 spots in previous years were almost always dominated by the strongest students in the school. At the front of the spacious plaza, an area was cleared for the representatives of various Spirit Master Academies. The 4 top-tier academies had the most prominent positions, followed by the intermediate and lower-tier academies. A squad of the city lord's personal guards led the way as the imposing Shang Lingkong strode into the plaza, accompanied by the academy representatives. The representatives from the 4 top-tier academies wore uniforms adorned with symbols of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and other emblems, eliciting gasps of awe from the students. In a different class, Huasiener stood at the front of her group. Her gaze swept across the Spirit Master Academy representatives before quickly shifting to search for Ye Ling among the crowd. However, due to the sheer number of people, she couldn't spot the figure that had left her so astonished. Over the past few days, determined not to let Ye Ling surpass her, she had trained relentlessly, finally pushing her Earth Songlong to break through to Tier 1, Level 8, and raising her own strength in the process. Over the past couple of days, Huasiener had been almost as relentless as Ye Ling, staying outdoors and dedicating herself entirely to her cultivation in pursuit of a breakthrough. This near-obsessive training was driven by the immense pressure Ye Ling had placed on her. With her current abilities, gaining admission to a top-tier Spirit Master Academy was practically guaranteed. What mattered even more was the revelation from her father, Hua Qingshan, that the representative sent by the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy this time was from the main branch of the Hua family in Sacred City. As a prodigy, Huasiener was essentially a predetermined candidate for the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. Of course, this wasn't simply a matter of favoritism. Huasiener indeed possessed exceptional talent, and it was merely a coincidence that someone from the Hua family was at the academy. Nevertheless, she still needed to participate in the examination and secure a spot in the top 10 to be admitted. Even with Ye Ling as the representative, no exceptions would be made in this regard. Though Huasiener was slightly disappointed after her fruitless search, she quickly regained her resolve. She had an inexplicable belief that Ye Ling would grow even stronger. Despite the numerous prodigies in the higher grades, she was certain that Ye Ling would secure a place in the top 10. Perhaps this confidence stemmed from witnessing the astonishing power of the Blood Phantom that day. In the examination arena, the students were both excited and anxious, and the square was filled with the buzz of chatter. Standing silently at the back of his class, Ye Ling scanned the representatives on the stage. Even the weakest among them had reached the 5th tier in strength, a level comparable to the heads of 2nd-tier families in Tianhui City. This alone highlighted the profound foundation of the Spirit Master Academies. Silence! Shang Lingkong's stern shout, accompanied by an overwhelming aura, instantly blanketed the square. The bustling crowd fell into utter silence, not because the students had suddenly become obedient, but because the sheer pressure left them no choice but to quiet down. Ye Ling felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, as though he were carrying an immense burden. However, the sensation quickly dissipated, as Shang Lingkong's intent was merely to enforce order, not to harm these promising talents from Tianhui City. Satisfied with the results, Shang Lingkong began explaining the details of the examination. He introduced the representatives behind him and emphasized that the candidate's selection would depend entirely on the judgment of these representatives. He then outlined the two-part structure of the examination. After a thorough explanation, Shang Lingkong held up a wristband. This teleportation wristband is your lifeline. If you find yourself unable to continue, pressing the button will teleport you out. But remember, pressing it means forfeiting your qualification for the exam. Understood? His sudden increase in volume startled many students, who quickly responded in unison, understood. Seeing the students' determination, Shang Lingkong nodded in approval and signaled the soldiers to distribute the wristbands. Ye Ling examined the one in his hand closely, sensing the unique energy within. He speculated that this energy was likely the key to the wristband's teleportation function. At this moment, Shang Lingkong took out a bead from his chest. It was a deep blue bead, shrouded in a mysterious mist-like substance within. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with an enchanting luster, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Raising the bead high, Shang Lingkong explained to the curious students below, "This bead will open the gateway to the secret realm. You will enter in order, one by one." The students gazed at the beautiful yet enigmatic bead, their minds filled with questions. However, the oppressive aura Shang Lingkong had displayed earlier left no one daring to speak up. The introduction is over. Now, let's get to the main event. Shang Lingkong lightly tossed the bead in his hand, his gaze suddenly sharp and commanding. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him as he channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into the bead. The once quiet bead instantly radiated brilliance, enveloped in a faint blue glow, while the misty substance inside churned violently. Once the spiritual energy infusion was complete, Shang Lingkong threw the bead into the air. It hovered midair in front of the plaza, and the mist within began to spill out, spreading to both sides until it formed a circular portal large enough for two people to pass through. The portal wasn't static. The swirling mist on its surface flowed continuously, exuding an eerie beauty. "The gateway to the secret realm is now open," Shang Lingkong announced. "Let me remind you, your entry points inside the realm will be random, but one thing is certain: each location will only have one person. Any magical creatures you hunt, and the spoils you obtain are yours to keep." With a wave of Shang Lingkong's hand, the first phase of the assessment officially began. Under the guidance of their teachers, students from various classes entered the portal in an orderly manner. Ye Ling's class was last in line, and as the final student in his class, he would be the last one to enter the secret realm. Meanwhile, representatives from various Spirit Master Academies were closely observing each student. Sitting in the front row was Ye Ling, the representative of the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. Her gaze continuously followed Huasiener, and she occasionally nodded in approval. Though Hua Ling was still uncertain about Hua Xian'er's abilities, her demeanor had already left a favorable impression. Walking at the end of the line, Ye Ling stared at the portal drawing nearer, filled with anticipation. He vividly remembered Shang Lingkong's words. Everything obtained in the secret realm would belong to the students. Ye Ling knew his blood phantom needed the Dark Heart and Dark Essence blood to evolve, but these items were incredibly rare in the vicinity of Tianhui City. While they could be purchased online, his current federal credit balance was far from sufficient. Although he had listed some collected materials for sale online recently, it would take time for the credits to come through. If he could acquire these two items in the secret realm, this journey would undoubtedly be worth it. At that moment, Bai Tong from the White Tiger Spirit Master Academy, with his sharp, piercing eyes, suddenly took notice of Ye Ling, who was walking at the very end. Bai Tong had an exceptionally keen sense of detecting auras. Her gaze fell upon Ye Ling, and she noticed something distinctly different about him. While the students trailing behind from other classes were invariably anxious about whether they could pass the first assessment, Ye Ling stood out. Despite being ranked at the bottom, which indicated a lack of strength, he exuded an unshakable confidence that seemed to come from deep within. This striking contrast piqued Bai Tong's curiosity. I really want to know where your confidence comes from, Bai Tong thought to herself, her eyes never leaving Ye Ling. Nearby, Lu Feng, the representative of the Azure Dragon Spirit Master Academy, noticed Bai Tong's unusual focus and asked, Teacher Bai, you seem particularly interested in a certain student? Bai Tong nodded openly and pointed at Ye Ling, who was about to step into the secret realm. That bottom-ranked student is so calm and composed. I wonder if it's part of his nature, or if he has something else to rely on. Lu Feng followed her direction and saw Ye Ling's figure of frame not particularly imposing but radiating strong confidence. He frowned slightly. After all, the high-level magical creatures in a first-tier secret realm could reach levels 9 or even 10, while a bottom-ranked student would typically only be at levels 2 or 3. With good luck, they might pass the assessment. With bad luck, they might not even have the chance to use the teleportation escape. Their conversation quickly drew the attention of Hong Xiu, the representative of the Vermilion Bird Spirit Master Academy, and Hua Ling, the representative of the Black Tortoise Spirit Master Academy. Hua Ling, leaning back in her chair, remarked, I'm not sure why he's so confident, but he gives off a good impression. A spirit master should have confidence. If they lack even that when facing magical creatures, they've already lost 70% of the battle. Of course, confidence shouldn't turn into arrogance. Arrogance means certain death. Hong Xiu nodded slightly in agreement, but then added, unfortunately, our Vermilion Bird Academy only accepts female students, so he's destined to have no connection with us. Indeed, the Vermilion Bird Spirit Master Academy had exclusively admitted female students since its founding. Even the principal and faculty were all women. This tradition, set by the first principal, had never been broken, even after the founder's passing. By now, Ye Ling was already standing before the entrance to the secret realm, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. For other students, this was a test, but for him, it was merely a place to level up and gather evolution materials. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal. Before him stretched a corridor leading to a bright light, the entrance to the first-tier secret realm. The students who entered the passage earlier should have been visible to Ye Ling, but after stepping into the passage, he couldn't see anyone. Clearly, the paths within the secret realm's passage varied for each individual. After traversing the passage, Ye Ling finally reached a bright area. Although the light was soft and not blinding, the scenery outside was blurry and indistinct. Without giving it much thought, he stepped forward. The scale of the first-tier secret realm was awe-inspiring, truly deserving of its status as a location specifically designed for federal assessments. The terrain was diverse, featuring mountains, forests, rivers, and hills. As the assessment students emerged from their respective passages, identical illusory gates to the one in the plaza appeared throughout the secret realm. These gates were placed several kilometers apart, ensuring that everyone was scattered. As soon as they stepped through the gates, the misty, translucent portals vanished. The moment Ye Ling landed, he was hit by a piercing chill. Looking around, he couldn't help but smile. Riley had been transported to the mountaintop. No wonder it was so cold. In such harsh temperatures, no one could endure for long. Survival in the secret realm depended on one's spirit pet. To ensure his safety, Ye Ling immediately summoned Shuiyu from his spirit pet seal. With a flash of blood-red light, Shuiyu appeared gracefully before him, clad in a flowing crimson feathered robe. Let's go. We need to get down the mountain, Ye Ling said briefly and began searching for a path down. Since he had been transported here, there had to be a way down. Sure enough, he soon found a rugged mountain trail. Although it was difficult to traverse, it was his only option. Unlike Shuiyu's resilient body, Ye Ling had to be particularly cautious while descending. Fortunately, with Shuiyu's assistance, he could leap down at appropriate distances, though each jump made his heart race. As a spirit tamer, his physical abilities were no different from those of an ordinary person. Only upon reaching the 5th tier would he be able to draw upon some of his spirit pet's power from the seal. Judging by his current progress, that goal didn't seem too far off. Halfway down the mountain, a sharp cry pierced the air. Looking up, Ye Ling saw a large bird with a wingspan of about 2 meters circling overhead. He immediately recognized it as a juvenile steel-wing bird, a first-tier, 4th-level magical beast with wings as tough as steel. A 2-meter wingspan was still considered juvenile for a steel-wing bird. Adult ones could reach wingspans of 5 meters and possess 4th-tier strength. Such an opponent would spell certain death for Ye Ling at his current level. The steel-wing bird's sharp gaze was locked onto Ye Ling, clearly treating him as prey. This served as a stark reminder. In this land of magical beasts, both the ground and the sky were fraught with danger. Some solitary beasts might even hide in caves, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Squawk! With a piercing screech, the steel-wing bird dived down without hesitation, hurtling toward Ye Ling like an arrow. But Ye Ling and Xueyu were no longer who they used to be. A cold glint flashed in Ye Ling's eyes as he said to Xueyu, "Xueyu, show it how a real bird should behave." The cold and eerie aura surrounding Xueyu was palpable as he gave a slight nod. Compared to their first encounter, his behavior now showed faint traces of humanity. A steel-wing bird was diving toward them at an astonishing speed, but Xueyu remained completely unfazed. A mere first-tier, level 4 magical beast daring to attack him was nothing short of seeking death. His fingernails extended rapidly, their pitch-black tips emanating a deadly corpse-like poison and exclusive toxin of zombies. If it so much as scratched the opponent's skin, it would quickly spread through their body. At best, it would incapacitate the enemy. At worst, it could claim their life, depending on their resistance to the poison. As the steel-wing bird dove closer, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger, its instincts triggering a shudder of fear. It couldn't comprehend the source of this terror, but something deep within it screamed to stay away from the figure in blood-red clothing. Without hesitation, the bird pulled up sharply, flapping its steel-like wings frantically as it ascended at full speed. This heightened awareness saved its life. Had it delayed even a fraction of a second, the poised Xueyu would have leapt up and delivered a fatal blow. Although Xueyu couldn't fly yet, his immense strength allowed him to jump to extraordinary heights with ease. Watching the steel-wing bird abruptly retreat into the sky, Ye Ling was momentarily taken aback. "So much for bravery. Turns out it's just a coward," he remarked, his tone laced with disdain. With the enemy now out of range, Xueyu had no choice but to abandon his prepared strike. Gritting his teeth, Ye Ling muttered, "You got lucky this time. Next time, you won't escape so easily." Frustrated but undeterred, Ye Ling continued down the rugged mountain path. However, the steel-wing bird didn't leave. Instead, it circled overhead persistently, its eyes gleaming with a greedy hunger. This unwavering vigilance put Ye Ling on edge. He knew the bird's current restraint was entirely due to Xueyu's presence. If they encountered another formidable foe and Xueyu became preoccupied, the steel-wing bird would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Though aware of the looming threat, Ye Ling found himself powerless to act. The skies were not their domain, and Xueyu couldn't fly yet. Resolving silently, Ye Ling decided that his next spirit companion would definitely be a flying creature, something that could serve as both transportation and a defense against aerial threats. For now, with the steel-wing bird watching them like a predator stalking its prey, Ye Ling could do nothing but choose to temporarily ignore it. He now had to quickly find a suitable place to take shelter. A cave, a hollow tree, anything that could shield him from the wind and rain would suffice. The first test lasted a full 3 days, and staying active in the wilderness for such a long period without rest was clearly unrealistic. However, sleeping out in the open would greatly increase the risk of being attacked by magical creatures. Meanwhile, the other students who had entered the secret realm were also forming their own plans. The stronger students, particularly the elite ones ranked near the top of their classes, chose to act alone. In their view, their strength was more than sufficient to handle the exam, and teaming up with others might only slow them down. Huasiener shared this mindset. Her deed Songlong had already reached Tier 1, Level 8. In this Tier 1 secret realm, there were almost no opponents capable of matching her, except for a few exceptionally powerful entities. As long as she avoided pack creatures and the dominators of the secret realm, these 3 days would feel more like a leisurely vacation for her. On the other hand, the weaker students opted to band together. They were well aware that surviving in the secret realm on their own was nearly impossible. Only by forming a team could they significantly improve their chances of survival. Back at the grandstand of Tianhui High School's plaza, a massive screen was broadcasting real-time footage of the students' activities within the secret realm. The camera angles shifted continuously, showcasing the performances of various students to the Spirit Master Academy representatives. These representatives were intently observing every detail, not missing a single noteworthy moment. The representatives from various academies observed the candidates' performances with intense focus. Those students who calmly sought out survival zones as soon as the assessment began earned their approval, with the representatives nodding in acknowledgement. In contrast, when they noticed students immediately seeking to collaborate with others, the representatives unanimously shook their heads. Although cooperation was not explicitly prohibited in the first assessment, the reality was that every student was ultimately a competitor. Over-reliance on others, even if it allowed someone to pass the first round by chance, would likely hinder their performance in the subsequent ranking battles. The essence of the first assessment was to filter candidates. The real competition lay in the second round. Nonetheless, passing the first assessment guaranteed entry into the Spirit Master Academy system, though which specific academy a student could join depended on their ranking in the second round. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he observed the outstanding performances of some candidates. These students demonstrated the correct survival instincts, giving him a sense of hope. Although he came to recruit in Tianhui City every year, it was rare to find talents who met the stringent requirements of the Qinglong Spirit Master Academy. Elite academies like theirs only accepted the top 10 ranked candidates. For students of average talent, even if they managed to enter a top-tier academy, it would be difficult for them to excel. In Spirit Master Academies, cultivation resources were either supported by family wealth or allocated by the academy. However, the academy's resource distribution was entirely based on strength rankings. Students with higher rankings received more resources, which were redistributed from those ranked lower. Beyond cultivation resources, many other aspects were also closely tied to strength. Ye Ling watched Huasiener on the screen with a confident smile on her face. She had already learned from Hua Qingshan that Huasiener had reached the formidable level of Tier 1, Stage 7. Such an achievement at her age made her fully qualified to enter a top-tier Spirit Master Academy. The other three representatives, hearing this, could only respond with wry smiles. What could they possibly do? This question lingered in the minds of the representatives from various academies. For Huasiener, being a member of the Hua family, her admission into the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was a foregone conclusion. To the other academies, losing such a prodigy meant a significant loss of exceptional talent. The most frustrated of them all was Hong Xiu, the representative of the Vermilion Bird Spirit Master Academy, which only admitted female students. Watching such a gifted young woman be pre-selected by the Xuanwu Academy left regret etched across her face. If it had been a male student, she likely wouldn't have paid him any attention. The scene suddenly shifted, and Ye Ling appeared on the screen. When he was teleported to a perilous mountain peak, all the academy representatives displayed astonishment. This type of terrain was exceedingly rare in the assessments, and even Shang Lingkong furrowed his brows, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected situation. However, Ye Ling remained remarkably composed. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and soon identified a path down the mountain. Observing this, Shang Lingkong silently nodded in approval. As an ordinary student without any family background, Ye Ling's adaptability was impressive. But danger soon approached. A Tier 1 Level 4 steel-winged bird locked its sights on Ye Ling. The representatives shook their heads in unison. They all remembered Ye Ling's bottom-ranked performance in his class and believed he stood no chance against such an opponent. When the steel-winged bird dove toward him, everyone assumed he would press the emergency teleport button on his wrist device. What happened next, however, left everyone utterly speechless. Ye Ling's spirit pet, Bloodshade, merely raised its claws, and the steel-winged bird fled in panic. This scene stunned the representatives, who stared at the screen in disbelief, their minds racing with questions. What was the origin of Ye Ling's spirit pet? How could a single motion scare off the steel-winged bird so completely? Humanoid spirit pet. Hua Ling frowned as she stared at Ling Ye's spirit pet, Xueyu, on the screen, her mind filled with questions. Across the entire Federation, spirit masters who chose humanoid spirit pets were extremely rare, let alone one like Xueyu, whose physique closely resembled that of a human. Typically, humanoid spirit pets were towering creatures, several meters tall, like stone giants. A spirit pet with a human-like build, such as Xueyu, was unheard of in the spirit master community. What kind of spirit pet is this? It looks almost human, Hong Xiu couldn't help but ask, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Hua Ling and Lu Feng both shook their heads at her question. Even as 7th-tier spirit masters, they couldn't determine the origin of Xueyu. The three of them instinctively turned their gaze to Shang Lingkong. As the mayor of Tianhui City and the principal of Tianhui Academy, he might know something. Shang Lingkong carefully studied the image on the screen. He recalled rumors circulating within the academy about a student named Ye Ling who had contracted a zombie spirit pet. It was common knowledge that zombie spirit pets were generally regarded as useless, but he had never associated the rumored Ye Ling with the young man currently in front of them. Facing their inquisitive stares, Shang Lingkong calmly shook his head. I don't know who this student is, nor have I ever seen this type of spirit pet before. But, does it really matter? If he truly has the strength, the second phase of the assessment will naturally reveal it. Hua Ling pursed her lips at his dismissive response, but had to admit he had a point. While the mysterious student piqued her interest, The current display of ability wasn't enough to make them feel compelled to recruit him immediately. Meanwhile, Ye Ling had already found an ideal resting spot in the secret Realma Dry cave halfway up the mountain. Compared to the forest below, this location was significantly safer. As he organized the cave, he contemplated his food supply for the next 3 days. While the meat of magical creatures was technically edible, it often lacked the taste of ordinary animals and carried the risk of hidden toxins. Shueyu stood silently in the shadows near the cave entrance. As a unique existence, it wasn't afraid of sunlight but naturally gravitated toward the darkness, particularly the atmosphere of the night. Ye Ling walked to the entrance, gazing up at the sky as he began planning his next steps. Above the sky, the steel-winged bird continued its relentless circling, its sharp gaze fixed unwaveringly on Ye Ling at the entrance of the cave, as if eyeing prey that would inevitably fall into its grasp. Ye Ling frowned to himself. The persistence of this steel-winged bird far exceeded his expectation. She had initially thought it would give up and leave after failing to find an opportunity, yet even after he had hidden in the cave for a long time, it still refused to depart. Returning to the depths of the cave, Ye Ling sat on a protruding rock and began to contemplate his next move. Since this steel-winged bird seemed so fixated on him, the most effective bait was undoubtedly himself. The plan was risky, but Ye Ling wasn't worried. He possessed spiritual energy techniques that, if used wisely, could ensure his safety. For now, he decided to try a relatively cautious approach. He would stand outside the cave while Shueyu stayed hidden within, ready to strike at the right moment. Stay alert, Ye Ling instructed Shueyu before stepping out of the cave and standing in the open. However, the steel-winged bird in the sky appeared unusually cautious. Other than its piercing eyes remaining locked on Ye Ling, it showed no intention of attacking. This bird's vigilance is astonishingly high, Ye Ling mused. It must have sensed Shueyu's presence. Perhaps. I need to move farther from the cave entrance. This failed attempt at luring the bird made Ye Ling realize he needed to adjust his strategy. A new plan was already forming in his mind. The steel-winged bird remained highly vigilant, a result of the chilling aura emitted earlier by the blood phantom, which had left a deep impression on it. Even though it was salivating over the prey in the cave, it desperately suppressed its impulses. It couldn't ascertain whether the blood phantom that had followed Ye Ling into the cave was still inside, and a reckless attack would undoubtedly spell its doom. When Ye Ling re-entered the cave, a flicker of desire flashed in the steel-winged bird's crimson eyes, and it let out a sharp caw, continuing to circle high in the air. By the time Ye Ling emerged from the cave, he had already returned the blood phantom to his spirit pet seal. Looking up at the ever-alert steel-winged bird in the sky, a faint smile appeared on Ye Ling's lips this time. He was determined to rid himself of this troublesome threat once and for all. As he descended the mountain, the steel-winged bird kept a safe distance while following him. What a cautious feathered beast, Ye Ling muttered to himself, though he wasn't in a hurry. This gave him the perfect opportunity to observe the surrounding terrain. Half an hour later, Ye Ling arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a dense forest stretched out before him. A light mist lingered in the area, barely noticeable under the midday sun, but thick enough at night to envelop the entire forest in impenetrable fog. The magical creatures in this region were particularly active after dark, easily tracking their prey through scent. During the day, however, the area was relatively quiet, with fewer magical beasts roaming about. As Ye Ling continued forward, he encountered almost no magical creatures. Meanwhile, the steel-winged bird seemed to realize that the blood phantom was no longer by Ye Ling's side, and its confidence began to grow. It lowered its flight altitude, occasionally perching on tall treetops to observe him. Finally, the steel-winged bird's patience ran out. Drool dripped from its sharp beak as it let out a piercing caw and dove down from the treetops. Its wings folded and then snapped open, sending a barrage of metallic feathers gleaming like arrows straight toward Ye Ling's back. Prepared for this, Ye Ling quickly turned around and shouted, "Spirit Shield." A blue glow erupted from his hands, forming an oval-shaped shield as tall as himself. The metallic feathers struck the shield with crisp ding-ding sounds. However, the steel-winged bird did not relent. Its razor-sharp beak, the hardest part of its body, aimed directly for the spirit shield. In that critical moment, Ye Ling freed his right hand and murmured, "Spirit chains." Ripples appeared in the air, and blue chains made of pure spiritual energy shot out, wrapping around the steel-winged bird's steel-like wings with lightning speed. The sudden upheaval threw the steel-winged bird, which had been certain its meal was within reach, into a panic. It frantically flapped its iron-hard wings, trying to break free from the binding spirit chains. Yet, Ye Ling, who had been well prepared, had no intention of letting his prey escape so easily. "Shueyu," Ye Ling commanded in a low voice. The spirit beast seal on his palm glowed faintly with a blood-red hue, and Shueyu, clad in her crimson ethereal robes, appeared instantly by his side. "Finish it," Ye Ling ordered decisively. Although the spirit chains temporarily restrained the steel-winged bird, such control was not sustainable. This cunning avian creature was highly vigilant, and if it managed to escape, capturing it again would become even more challenging. Shuayu silently stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the struggling creature midair. With her abilities, the distance between them was negligible. She lightly tapped the ground with her foot, launching herself gracefully into the air. The steel-winged bird, seeing Shuayu closing in rapidly, became utterly frantic. It struggled violently while firing dozens of sword-like feathers from its wings. The sharp, glinting feathers shot toward Shuayu in a dense barrage, but she evaded them effortlessly. Her movements were as elegant as a dance, weaving through the storm of feathers with ease, as though this were a performance of aerial ballet rather than a fierce battle. The stray feathers veered toward Ye Ling, but his spirit shield, deployed just in time, blocked them with a crisp, resounding clash. This level of defense had long been anticipated by Ye Ling. Shuayu landed lightly on the steel-winged bird's sturdy back, her blackened claws emanating a chilling aura of death. Without hesitation, she struck, her deadly talons piercing straight through the bird's skull. Squawk! A piercing, anguished cry echoed as the steel-winged bird flapped its wings desperately. The blue spirit chains binding it began to crack under the strain. Ye Ling, sweating profusely, focused all his energy on maintaining control until the bird's struggles grew weaker and finally ceased altogether. Only then did Ye Ling let out a sigh of relief, releasing the spirit chains. The blue chains shattered instantly, dissolving into specks of light that scattered and faded into the air. The steel-winged bird, having lost its support, plummeted straight to the ground. Just as it was about to crash, Shuayu leapt gracefully, freeing herself from its back. A deafening boom followed as the bird hit the ground with immense force, snapping an innocent tree in half. Shuayu landed steadily beside Ye Ling, her black fingernails still glistening with a few drops of the steel-winged bird's blood, reflecting a dark crimson hue under the sunlight. The dust stirred up by the fall lingered in the air, causing Ye Ling to cough lightly. He waved a hand to clear the haze in front of him, waiting for the dust to settle. As the air cleared, Ye Ling stepped toward the steel-winged bird's lifeless body. Upon closer inspection, he could finally see the gruesome wound on the top of its head, 5 deep claw marks still oozing blood. Instinctively, Ye Ling turned to glance at Shuayu's hand, then unconsciously touched the back of his own head. If that were someone's skull, it could probably scoop the brain right out, he thought. The chilling notion sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly shook his head to dispel the terrifying thought. After all, Shuayu was his spirit companion. How could he think that way? Refocusing on the task at hand, Ye Ling began to handle the steel-winged bird's corpse. Fully matured steel-winged birds typically contained a wealth of evolution materials, but this one was still juvenile, meaning the yield would be limited. Still, he patiently set to work, dismantling it himself. After a laborious process, Ye Ling finally completed the extraction. As expected, the quantity of evolution materials was small, but their quality was impressive, hightier materials with considerable market value. While he had no immediate use for them, they would fetch a good price. Stashing the materials away, Ye Ling looked down at the steel-winged bird's remains and let out a long sigh. I really need to advance to Tier 2 soon. Having to gather materials myself every time is such a hassle. Just collecting evolution materials takes so much time. As expected, the secret realm truly had its charm. Ye Ling took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. The steel-winged birds encountered outside the secret realm were all fully grown, and with his current strength, he stood no chance against them. Although he had already gathered all the evolution materials, Ye Ling didn't let the young steel-winged bird's meat go to waste. Carefully, he carved out the most tender and precious neck meat from the bird, an exquisite delicacy even the grand hotels in Tianhui City rarely offered. After all, capturing a steel-winged bird in the wild required exceptional skill, making this type of meat highly valuable in the market. After packing the ingredients, Ye Ling turned and headed back down the mountain path he came from. Bloodshade stayed close by his side, ever vigilant. In this mysterious and unpredictable secret realm, Ye Ling wouldn't risk returning Bloodshade to the spirit pet seal. The slightest delay in summoning his companion could prove fatal if ambushed by a devious creature. Outside the secret realm, the observing representatives fell into a brief silence. Ye Ling's display of strength had delivered a solid blow to those who had underestimated him. Hua Ling watched his retreating figure with interest, her red lips curving into a faint smile. The alluring beauty mark near her lips added to her charm. A student capable of taking down a first-tier, level 4 steel-winged bird with ease was indeed intriguing. She glanced at the other representatives, curious to hear their opinions. Bai Tong nodded in acknowledgement. For someone his age to possess such strength in Tianhui City is quite impressive. Furthermore, he has a rare humanoid-type spirit pet. Lu Feng interjected eagerly. I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs next. Clearly, this single battle had been enough to put Ye Ling on the radar of these elite spirit tamers. However, when it came to securing a spot in the top 10, they all felt it was still too early to tell. Only Hong Xiao seemed entirely uninterested in Ye Ling. She dismissed him with a casual remark, "You can have him. But the next girl, don't even think about competing with me." She rubbed her temples, evidently disappointed that Ye Ling wasn't a girl. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over to Shang Lingkong, who was seated at the head of the group, and handed him a small computer. "City Lord, erase the information you requested." It turned out that the moment Ye Ling had first summoned Bloodshade, Shang Lingkong had already ordered a background check on him. Shang Lingkong took the miniature computer handed to him and gestured for his subordinates to leave. Once the room was empty, he finally powered on the device and pulled up Ye Ling's profile. As he reviewed the information, he casually picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Suddenly, his movements froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, and biffed. He spat out his tea, splashing it across the table. This abrupt reaction immediately caught the attention of the other representatives in the room. The 4 representatives from the top Spirit Tamer academies, seated in the front row, instinctively exchanged glances. Silently, they edged closer to Shang Lingkong, trying to sneak a peek at the content on the miniature computer screen in his hands. "A zombie spirit pet?" Ling suddenly exclaimed. Her outburst snapped Shang Lingkong out of his stupor. He quickly closed the computer and pretended to sip his tea nonchalantly. Despite his outward composure, his mind was in utter turmoil. Ye Ling's spirit pet was a zombie? As someone well-versed in all things zombie-related, Shang Lingkong was utterly stunned. In his understanding, zombies were supposed to be terrifying, ragged creatures, nothing like what Ye Ling's spirit pet appeared to be. If it had been described as an ordinary person, people might have believed it, but a zombie? No one would accept such a claim. After all, the public's perception of zombies was deeply ingrained and unshakable. Unable to access any further details, the 4 representatives reluctantly gave up. Ling pursed her lips and shot a sharp glare at Shang Lingkong's back. Student profiles weren't exactly classified information. Why was he being so secretive about it? Shang Lingkong tightly gripped the documents in his hands, his brows furrowed. The abilities of the zombie spirit pet were truly beyond belief. However, he refrained from jumping to conclusions just yet, as the second phase of the assessment would soon reveal the truth. To be cautious, he summoned the subordinate from earlier and instructed them to verify the situation with Ye Ling's homeroom teacher. Meanwhile, Ling and the other 3 had returned to their seats, but each was lost in thought. They had personally witnessed the spirit pet Ye Ling summoned, which was vastly different from the conventional understanding of zombie spirit pets. Breaking the silence, Ling spoke first. "Do you think maybe his zombie evolved?" This seemed like the only plausible explanation. The other 3 exchanged uncertain glances, equally unsure about this unprecedented situation. Watching Shang Lingkong dispatch someone to investigate, Ling's lips curved into a slight smile. "No need to rush. Even the Lord of the City knows nothing about this. Since he's already sent people to look into it, we'll have answers soon enough. Besides, with the second phase of the assessment approaching, the truth will naturally come to light then." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the representatives in the back row, stirred by Ling's earlier exclamation, were engaged in heated discussions, though most of them were still unaware of who owned the zombie spirit pet. At the same time, within the secret realm, shortly after Ye Ling departed, a wolf-like creature with fur as black as ink appeared next to the corpse of the steel-winged bird. It sniffed cautiously, its eerie green eyes fixed in the direction Ye Ling had left, before turning and vanishing into the depths of the forest. Due to the faster flow of time in the secret realm compared to the outside world, Ye Ling, after enjoying the roasted neck meat of the steel-winged bird in a mountain cave, began planning for the next 3 days. While waiting in one place was an option, it was a rare opportunity to be in the secret realm. Coupled with his current strength, which was sufficient to handle most threats, he decided it would be wiser to seize the chance and gain more rewards. After weighing his options, Ye Ling resolved to take the initiative with Shuiyu. They would first clear the area around the mountain, as its proximity to both the forest and the hills made it an ideal habitat for magical beasts. Sure enough, not long after descending, they encountered their first group of prey, a pack of spiked boars. These low-level magical beasts, ranked at grade 3 or 4 of Tier 1, didn't provide much individual experience, but their numbers made them a valuable target. The spines on their backs, though non-toxic, could be launched as projectiles, posing a potential hazard to spirit tamers if they weren't careful. Facing the dozen or so spiked boars, Ye Ling didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Shuiyu, take them down." In an instant, Shuiyu transformed into a streak of blood-red shadow and charged at the boars. Shuiyu transformed into a crimson shadow, charging directly at the group of porcupines without any intention of hiding. Her speed was astonishing, leaving the porcupines no time to react. Her blood-red claws slashed through the air, leaving deep, savage marks across their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. Several porcupines collapsed to the ground in quick succession, fatal wounds appearing on their necks. After a few spasms, they stopped moving entirely. Only then did the remaining porcupines snap out of their daze, scattering in panic. However, the largest and most imposing porcupine, their leader, did not flee. It snorted twin streams of white mist from its nostrils, its hind legs tensing as it prepared to strike. As the leader, it chose to face the enemy head-on. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was far too great. The porcupine leader arched its back, and its sharp spines gleamed coldly as they stood on end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, it launched its spines like lightning, leaving streaks of cold light aimed straight at Shueyu. Ye Ling, however, showed no concern. A mere first-tier, level 5 porcupine leader posed no threat to Shueyu. Indeed, Shueyu simply raised her wide sleeve with ease, deflecting all the incoming attacks. Clink, clink, clink. The spines struck her sleeve with crisp metallic sounds before falling powerlessly to the ground. The porcupine's spines were not unlimited. Once depleted, it would need time to regenerate them. But the porcupine leader clearly wouldn't get that chance. Realizing its spine attack was ineffective, the leader began retreating while continuing to launch its remaining spines, desperate to buy time to escape. But it was futile. Shueyu advanced step by step, her long sleeve effortlessly neutralizing every attack. Soon, the porcupine leader had exhausted its spines, leaving its now bare back exposed to the air. Shueyu's white eyes fixed on it, and a faintly amused expression appeared on her face, a disturbingly human-like reaction. If Ye Ling had seen this, he might have been startled. It was a clear sign that Shueyu's intelligence was developing alongside her growing power. At this moment, the porcupine leader was drenched in sweat, its limbs fidgeting nervously. It was caught in a dilemma, wanting to flee but fearing that turning its back would expose its fatal weakness. As it hesitated, Shueyu once again turned into a crimson shadow, swiftly passing through the porcupine's body. Swish! A sharp sound pierced through the air. Shueyu's razor-sharp claws sliced cleanly across the neck of the thorned boar, landing steadily behind it. The creature's body froze instantly as blood gushed from its throat. After a few weak spasms, it collapsed heavily to the ground. From the fatal wound, wisps of dark, sinister corpse chi began to seep out slowly, a unique ability of Shueyu. Ye Ling was well aware of the dangers of corpse kit gradually corrupted the body, triggering a transformation into a mindless, bloodthirsty undead. To prevent unnecessary trouble, he needed to dissect the creature and collect any potential evolutionary materials before the corpse fully turned. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Ye Ling's classmate Lu Wu was scouring the area with his spirit pet. His venom scale python, though only at tier 1, level 5 and nearing level 6, was a fearsome sight to behold. Stretching nearly 8 meters in length, with a girth so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it, the serpent's entire body shimmered with an eerie bluish-green hue. What made the python truly terrifying was its venom. Once poisoned, if treatment wasn't administered in time, the victim would succumb within an hour, dying a gruesome death with bulging veins and blood seeping from all 7 orifices. This deadly trait made it a formidable presence. Even though it might not rival the spirit pets of some of the more talented students in other classes, no one dared to underestimate it. Even Huasiener's Earth Azure Dragon would find it extremely difficult to escape unscathed if it were to be poisoned. Confident in his venom scale python, Lu Wu didn't choose to stay put. Instead, as soon as he was teleported to the area, he began combing the surroundings, as if searching for a specific target. Logically speaking, Lu Wu only needed to find a quiet place to spend 3 days peacefully. This should have been an easy task. Most first-tier magical creatures were sensible enough not to provoke the highly toxic venom scale python after all. Even if they managed to win by chance, they would most likely succumb to its poison and die. But Lu Wu didn't choose this safe path to survival. At this moment, his heart was ablaze with anger, and his focus was fixed on one person, Ye Ling. Every time he thought of Ye Ling's dismissive attitude towards him, Lu Wu's fury intensified. In his eyes, how could a mere first-tier, level 2 weakling dare to act so arrogantly toward him? What made it even harder for him to accept was the fact that Ye Ling had stolen the spotlight in the classroom attention that, in Lu Wu's mind, rightfully belonged to him. As the undisputed strongest in the class, even students from other classes didn't dare underestimate his venom scale python. Such a moment to shine should have been his. The lack of rules in the secret realm presented Lu Wu with a perfect opportunity. Eliminating Ye Ling here, even if discovered, would leave others powerless to intervene. After all, he wouldn't be breaking any rules, and not even the city lord could say anything about it. This thought completely overshadowed his father's reminder the night before, to pass the first phase of the assessment at all costs, even if it meant playing it safe. Lu Wu sat atop the broad back of the venom scale python, his head held high as he searched for any sign of his target. The secret realm was vast and boundless, and the odds of finding Ye Ling within 3 days were slim. Yet Lu Wu was determined to try. If he couldn't find him this time, there was always the next phase of the assessment. With this thought, he unconsciously clenched his fists, a cold and sinister expression emerging on his face. The magical creatures he encountered along the way instinctively retreated, sensing the threatening aura emanating from the venom scale python. Even first-tier, level 5 and above creatures dared not act recklessly. However, Lu Wu failed to notice a pair of sharp eyes locking onto him from high above. A venom scale python really is an advantage, Bai Tong remarked with a smile as he watched Lu Wu navigating the secret realm effortlessly on the screen. Not a single magical creature dares to attack him. In the world of magical creatures, venomous beasts are renowned for their deadly threat. This holds true even among spirit pets. Obtaining a never-before-seen venomous spirit pet, or even a rare mutated one, offers a significant advantage because their toxins are often incurable. Venoms that have antidotes pose a manageable threat, but those without a cure are terrifying beyond words. Faced with this inherent advantage, Lu Feng could only sigh quietly. In the world of spirit tamers, fairness has always been a luxury. Prestigious families wield immense power, and their descendants are born with access to formidable spirit pets, giving them a head start in life. Of course, this doesn't mean that ordinary individuals have no chance of rising. However, compared to the offspring of influential families, their path is undeniably more arduous. If they manage to acquire a decent spirit pet as their first companion, there might still be hope. But if their initial spirit pet falls short of expectations, success becomes nothing more than an unattainable mirage. As a child from an ordinary family, Lu Feng felt this deeply. Watching Lu Wu's smug demeanor at this moment, he couldn't help but reflect. However, his thoughts drew a frown from Ye Ling, who stood nearby. Hey, Teacher Lu, you can't say that in front of me, she said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Even though I'm from a family of influence, everything I have now was earned through my own efforts. Indeed, Ye Ling had shown extraordinary talent from a young age, but she never relied on her family's power. Her current position at the Xuanwu Spirit Tamer Academy was entirely the result of her hard work. While her family had offered some support, her accomplishments were a testament to her own determination. This time, Ye Ling had indeed come under the orders of her family, with the sole purpose of recruiting Huasiener. Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Feng quickly tried to smooth things over. Haha, Teacher Hua, don't take it personally. I was just speaking on impulse and didn't mean anything directed at you. Lu Feng was well aware of how Ye Ling had worked her way up to her current position. What he had just said was akin to condemning an entire group, inadvertently including Ye Ling as well. Humph. Ye Ling snorted coldly, crossing her arms and outright ignoring Lu Feng. This made Lu Feng feel even more awkward, but he had no one to blame but himself for his careless words. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, most students had found suitable locations for survival. However, a considerable number were less fortunate and encountered attacks from magical beasts shortly after entering. Some narrowly escaped, others decisively abandoned the trial, and the unluckiest didn't even have the chance to activate the emergency teleportation before losing their lives. The trial was brutally unforgiving, with only one ironclad rule: survival is paramount. In a short period, dozens of students had been eliminated, a pace that was deeply concerning. How many would ultimately pass the trial remained an open question. As night fell, the danger level within the secret realm multiplied. For many magical beasts, nighttime was their prime hunting period, with their vision and predatory instincts significantly heightened. Even though Lu Wu was eager to find Ye Ling, he didn't dare to act recklessly at night. He found a safe spot and used his venom-scaled python to coil into a protective circle, creating a natural barrier while he rested inside. With his spirit beast on guard, he wasn't overly worried about safety. However, he was entirely unaware of the sharp eyes watching him intently from the treetops as he slept. This night would be a severe test for many students. Some might lose their lives in their sleep, while the luckier ones could escape through emergency teleportation. But inevitably, there would be those who would vanish from this world forever. In comparison, Ye Ling's situation was much better. By dusk, he had returned to a mountainside cave with Shuiyu. As night enveloped the land, distant wolf howls echoed through the air. Considering the blood scent left behind from hunting magical beasts earlier, Ye Ling immediately heightened his vigilance. The magical wolves had extremely keen senses of smell, and it was only a matter of time before they tracked the scent. However, Ye Ling was not afraid. The cave's narrow terrain provided a perfect defensive position where Shuiyu could guard the entrance, creating a stronghold that one could easily defend against many. Besides, these wolves were merely first-tier magical beasts, presenting an excellent opportunity to gain experience points and foster Shuiyu's growth. Time passed slowly. Ever since hearing the wolf's howl, Ye Ling had remained on high alert, gripping tightly the iron feather he had obtained from the steel-winged bird. While these feathers, as hard as steel, were inedible, they made excellent weapons, sharp enough to pierce through the hide of a demon wolf. In this perilous secret realm, resting during the day and staying vigilant at night seemed like the wisest approach. However, the visibility at night was extremely poor, and even with a spiritual pet like Blood Phantom by his side, Ye Ling dared not recklessly hunt down the creatures. After all, Blood Phantom was only one, and it couldn't protect him while simultaneously engaging in battle. Suddenly, a wolf's howl shattered the silence of the night, louder and clearer than before. The demon wolf had evidently tracked him by scent and was closing in. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the entire secret realm into pitch-black darkness. Throughout the secret realm, different candidates adopted different strategies to cope with the dangers. The timid ones cowered in shelters, trembling in fear, while the more powerful prodigies faced the threats with confidence. Among them, representatives of the two other major families of Tianhui City had their own approaches. Li Shangtian, the second son of the Li family, relied on his first-tier 8th-level strength and the protection of his rock golem spiritual pet, showing no fear of the nocturnal threats. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengnan, the esteemed daughter of the Zhang family, took an unconventional approach by perching atop the canopy of a towering tree. With the aid of her rare flying-type spiritual pet, the Stormhawk, she surveyed the land from above, silently worrying about the safety of her secret crush and close friend, Huasiener. As for Huasiener, her situation was the safest of all. Her Earth Azure Dragon, massive as a small mountain, was an intimidating presence that deterred most magical beasts. This allowed her to rest peacefully beneath the dragon's head. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the stands, representatives from various factions were intently observing the progress of the trial. In just a short time, dozens of students had already been eliminated. Some escaped with minor injuries, while others, less fortunate, had met their end within the secret realm. As the crowd discussed the unfolding events, another student was teleported out. His right arm had been severed at the elbow, with stark white bone protruding from the jagged wound. Blood dripped continuously from the injury, creating a gruesome and harrowing scene. The student with the severed hand was thrown out and landed heavily on the ground, his agonized screams echoing through the space. His pupils contracted violently, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. His wide-open mouth and eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Shang Lingkong merely frowned slightly at the sight, maintaining his composure as he waved his hand calmly. "Take him away." Two subordinates from X2 immediately stepped forward and efficiently carried the injured student out. To Shang Lingkong, such scenes were nothing out of the ordinary. He had witnessed far bloodier events countless times, and this minor incident was hardly worth mentioning. The only pity was that the student's future was now irrevocably altered. Losing a hand meant he would be relegated to the life of an ordinary person, even losing the chance to join the military, as the army only accepted those with sound bodies. The academy representatives nearby were equally unfazed by the scene. Similar incidents occurred every year during the assessments. This was the brutal cost of becoming a spirit master. Yet, despite the risk, few students willingly gave up. Immersed in the academy's environment, they all understood that becoming a spirit master was the only way to truly ascend into high society. Otherwise, they would remain ordinary for the rest of their lives. The temptation of this shortcut to power and status was simply too great for young people to resist. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave within the secret realm, Ye Ling could sense the approaching presence of magical creatures drawing nearer. As expected, it was the pack of demonic wolves they had encountered before. A war. A wolf's howl pierced through the night sky, signaling that the cave had been surrounded. Shuiyu immediately switched to combat mode, her fingernails rapidly extending into sharp, blade-like claws. "They're here." Ye Ling's gaze sharpened. The arrival of these demonic wolves had been anticipated. Without eliminating them, there would be no peace tonight. Outside the cave, dark silhouettes began to emerge, their forms barely discernible in the dim light. A multitude of eerie green eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Ye Ling quickly identified them: shadow demon wolves, a type of pack-dwelling magical creature. Ordinary members of the pack were around level 5 or 6 of the first rank, while their leader was at level 7 of the same rank. Each shadow demon wolf measured about 2 meters in length and stood over a meter tall, exuding an intimidating aura. Suddenly, a larger figure appeared in the center of the pack. This shadow demon wolf was over 3 meters long, significantly taller and more imposing than the others. Clearly, it was the leader of the pack. Although the exact number of wolves was difficult to discern in the darkness, Ye Ling estimated there were at least 20, making it a formidable pack. The leader's oppressive presence kept the other wolves in check. None dared to act without its command. Moments later, a deafening howl erupted, followed by the howls of the surrounding wolves as they responded in unison, launching their first wave of attacks. Due to the narrow cave entrance, the wolves could only charge forward one at a time. However, Shuiyu, stationed at the entrance, was like an impenetrable wall. Each wolf that lunged at her was sent flying back, their bodies marked with blackened claw wounds oozing blood. Far from feeling anxious, Ye Ling was actually excited. The terrain favored defense, making it difficult for the wolves to gain the upper hand. Moreover, Shadow demon wolves, being creatures of darkness, might drop items like dark hearts or dark essence blood, which could be the materials needed for Shui Yu's next evolution stage. As for the battle itself, Ye Ling wasn't worried at all. Shui Yu's power far exceeded that of these wolves. Seeing that the initial assault was failing, the shadow demon wolf leader finally lost its patience. With a thunderous roar, its massive frame charged toward the cave entrance at an astonishing speed, ruthlessly kicking aside any of its underlings that stood in its way. To the leader, these ordinary wolves were nothing more than expendable pawns. The shadow demon wolf leader was indeed the supreme authority within the pack. Every decision it made was an absolute law, and no member dared to defy it. However, this ultimate power had made it overly arrogant. In reality, it was merely a Tier 1 Level 7 magical creature, while Shui Yu, even without using any skills, possessed the strength of a Tier 1 Level 9 being. Moreover, Shui Yu was exceptional even among others of the same level. As the shadow demon wolf leader charged forward with overwhelming momentum, a flash of blood-red light flickered in Shui Yu's pale eyes. Her figure instantly transformed into a crimson blur, moving so fast that the leader was caught completely off guard. It hurriedly tried to break, its claws scraping against the ground and sending sparks flying. But by the time it steadied itself, it realized its prized night vision could no longer locate Shui Yu's presence. While the leader anxiously scanned its surroundings, Shui Yu had silently appeared above its head. Before the leader could react, Shui Yu's sharp fingers pierced straight into its eyes, blinding it in an instant. A piercing, agonized howl echoed through the cavern as the shadow demon wolf leader thrashed its head wildly, trying to shake her off. But it was too late. Its once proud night vision eyes had been completely destroyed. At that moment, the shadow demon wolves previously injured by Shui Yu began to undergo a gruesome transformation. The cold, damp environment accelerated the spread of corpse energy. Their once eerie green eyes turned blood red, and thick saliva dripped from their fangs. These frenzied wolves started to savagely attack their own packmates. The unsuspecting wolves let out pained cries, collapsing one after another into pools of blood. The now blinded leader could only hear the chaotic screams and growls erupting around it. Desperately, it swung its sharp claws, trying to locate Shui Yu by relying on its hearing and sense of smell. But the blood flowing from its wounds dulled its senses, and Shui Yu effortlessly evaded every strike. The hunter had now become the hunted, and this reversal of roles left the leader disoriented and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Yu leapt into the air, spinning mid-flight, and delivered a powerful kick to the leader's head. The impact sent the shadow demon wolf leader hurtling through the air, slamming violently into the cavern wall with a deafening crash. Fragments of rock shot out from the cliffside, and dust filled the night air. Yet in this pitch-black darkness, even the swirling dust could not obscure one's vision. The shadow demon wolf leader, once exuding an air of dominance and confidence, had assumed Ye Ling would be an easy prey. But now, it found itself in a pitiful state. It had slammed into the mountainside with a heavy thud, sliding down amidst falling debris before collapsing onto the ground. Its labored breaths were harsh and uneven. Its massive body sprawled across the earth, chest heaving violently with each painful gasp. Occasionally, it let out low, anguished howls. At this moment, only the shadow demon wolves infected by the corpse aura remained barely standing. The other infected wolves had already succumbed during their frenzied infighting, their lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. Thick streams of blood flowed down the mountainside, pooling ominously. Soon, even the remaining infected wolves began to collapse one after another, their bodies convulsing violently. It was clear they had reached their limits. Moments later, their movements ceased entirely, lifeless under the relentless corruption of the corpse aura. Despite the pervasive darkness, Ye Ling could vividly sense the carnage surrounding him. Activating his spirit vision technique, his eyes glowed faintly with a soft blue energy. Instantly, everything hidden in the shadows became clear. The ground was littered with the twisted corpses of shadow demon wolves, their blood forming winding trails. The enormous shadow demon wolf leader lay among them, clinging desperately to life. Frowning at the sight of the blood-soaked ground, Ye Ling's expression hardened. The overwhelming stench of blood would undoubtedly attract more creatures of the dark. He needed to leave this place quickly and find a new safe location. However, before he departed, the still-breathing shadow demon wolf leader presented an opportunity too valuable to pass. Upit could provide not only a significant boost in experience, but might also hold a rare and precious dark heart. Turning his gaze to Shui Yu, Ye Ling spoke calmly, "Shui Yu, take care of it for me." The higher the level of a magical creature, the more materials it yields, and rare materials are more likely to appear. Upon receiving the command, Shui Yu swiftly approached the shadow demon wolf leader. Seeing the creature on the brink of death, she raised her sharp claws without hesitation and precisely slashed its throat. With a sharp sound, her razor-like nails instantly tore through the soft tissue of its neck, and a torrent of blood gushed out. Yet, instead of flinching, Shui stared at her blood-soaked claws with a faint look of excitement on her pale face. The splattered blood landed on her ethereal robe, but slid off like water on a lotus leaf, leaving no trace behind. Ye Ling observed the scene and was suddenly reminded of legends about zombies from his previous life. Zombies were said to be extraordinarily sensitive to blood, using it to enhance their strength. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to let Shui drink blood. It wasn't because she didn't want to, but as a spirit pet, she was bound to follow her master's commands strictly. Even though she craved blood, she displayed remarkable self-control, remaining perfectly still. Noticing the unhidden yearning in Shui's eyes, Ye Ling casually said, "If you want a drink, then go ahead." With her master's permission, a crimson glint flashed in Shui's pale eyes. She parted her blood-red lips and began to draw the blood from the shadow demon wolf leader's body. As if guided by some mysterious force, the blood slowly flowed into her mouth. With each drop, a trace of joy flickered in her gaze, clearly showing how deeply satisfied she was to finally taste fresh blood. As Shui absorbed the blood, Ye Ling quietly began the cleanup work. The area was littered with the corpses of numerous shadow demon wolves, all of which he needed to process one by one. He wasn't worried about any surviving wolves, as Shui's sensitivity to auras was unparalleled. No living creature could escape its detection. The task of handling the shadow demon wolf corpses took quite some time. Once the last carcass had been properly dealt with, Ye Ling started reviewing his gains. Aside from some evolution materials he didn't need for now, he had acquired two crucial items. The heart of the shadow demon wolf Letterin essential dark heart, required for Shui's evolution, and over a dozen drops of dark essence blood extracted from the other wolves. This meant that all the materials needed for Shui's next stage of evolution were now in his possession. The only thing left was to wait for its growth rate to reach 100. Ye Ling checked Shui's current progress and couldn't help but smile wryly. It was only at 51.2. While slightly improved from before, it was still far from the goal. This was to be expected. If growth were easy to achieve, many spirit tamers wouldn't find their spirit pets stuck at the threshold of evolution. Unlike collecting materials, accumulating growth required much more time and combat experience. Fortunately, Ye Ling had his system, which allowed him to monitor Shui's growth and the materials needed for evolution at any time, saving him a great deal of trouble. By now, Shui had finished absorbing the blood and was quietly waiting for instructions. Its aura of blood energy had grown even stronger, though the change was subtle and not easily noticeable. Outside the secret realm, the scene was silent. The battle displayed on the screen had left everyone stunned. Many had assumed that faced with over 20 shadow demon wolves and their leader, Ye Ling would undoubtedly retreat. However, Shui's display of power shattered everyone's expectations. To defeat such a large number of enemies single-handedly was an achievement even the teachers present might not have managed during their own assessments. Ye Ling gently brushed her hair aside, her interest in Ye Ling growing significantly. Based on his performance in the first stage, Ye Ling was undoubtedly the top contender for first place. Representatives from the other three major Spirit Tamer Academies, including Hong Xiu from the Vermilion Bird Spirit Tamer Academy, which only accepted female students, were also deeply intrigued by Ye Ling. Lu Feng had been closely observing Shui, fascinated by the astonishing strength it had displayed. Bai Tong, on the other hand, had keenly noticed that Shui seemed to possess a toxic ability, capable of driving the shadow demon wolves into a frenzy, attacking their own kind. Although Hong Xiu found Ye Ling fascinating, she could only sigh in resignation. As a male, Ye Ling was ineligible to join the Vermilion Bird Spirit Tamer Academy, a rule that could not be violated. Such an outstanding student, yet all I can do is watch as he's divided up among the three of you, Hong Xiu said with a helpless expression. Ye Ling curved her lips into a smile and replied, Hong Xiujia, you can't blame us for that. It's your school's rules that let him go. Besides, we're lucky Ye Ling is a boy. If he were a girl, there might be one more academy jumping into the competition. Hong Xiu could only sigh deeply. Apart from the representatives of the four top Spirit Summoner Academies, other academies had also noticed Ye Ling's talent, but could only force a bitter smile. They knew all too well that the higher-ranked academies offered better benefits and had stronger faculty, leaving them unable to compete. Unless Ye Ling failed to make it into the top 10 in the second round of the assessment, they had no chance. But given Ye Ling's displayed abilities, that possibility was almost non-existent. Sitting at the very front, Shang Lingkong was carefully reviewing the information in his hands about Ye Ling. After confirming it was indeed him, he let out a sigh of relief, though he still harbored doubts about Ye Ling's unusually powerful zombie spirit pet. Ordinary zombie spirit pets were not only slow but also moved by hopping, yet Ye Ling's was exceptionally agile. Shang Lingkong speculated it might be a special type of zombie-like spirit pet, or one that had undergone some kind of mutation. As for the possibility of zombie evolution, he dismissed it outright. After all, it was an unprecedented phenomenon. Even with the Federation's countless researchers working on it for years, no breakthrough had been made. How could a young man have achieved it? He decided to question Ye Ling thoroughly once he emerged. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Ye Ling had no choice but to abandon the blood-scented mountain cave he had been using as a base. With moonlight casting its glow, he set out with Shuiyu to search for a new place to stay, taking extra care this time not to attract any magical creatures. Back near the cave he had left, the strong scent of blood had already drawn various carnivorous magical creatures. While a few showed interest in the shadow demon wolf's corpse on the ground, most dismissed it as unworthy. Instead, their gazes turned toward one another in this forest. Predation among magical creatures was already the norm. Now gathered together, a chaotic battle was inevitable. Roars echoed through the air as the magical creatures clashed, their ferocious fighting shaking the forest to its core. The mysterious force surrounding this mountain attracted a swarm of vicious creatures, which inadvertently gave the students who had been near Ye Ling a chance to catch their breath. With most of the ferocious beasts drawn away, if they still failed to survive the first night, it could only be attributed to a lack of strength or sheer bad luck. After leaving the cave, Ye Ling and Shuiyu pressed forward under the moonlight. Although they occasionally encountered scattered monsters along the way, Shuiyu effortlessly dealt with them. Despite searching for a long time, they couldn't find a shelter as ideal as the one they had before. Ultimately, under the pressure of time, Ye Ling had no choice but to settle temporarily in a relatively safe spot to get through the first night. Fortunately, the latter half of the night was calm and uneventful, with almost no monsters disturbing his rest. In stark contrast to the composed Ye Ling was Lu Wu, who regarded him as a mortal enemy and was now in a dire predicament. Deep within the dark forest, a massive venom-scaled python was gliding swiftly through the trees. On its back, Lu Wu clutched his left arm, blood dripping incessantly through his fingers. The crisis began when Lu Wu, exhausted from traveling, dozed off briefly under the protection of the venom-scaled python. Unexpectedly, sharp feathers suddenly rained down from the sky. Although the vigilant python woke in time to shield him from most of the attack with its thick scales, a few feathers managed to pierce through. One of them slashed across Lu Wu's left arm, leaving a deep, flesh-revealing wound. The excruciating pain jolted Lu Wu awake, and he quickly realized they were under attack by an airborne creature. In the pitch-black sky, a black-feathered eagle with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters was staring intently at them. This beast was not only massive but also equipped with razor-sharp hooked beaks and glinting, dark brown talons. Its most terrifying feature, however, was its pair of piercingly keen eyes. The black-feathered eagle did not immediately go in for the kill. Instead, it maintained a certain distance, following them like a predator toying with its prey. Lu Wu's face grew pale as he became weaker from blood loss, yet he couldn't spare even a moment to tend to his wound. All he could do was repeatedly urge the venom-scaled python to move faster, occasionally glancing nervously at the sky, his fear mounting with each passing second. "Damn it, you bastard! Why are you targeting me?" Lu Wu cursed furiously as he fled in desperation. He never expected that during his rest, he would become the target of a magical beast. If it weren't for the presence of the venomous scaled python, he might have already met his end at the hands of the creature. The overwhelming deterrent force emitted by the venomous scaled python usually kept nearby magical beasts at bay, but the one in the sky still dared to launch an attack. There were only two possibilities. Either its strength far surpassed the python's, or it was a natural predator of snakes. Snakes were always at a disadvantage against airborne predators, and even a massive venomous scaled python was no exception. At this moment, Lu Wu had no idea that someone he had been longing to see day and night was waiting for him in the direction the python was heading. Meanwhile, Ye Ling had finally found a new place to take refuge, a spacious tree hollow. In this mysterious realm, towering ancient trees were abundant, and many of them had natural hollows. While it wasn't as safe as the cave he had previously occupied, it was sufficient to shield him from the sight of most magical beasts. After thoroughly ensuring the area was safe, Ye Ling entered the tree hollow with Shuiyu. In this perilous secret realm, even the slightest mistake could lead to death or elimination. Shuiyu's presence provided him with the greatest security. Not only did he have to guard against magical beast attacks, but he also had to be wary of sabotage from other contestants. Ye Ling had sacrificed too much to gain entry to the Spirit Tamer Academy. Failure was not an option for him. Shuiyu had become his most reliable protector, tirelessly keeping watch over their surroundings without needing rest. The night gradually faded, but dawn did not bring safety. A thick fog enveloped the entire secret realm, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Under such conditions, moving recklessly was tantamount to courting death. For humans, the wisest choice in this environment was to stay put, as magical beasts could rely on their keen sense of smell to locate prey, while humans couldn't detect their approach in time. At the break of dawn, Ye Ling awoke from a light slumber. Suddenly, Shuiyu stood alert at the edge of the tree hollow, a clear sign that it had sensed danger. Ye Ling instantly became fully awake, focusing all his attention to listen. The sound of something slithering grew louder, resembling a snake-like creature moving across the ground. Carefully, Ye Ling approached the edge of the tree hollow to peek outside, but the dense fog obscured his view. Soon, a massive snakehead came into sight, its flickering tongue faintly visible through the mist. What shocked Ye Ling even more was the pale, familiar figure seated on the giant serpent's back. Lu Wu? How did this guy end up here? Ye Ling was all too familiar with Lu Wu. This detestable guy showing up in front of him was certainly unexpected. But what was even more shocking was Lu Wu's current state. His face was pale as a ghost, his eyes bloodshot, and his entire appearance disheveled and pitiful. Lu Wu had been fleeing non-stop throughout the night. When he saw the thick fog at dawn, he had felt a brief moment of relief, thinking it might obscure his pursuer's vision. However, reality proved him wrong, or he wouldn't have ended up in such a desperate and chaotic predicament. As it turned out, the one tracking Lu Wu and his venom scale python was a black feather eagle. Although this magical creature couldn't fully see through the mist, it only needed to catch the outline of the venom scale python to keep pursuing its prey. It had been leisurely following them from high above, patiently waiting for the right moment. Ye Ling pondered silently. Lu Wu, a Tier 1 Level 5 Spirit Master, wasn't the strongest among students, but he was capable enough that an average Tier 1 magical creature wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. For him to be fleeing like a panicked mouse, his pursuer must either be a Tier 1 Level 8 or higher powerhouse, or a natural predator of the venom scale python. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the skies. Moments later, gusts of wind howled, dispersing a large portion of the dense fog. The exhausted venom scale python was immediately exposed. Having been on the run since midnight, while also ensuring that its master didn't fall off its back, the spirit beast was utterly drained. It collapsed onto the ground, flicking its tongue weakly, unable to move another inch. Lu Wu tumbled off the venom scale python's back. When his wounded left arm hit the ground, the sharp pain made his veins bulge, and he let out an agonized scream. The night-long escape had pushed him to the brink of a mental breakdown. His bloodshot eyes burned with fury, making him look like a vengeful specter. "You useless creature! Get up! Keep running!" Lu Wu roared at the collapsed venom scale python, kicking it repeatedly in frustration. As the young master of the Lu family, he couldn't accept failure in the Spirit Master Academy's trials. Losing would mean not only forfeiting his rightful position as heir, but also becoming a worthless nobody within his family. However, the venom scale python remained motionless. This intelligent creature, having endured such abuse, had already lost all hope. Just then, another deafening screech echoed through the air. Lu Wu looked up in terror to see a dark silhouette gazing down at them with piercing eyes. He hesitated, debating whether to press the emergency teleportation device. Pressing it would guarantee his survival, but would also mean forfeiting his chance to enter the Spirit Master Academy. Not pressing it could very well spell his doom. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound nearby. In his despair, Lu Wu turned his head quickly, only to see someone he despised with every fiber of his being standing right before him. Originally, Lu Wu thought someone might come to his rescue, but to his dismay, the one who showed up was the person he least wanted to see: Ye Ling. That glimmer of hope instantly turned into despair. He knew all too well Ye Ling was nothing more than a first-tier, second-level weakling with only a zombie spirit pet. Even his own venom scale python was no match for the black feather eagle, let alone relying on Ye Ling. Just my luck to run into a black feather eagle. Lu Wu gritted his teeth in frustration. With his venom scale python already exhausted, he stood no chance at all. This meant he would lose the opportunity to pass the first stage of the assessment. Though unwilling to accept it, his life was more important than anything else. The consequences of failing this assessment were clear: would lose his family's support and be forever barred from the Spirit Master Academy. Even though his father was the family head, the family couldn't afford to waste their precious resources on someone who couldn't even pass the assessment. After all, there were more talented members in the family who deserved cultivation. "This is all your fault. I'm out, Ye Ling, but don't think you'll have it easy." Lu Wu glared at Ye Ling with hatred. In his mind, if he hadn't gone searching for Ye Ling, he wouldn't have left the teleportation point, and none of this would have happened. Lu Wu activated the emergency teleportation device and disappeared in a flash of light, his venom scale python vanishing along with him. Ye Ling was left standing there, utterly baffled. "Seriously? How is this my fault?" Ye Ling muttered, half laughing and half exasperated. He hadn't done anything, was merely hunting magical creatures quietly in the secret realm, yet somehow, he ended up being blamed for everything. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. With Lu Wu gone, the black feather eagle in the sky locked its sights on Ye Ling. However, Ye Ling remained unfazed compared to the blood phantom he had faced before. This black feather eagle, at roughly first tier, 8th level, was far less threatening. Shriek! The black feather eagle let out an enraged cry. Its prey had slipped away, and it turned its fury toward its new target. This time, It wouldn't let its opponent escape. Meanwhile, back at the Academy's square, Lu Wu, now teleported to safety, clutched his wounds and stared intently at the giant screen. His bloodshot eyes were filled with malice, and a cold smile curled on his lips. He eagerly anticipated Ye Ling's downfall, whether he was eliminated or killed outright. When medical staff approached to check on him, Lu Wu harshly shoved them away. "I don't need your help. I'm staying right here to watch. Don't bother me. Get lost." At this moment, Lu Wu no longer cared about appearances. He only wanted to see Ye Ling fail with his own eyes. The medics exchanged uncertain glances, but since the injured party refused treatment, they had no choice but to leave him be. The loud reprimanding voice from the other side was naturally heard loud and clear by Shang Lingkong and the representatives of the Spirit Master Academy. Shang Lingkong glanced at Lu Wu's disheveled state, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. As a member of the Lu family, they had met a few times before. It was surprising that this family scion was eliminated on the second day, becoming the first among all the family descendants in Tianhui City to be ousted. Thinking of Lu Yun, the head of the Lu family, and his livid face, Shang Lingkong couldn't help but feel a hint of satisfaction. Bai Tong cast a cold gaze at Lu Wu and curled his lips in disdain. This must be one of the family descendants, right? But judging by his performance, he's just mediocre at best. Family descendants naturally had a higher starting point, but failing even the assessment was worse than being useless. Ye Ling, who was also from a family background, watched Lu Wu's impotent rage and shook her head quietly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Hong Xiu remained silent, but the contempt on their faces said it all. However, Ye Ling's attention soon shifted to Ye Ling, who was being targeted by the Black Feather Hawk. "What do you all think? Does Ye Ling stand a chance of defeating the Black Feather Hawk?" "I feel like the possibility isn't small." Lu Feng was startled by her words. "Defeat the Black Feather Hawk? Teacher Hua, are you sure you're not joking?" In his view, even Ye Ling, whom he held in high regard, stood no chance against a first-tier, 8th-level Black Feather Hawk. After all, flying spirit beasts naturally had significant advantages. "Teacher Lu, that's not necessarily the case." Hong Xiu interjected, agreeing with Ye Ling's assessment. "The outcome is still uncertain. No one knows how this will end." Bai Tong suddenly proposed with interest. "Just watching is boring. Why don't we place a bet? How about 5,000 Federation points?" Ye Ling immediately agreed. "I'm in. I'll bet on Ye Ling winning." "All right." Lu Feng joined as well, "but my 5,000 is on him running away." The entire conversation unfolded amidst a tense atmosphere. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, waiting for the next development. In Lu Feng's view, no matter how strong Ye Ling was, it was impossible for him to surpass the heirs of top-tier families. It wasn't just about foundational strength, it was also a matter of resource disparity. This kind of gap couldn't be bridged by talent alone. While he admitted that nothing was absolute, he believed that compared to the slim chance of victory, Ye Ling was more likely to retreat strategically. "I agree with Mr. Lu," Hong Xiu said thoughtfully. "I'm also worried that Ye Ling might choose to flee." Now, only Bai Tong, who had initially proposed the bet, had yet to make his wager. The other three focused their attention on him, waiting for his decision. "Why are you all staring at me?" Bai Tong said with a sly smile. "My choice is different from all of yours. I bet Ye Ling will be eliminated, maybe even lose his life." His response left the other three exchanging uneasy glances. They had been debating whether Ye Ling would fight or flee, completely overlooking the worst-case scenario. Bai Tong, however, had pinpointed what could be Ye Ling's ultimate fate, making their bets seem passive in comparison. "There's nothing wrong with my wager, right?" Bai Tong chuckled. "After all, we didn't set fixed options when we started." Ye Ling crossed her arms, her face full of displeasure. "Fine. I never thought Mr. Bai could be this devious." Lu Feng and Hong Xiu wore similar expressions. Indeed, given the current situation, Ye Ling was already in a tight spot. Even if he managed to escape temporarily, he couldn't evade the wrath of the Black Feather Eagle forever. If they faced off, Ye Ling stood almost no chance of victory against the eagle's strength. This placed Bai Tong in an unbeatable position because no matter how things played out, Ye Ling seemed destined to either be eliminated or perish. Even Ye Ling, who had the most faith in Ye Ling, couldn't believe he could defeat the Black Feather Eagle. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Ye Ling, who was contending with the threat of the Black Feather Eagle, had no idea that his fate had become the subject of others' wagers. He knew that Shui Yu could currently hold its own against a Tier 1 level 10 magical beast, but dealing with an aerial target remained a significant weakness. Ye Ling's level 1 spiritual skill had worked against the Steel Wing Bird earlier, but using the same method against the Black Feather Eagle was clearly unrealistic. Unless, he could upgrade his spiritual chains to level 2. Reflecting on the 3 remaining free points he had, Ye Ling had been saving them for the moment of greatest need. Now, upgrading his skill seemed inevitable if he wanted to deal with the Black Feather Eagle. At that moment, the Black Feather Eagle in the sky let out another piercing cry, clearly ready to strike. Shui Yu remained on high alert, but it was evident that battling an airborne magical beast was beyond its capabilities. Ye Ling could only hope that when Xueyu advanced to Tier 2, it would gain the ability to fly. Taking a deep breath, Ye Ling made the firm decision to allocate one free point to his spiritual chains. The upgraded level 2 spiritual chain showed immediate results. Though its energy consumption had increased from 100 to 300, it could now restrain magical beasts below Tier 2 and even hinder Tier 2 beasts. Despite only having enough energy for 3 uses, this ability gave Ye Ling newfound confidence in facing the black feathered eagle. After circling in the sky a few more times, the black feathered eagle finally made its move. It suddenly dove straight down, hurtling toward the ground with lightning speed. As the distance closed, Ye Ling could clearly feel the immense pressure emanating from this monstrous creature. The black feathered eagle's wings flapped powerfully, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Xueyu stood firm in the face of such a force, but Ye Ling had no choice but to take cover behind a large tree to shield himself from the cutting winds. This small movement immediately caught the eagle's attention. It let out a low, guttural coo before violently flapping its wings, sending dozens of sharp, glinting black feathers shooting like arrows toward the tree where Ye Ling was hiding. Xueyu reacted with lightning speed. Before Ye Ling could even issue a command, it had already stepped in to intercept the incoming feathers. Its long claws, as sharp as swords, precisely deflected each feather. Some feathers embedded themselves into nearby tree trunks, while others stuck into the ground. The black feathered eagle, circling low, showed a flicker of surprise in its eyes, but quickly regained its haughty demeanor. As a level 8 first-tier aerial overlord of this secret realm, it had always reigned supreme. This pride was ingrained in its very being, and it never backed down, not even when facing more formidable land-dwelling beasts. Suddenly, a savage glint appeared in the eagle's eyes. It opened its hooked beak and unleashed an ear-splitting screech. The invisible sound waves rippled outward, shaking the surrounding trees violently and causing leaves to rain down. Xueyu merely furrowed its brows. Thanks to its zombie-like resilience and mid-level magical damage resistance, it easily withstood the attack. However, Ye Ling, standing behind, was not as fortunate. He clutched his head in agony, letting out a pained scream as if his skull was being split apart. Hearing Ye Ling's cry, a red glow flickered in Xueyu's eyes. In an instant, it transformed into a cloud of blood mist and surged toward the low-flying black-feathered eagle with incredible speed. Sensing the danger, the eagle immediately ceased its sonic attack and prepared to take flight. At this critical moment, Ye Ling, enduring the excruciating pain, darted out from behind the tree. He quickly extended his hand toward the eagle and shouted in a low voice, "Spirit chains!" Ripples of blue light spread through the air, and 8 thick chains of spiritual energy materialized, shooting forth and forming an encircling trap around the black-feathered eagle. The sudden development left the eagle visibly alarmed. It flapped its wings with all its might, desperately attempting to break free from the chains that bound it. If it had been the previous version of the spirit chains, the black feather eagle might have had a chance to break free. But now, Ye Ling had already mastered the second-level spirit chains, which even low-tier second-rank magical beasts struggled to escape from, let alone a first-rank black feather eagle. The spirit chains from all directions tightly bound the black feather eagle. With every struggle it made, the chains clashed with a crisp sound. Its space for movement grew increasingly smaller, eventually forming an impenetrable cage of chains, completely trapping the once-free creature that had soared high in the skies. After successfully restraining the black feather eagle, Ye Ling finally let out a sigh of relief, though his temples still throbbed faintly from the earlier sonic attack. This encounter taught him an important lesson: extreme caution was necessary when facing unfamiliar enemies. Although a spirit master's physical abilities improved with their level, they were still far inferior to those of spirit beasts and magical creatures. "Xueyu, it's your turn," Ye Ling said softly. With the black feather eagle grounded and unable to fly, it was the perfect time for Xueyu to strike. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Even the usually composed Shang Lingkong widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. Lu Wu, who had just exited the secret realm, looked utterly devastated, his bloodshot eyes brimming with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "How is this possible?" Lu Wu muttered in shock. He had thought Ye Ling was doomed. Yet not only had Ye Ling survived, but he had also managed to subdue the black feather eagle, the very creature that had forced Lu Wu into a humiliating retreat all night. Ye Ling, the student often deemed the weakest in the class, had accomplished what Lu Wu couldn't. Lu Wu's mind was in turmoil. He realized he had lost everything: his qualification for the assessment, his family's inheritance rights, and all hope for the future. The intense anger and exhaustion finally overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground with his eyes rolling back. 2 medics silently carried him away, but the academy representatives present had already shifted their focus to a far more astonishing discovery. A second-level spirit chain? An instructor from the Spirit Master Academy exclaimed in disbelief. In just 6 months, a first-rank Spirit Master managed to master a second-level spirit technique? This completely defies convention. The crowd erupted into murmurs of astonishment. In the history of the Federation, no one had ever mastered a second-level spirit technique while still in the first rank. This revelation left the Academy representatives both shocked and exhilarated, though mostly incredulous. Ye Ling's performance had utterly redefined their understanding of what it meant to be a genius. The appearance of Ye Ling could be described as groundbreaking. Being a first-tier cultivator, yet capable of using a second-tier spiritual technique, was something unprecedented in history. Ye Ling, seated in the audience, could no longer maintain her usual elegant composure and burst into laughter. Ye Ling's performance had far exceeded her expectations. If she had previously considered him merely a special prodigy, now, in her eyes, Ye Ling had become an undeniable genius of extraordinary talent. As for the earlier wager, there was no doubt that Ye Ling had emerged as the clear winner. Lu Feng and Hong Xiu had opted for conservative predictions, believing Ye Ling would choose to flee, never anticipating that he would directly confront the Black Feather Eagle Heaton. Bai Tong's prediction, on the other hand, was even further from reality. You all lost to me. Don't forget, 50,000 Federation points each, Ye Ling said with a playful wink, her smile growing even brighter. While the amount wasn't significant to her, what truly excited her was discovering Ye Ling's astonishing potential. She had already made up her mind to recruit him into the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. However, Ye Ling quickly realized that she wasn't the only one interested in Ye Ling. Despite Hong Xiu being from the Zhuge Spirit Master Academy, which only accepted female students, she showed a strong interest in this prodigious young man. Before Ye Ling could say anything, Hong Xiu excused herself, claiming she needed to use the restroom, but it was clear she was rushing to report this extraordinary situation to her principal. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Bai Tong exchanged a knowing glance. They, too, had their eyes on Ye Ling. Among the 4 top-tier Spirit Master Academies, which were evenly matched in strength, a talent like Ye Ling would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after candidate. Ye Ling's smile gradually faded as she realized how complicated the situation had become. With the other 3 academies eyeing Ye Ling eagerly, the difficulty of recruiting him had just increased significantly. She, too, found an excuse to leave, intending to report to her principal immediately and secure an advantage in the negotiations. The representatives from the lower-tier Spirit Master Academies wisely chose to withdraw from this competition. They knew full well that neither their resources nor their conditions could rival those of the 4 elite academies. The only person genuinely pleased in the crowd was Shang Lingkong from Tianhui City, as Ye Ling hailed from his city. Meanwhile, Ye Ling, still inside the mystic realm, had no idea that he had become the target of fierce competition among the 4 top Spirit Master Academies. He was simply relieved that he had managed to upgrade his spirit chain to the 2nd tier in time, narrowly escaping danger. At this moment, his battle companion, Xueyu, had also successfully taken down the Black Feather Eagle. The once mighty Black Feather Eagle, which had dominated the skies of the secret realm, now lay crumpled on the ground in a pitiful state. Blood gushed from its neck, pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the ground. This powerful magical beast, a ruler of the secret realm skies, couldn't even hold out for a minute against Xueyu's full-force assault. Bound by the 2nd-tier spiritual chains, it succumbed entirely and lost its life. This time, Ye Ling directly allowed Xueyu to absorb the blood of the Black Feather Eagle. While traces of blood remained on the ground, the majority had already been drawn into Xueyu's body. Observing from a distance, Shang Lingkong saw everything clearly. This insatiable thirst for blood undoubtedly marked Xueyu as an undead-type spiritual pet. It's important to note that not all undead-type spiritual pets require blood. Zombies and bat-type creatures do, while skeletons and ghostly beings do not. For those undead pets that do rely on blood, it serves as a vital source of energy for growth. The higher the magical beast's level, the more potent the energy contained in its blood. Unfortunately, Ye Ling had been leveling up in the Bone Burial Hills, where most of the magical creatures were skeleton-type and lacked blood for Xueyu to absorb. Now, faced with this rare opportunity in the secret realm, he naturally wasn't going to let it slip away. As the blood drained from its body, the Black Feather Eagle's corpse gradually shriveled, resembling a dried-up husk. Ye Ling skillfully began processing the remains, meticulously extracting and collecting various materials. This was a process every spiritual master had to go through. It could even be said that they were all unrelenting dismemberment fanatics. Once the task was complete, Ye Ling decided not to linger any longer. A sudden thought struck him. Why stay confined to one place? It would be better to move in a fixed direction, clearing out magical creatures along the way. This would not only provide materials, but also help increase his own level and Xueyu's growth. At night, he could always find a place to rest. With his current mastery of the 2nd-tier spiritual chains and Xueyu's strength, the magical creatures in the secret realm posed no threat to him. As long as he avoided provoking large groups of magical creatures, he would be completely safe. Shueyu, let's go. Ye Ling packed up the evolution materials and chose to continue heading in the same direction as when he left the previous night. This path would take him farther and farther away from the mountain he had initially started from. Shueyu's eyes flashed with a ghostly light as it silently followed behind him. In the distance, Shang Lingkong stared at the data on his handheld mini-computer, fuming with anger. Ye Ling's strength is clearly at least Tier 1, Level 8. Who compiled this data? Tier 1, Level 2? A Tier 1, Level 2 can take down a Tier 1, Level 8 magical beast? Absolute nonsense. Meanwhile, at Tianhui High School, representatives from the 4 top spiritual master academies began contacting their respective principals. Through a watch projection, Hong Xiu reported to her principal, a woman wearing a golden mask. Principal, I have something extremely important to report. She then detailed Ye Ling's performance in the secret realm. After hearing the report, the woman in the golden mask fell silent. It wasn't until Hong Xiu called out to her twice that she snapped out of her thoughts, her tone filled with astonishment as she confirmed, "Are you sure about this? Someone with only Tier 1 strength managed to use a second-tier spiritual chain? Hong Xiu, are you absolutely certain?" Hong Xiu nodded firmly. "Yes, Principal, everything I said is true. This is all real. So, I wanted to ask, should our academy try to recruit him?" Hearing the question, the headmaster wearing a golden mask fell silent. Although the mask concealed his expression, Hong Xiu could sense the inner conflict he was grappling with. She remained quiet, patiently awaiting his decision. After a brief pause, the headmaster took a deep breath and fixed his piercing gaze on Hong Xiu. "Since he is such a prodigy, our academy can make an exception. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. However, Hong Xiu, he must truly prove himself to be that outstanding." A smile of delight immediately appeared on Hong Xiu's face. "No problem, headmaster. He demonstrated incredible abilities during the first phase of the evaluation. The second phase is about to begin, and with his strength, he is certain to make it to the top 3, if not take first place entirely." As the headmaster was about to end the communication, Hong Xiu raised another crucial question. "Headmaster, regarding his benefits, how should we arrange them? The other 3 major spirit master academies are all eyeing Ye Ling, and their offers are certainly not modest." The headmaster answered without hesitation, "If he is truly as exceptional as you say, we can increase the highest tier benefits by an additional 10 to 15%. This decision left even Hong Xiu stunned. Such generous terms had never been offered to any talent, not even those from the Holy City. "Thank you, headmaster." Hong Xiu quickly expressed her gratitude. "Good, let's leave it at that. He'll be waiting for your good news," the golden-masked headmaster said before cutting off the communication. Meanwhile, representatives from the other 3 major spirit master academies, Ye Ling, Bai Tong, and Lu Feng, were also contacting their respective headmasters. Each received full support from their institutions. No academy was willing to miss out on such a rare talent. At this moment, Ye Ling, deep within the secret realm, was completely unaware that he had become the coveted target of the 4 top-tier spirit master academies. He was fully focused on hunting the magical creatures he encountered along the way, collecting their blood for Shueyu to absorb while gathering evolution materials. Though he came across other students during his hunt, he paid them no mind as long as they didn't provoke him. As dusk fell and night approached, Ye Ling reviewed the day's progress. Zurius' experience had reached 92.3, and its growth rate had risen to 64.7. While there was still some distance to its evolution, the progress was remarkable. With another day of hunting, Shueyu might very well break through to level 10 of Tier 1, just one step away from Tier 2. Night fell, and the shadowed secret realm was once again shrouded in darkness. Various nocturnal magical beasts began to stir, their fleeting silhouettes darting swiftly through the gloom. Nighttime was the most perilous period in this mysterious terrain, so much so that even Ye Ling dared not move recklessly, fearing he might attract swarms of creatures to surround him. Despite having Shueyu's assistance and his own spiritual techniques, escaping unscathed was far from guaranteed. Unable to find a suitable shelter that night, Ye Ling chose a sturdy tree as his refuge. Climbing to a higher branch, he settled on a solid limb to spend the night. In the distance, the howls of wolves echoed, likely a pack of magical wolves on the hunt. Leaning against the trunk, Ye Ling closed his eyes to rest, while Shueyu stood silently beside him, like a vigilant guardian. Not far away, an intense battle was unfolding. A massive brown earth dragon stood alert, facing off against a pack of magical creatures. Behind the earth dragon was Hua Xianer. Unlike her confident demeanor when she first entered the secret realm, her face now looked pale. She had not anticipated such a massive assault from magical creatures on the second night. The attackers were a group of shadow demon wolves, the same species that had ambushed Ye Ling earlier, but this pack was much larger, numbering at least 30. The pack leader, a formidable shadow demon wolf, was a first-tier level 7 beast, just one tier below the earth dragon. In an unknown fight, Hua Xianer could easily overpower her opponent. However, surrounded by such overwhelming numbers, even the Earth Dragon was struggling. It had to fight while simultaneously protecting Huasiener, significantly hindering its combat effectiveness. The Shadow Demon Wolves were cunning, encircling the Earth Dragon while waiting for an opportunity to strike at Huasiener. With a sharp howl from the pack leader, the wolves bared their fangs and launched their attack. Although the Earth Dragon had both strength and sturdy defenses, its lack of speed left it at a disadvantage against the agile Shadow Demon Wolves, causing it to appear flustered. Enraged, the Earth Dragon let out a thunderous roar, lifting its colossal front legs and slamming them heavily onto the ground. With a deafening crash, the earth quaked, and clouds of dust erupted into the air. The attacking Shadow Demon Wolves lost their footing and momentarily halted their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Huasiener swiftly leaped onto the Earth Dragon's back. "Run. That way," she commanded. The Earth Dragon obeyed its spirit master without hesitation, breaking into a full sprint. However, its massive frame made its movements conspicuous, immediately drawing the attention of the Shadow Demon Wolves. The pack leader's eyes glinted with malice, clearly unwilling to let its prey escape. It let out another piercing howl, rallying the wolves to give chase. Huasiener glanced back, her expression grim. These wolf-like creatures were relentless, their stamina extraordinary and their movements swift. Although the Earth Dragon managed to maintain some distance for now, its lack of agility and endurance made prolonged flight a disadvantage for her. Yet, at this moment, fleeing was her only option. In the dense forest, the tightly packed trees created a terrain highly disadvantageous for the massive Earth Azure Dragon, but it served as an ideal hunting ground for the Shadow Demon Wolves. Huasiener's decision to retreat was undoubtedly wise. These 30-plus Shadow Demon Wolves, all of which were at least level 5 in the first tier, could easily wear down an Earth Azure Dragon through sheer numbers. The Earth Azure Dragon had been running at full speed for a long time, its heavy, labored breathing echoing through the forest. For such a colossal creature, maintaining a high-speed chase was truly taxing. To make matters worse, the pack of Shadow Demon Wolves had completely caught up, their eerie green eyes gleaming with dangerous intent in the darkness. Scanning her surroundings, Huasiener found no open ground in sight. She gritted her teeth and lightly patted the Earth Azure Dragon's back, issuing the command to halt. "Stop now. Rather than exhausting yourself and still being caught, we might as well face them hidden here and now." The Shadow Demon Wolves quickly formed a surrounding circle, their fangs dripping with saliva as their greedy eyes locked onto their prey. As the daughter of the Hua family patriarch, Huasiener's innate pride made her unwilling to surrender so easily. "Since we can't escape, let's fight. I refuse to believe I can't even pass the first stage of the trial. Earth Azure Dragon, unleash your dominance roar." With Huasiener's command, the dragon's gemstone-like eyes widened sharply, and it let out an earth-shaking roar. The sound waves rippled through the air, causing the ground to tremble and trees to sway. Under this immense pressure, all the Shadow Demon Wolves, except for their leader, instinctively took a few steps back, a flicker of fear appearing in their eyes. However, the wolf leader let out a furious howl, instantly rallying its pack. The encirclement tightened, and the first Shadow Demon Wolf launched an attack, only to be struck by the Earth Azure Dragon's powerful tail, sending it crashing into a tree trunk and knocking it unconscious. This strike, however, only enraged the rest of the wolves. Led by their leader, all the Shadow Demon Wolves launched a ferocious assault simultaneously. At that moment, Ye Ling, who had been resting on a treetop, was jolted awake by the violent shaking of the tree. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he noticed the fierce battle taking place below, though the darkness obscured the details. Beside him, Shueyu remained motionless, loyally awaiting his master's orders. On the battlefield below, a brutal clash raged on. The Earth Azure Dragon was surrounded by a pack of Shadow Demon Wolves. Each time it sent a wolf flying, the relentless creatures would immediately rise and lunge back at it. The dragon's situation grew increasingly desperate. Not only had to fend off attacks from all sides, but also protect Huasiener on its back. Blood dripped steadily from the dragon's scales as claws and fangs left more and more wounds on its body. Pain and fury drove the subdragon to let out a thunderous roar, but it couldn't unleash its full draconic might. Huasiener's presence limited its strength. Although the faint dragon's aura it had released earlier had somewhat helped, potentially saving them from an earlier defeat, it was far from enough. The Shadow Demon Wolf leader surveyed the fallen and injured wolves around it, letting out a long howl. It cared little for the losses. The allure of dragon blood and flesh far outweighed the lives of a few subordinates. The other wolves echoed their leader's call, preparing for a final, all-out assault. Huasiener watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with unwillingness. She knew she had the strength to pass the first phase of the trial, but fate had pitted her against a pack of Shadow Demon Wolves. If only she had reached Tier 2, the battle might have taken a completely different turn. But reality was harsh. They were cornered with no way out. Shaking, She extended her right hand and looked at the teleportation device on her left wrist. The thought of giving up brought tears to her eyes. Just as she was about to press the emergency teleportation button, shing, a flash of blood-red light streaked through the air, and a shadow demon wolf's neck spurted blood. The creature collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then went still. This sudden turn of events reignited hope in Huasiener, while the shadow demon wolf leader flew into a rage. Another flash of blood-red light. A second wolf fell. The leader of the shadow demon wolves finally pinpointed the attacker's location and unleashed a dark energy orb, aiming at a shadowy tree trunk. The orb exploded, and as it did, a blur of red streaked past, and the entire tree came crashing down. At that moment, Huasiener finally saw clearly who her savior was. Outside the secret realm, the representatives of the 4 top Spirit Master Academies, who had already returned to the scene, were closely monitoring the situation within. All their attention was fixed on Huasiener, who was being pursued by the shadow demon wolves. Bai Tong's lips curled into a mocking smile. Teacher Huar, the genius you specifically came for doesn't seem to have much luck. She actually ran into a pack of shadow demon wolves. As a representative of the White Tiger Spirit Master Academy, it would actually be favorable for them if this so-called genius girl failed to join any top academy. After all, the fewer talented competitors in the annual Spirit Master Academy tournament, the higher their chances of victory. Hua Ling's right hand gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had initially thought Huasiener would easily secure a top 10 ranking, but she hadn't expected such a perilous situation in the first stage of the assessment. The outcome is far from decided. Bai Tong, you shouldn't jump to conclusions, she retorted coldly, turning her head away to avoid further confrontation, fearing she might lose her composure in such a public setting. Lu Feng and Hong Xiao exchanged a helpless glance. Though Bai Tong's words were harsh, they did reflect the reality. Huasiener's current predicament was indeed dire. Just then, a streak of crimson light suddenly flashed across the screen. Under the attack of the shadow demon wolf leader, a blood-red shadow revealed its true form. It was Ye Ling's spirit pet, the Blood Phantom. Hua Ling's expression immediately brightened, as she knew Ye Ling not only possessed second-tier spirit power chains, but also had this unique spirit pet. In contrast, Bai Tong's face darkened. Within the secret realm, Huasiener was overjoyed to see the Blood Phantom appear. This is Ye Ling's spirit pet? She exclaimed in surprise. She had been on the verge of giving up, but the timely arrival of reinforcements reignited her hope. With this formidable ally, a match for even the Earth Azure Dragon, the threat posed by the Shadow Demon Wolves was greatly diminished. The Shadow Demon Wolf leader fixed its fierce gaze on the Blood Phantom. Despite losing 2 of its subordinates in an instant, it showed no sign of retreat. Seeing that the Earth Azure Dragon was already gravely injured, it howled toward the sky, its chilling cry echoing through the heavens, signaling the start of a new round of attacks. Shuiyu, Berserk Blood. Ye Ling's voice echoed from an unknown direction. Following the command, Shuiyu immediately activated the skill Berserk Blood. A dense, crimson aura began to emanate from its body, its pale, lifeless eyes flashing with a blood-red glow. Under the surging blood energy, its once pallid skin gradually took on a sinister red hue. Its fangs elongated instinctively, exuding a chilling, menacing aura. The overwhelming scent of blood filled the air, unsettling both the heavily injured Earth Azure Dragon and the Shadow Demon Wolf leader locked in tension. Fortunately, Huasiener, seated on the Earth Azure Dragon's back, softly reassured it. Don't worry, Earth Azure Dragon. It's here to help us. Hearing its master's gentle voice, the dragon finally calmed down a little. On the other hand, the Shadow Demon Wolf leader instinctively stepped back 2 paces as it felt the immense and terrifying blood energy. Its instinct screamed that this new enemy was far more dangerous than the Earth Azure Dragon. However, with victory seemingly within reach, how could the Shadow Demon Wolf leader retreat so easily? Glancing around, it noticed its subordinates trembling under the oppressive aura, their ears drooping in evident fear of Shuiyu. A war. The leader let out a commanding howl, attempting to rally its pack for an attack. Yet, its underlings hesitated, too intimidated to move. Furious, the Shadow Demon Wolf leader lashed out, striking one of its own with a powerful swipe of its paw. Yelp! The unfortunate wolf was caught off guard, knocked to the ground. Though not fatally injured, it was unable to rise for the time being. This display of dominance shocked the rest of the pack, who feared becoming the next target. Under the leader's relentless urging, the wolves had no choice but to suppress their terror and launch an attack. Shuiyu, however, smirked with excitement, moving like a phantom through the dark, windy night. Wherever it passed, shadow demon wolves fell one by one. Each faint sound of flesh being pierced marked the end of another wolf's life. Before long, the remaining shadow demon wolves could no longer endure the fear. Ignoring their leader's authority, they scattered and fled in all directions. The shadow demon wolf leader, watching its forces crumble, glanced at the Earth Azure Dragon and Huasiener with eyes full of frustration and hesitation. The prey it had worked so hard to corner had cost it dearly in subordinates. In the end, it could only retreat slowly, preparing to escape. Shuiyu, don't let it get away, Ye Ling ordered firmly. He knew that if the Shadow Demon Wolf leader escaped, it would regroup and return stronger than before. With its memory of Shuiyu and Huasiener scent, this threat had to be eliminated completely. The moment Ye Ling spoke, the Shadow Demon Wolf leader transformed into a streak of darkness, darting swiftly into the depths of the pitch-black forest. Shuiyu reacted just as quickly, following closely behind almost as soon as Ye Ling's words fell. In no time, the two figures vanished into the darkness. Moments later, a piercing wolf's howl echoed from deep within the forest, followed by a massive dark shadow plummeting rapidly from the sky. Huasiener was startled by the sight and immediately patted Di Songlong. Move back. Di Songlong understood and retreated several steps. Boom. The shadow hit the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, a graceful figure flitted through the trees and landed steadily on the ground. Amid the swirling dust, Huasiener covered her mouth and nose, waiting for visibility to return. When the dust finally settled, she could clearly see the scene before her. The Shadow Demon Wolf leader lay deeply embedded in a massive crater, its limbs twitching and blood oozing from its mouth. Only the faintest breath proved it was still alive. Meanwhile, Shuiyu, standing beside Ye Ling, was completely unharmed. Her crimson robes, as vibrant as blood, were spotless, not even a speck of dust on them. The sight left Huasiener utterly astonished. After all, the Shadow Demon Wolf leader was a first-tier, levels even beast, only one level below her Di Songlong. Even Di Songlong, known for its strength and defense, couldn't possibly subdue such an opponent in so little time, let alone catch a fleeing enemy. Yet Shuiyu not only caught up to and subdued the Shadow Demon Wolf leader, but also hurled the massive creature high into the air. Huasiener jumped down from Di Songlong's back and quickly approached Ye Ling. However, Ye Ling paid no attention to her approach, fully focused on handling the Shadow Demon Wolf leader's body. This irritated Huasiener. How could she, the campus belle, lose out to the appeal of a mere wolf carcass? As Ye Ling skillfully dismantled the evolved materials, he spoke without even looking up. Miss Hua, I suggest you take this time to rest. We shouldn't linger here. The scent of blood will attract numerous magical beasts. Staying here any longer will only increase the danger. Upon hearing this, Huasiener raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Was Ye Ling actually showing concern for her? It seemed her charm hadn't diminished one bit. The corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted slightly as she felt a touch of warmth from his unexpected concern. Ye Ling, how about we team up? Huasiener hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her spuro-feminine idea. She glanced at Ye Ling cautiously. In this secret realm, Ye Ling appeared to be handling himself with ease. Although with her own strength, avoiding groups of powerful beasts and surviving until tomorrow wouldn't be too difficult, her injured Earth Azure Dragon now needed to retreat into her Spirit Beast Seal to recover. During this time, she would have to fend for herself. Without the protection of her Spirit Beast, her chances of survival in this perilous secret realm would decrease significantly. Ye Ling paused slightly upon hearing her suggestion, his brows knitting together. Taking Huasiener along would undoubtedly mean looking after a burden. The Earth Azure Dragon's injuries would take at least half a day to heal, but leaving her behind seemed rather ungentlemanly. It was clearly a thankless task, leaving Ye Ling momentarily conflicted. Seeing Ye Ling remain silent, Huasiener's expression stiffened. On second thought, she realized that Ye Ling had no obligation to her. Why should he take on the burden of someone else? Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. As a pampered young lady, she knew that seeking help often came at a cost. Ye Ling, don't worry. I'll compensate you. Until the first phase of the assessment ends tomorrow, I'll pay you 100,000 Federation points, Huasiener offered decisively. The figure was tempting enough to catch Ye Ling's interest. In the Federation, points were as good as currency, and for someone like him who needed to purchase evolution materials, this was a significant amount. All right, I accept your terms. 100,000 Federation points, Ye Ling said, turning to face Huasiener with a serious expression. His straightforward agreement almost made Huasiener choke in frustration. Was her charm worth less than 100,000 Federation points? This realization was a blow to her pride as the campus belle. Though she felt indignant, at least her goal had been achieved. Just then, Ye Ling suddenly extended his hand toward her. Huasiener froze, her face flushing red. Was he intending to hold her hand in this dark forest? Ye Ling, isn't this a bit inappropriate? We're not that close and this? She stammered, lowering her head. Ye Ling's face darkened instantly. What on earth was this woman thinking? He made a gesture of rubbing his fingers together, signaling for payment. The card. The card with the 100,000 Federation points. Got it. In that moment, Huasiener finally realized she had been overthinking. What he wanted was clearly the money, while she had been indulging in fanciful thoughts. This realization left her feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, her face alternating between shades of red and pale. What a typical straight guy. Huasiener cursed silently in her heart, but kept a calm facade. Straightening her posture, she crossed her arms and said, I am the eldest daughter of the Hua family. How could I default on a debt? I'm here to compete, so of course, I wouldn't be carrying that many Federation points with me. It's just 100,000 Federation points I'll pay you, as soon as the first phase of the exam is over. She paused for a moment and added, after all, even with our cooperation in the secret realm, there's no guarantee we'll make it out safely. Ye Ling frowned and thought for a moment. It was true given her reputation. It was unlikely she would risk her honor over a mere 100,000 Federation points. All right, then let's put it in writing. Ye Ling decisively pulled out paper and pen, swiftly drafting the terms of the agreement. He would assist Huasiener in passing the first phase of the exam, and in return, Huasiener would pay him 100,000 Federation points. Looking at the straightforward terms, Huasiener was momentarily speechless. This was overly meticulous. But seeing Ye Ling's unyielding expression, she reluctantly gave up arguing. Rolling her eyes at him, Huasiener snatched the agreement and quickly signed her name. She casually dabbed a bit of blood from the ground and pressed her fingerprint onto the document before tossing it back at him with irritation. There, satisfied? Ye Ling carefully examined the document to ensure everything was in order, then stored it away. Rest assured, I'll keep you safe for the next day. After all, you're worth 100,000 Federation points. The slight smile on Huasiener's lips instantly disappeared. Got it, she snapped, turning away angrily, unwilling to look at Ye Ling's infuriating face any longer. Meanwhile, Ye Ling had already shifted his focus back to dismantling the evolution materials. Outside the secret realm, in the spectator stands, Ye Ling watched the scene unfold with delight. Covering her mouth, she chuckled softly. It seems someone is going to be disappointed. Our little Hua girl is quite lucky to have run into Ye Ling, otherwise she might really have been eliminated. She deliberately glanced at Bai Tong, whose expression had darkened. Bai Tong let out a cold snort and turned away, refusing to look at Hua Ling's smug face. Lu Feng and Hong Xiu exchanged a helpless look. I never expected Ye Ling to turn the tide at such a critical moment, Lu Feng remarked with a sigh. Hong Xiu nodded. What surprises me even more is the strength Ye Ling has displayed, especially his spirit beast. It's incredibly powerful. No wonder even our Vermilion Bird Spirit Academy wants to recruit him. Indeed, Lu Feng said with a hint of exasperation. It seems all 4 of the top Spirit Master Academies have their eyes on Ye Ling. I never thought your academy, which has never admitted male students, would be willing to make an exception for him. Lu Feng's voice wasn't loud, but the representatives from the 3 academies present heard him clearly. Hong Xiu shot a brief glance at Lu Feng, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. Mr. Lu, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. For a genius like Ye Ling, making an exception is not out of the question. Besides, the principal has already approved this matter. So, my apologies to all of you, but we are determined to recruit Ye Ling. As she spoke the last few words, a strong confidence gleamed in Hong Xiu's eyes. This confidence stemmed from the favorable conditions offered by the principal. In her view, Ye Ling was highly likely to choose the Vermilion Bird Spirit Master Academy not only because of the generous benefits, but also because he would be the only male student in the entire academy, an unparalleled honor. Furthermore, with the academy teeming with beautiful women, Hong Xiu was even willing to play matchmaker for him. While this was an open strategy, it was also a unique advantage of their academy. All right then, let's compete fairly and see which academy Ye Ling ultimately chooses, Hua Ling said, her smile fading into a look of determination. She was not only vying for Huasiener, but also fully committed to winning over Ye Ling. By now, Ye Ling had become a must-have talent for all 4 top Spirit Master Academies. Although Bai Tong remained silent, his gaze conveyed the same resolve. Lu Feng, looking somewhat puzzled, remarked, Ye Ling seems to be in dire need of Federation points, but I never would have thought that someone of his caliber could remain so obscure. With his talent, the Federation shouldn't have overlooked him. The city lord, Shang Lingkong, who was walking at the front, interjected, that's because Ye Ling isn't from a prominent family. His previous records were quite average. The data shows he's just at Tier 1, Level 2. This kid's sudden rise in strength is indeed puzzling. Perhaps it's truly a matter of innate talent. While Shang Lingkong found Ye Ling's dramatic transformation hard to explain, he was still pleased with him. At least Ye Ling had grown with the Federation's support. Not from a prominent family? Hua Ling and the others were momentarily stunned. They had assumed Ye Ling's growth was due to family resources, but it turned out he had achieved everything on his own. A self-made genius like this was even more precious, and the group's gazes at Ye Ling on the screen grew even more intense. Inside the secret realm, Ye Ling, having gathered all the evolution materials, was preparing to leave. The space ring he carried had been invaluable without it. Handling these materials would have been a challenge. In this world, Spatial equipment was rare but not uncommon for families. It could be purchased online with Federation points. As such, Huasiener wasn't surprised that Ye Ling had one. Her bracelet, for instance, was an expensive piece of spatial equipment her father, Hu Shan, had bought for her at great cost. All right, it's not safe to stay here any longer. Let's move to another location, Ye Ling advised. The scent of blood had already spread, and lingering would likely attract more monsters. If he were alone, it wouldn't have mattered, but now he was saddled with a liability worth 100,000 Federation points, forcing him to be more cautious. Huasiener nodded in agreement. At this point, she had no choice but to rely on Ye Ling. With her Earth Azure Dragon severely injured and its combat power greatly reduced, encountering more monsters could jeopardize her assessment. The two quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. Before long, various monsters began to converge at the previous battle site. Weaker creatures stealthily dragged away the Shadow Demon Wolf's corpse, while stronger ones only dared to lurk in the shadows of their more powerful counterparts. Monsters of equal strength, however, engaged in yet another brutal skirmish, an ordinary occurrence in their world. Ye Ling and Huasiener eventually found a safe spot, clearing out the surrounding monsters. Finally, they could take a moment to rest. Although the surrounding monsters had been cleared out, Ye Ling refrained from lighting a fire. In this mysterious realm, a fire would be no different from an open invitation to the monsters. After all, unlike ordinary animals, monsters were not afraid of flames. Huasiener was well aware of this and didn't bring it up. Leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, Ye Ling noticed the gaze Huasiener cast toward him. She hesitated before speaking. Ye Ling, how did you become so strong? Not long ago, you were still just a... The words, dead last, lingered on her lips but never came out. Ye Ling remained in his meditative posture, ignoring her question. In the perilous night of this mystical realm, staying alert was far more crucial than small talk. Seeing that Ye Ling wasn't responding, Huasiener's delicate face puffed up in frustration. It was the first time someone had treated her with such indifference, and the feeling of being ignored was deeply unsettling. Ye Ling, we can't sleep anyway, and we'll be out of here tomorrow. Let's chat for a bit. Just sitting around like this is so boring. Huasiener tried again. This time, Ye Ling finally opened his eyes and glanced at her. Miss Hua, can't you just rest properly? The moment she got a response, Huasiener perked up and patted the empty ground beside her. Come on, you've already cleared out the nearby monsters. Just come over and chat with me. But Ye Ling remained motionless. For someone like Huasiener, who had never faced rejection her entire life, this was an unprecedented blow. She bit her lip, trying to suppress her anger. Ye Ling, get over here right now. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Remembering Ye Ling's obsession with money, her eyes lit up, and a sly smile played on her lips. She raised 5 slender fingers. Ye Ling, how about this chat with me, and I'll pay you 5,000 Federation points. That offer immediately caught his attention. Ye Ling's eyes gleamed with interest. Are you serious? Just chatting? Although annoyed by his fixation on money, Huasiener forced herself to confirm. Yes, just chatting. All right, let's talk, Ye Ling said decisively, standing up and walking over to sit beside her. For him, 5,000 Federation points equivalent to over a month's salary for the average person was too good an offer to pass up for something as simple as a conversation. So, what do you want to talk about? Ye Ling crossed his arms, waiting for Huasiener to start. Tossing her hair lightly, Huasiener pondered carefully about what to talk about with Ye Ling. After a moment of thought, she finally asked her first question. By the way, tell me, how did your spirit pet suddenly become so powerful? And, it doesn't really look like a zombie, does it? This question had lingered in her mind ever since she encountered Ye Ling at the Bone Burial Hill. In her impression, zombies were supposed to be terrifying creatures with grotesque faces, sharp fangs, and claws. Yet, Blood Phantom was entirely different. Although it did reveal claws and fangs during battles, its overall appearance was far from the traditional image of a zombie. Ye Ling wasn't surprised by Huasiener's curiosity. After all, anyone meeting Blood Phantom for the first time would be intrigued by its unusual nature, especially since Huasiener knew it was originally just an ordinary zombie. Blood Phantom is a zombie, but it's special. Ye Ling replied briefly, deliberately keeping it vague. The truth about Blood Phantom's ability to evolve was a secret he intended to keep forever. After all, a zombie that was originally incapable of evolution suddenly gaining such a power would undoubtedly attract the entire Federation's attention. While it might not lead to persecution, it would certainly disrupt his peaceful life. Huasiener's eyes lit up at the word special. A mutated zombie, she mused inwardly. If it truly was a mutated spirit pet, Ye Ling's future potential would be limitless. He might even surpass her father, a formidable 6th-tier expert. In the remote Tianhui city, a 6th-tier expert was the pinnacle of strength, but across the Federation, such a level wasn't particularly remarkable. The conversation lapsed into silence. Sensing the need for discretion, Huasiener refrained from pressing further about Blood Phantom. Everyone had their secrets, and she didn't want her curiosity to make her seem intrusive. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Her face brightened as she brought up a new topic. Ye Ling, with your strength, getting into a top-tier Spirit Master Academy shouldn't be a problem. Have you thought about which academy you'd like to choose? She was well aware that Ye Ling's displayed abilities had already far exceeded the expectations of the academy representatives. Those prestigious Spirit Master Academies would never let such a genius slip through their fingers. What she didn't know, however, was that Ye Ling had already mastered the use of a level 2 spirit chain. This level of skill would undoubtedly drive the academies into a frenzy. As long as he performed normally in the second phase of the assessment, the final outcome was already a foregone conclusion. As for Hua Xian'er herself, her path had already been decided. Among the 4 top-tier Spirit Master Academies, the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy had sent a representative specifically for her. This representative was none other than her elder from the main branch of the Hua family in the Holy City, Ye Ling, who personally came to Tianhui City to recruit her. This left Hua Xian'er with no choice. If she passed the assessment, she would inevitably join the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. At this moment, however, Hua Xian'er's thoughts were on Ye Ling. She was curious about which Spirit Master Academy he would choose. If Ye Ling also chose the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy, not only could she continue being his classmate, but she could also further explore the secrets surrounding him. The recent experience of being saved by Ye Ling had left a deep impression on Hua Xian'er, and she sincerely hoped they could attend the same academy. You're asking me? Ye Ling didn't directly answer her question but instead said, what about you? Which Spirit Master Academy do you want to go to? With your abilities, none of the 4 top academies would pass up the chance to recruit you. Hua Xian'er pouted slightly and replied honestly, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll go to Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy because I don't have a choice. In truth, if she had the freedom to choose, she would lean towards the Zhuke Spirit Master Academy. It was a cradle for female spirit masters, producing many renowned practitioners, and was naturally more appealing to female students. Ye Ling was puzzled by her statement about having no choice. What do you mean you don't have a choice? With your strength, no academy would turn you down. If even you don't have a choice, then what chance do other students have? Hua Xian'er shook her head lightly. It's not what you think. The reason I don't have a choice is that the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy's representative this time is from the Hua family in the Holy City. She came specifically for me. She's already spoken with my father and arranged for me to join Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. In truth, this wasn't a bad thing for Hua Xian'er. As one of the top academies, the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was incredibly prestigious. With Hua Ling as her mentor and the backing of the Hua family from the Holy City, she would undoubtedly receive preferential treatment at the academy. Although she was from a branch family of the Hua clan, it was only a matter of time before she entered the main family. Thinking of this, Hua Xian'er shook her head, pushing aside these distant thoughts. These were matters for the future and not something to dwell on now. Refocusing her attention on Ye Ling, she prepared to press him further about his choice. And you? You haven't said anything yet. Which Spirit Master Academy are you going to choose? Hua Xian'er asked, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. It was clear she hoped Ye Ling would choose the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy with her. Hearing her question, Ye Ling quickly reviewed the detailed information about the top Spirit Master Academies in his mind. In terms of strength, these academies were almost on par with one another, and the cultivation resources they provided to students were fairly uniform. However, in a central hub like the Holy City, things were vastly different compared to Tianhui City. Here, not only was a large military presence stationed, but numerous powerful spirit masters also gathered. Their presence ensured that the surrounding magical creatures were thoroughly eradicated. To enhance one's abilities through hunting magical creatures, the only option was to enter the secret realms. Yet, opportunities to enter these secret realms were incredibly rare. Most students might only gain access once a year unless they earned additional reward slots. For Ye Ling, who was in urgent need of improving his strength, this was far from sufficient. For now, Ye Ling wasn't in a rush to make a decision. He planned to give his all on the second stage of the assessment and aim for the top spot. After all, the higher his ranking and the more his strength was demonstrated, the greater his influence when it came to selecting an academy. At that point, the academies would undoubtedly offer better incentives to recruit him, allowing him to choose the one most beneficial to his growth. However, Ye Ling kept these thoughts to himself and didn't share them with Hua Xian'er. With a slight smile, Ye Ling shook his head and replied, I haven't decided yet. But if one of the Spirit Master Academies offers to introduce me to some beauties, I might consider going there. If I could get into Vermilion Bird Academy, that would be even better. I heard it's an all-girls school, so there must be plenty of beauties. This playful remark instantly changed Hua Xian'er's expression. Her eyes widened in disbelief as anger surged within her. As the school belle, she had always been confident in her looks and figure, certain that she wouldn't pale in comparison even in the Holy City. Hearing Ye Ling casually talk about finding other beauties, and even dreaming of joining the all-female Vermilion Bird Academy right in front of her made her furious. Ugh, jerk. Huasianer glared at Ye Ling with clenched teeth. Ye Ling looked puzzled. Wait a second, Miss Hua. We don't seem to have any sort of relationship, do we? How did I suddenly become a jerk? Care to explain? Huasianer turned to face Ye Ling directly, her crisp voice carrying a hint of anger. And you say you're not a jerk? Treating Spirit Master Academies like matchmaking agencies is bad enough, but dreaming of entering Vermilion Bird Academy? They don't even accept male students. You're delusional. She let out a heavy huff and turned away. Watching her reaction, Ye Ling couldn't help but feel a strange tension in the air. He wondered if this little lady might actually have a soft spot for him. Although they had only met twice, it wouldn't be entirely surprising. After all, he had saved her life and preserved her chance to become a spirit master. Without it, her future could have ended up as miserable as Lu Wus. By this time, Huasianer had leaned against a tree, her eyes closed in rest. The exhaustion from being chased by the shadow demon wolf had finally caught up with her, and she soon drifted into a deep sleep. Ye Ling looked at her evenly breathing figure with a hint of helplessness. It seemed she really saw him as her personal bodyguard falling asleep so easily in the presence of a stranger. Although the surrounding magical creatures had been dealt with, Ye Ling didn't dare to let his guard down. He needed to stay vigilant in case of any airborne threats. Fortunately, with his current spirit master level, he could now go 2 or 3 days without sleep. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Ling began meditating to restore the spiritual energy he had expended during the battle. Meanwhile, Bloodshade stood silently by his side, as still and steadfast as a loyal statue, guarding him without a single movement. In the dead of night, the elimination within the secret realm continued relentlessly. Some fell due to lack of strength, while others faced unexpected misfortunes. One by one, various students left the scene. Time flew by, and before anyone realized it, dawn of the third day arrived, with sunlight once again illuminating this perilous land. To pass the first test, one only needed to endure until noon. Morning dew adorned the towering trees and the plants on the forest floor, casting an unusually serene and chilly atmosphere. Ye Ling, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a weight pressing on his thigh. Looking down, he saw Huasianer sleeping soundly with her head resting on his lap, a trace of drool glistening at the corner of her mouth. The corner of Ye Ling's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected to be used as a pillow during his meditation. Since Huasianer showed no hostility, he hadn't noticed anything unusual while meditating. As for Shuiyu, she had long followed Ye Ling's instructions to ignore those who posed no threat. He gently pushed Huasianer, attempting to wake her. Unexpectedly, not only did she remain asleep, but she also turned over and wrapped her arms around his waist. This unexpected display of intimacy left Ye Ling momentarily stunned. This girl was far too unguarded. Well, since you're being so forward, don't blame me for being impolite, Ye Ling muttered with a mischievous smile, reaching out to lightly pinch Huasianer's cheek. The pinch caused Huasianer to frown and slowly awaken. As her sleepy eyes opened to see Ye Ling's face so close to hers, she was instantly wide awake and scrambled to sit up in panic. You didn't do anything to me, did you? She asked indignantly, covering her chest in embarrassment. Ye Ling spread his hands helplessly, pointing to a small patch of drool on his pants. Seeing this, you should know what happened, right? Don't worry, I didn't take advantage of you. Besides, your 10,050 Federation points are still with me. I'm not interested in you for now. Huasianer glanced at the drool on his pants and checked her clothes, finding everything intact. She let out a small sigh of relief, but quickly blushed bright red upon realizing she had drooled on his lap while sleeping. What infuriated her even more was Ye Ling's latter remark, which left her face alternating between red and pale. What do you mean you didn't take advantage of me? And what do you mean you're not interested in me? All you care about is your Federation points. Do you think I care about your money? Steel-hearted jerk. She fumed inwardly. She shot Ye Ling a glare. You fine. Very well. They'll remember this. Ye Ling? Of course I'm fine, healthy, and full of energy, Ye Ling replied with a bright grin, flashing his pearly white teeth. Huasianer was so enraged that she couldn't even respond. With a cold huff, she turned her head away, refusing to look at Ye Ling's infuriating face any longer. All right, it's getting late, Ye Ling said as he stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Get up, let's find something to eat, and then I'll start hunting. Ye Ling began preparing breakfast. With limited supplies, he could only cook something simple using the meat of the magical beast he had hunted earlier. However, when everything was ready, he noticed Huasianer still sitting motionless, clearly still upset about what had happened earlier. Miss Hua, hurry up and eat. I'm busy, and I have work to do after this, Ye Ling said as he walked over and handed the food to her. Humph. Huasianer didn't even glance at him, merely letting out a cold snort. Ye Ling crouched down, grabbed her hand, and placed the food in it. Eat now. If you're still not done eating by the time I finish, don't blame me for leaving you here. With that, he turned and went back to his spot to enjoy his breakfast. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Huasiener's stomach growled involuntarily. She realized she hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Knowing she'd need energy to keep up with Ye Ling later, she glared at him fiercely and muttered under her breath, "Insensitive jerk. Doesn't even know how to comfort a girl." Humph. Despite her sour mood, Huasiener began eating the food in big bites. Though there weren't many seasonings, her hunger made the meal taste surprisingly delicious. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Ye Ling's lips. After finishing breakfast, the two set off immediately. With only half a day left, Ye Ling planned to hunt as many magical beasts as possible to gain more experience and growth for Shueyu, so he could advance to the next stage of evolution. Along the way, Huasiener finally got a good look at Shueyu's true appearance. The spirit pet not only had a strikingly refined appearance, but also a figure that surpassed her own, which made her inwardly annoyed. Ugh, what a shameless guy. Even his spirit pet looks this good. Throughout the morning, most of the magical beasts they encountered were no stronger than level 7 of the first tier. Ye Ling and Shueyu worked seamlessly together. Ye Ling handled the combat while Shueyu took care of dismantling materials, making their efforts highly efficient. As noon approached, the wristbands on both of their wrists emitted a notification sound simultaneously. Congratulations to candidate Ye Ling for successfully passing the first stage of the assessment. Congratulations to candidate Huasiener for successfully passing the first stage of the assessment. With that, the first stage of the assessment came to an end. Of course, it wasn't just Ye Ling and Huasiener. All the students who survived the secret realm received the notification that the assessment had ended. Finally, it's over. Huasiener stretched her slender figure, lazily arching her back. Ye Ling, thank you so much this time. Without your help, I probably wouldn't have passed. Despite being somewhat annoyed by Ye Ling's blunt demeanor, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Ye Ling shook his head, his tone calm. I helped you for the Federation points. You pay me, I solve your problem. It's as simple as that. Huasiener's initially pleased expression froze instantly upon hearing this. Such a blockhead. She bit her lip in frustration and shot Ye Ling a sharp glare. At a moment like this, he could only think about Federation points? Completely clueless. Don't worry, Huasiener, never go back on my word. You'll get what I owe you tomorrow, she huffed coldly, flicked her hair, and turned to leave. If she stayed any longer, she feared that despite passing the assessment, Ye Ling's attitude might just drive her mad. Deciding she had enough, she decisively pressed the emergency teleport button on her wristwatch, and in an instant, her figure vanished. Watching the direction where Huasiener disappeared, Ye Ling chuckled helplessly. Women really do change their moods faster than flipping a page. He recalled the old saying, never try to guess what a woman is thinking, you'll never figure it out. Turning to glance back at the secret realm, a trace of longing flickered in Ye Ling's eyes. If time allowed, he truly wished he could stay a little longer, gain another level, gather more resources. Unfortunately, the assessment was officially over, and everyone was required to leave immediately. Letting out a sigh, Ye Ling also pressed the emergency teleport button on his wristwatch. A portal unfolded before him, and after a short walk, he found himself back in the plaza. By now, the plaza was already crowded with students returning from the secret realm. Compared to Ye Ling, most of them looked utterly disheveled, clothes torn, bodies injured, and some were even bleeding heavily from serious wounds. It was evident that the difficulty of this secret realm assessment far exceeded expectations. Even the top talents of the class weren't immune to misfortune. Facing the dangerous creatures within the secret realm, even they could falter. Take Lu Wu, for example. Though he wasn't weak, his bad luck led to his elimination. On the other hand, there were a few students of average skill who managed to pass thanks to sheer luck, narrowly avoiding powerful creatures. However, such fortunate individuals were rare. Just then, the large screen in the plaza lit up, displaying the statistics from this assessment. Participants who passed, 82. Participants eliminated, 403. Participants deceased, 75. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. The numbers were shocking: over 400 eliminated, 75 dead, and only 82 students successfully passing. This staggering elimination rate was a chilling testament to the brutal difficulty of the assessment. For the 82 survivors, securing a spot in the Spirit Master Academy was already a certainty. However, which tier of the academy they would ultimately be admitted to still depended on the final results. The brutal reality of the secret realm assessment was fully revealed at this moment. Those eliminated lost their eligibility to become Spirit Masters, while the families of those who perished would receive some compensation from the Federation. This was the harsh truth. Aspiring to become a Spirit Master required the readiness to risk one's life. Even for those who succeeded, the career of a Spirit Master was fraught with danger. They had far more encounters with magical creatures than ordinary people, and their mortality rate remained alarmingly high. Yet, Spirit Masters enjoyed a revered status and generous benefits within the Federation, which explained why so many pursued this path despite the risks. Every year, lives were lost during the assessment, and this year was no exception. Scanning the scene, Ye Ling suddenly thought of the only friend he had in his class, Genji. Among the 80-something survivors, spotting a familiar face wasn't too difficult. His gaze quickly landed on a disheveled figure in tattered clothing, the same outfit Genji had worn when entering the secret realm. Seeing this outcome unexpected yet reasonable, Ye Ling felt a small sense of relief. He walked up behind Genji and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, old Chun, looks like luck's on your side. Congrats on passing the first phase of the assessment." Chun-ji turned around to see Ye Ling, spotless and unscathed, and his eyes widened as he looked him up and down. "Wow, unbelievable. Not a scratch on you. You must run fast," he said with a laugh, recalling his own harrowing ordeal in the secret realm. In the final moments of the assessment, he had been hunted by a powerful magical creature and barely escaped with his life. Thanks to favorable terrain, he managed to activate the emergency teleport just as the pass notification sounded, narrowly avoiding death. Looking at Ye Ling's pristine appearance, Qianji patted him on the shoulder and offered some comfort. "Ye Ling, it's okay. Getting eliminated isn't the end of the world. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad." To him, Ye Ling's clean and unscathed look could only mean one thing: had given up early on. After all, even the top talents in their school couldn't guarantee they'd emerge unscathed from the assessment, let alone Ye Ling, who was at the bottom of their class. "What are you talking about, you rascal?" Ye Ling grinned as he raised his wristwatch. "I passed the first phase of the assessment. See for yourself." The watch's screen clearly displayed the words "assessment passed." Chen Ji's pupils widened in shock as he stared at the undeniable proof. The gap between people, could it really be this vast? Ye Ling, the last-ranked student in their class, had managed to pass this brutal assessment with such ease? "Ye Ling, you." Just as Chen Ji regained his composure and was about to ask for more details, Shang Lingkong suddenly stood up on the stage, his eyes exuding authority and sharpness as he scanned the disheveled students below. "Congratulations on passing the first stage of the assessment. Now, you may go and rest. Prepare well for tomorrow's second stage. The second stage will determine which Spirit Master Academy you will be selected by." Shang Lingkong's gaze swiftly swept across the faces of the students, but when his eyes landed on Ye Ling, they lingered for a full 3 seconds before moving on. On the stage, the representatives from the 4 major Spirit Master Academies also directed their fiery gazes toward Ye Ling, making their intentions unmistakably clear. Ye Ling was their target. Ye Ling, however, was not surprised by these heated stares. It was entirely within his expectations. After all, the strength he demonstrated during the first stage, especially reaching the second level of the spirit power chains, was more than enough to capture the representative's attention. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Only by entering the sights of these top academy representatives could he secure the greatest benefits after the second stage of the assessment. Ye Ling was not content with ordinary recruitment offers. He needed better resources to support his quest for greater power. When Shang Lingkong finished his motivational speech, he announced the dismissal. Most of the students who passed the assessment were in varying states of injury and in urgent need of treatment. Even Li Shangtian, the top student and young master of the prestigious Li family, one of the 3 elite families, bore minor injuries. In stark contrast, Ye Ling's clean and unscathed appearance made him stand out. Li Shengxian, a first-rank, 8th-level prodigy known for his composure and lack of arrogance, keenly noticed the unusual attention from the city lord and the academy representatives toward Ye Ling. Observing Ye Ling's unblemished condition, Li Shangtian understood. This seemingly unremarkable classmate must have effortlessly overcome all challenges rather than merely avoiding trouble by chance. This realization left Li Shangtian feeling somewhat uneasy. As the top-ranked genius, even he had not received such treatment, yet an unknown student was being courted by multiple parties. Reflecting on the rankings of the Academy's geniuses, Li Shangtian was certain he had never heard of Ye Ling's name before. This dark horse that had appeared out of nowhere might possess strength equal to or even greater than his own. In all the information he had, there were at most 1 or 2 people who could match him in strength, and they were all familiar opponents. But Ye Ling was a completely unknown variable, which left Li Shangtian utterly puzzled. He knew very well that there were no shortcuts on the path of a spirit master. To become stronger, one either had to gain experience through countless battles or invest a large amount of Federation points to purchase various materials and rare treasures. While there were a few examples of spirit masters from humble backgrounds becoming powerful, such cases were extremely rare, and they often possessed exceptionally rare spirit beasts. However, as far as he knew, no one in the school owned particularly rare spirit beasts. The best ones were those owned by students from prominent families like himself. So how had Ye Ling suddenly risen to prominence? And why was he attracting so much attention from influential figures? Although he felt as though his spotlight had been stolen, Li Shangtian was not angry. The first phase of the assessment didn't reveal much. The real challenge would come in the second phase during the individual battles. Thinking of his own strength, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Even when facing someone as strong as Wei Xianer, he was confident in his chances. As for Ye Ling, he was even more certain of victory. Tomorrow's battles would naturally reveal the truth. After the assessment ended, the students didn't go home to rest immediately. Instead, they had to return to their respective classes for statistics. In this underachieving class, aside from Ye Ling and Chen Ji, 3 other students had narrowly passed. These 3 were of average ability, but by sticking together and relying on hiding and evasion, they had barely managed to survive the 3 days. In contrast, the former top student of the class, Lu Wu, had been severely injured and eliminated, while 2 of the top 3 had tragically fallen in the secret realm. This outcome surprised the homeroom teacher, who had initially thought that having 2 or 3 students pass would already be impressive. To their amazement, 5 had survived. Looking at the 5 students in front of him, the homeroom teacher revealed a satisfied smile. Although none of them were particularly outstanding in strength, especially Ye Ling, who had once been at the bottom of the class, passing the first phase meant they were at least eligible to enter the lowest-tier Spirit Master Academy. Ye Ling was well aware that the teacher and others believed he had passed purely by luck, but he had no intention of explaining himself. His goal was to enter a top-tier Spirit Master Academy, and there was no need to waste time on such trivial matters. Besides, who would believe the truth coming from someone who had once been ranked last? Even his close friend, Chen Ji, would probably find it hard to believe. Finally, the homeroom teacher looked at the 5 students and said earnestly, "Since you've all passed the first phase of the assessment, let me first congratulate you and wish you success in the second phase. Don't feel too much pressure, you're now just one step away from becoming Spirit Masters. I hope you'll achieve great things in the future." The homeroom teacher looked at Ye Ling and the other 4 with an indifferent expression. He didn't hold high expectations for them given their abilities. Getting into a low-tier Spirit Tamer Academy would already be considered a decent outcome. As for advanced or even top-tier academies, those were unattainable dreams. Sweeping his gaze across the classroom, sparsely filled with students, the teacher's brow furrowed unconsciously. Only slightly more than half of the students had returned this time. The rest were lost forever during the assessment. It was the same every year, sending off one batch of students while permanently losing others. This harsh reality always weighed heavily on his heart. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the teacher spoke briefly. "That's all I have to say. I wish you success." With that, he turned and left the classroom. The other 3 students began excitedly discussing plans to celebrate, as their teamwork had ensured they passed the first stage of the assessment. Soon, only Ye Ling and Chen Ji were left in the room. Ye Ling was already planning to head back and sort through the materials. He no longer needed valuable items that could be exchanged for a considerable number of Federation points. "Old Chen, you should go to the medical room and get your wounds treated. I'll head out first. See you tomorrow," he said before hurrying off. Chen Ji watched Ye Ling's departing figure, hesitating as though he wanted to say something. Like everyone else, he was deeply curious about how Ye Ling had managed to pass the assessment. Yet, with everyone immersed in their joy, this detail seemed to have been overlooked. "Forget it. No point overthinking it. Passing is what matters," Chen Ji muttered, shaking his head. As a friend, he was genuinely happy for Ye Ling. Perhaps they might even end up in the same academy in the future. With that hope in mind, Chen Ji headed to the medical room. Though his injuries weren't life-threatening, they still needed timely attention. Meanwhile, in the medical room, Lu Wu, who had fallen unconscious from rage and severe injuries, finally regained consciousness. Staring at the stark white ceiling, he recalled the scene before he blacked out, especially the one displayed on the giant screen. "Ye Ling." Lu Wu sat up abruptly, his face contorted, his hands gripping the sheet tightly. Failing the assessment meant losing his chance to enter a Spirit Tamer Academy, as well as forfeiting his current status. What stung the most was that even Ye Ling, the class's lowest-ranked student, had passed the assessment and had demonstrated astonishing strength. What was even more shocking was that Ye Ling could wield a level 2 Spirit Energy Chain, a skill typically mastered only by second-tier Spirit Tamers. Although Ye Ling's spirit companion was just an ordinary zombie, his talent was undeniably extraordinary. Years of looking down on Ye Ling, combined with the stark contrast of what he had witnessed, ignited an intense jealousy within Lu Wu. "No, I refuse to lose to a worthless nobody. I refuse," he growled, clutching the bed rail with a menacing glare filled with hatred. With a creak, the strained bed rail let out a twisted sound under the pressure. "Please keep it down." The nurse in the hallway heard the commotion inside the room and gently pushed the door open to scold. However, when her eyes met Lu Wu's filled with hostility, she froze, her face turning pale from fear. Without a word, she quickly shut the door and stepped back. Gulp. The nurse pressed her hand to her slightly heaving chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly. Though she managed to calm herself down, she couldn't help but shoot a frustrated glare at the door to the patient room before turning and walking away. Inside the room, Lu Wu had quieted down, but he sat with his head lowered, exuding an unsettling and menacing aura. Before long, he ignored his injuries and insisted on leaving the medical room. Someone saw him leaving, his expression dark and stormy, muttering under his breath, "I don't accept it. I won't admit you're better than me. Never." His entire demeanor was like that of a man on the brink of madness. Ye Ling returned home, collapsing onto the sofa with a long exhale as soon as he walked through the door. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the system, he would have completely lost any chance of becoming a spirit master. He then retrieved all the materials he had obtained from hunting monsters in the secret realm from his spatial ring and began pricing and listing them online. These materials could sell for at least 50 to 60,000 federal points, and adding the 105,000 federal points from Huasiener, his total income would exceed 150,000. While this might seem like a substantial sum to the average person, for a spirit master, it was barely enough to purchase a few pieces of evolution material. Opening the system panel, Ye Ling checked his and Shui Yu's attributes. Host, Ye Ling. Level, Tier 1, Level 9. Spirit Power, 900900. Spirit Skills, Spirit Chain Level 2, Spirit Shield Level 1, Spirit Vision Level 1. Spirit Companion, Shui Yu. Free points, 2. Shui Yu. Level, Tier 1, Level 9 Experience, 99.4. Attribute, Undead. Growth Potential, Ordinary Growth, 68.7. Equipment, Shui Yu's exclusive Crimson Silken Blood Robe. Talents, Intermediate Physical Damage Reduction, Intermediate Magic Damage Reduction, Rapid Regeneration, Blood Mist Transformation. Skills, Bloodthirst, Frenzy. The system indicated that the first assessment task had been completed, rewarding him with 3 spirit crystals. 3 cyan blue diamond-shaped crystals appeared in Ye Ling's hand, each containing 500 spirit power. This meant he could immediately increase his spirit power to 2,400, far surpassing the typical Tier 1 Spirit Master's cap of 1,000 and even nearing half the level of a Tier 2 Spirit Master. With this reserve of spirit power, Ye Ling could unleash his Level 2 Spirit Chain 8 times in quick succession. Considering that no student in the school had a spirit companion at Tier 2, this practically guaranteed that the championship of the next assessment would be his. Ding! The computer suddenly made a sound, and Ye Ling immediately got up to check. It turned out that someone had placed a bid to purchase the materials he had listed online. The delivery system in this world was completely different from what Ye Ling had known in his previous one. Here, there was only one courier company jointly operated by the Federation and the major families, as only these powerful entities could maintain transportation in a world overrun by magical creatures. All goods were transported by air, with every shipment accompanied by skilled spirit tamers to guard against potential attacks from magical beasts. Although there were rare instances where exceptionally strong flying creatures caused entire shipments to be lost, such cases were extremely uncommon. Aside from using the courier service, the only other option was to deliver goods personally, something incredibly risky in this perilous world, where those lacking strength rarely returned. Despite the high delivery fees, the cost was acceptable compared to the risks involved. Before long, a uniformed courier arrived to collect the package. The handover process was swift and efficient, and the company promised compensation for any damage incurred during transit, as long as it was not caused by magical beast attacks. While the Federation credits had not yet been transferred to Ye Ling's account, he knew the money would arrive eventually. With the 105,000 Federation credits he was set to receive the next day, Ye Ling could consider this a profitable gain. To celebrate passing the first stage of the assessment, Ye Ling decided to treat himself. He first called his friend Shanji to arrange a meal and then dialed Huasiener's number he had only discovered written on a slip of paper in his pocket after returning. It was clear that Huasiener had slipped it to him. "Hello? Who is this?" came Huasiener's voice from the other end of the line. This is Ye Ling. I was wondering if you'd like to join me for dinner. My friend will be there too," Ye Ling said straightforwardly. Huasiener, soaking in a luxurious bathtub, immediately recognized Ye Ling's voice, and a small surge of joy rose in her heart. She wiped the water from her face and replied cheerfully, "Of course, when and where?" "Huiguang Road, XXXX. Just be there before 1 o'clock. "All right, got it. I'll be there on time." "Great. And don't forget my Federation credits," Ye Ling reminded her. "By the way, Ye Ling, Huasiener started to say something, but the call had already been hung up. As someone who was always the one to end calls first, Huasiener was momentarily stunned before her irritation flared. Ye Ling, how dare you hang up on me? He'll remember this." Ye Ling was the first to arrive at the agreed location. He had chosen the Grand Glory Hotel, a luxurious venue with elegant decor and high-end service. The expense level of such a place was typically only affordable for spirit tamers. Ordinary people could scarcely dream of stepping foot in it. In the past, Ye Ling would never have imagined himself dining somewhere like this. In front of the Grand Glorious Hotel, Ye Ling was waiting for the guest he had arranged to meet. A single meal here cost as much as an average person's monthly income. He didn't have to wait long before he saw Chenji running over. Unlike his disheveled appearance at the assessment venue, Chenji now looked clean and refreshed, exuding the energy of a spirited young man. Ye Ling, wow. You've hit the jackpot, haven't you? Coming to a place like this. Chunji exclaimed in shock. As the largest and most luxurious hotel in Tianhui City, the glorious hotel's high-end prices were beyond what he could imagine Ye Ling affording. Ye Ling smiled and threw an arm around Chunji's shoulder. Haha, I just sold some materials and made a little profit. Today's a good reason to celebrate, having passed the first phase of the assessment. Besides, after tomorrow, we'll likely go our separate ways. Who knows when we'll meet again? With the system's support, Ye Ling was confident that he was destined for greatness, perhaps even to stand at the pinnacle of the world one day. But for now, he simply wanted to enjoy this moment. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go in. I'm going to make sure I get a good meal out of you, Mr. Big Spender, Chunji said eagerly, ready to rush inside. Ye Ling quickly held him back. Wait, there's still one more person who hasn't arrived. Her? Don't tell me it's that special her of yours? Chunji teased with a knowing grin, nudging Ye Ling with his elbow. Come on, nothing like that. Just someone I met in the secret realm, a friend at best, Ye Ling replied, though he couldn't help but think to himself, if you knew I had 105,000 Federation points stored with her, you'd be dying of envy. As the two chatted, the sound of a car horn interrupted them. A sports car pulled up in a perfect arc, stopping smoothly right in front of them. Whoa, that car is insane. Chunji stared, utterly stunned. Ye Ling patted his shoulder. She's here. Isn't this what you wanted to see? That's her. At that moment, Huasiener stepped out of the sports car, dressed in a stylish and youthful outfit that left Chunji completely speechless. He couldn't fathom how Ye Ling had managed to get acquainted with someone who was clearly a wealthy heiress. When Chunji finally got a clear look at Huasiener's face, he was utterly stunned. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Hua," several times. But he couldn't manage to say her full name, clearly overwhelmed by shock. Huasiener, Ye Ling introduced calmly. Chunji rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if trying to confirm whether the person in front of him was real. It really is her, he exclaimed, looking at Ye Ling with a face full of envy. Old Ye, my dear Ye, how in the world did you manage to connect with the eldest daughter of the Hua family from Tianhui City? In Chunji's eyes, being associated with the Hua family's eldest daughter was nothing short of a miraculous stroke of luck. Even if Ye Ling couldn't pass the Spirit Tamer examination, the Hua family's reputation in Tianhui City alone would guarantee a bright future. He had already thought Ye Ling was fortunate enough to pass the first stage of the exam, but this turn of events completely exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Huasiener walked over, her gaze curious as she looked at Chunji standing beside Ye Ling. She had assumed that only she and Ye Ling would be meeting today, and had felt a quiet delight at the thought, believing it signified their relationship moving to the next level. To her disappointment, there was someone else present, leaving her slightly disheartened. Ye Ling, who is this? She asked, feeling a bit discouraged. As the school's acknowledged beauty, she couldn't understand why Ye Ling remained so indifferent toward her, as if he were completely oblivious to her charms. Ye Ling quickly introduced them. I don't think Huasiener needs much introduction. This is Chunji, a good friend of mine. He's helped me a lot, and also passed the first round of the exam. You two might even run into each other during the later stages. Miss Hua, it's nice to meet you, Chunji said, his demeanor noticeably more reserved now that he was face-to-face with the eldest daughter of the Hua family. The memory of his earlier teasing remarks about Ye Ling made him feel even more awkward. Huasiener nodded politely. Nice to meet you. That was all. After all, if not for Ye Ling, the two of them wouldn't have had any reason to interact. Seeing Chunji suddenly so self-conscious, Ye Ling chuckled and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. All right, let's go. Time to head in and grab some food. With that, the three of them made their way into the Grand Tianhui Hotel. After the three left, the bodyguard standing by Huasiener's car immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Master, Miss is at the Glorious Hotel, seemingly dining with someone. Should I follow her in? A steady middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. It was Huasiener's father, Hua Qingshan. No need. Since it's Siener's friend, I trust she knows what she's doing. However, I am curious about this friend's identity. Go find out for me if this person has any ulterior motives in approaching Siener. Yes, master. They'll handle it right away. In Tianhui City, with the Hua family's status, digging into someone's background was as easy as snapping fingers. Meanwhile, in the Hua family's grand courtyard, Hua Qingshan was leisurely seated in the pavilion. He had no worries about his eldest daughter, who had been groomed since childhood to become the next head of the family, being deceived. After all, in Tianhui City, no one would dare act recklessly in front of the Hua family. Papa! A crisp voice broke the tranquility of the courtyard. A youthful and vibrant figure came running from the corridor. She wore a light blue dress, her delicate features and slender figure making her particularly striking, especially her long, graceful legs. This was Hua Qingshan's younger daughter, Hua Linger, and Hua Xiener's younger sister. Although the two sisters bore a striking resemblance, they were over a year apart in age. At the moment, Linger was a sophomore at Tianhui College and would be taking the Spirit Master examination next year. Seeing his younger daughter, Hua Qingshan's face lit up with a doting smile. Isn't this Linger? No classes to attend today? Hua Linger playfully rolled her eyes and pouted as she sat down beside her father. Oh, Dad. The stuff they teach at school is way too easy. I can learn it all in no time, it's so boring. In contrast to her mature and poised elder sister, Hua Linger was much more spirited and mischievous, a trait nurtured by her father's indulgence. Hua Qingshan felt that having one daughter who could shoulder great responsibilities was enough. There was no need for both daughters to lose the joys of childhood. Though he felt guilty about the pressure Hua Xian'er had to bear for the family, it was an unavoidable choice. By the way, Hua Linger glanced around. Where's sister? I wanted to congratulate her on passing the first phase of the assessment. Usually, Hua Linger was the one most attached to her elder sister. She followed Hua Xian'er around like a little shadow, rarely leaving her side. However, in recent times, because Hua Xian'er had to focus on her final phase of cultivation, Hua Qingshan had strictly forbidden Hua Linger from disturbing her. Without this restriction, it might have been difficult for Hua Xian'er to even advance to Tier 1 Level 8, as her clingy younger sister was quite the distraction. Where did my sister go? Hua Linger asked, pouting. Seeing his youngest daughter's hesitant expression, Hua Qingshan rubbed his forehead helplessly. As her father, he knew all too well what this mischievous daughter was plotting. He reached out to gently tousle Hua Linger's hair and said earnestly, Your sister went to meet a friend. You shouldn't disturb her at times like this. Besides, you only have a year left before your own assessment. You should focus on your cultivation instead. His eldest daughter had already passed the first phase of the assessment successfully. For the upcoming second phase, Hua Qingshan wasn't too worried. Unlike the unpredictable first phase, the second phase emphasized strength and skill. With Hua Xian'er's abilities, her admission to the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was practically guaranteed. What gave him a headache now was his younger, less mature daughter. Hua Linger pouted unhappily. Fine, don't tell me then. All you ever talk about is cultivation. It's finally vacation, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. With that, she dashed off in a huff. In her mind, if her father wouldn't tell her where her sister was, the butler might be a good alternative. Sure enough, after some persistent questioning with a mix of pleading and coaxing, the butler finally revealed that Hua Xian'er had gone to the glorious Grand Hotel. In that case, Hua Linger smirked mischievously. We'll go have a look too. She was extremely curious about this so-called friend her sister was meeting. After all, Hua Xian'er had always been polite but distant with her peers at school and had never formed close friendships, let alone gone out for a meal with someone. This unusual behavior naturally piqued Hua Linger's interest. Without hesitation, she grabbed the keys to one of the family cars and snuck out of the Hua residence, heading straight for the glorious Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Ye Ling and his group were already seated in a private room at the glorious Grand Hotel. As a high-end restaurant, the place had a moderate flow of customers, and private rooms were often available without the need for competition. For Ye Ling and Chen Ji, this was their first time stepping into such an upscale venue. However, Ye Ling, having experienced a rebirth, appeared calm and composed. He glanced around the room with a serene demeanor, showing no signs of discomfort. It wasn't an act. His experiences after reincarnation had made him entirely at ease in such environments. Chen Ji stood in the luxurious private room, looking very much like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. He cautiously glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the priceless decorative paintings on the walls, the intricate crystal chandelier, and the meticulously crafted solid wood furniture. Every piece of decor exuded opulence, making him instinctively tread lightly, afraid of accidentally damaging something. Any one of these items likely cost more than he could ever afford in Federation credits. In stark contrast, Hua Xian'er seemed completely at ease in such an environment. She casually took the menu handed over by the waiter, not even bothering to open it before effortlessly naming a few dishes. Just hearing the names of the dishes gave Qianji a sense that this meal would be extraordinarily expensive. Knowing that this was Ye Ling's treat, Qianji couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. He understood Ye Ling's circumstances all too well, a regular student reliant on Federation subsidies to continue his education. How could he possibly afford the costs of dining in such a high-end restaurant? Just as Qianji was lost in his concerns, Hua Xian'er suddenly pulled a card out of her handbag and handed it to Ye Ling. Ye Ling, erase the payment we agreed on earlier, Hua Xian'er said through gritted teeth, her tone laced with obvious annoyance. I'm giving it to you now so no one can claim him dodging the bill. Clearly, she was still harboring resentment over Ye Ling's attitude toward her during their time in the secret realm. Ding. Your reward has been delivered, Ye Ling said in a deliberately exaggerated tone, imitating a system notification and adding a playful sound effect to his words. Ye Ling was in a great mood, but Hua Xian'er was visibly displeased. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of irritation surged within her. From childhood to now, she had always been the center of attention, effortlessly drawing everyone's gaze in any situation. Yet now, Ye Ling seemed to completely ignore her, and this feeling of being overlooked made her uncomfortable. As she looked at Ye Ling standing before her, she found his attitude increasingly incomprehensible. Did he not realize that building a good relationship with the heir of the Hua family was far more valuable than a mere 105,000 Federation credits? Once she inherited the position of family head, the significance of this connection would be on an entirely different level. Thinking about all those who usually went out of their way to please her, and then comparing them to Ye Ling's indifferent demeanor, Xian'er felt even more baffled. Ye Ling, in your eyes, is this lady's friendship really worth less than 105,000 Federation credits? She asked, clutching the Federation card tightly and fixing him with a burning gaze. Ye Ling chuckled lightly at her words. Miss Hua, you know my situation. For me, of course, the Federation credits are more important. It's practical. Besides, if I were to accept this card, would you really cut ties with me? In truth, Xian'er had already accepted Ye Ling's dinner invitation earlier, which in itself showed how much he valued this relationship. Moreover, Ye Ling not only possessed extraordinary strength but also surpassed her in talent, with limitless potential for the future. How could she possibly give up on someone with such promise so easily? As Xian'er watched the confident smile on Ye Ling's face, she gritted her teeth in frustration but eventually let out a resigned sigh and released her grip. Deep down, she knew Ye Ling was right. Beyond her personal feelings for him, she also hoped to leave a favorable impression on him. At the very least, in any future scenarios, she wanted to ensure he wouldn't become an adversary to her or the Hua family. Fine. You win. You're right. I'm being shameless. Satisfied now? Xian'er huffed, crossing her arms and turning her head away, refusing to look at him. Meanwhile, Chunji had remained silent throughout the exchange but had picked up on a startling detail from their conversation. There were 105,000 Federation credits on that card. To him, it was an astronomical figure. His gaze flickered back and forth between Ye Ling and Xian'er, his mind racing with questions. What exactly was going on between these two? Why would Xian'er suddenly transfer such a large amount of Federation points to Ye Ling? Chen Ji's gaze was fixed on the Federation card, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Old Yi, is there really 105,000 Federation points on this card? His voice rose a few notches, unable to contain his excitement. Ye Ling lightly ran his fingers along the edge of the card and calmly nodded in confirmation. That's right, 105,000? Seeing the shock that Chen Ji couldn't hide on his face, Ye Ling understood. If it weren't for his rebirth, he might have been just as stunned as Chen Ji was now. What moved Ye Ling, however, was that despite Chen Ji's obvious amazement at the staggering sum, there wasn't a shred of envy in his eyes, only a genuine smile of happiness for his close friend. You sly guy. You actually managed to earn such a huge amount from Miss Hua. Chen Ji grinned widely. Well, in that case, I won't hold back today. By now, Chen Ji had completely set aside his initial hesitation about dining at this high-end hotel. A meal in a place like this might cost anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands of Federation points, but for Ye Ling, who now had a fortune in his hands, it was nothing worth worrying about. Since Ye Ling had extended the invitation, there was no need for him to feel restrained. As for the exact deal struck between Ye Ling and Xian'er, Chunji was curious but didn't pry. Since neither of them brought it up, he wasn't the type to dig into others' private matters. As the two were casually chatting, the door to their private room swung open, and an array of exquisite dishes was brought in one after another. The sight and aroma of the beautifully presented food made Chunji swallow involuntarily. Ye Ling's reaction was much the same despite having been reborn for a while now. This was his first time dining in such a luxurious place. While he could cook decently himself, his skills were nowhere near the level of the hotel's chefs. While Ye Ling was celebrating his success in passing the first stage of the assessment, the atmosphere in the Lu family's main hall was oppressively tense. Kneeling on the floor in the center of the hall was Lu Wu, surrounded by the influential elders of the Lu family. At the central seat of honor sat his father, Lu Yun, the head of the Lu family, whose eyes burned with fury as he stared at his son. Among all the second-tier and above families in Tianhui City, Lu Wu of the Lu family was the only one who had failed to pass the first stage of the assessment. This was a colossal humiliation for the Lu family. Lu Yun gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. He had repeatedly warned Lu Wu to ensure he passed the first stage, knowing that with Lu Wu's poison-scaled python, advancing to the second stage would have made it possible for him to enter a top-tier spirit tamer academy. But now, all hope was shattered. Lu Wu was his only son, and the thought of him being unfit to inherit the family was a devastating blow. Family head, you must give us an explanation for this. One elder finally broke the silence. Indeed, since Lu Wu is unable to enter the Spirit Tamer Academy, he cannot continue to hold the position of young master. Family head, please make a decision immediately. You cannot hand over the family to a failure just because he's your son. The elder's words came one after another, each landing heavily on Lu Wu. He kept his head lowered, his face alternating between pale and flushed. As the one who had failed, he didn't even have the right to speak at this moment. He stole a glance at his father, but the stern and oppressive gaze of Lu Yun forced him to quickly lower his head again. Lu Yun, though Lu was father, was first and foremost the head of the Lu family. He raised his hand to signal for silence, then spoke in a deep voice, regarding Lu Wu's participation in the Spirit Tamer Academy assessment. I have already made my decision. From this day forward, Lu Wu will no longer hold the position of young master of the Lu family. Tomorrow, we will select a new young master from the direct bloodline of the younger generation. As for Lu Wu, in consideration of the fact that he is my son, I ask the elders to grant me this favor. The white-haired grand elder sitting to Lu Yun's left slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, since the family head has made his decision, so be it. As the most senior member of the family, the grand elder's words carried considerable weight, and the other elders refrained from further objections. After all, none of them wished to escalate the situation to the point of damaging the family's foundations. Lu Wu didn't dare utter a single word throughout the entire ordeal. Kneeling in the center of the grand hall, his body still throbbed faintly from the injuries he had sustained in the secret realm. Yet, compared to the blow of losing his position as the young master, that pain was insignificant. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, a burning rage simmering deep within him. However, his lack of strength left him without even the courage to rise and resist. He was painfully aware that he was merely one of the more talented members of the family's younger generation, and his position as the young master had been entirely reliant on his father's status as the family head. The elders present, each one a match for his father in strength, left him with no grounds to contend against them. The great elder stood up, his demeanor one of having concluded the matter. All right, that's enough for now. Family head, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Age has caught up with me, and I need to rest more. Lu Yun immediately cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, Take care, great elder. Farewell, everyone. I want to see you off as I still have matters to attend to. As the great elder turned to leave, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corner of his lips. He led the way out, followed by the other elders, who exited the hall one after another, leaving only Lu Yun and his son behind. Watching the backs of the departing elders, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yun's eyes. This was clearly a premeditated coup, orchestrated to strip Lu Wu of his position as the young master. Even as the family head, Lu Yun found himself powerless against the collective pressure of the elders. And yet, he couldn't deny that his son's blunder during the trial had left him defenseless. Lu Wu had a 99% chance of succeeding, yet he had somehow managed to fail within that slim margin of error. Lu Yun approached his son, looking down at him with a cold, commanding gaze. Tell me, why were you eliminated? With your abilities, protecting yourself shouldn't have been an issue. What exactly happened? Explain everything to me. Lu Wu, intimidated by his father's icy tone, dared not meet his gaze. With a trembling voice, he recounted how he encountered the venomous scaled python's natural predator, the black-feathered eagle, in the secret realm, as well as his meeting with Ye Ling. However, he deliberately omitted the fact that he had initially sought to trouble Ye Ling, which had caused him to deviate from his planned route and stumble upon the black-feathered eagle. Lu Yun's brows furrowed deeply. He didn't help you? Lu Wu was at a loss for words and could only shake his head. He had never expected Ye Ling to have grown so powerful, a complete transformation from what he remembered. If he had known, he would have swallowed his pride and sought Ye Ling's assistance. Losing his position as the young master and his qualification as a spirit master was far worse than temporarily setting aside his grudge. But now, regret was meaningless. Get out. Lu Yun spat, kicking Lu Wu hard on the shoulder. From this day forward, you are no longer the young master of this family. Behave yourself. Caught off guard, Lu Wu was sent sprawling to the ground. It was the first time his father had ever laid a hand on him, and the searing pain shocked and enraged him. As he watched his father storm off, his figure disappearing with a swish of his robe, Lu Wu lay on the ground, consumed by a fury he had no outlet for. Falling from the lofty position of young master to a mere ordinary family member at the mercy of others was a humiliation he couldn't accept. To him, all his misfortune was Ye Ling's fault. If not for Ye Ling, he wouldn't have encountered the black-feathered eagle, wouldn't have been eliminated, and wouldn't have lost his title and his qualification as a spirit master. Ye Ling. Lu Wu roared with the ferocity of a wounded beast, his face contorted with hatred. He refused to acknowledge his own mistakes, instead blaming everything on Ye Ling. What baffled him the most was how someone who had been the worst in their class had suddenly become so powerful. This question lingered in his mind, refusing to go away. Compared to Lu Wu, who was enduring endless suffering, Ye Ling's life was practically carefree. In a luxurious private room at the prestigious Glory Hotel, a single meal cost a staggering 8,000 Federation points. Even with 105,000 Federation points in his account, such an expense made Ye Ling feel a pinch. When it came time to settle the bill, Chunji stared at the number on the receipt in utter shock. This was his first time experiencing such an extravagant meal. Ye Ling knew well that the 8,000 points were already a result of Huasiener exercising restraint. If she had indulged fully, this amount likely wouldn't have even covered the appetizers. The trio exited the hotel, ready to part ways. Ye Ling and Chunji were heading in the same direction, while Huasiener had a private car waiting for her. Just as Huasiener was about to leave, a lively figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was none other than her mischievous younger sister, Hua Linger. Linger? What are you doing here? Huasiener asked in surprise. Wait, how did you know I was here? Hua Linger clung to her sister's arm, a sly smile spreading across her face. Sister, who was that guy earlier? You two seemed pretty close. You usually keep your so-called friends at arm's length, but this time is different. Could it be? She trailed off with a knowing grin, clearly assuming Ye Ling was her sister's romantic interest. Huasiener felt helpless dealing with her overly imaginative sister. Although she did have a slight fondness for Ye Ling, it was nothing more than a closer than average friendship. She deliberately put on a stern face and said, Linger, if you keep talking nonsense, don't expect me to take you out to play anymore. The tactic worked like a charm. Hua Linger's expression immediately changed, and she began apologizing profusely, lightly smacking her own mouth. I was wrong. Sister, I promise I won't say anything like that again, she said, even raising her hand solemnly as if taking an oath. You little rascal, Huasiener said, tapping her sister's forehead in exasperation. Meanwhile, Ye Ling returned home and immediately checked the status of the items he had listed for sale online. All the rare materials had sold out, while only a small portion of the common materials had been purchased. After this round of transactions, his Federation points had accumulated to around 150,000 to 160,000. While it was a significant sum, there was no urgent need for him to spend it at the moment. The materials required for the next stage of Blood Phantom's Evolution Gray-Eyed Zombie were already prepared. However, the items needed for the subsequent stage, Yellow-Eyed Zombie, would only become clear after completing the current evolution. Ye Ling was also facing another pressing issue. After advancing to Tier 2, he would be able to contract a second spirit pet. Reflecting on his lack of aerial combat capabilities during the previous Secret Realm expedition, he was determined to choose a flying spirit pet, this time ideally one that could even carry him. However, flying-type spirit pet eggs were notoriously expensive and in high demand on the market. With his current funds, he likely couldn't afford one. Fortunately, there was still some time before he needed the second spirit pet, allowing him to continue saving up. Opening his system panel, Ye Ling carefully reviewed his stats. Host, Ye Ling. Level, Tier 1, Level 9. Spirit Energy, 19652,400. Spirit Skills, Spirit Chain Level 2, Spirit Shield Level 1, Spirit Vision Level 1. Spirit Pet, Blood Phantom. Free points, 2. Mission, Auto-Collect Mission Incomplete. Requires Tier 2, Level 1. The sheer amount of spirit energy he had stored was almost unheard of for a Tier 1 Spirit Master. Unless someone consumed large quantities of rare spirit-enhancing treasures, reaching such levels would be nearly impossible. 2,400 points. This was a level of spiritual power that only a second-tier Spirit Master could achieve. With such a vast reserve of spiritual energy, Ye Ling could wield spirit techniques with much greater flexibility and far fewer limitations. He then checked Shueyu's stats. Name, Shueyu. Type, Undead. Level, Tier 1, Level 9. Experience, 99.4. Growth potential, average. Growth rate, 68.7. Equipment, Shueyu's exclusive Scarlet Veil. Talents, intermediate physical damage reduction, intermediate magic damage reduction, blood mist transformation, super speed regeneration. Skills, Bloodthirst, Frenzied Blood. Evolution, evolution conditions not yet met. As progress advanced, gaining experience from monsters of the same rank became increasingly difficult. Before entering the Secret Realm, Ye Ling had already reached Tier 1, Level 9, and now his experience was nearly maxed out. Just a tiny bit more, and he would step into the next level. By the time the second phase of the examination began tomorrow, it was likely that a new mission would be triggered. If that mission involved experience gains, Ye Ling might have the opportunity to break through to Tier 1, Level 10. Knowing the system's tendencies, such a combat examination would undoubtedly reward higher rankings with better prizes. With this in mind, Ye Ling eagerly anticipated tomorrow's battle assessment. Time flew by, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. The second day arrived, bringing the long-awaited second phase of the assessment. Those who had failed the first phase were not eligible to proceed. The 82 participants who passed gathered once again at yesterday's plaza. However, the plaza had undergone a slight transformation. For massive arenas now stood at its center, clearly designated as today's main battlegrounds. All matches would take place on these stages. Around the plaza, in addition to the Spirit Master Academy representative seating, Extra stands had been set up to accommodate spectators from outside the academy. Among the audience were family members of some participants, especially those from prominent clans, who came to support and observe their relatives' performances. There were also parents of students who had, by chance, advanced to the second phase. Beyond these groups, curious onlookers from the general public filled the remaining seats, eager to witness the spectacle. The 82 students, including Ye Ling, stood not far from the arenas, waiting for the city lord, Shang Lingkong, to deliver his speech. On such an important occasion, Shang Lingkong naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to deliver an impassioned address. Congratulations to all of you. You've successfully advanced to the second phase of the assessment. Today, through these battles, we will determine your rankings. Those at the top will have the chance to enter prestigious Spirit Master Academies. So, give it your all. Show your full strength. Prove your power. Let the Academy representatives witness your greatness. After a rousing speech that went on for quite some time, Shang Lingkong finally moved on to announce the rules of the competition. The second phase of the assessment was a combat trial, with matchups randomly selected by a computer system to ensure absolute fairness. Matches could end in one of three ways: voluntary surrender, unconsciousness rendering a participant unable to fight, or being knocked off the stage. One critical rule was that contestants were prohibited from causing fatal harm to their opponents once they had lost the ability to fight. Violating this rule would result in disqualification. Referees would decide when a match was over based on the situation, with the victor advancing to the next round and the loser retaining their rank based on elimination time. The second phase had minimal rules overall, with the primary restriction being the prohibition of fatal injuries. With only a limited number of participants remaining, any fatalities would further reduce the pool of competitors, a scenario Shang Lingkong was determined to avoid. The surrounding stands were now packed with spectators, while the 82 participants standing before the arenas became the center of attention. The representatives from the Spirit Master Academies were particularly enthusiastic, discussing who might achieve what results. Talented individuals who had shown exceptional performance were already out of reach for lower-tier academies. Students like Ye Ling, Huasiener, Li Shangtian, and Zhang Xingnan were naturally the focus of the top-tier Spirit Master Academies. Ye Ling, in particular, had unexpectedly become a key target for the four elite academies. After explaining the rules, Shang Lingkong waved his hand and declared the start of the assessment. Let the examination begin. As his words echoed, the large screen began shuffling the names of the 82 participants at high speed, appearing to randomly pair them into matchups. Eventually, 4 sets of names, each consisting of 2 participants, appeared on the screen, 8 names in total. The referee stepped onto the stage and loudly announced the names displayed on the screen. Arena 1, He Fei vs. Chen Ji. Arena 2, Li Shangtian vs. Feng Wu. Arena 3, Arena 4, Ye Ling vs. Tian Chun. Ye Ling hadn't expected that both he and Old Chun would be selected for the first round. What surprised him even more was that the strongest competitor, Li Shangtian, was also in this round. Ye Ling had heard a bit about Li Shengxian's reputation had reached stage 1, level 8, even earlier than Huasiener, and was likely at the peak of that level now. On top of that, his spirit pet, the rock golem, was a formidable opponent. This humanoid spirit pet was composed entirely of tough stone, with defense and attack power comparable to that of a Deedsong dragon. Even so, Ye Ling remained confident, not believing that Li Shangtian posed a real threat to him. Just then, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out, followed by an unprecedented string of task prompts. Ding! Chain task triggered. Task 1. Win a match to gain a 10 experience boost. Task 2. Enter the top 20 to receive 2 spirit power crystals. Task 3. Enter the top 10 to earn a body enhancement opportunity. Task 4. Enter the top 5 to receive a 10 growth rate boost. Task 5. Enter the top 3 to obtain a flying-type spirit pet egg. Task 6. Claim first place to grant any spirit pet the rebirth talent. All rewards are stackable. This sudden influx of information left Ye Ling momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such a dense series of tasks before. While he was lost in thought, the referee on the arena began calling his name. Ye Ling, please come to the stage. The repeated calls finally snapped him back to reality. Ye Ling quickly made his way to the 4th arena, deciding to focus on the current match and think about the tasks later. The referee, seeing his delayed arrival, frowned and warned, "Be mindful of the time next round. Being late could get you disqualified. Now get on the stage." "Thanks for the reminder," Ye Ling replied as he stepped onto the stage. He glanced at his opponent, Tian Chun, who wasn't a well-known competitor and likely had average strength. Tian Chen's expression was unpleasant, clearly annoyed by Ye Ling's appearance. He had probably been hoping for a forfeit. The referee announced the start of the match, and both competitors immediately summoned their spirit pets. Tian Chun called forth a massive one-horned armored rhino. Its scales gleamed coldly under the light, and a fresh wound on its left side hinted at injuries sustained during the first phase of the trials. Ye Ling, in turn, summoned Shuiyu. A flash of crimson light erupted, and a breathtakingly beautiful figure clad in a flowing blood-red dress appeared beside him. Shueyu's entrance instantly caused an uproar among the spectators. The audience erupted into murmurs. What kind of spirit pet is that? How can it look so stunning? Is that really a spirit pet? It looks like a person. Don't be ridiculous, it came out of a spirit pet seal. I wish I had a spirit pet like that. There were all sorts of strange and unusual spirit pets, but ones that were both beautiful and human-like were exceedingly rare. The murmurs of discussion around her reached Ye Ling's ears, and she smiled helplessly. It wasn't surprising that Ye Ling's spirit pet drew so much attention the moment it appeared. Although she had seen Shueyu before, it had always been from a distance. Now, observing her up close, Ye Ling instinctively started comparing herself to Shueyu. As a woman who cared about her appearance, she had to admit that she didn't seem to have the upper hand. Looking at Shueyu's elegant figure radiating an icy aura, Ye Ling couldn't help but whisper in awe, "A spirit pet this stunning? It's enough to make anyone jealous." Sitting beside her, Hong Xiu's lips twitched. As someone with an average appearance, she had never considered comparing herself to Shueyu. Hearing Ye Ling's comment only added to the gloom in her heart. On the arena stage, the match had already begun. Ye Ling's opponent, Tian Chun, stared at Shueyu, his eyes filled with envy. For men, who wouldn't want their spirit pet to be a breathtaking beauty? Tian Chun knew all about Ye Ling's background, bottom of the class, barely scraping by. Passing the first phase of the trials could only be attributed to sheer luck. From the start, he hadn't taken Ye Ling seriously. Unicorn Armored Rhinoceros. Go. Take her down. Tian Chun commanded. Roar. The unicorn armored rhinoceros let out a deep growl, its nostrils flaring with white mist. Its limbs rhythmically stomped the ground, building momentum, and after a few seconds, it launched forward with tremendous force, charging straight at Ye Ling and Shueyu. On the arena stage, as long as no lives were at risk, attacking the spirit master themselves was permitted. Tian Chun planned to exploit this rule. If he could defeat or force either Ye Ling or Shueyu off the stage, he would win. Trying to compete in strength? Shueyu, show them what you're capable of. Facing the oncoming unicorn armored rhinoceros, Ye Ling calmly gave his command. The icy aura around Shueyu intensified as she stepped forward, unleashing an astonishing burst of power. Her speed far exceeded the rhinoceros' charge, as she darted forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Boom! The moment the two spirit pets collided, a deafening explosion reverberated through the arena. Shueyu stood firm, her hands bracing against the rhinoceros' horn, as a powerful shockwave rippled outward. Even Ye Ling, standing at the edge of the arena, could feel the impact. Impossible! Tian Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed Ye Ling was just a lucky underdog, but the scene before him completely shattered his expectations. Not only did Shueyu effortlessly withstand the unicorn armored rhinoceros charge, but she also began to dominate despite its continuous efforts to overpower her. Finish it! Ye Ling ordered decisively, wasting no time. His mind was already preoccupied with the chain mission he had triggered earlier. A glint of blood-red light flashed in Shueyu's eyes as she suddenly exerted her strength. To the astonishment of the crowd, she lifted the massive unicorn armored rhinoceros, which was far larger than herself, into the air. What the heck? The unicorn armored rhinoceros can't even match her strength? She's like a walking powerhouse. The audience erupted in shock. In contrast, the Academy representatives watching from the stands remained composed. They had already witnessed Shueyu's abilities the previous day and weren't surprised. Instead, they felt pity for Tian Chen. Running into Ye Ling in the first round was truly unfortunate. Boom! Without mercy, Shueyu hurled the unicorn armored rhinoceros out of the arena, sending it crashing heavily onto the ground. The thunderous impact startled the nearby spectators, leaving them momentarily speechless. The moment the spirit beast was eliminated, the referee immediately stepped onto the stage to announce the results. First match on the fourth arena, the winner is Ye Ling, advancing to the next round. Tian Chun is eliminated and will enter the ranking statistics. Tian Chun knelt on the stage, staring blankly at the ground. His single-horned armored rhino, despite having a clear advantage in strength, was defeated by a humanoid spirit beast. This result was hard for him to accept. The hope he once had for achieving a decent ranking was completely shattered at this moment. Ye Ling, on the other hand, appeared calm and composed. Victory was within his expectations. He quickly left the stage and was about to check his system tasks when two system notifications popped up consecutively. Ding! Spirit Master Assessment, Phase 2. Successfully defeated an opponent. Current experience increased by 10. Ding! Spirit Beast, Blood Phantom, has reached maximum experience. Upgrade complete. Current level, Tier 1, Level 10, with 9.4 experience. You have earned 1 free attribute point. This meant that both Ye Ling and Blood Phantom had advanced to Tier 1, Level 10. Not only did they gain a free attribute point and 100 points of spirit energy, but more importantly, they were one step closer to the level required to sign a second spirit beast. Considering there were at least 5 or 6 matches remaining, the accumulated experience would likely be enough to push him to the next level. Back in the resting area, Ye Ling carefully reviewed the 6 tasks issued by the system. Aside from the experience task that had already been completed, the rewards for the remaining 5 tasks were quite enticing. Spirit energy crystals, physical enhancements, growth rate boosts, and most notably, a flying-type spirit beast egg and the rare rebirth talent. Although the specific effects of the rebirth talent were still unknown, it was clear that such a rare talent in the Federation would be far from ordinary. The other matches in the first round also concluded one after another. Li Shangtian secured an easy victory. Though he took slightly longer than Ye Ling, he was equally at ease. Ye Ling's friend, Qian Ji, narrowly won his match, staggering over to Ye Ling with his body covered in injuries. Ye Ling quickly helped him sit down, expressing concern. Old Chun, looking at you like this, I'm afraid the next round of the assessment. It's fine, Chun Ji said with a determined smile. It depends on who I face next. If my opponent is also injured, I still have a chance. Although he was fully aware of the gap in strength between himself and Ye Ling, this realization only fueled his determination to keep moving forward. The pace of the first round of battles was anything but slow. Before long, the outcomes of all 41 matchups were decided. The victors wore expressions of joy, while the defeated struggled to hide their disappointment. Advancing to the next round meant the chance to gain recognition from higher-ranked Spirit Master Academies, as well as access to more abundant cultivation resources. On the other hand, the defeated, although ranked based on their performance, would find their options limited to lower-tier Spirit Master Academies. This was a harsh yet pragmatic rule. If academies wanted to attract top-tier talent, they had to be willing to offer commensurate benefits. Whether it was access to secret realms or the frequency of entry, higher-ranking academies always provided better opportunities. Among the competitors in the first round, those who caught Ye Ling's attention were primarily the scions of prominent families: Hua Xianer, Li Shangtian, Zhang Shengnan, Yun Yi, Luo Chen, and Feng Haoyan. These young elites hailed from the 3 first-tier and 5 second-tier families of Tianhui City. Apart from Lu Wu, nearly all of them stood out. With the substantial resources their families provided, failing to distinguish themselves could only be attributed to a lack of talent or personal complacency. The Lu family, however, became the subject of ridicule among other families after Lu Wu was eliminated in the first round of assessments. But none of this concerned Ye Ling for the time being. He was more focused on completing his own mission. To that end, he meticulously studied the characteristics of his opponent's spirit beasts. For instance, Li Shengshan's rock golem, though both offensive and defensive, was slightly sluggish in its movements. Half an hour later, the second round of battles began. As the names scrolled rapidly across the large screen, Chun Ji was once again drawn for the first match. Unfortunately, his luck took a turn for the worse, as he was matched against Luo Chun from a second-tier family. With his first-tier, level 4 strength facing Luo Chen's first-tier, level 6 power, Chun Ji stood no chance and was thoroughly overpowered. As the first 4 matchups concluded, the next set of pairings was quickly announced. Ye Ling would face Feng Haoyan on the first platform, Hua Xianer's opponent was determined for the second platform, and Li Shangtian was set to compete on the third platform. It's my turn again. Ye Ling was walking toward the arena when he crossed paths with Qian Ji, who had just finished his match. Seeing the faint trace of disappointment on Qian Ji's face, Ye Ling patted him on the shoulder. Cheer up, old Chun. Making it to the second round is already a great achievement. Indeed, considering Qian Ji's abilities, advancing to the second round was enough to catch the attention of the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. Chun Ji didn't seem overly dejected. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. As someone who relied on hard work rather than innate talent, getting into the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy was already his dream come true. He placed a hand on Ye Ling's shoulder, offering a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a little regretful. Old Yi, you're the dark horse of the tournament now. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far you'll go. The phrase dark horse made Ye Ling feel a bit uneasy, worried that someone might misinterpret it as something entirely different. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines, Chun Ji said as he walked away, his steps heavy with exhaustion, heading toward the rest area. Ye Ling turned and made his way to the first arena. His opponent was Feng Haoyan from the Feng family, a second-tier family in Tianhui City. Feng Haoyan was no pushover. At this moment, Feng Haoyan stood on the opposite side of the arena, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. To Feng Haoyan, Ye Ling's impressive performance in the first round was nothing more than a result of facing a weak opponent. He believed he'd already figured out the nature of Ye Ling's spirit beast, a strength-based physical enhancement type. As long as he maintained his distance, he thought, the match would be easily in his favor. If you want to concede early, that's fine. It'll save you from getting hurt later, Feng Haoyan said arrogantly, as though victory was already in his grasp. Ye Ling responded without hesitation, don't get ahead of yourself. The outcome will be decided in the fight. In the stands, members of Tianhui City's 4 second-tier families, the Feng family, He family, Yun family, and Luo family, were seated and ready to watch the match. Only the Lu family was absent, likely avoiding the ridicule of the other families after Lu Wu's humiliating performance. At this moment, the head of the Feng family wore a confident smile, as if certain of the outcome. It seemed that Hao Yan's luck was relatively good this time, as he didn't encounter any members of the 3 major families. In the audience seat surrounding the arena, the head of the Feng family watched the match with a hint of pride. In his opinion, as long as Hao Yan didn't face one of the prodigies from the 3 major families, his son was almost guaranteed to win. Even the offspring of other second-tier families were no match for Feng Hao Yan. Not far away, the head of the Yun family stood observing. Seeing the proud expression on the Feng family head's face, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The 2 families had always been at odds, and naturally, he had no desire to see the other side take the spotlight. You can't say that. The Yun family head spoke unhurriedly. From what I see, that boy Hao Yan's opponent isn't weak either. Just now, his spirit pet took down a horned armored rhino in one strike. Better to stay cautious. If your Hao Yan loses, that would really be embarrassing. This taunt instantly darkened the Feng family head's expression, wiping away his earlier joy. He shot a cold glance at the Yun family head and let out a heavy snort. We'll see who ends up embarrassed in the end. With that, he turned away, refusing to engage further. Among the many families in Tianhui City, relationships varied in closeness, and the Yun and Feng families were among the most hostile. Both sides seized any opportunity to suppress the other. Watching the Feng family head lose face, the Yun family head felt secretly pleased. We'll see, he thought smugly. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, Feng Hao Yan wasted no more words and immediately summoned his spirit pet. Let's fight, Qingniao. Before his voice had fully faded, a dazzling sky-blue light shot out from his spirit pet seal, soaring straight into the sky. At the moment of summoning his spirit beast, Feng Hao Yan was lifted into the sky by a pale cyan light. When the light faded, he found himself standing steadily on the back of a massive cyan bird, measuring 3 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. The bird's body was covered in feathers of a pale cyan hue, with a graceful white stripe running from its neck to its abdomen. Its tail was adorned with several long cyan plumes, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Chirp! The cyan bird let out a piercing cry, raising its head and puffing out its chest as it soared through the air with an imposing presence. Ye Ling had already discerned Feng Haoshan's spirit beast type during the first match, a flying spirit beast, the kind he dreaded facing the most. Such creatures held a decisive advantage in the air, and as long as they exercised caution, they were nearly invincible. Ground-bound spirit beasts could only defend passively, waiting for a rare opportunity to counterattack. Of course, this dynamic was more common among first-tier spirit beasts. As the tiers increased, both sides would gain access to more advanced combat techniques. Shuiyu. Ye Ling immediately summoned his own spirit beast. In a flash, Shuiyu appeared beside him, draped in a striking blood-red robe. Regardless of his opponent's strength, Ye Ling knew he had to give it his all to secure more system rewards and a chance to enter a higher-ranked Spirit Master Academy. Let the match begin. With the referee's announcement, Feng Hao Yan wasted no time issuing his command. Cyan Bird, Feather Barrage. The Cyan Bird responded instantly, its massive wings glowing with radiant cyan light. It drew its wings inward, then abruptly spread them wide. In that moment, countless cyan feathers shot downward like razor-sharp daggers. This was the very technique Feng Hao Yan had used to secure victory in the first round, reducing his opponent's spirit beast to a battered state. If not for the beast's remarkable resilience, it might have been rendered useless. Ye Ling, however, had no concerns for Shuiyu's safety. She possessed intermediate-level physical and magical damage reduction abilities, as well as the protective properties of her blood-red robe. Such an attack posed minimal threat to her. Ye Ling himself, on the other hand, had to remain vigilant. In the vast and open arena, he could only rely on his own defensive skills to withstand the assault. Spirit Shield. Ye Ling shouted, and a translucent blue energy shield materialized before him. The dense barrage of cyan feathers struck the shield, producing a series of crisp ding-ding sounds. Fortunately, Feng Hao Yan's Qingniao is currently only a first-tier spirit pet, and its attack power is not yet strong enough to instantly break through the spiritual energy shield. At this moment, Shuiyu senses Qingniao's feathers closing in and immediately activates her special ability. Her entire body transforms into a mass of blood-red mist that moves swiftly across the arena. While in this blood mist form, she cannot launch an attack, but it allows her to perfectly evade all physical damage. Qingniao's wing shots are completely ineffective against her. After all, these feathers are merely ordinary physical attacks and have not yet harnessed elemental power. If Qingniao were to advance to the second tier, the situation might become much more unfavorable for Shuiyu. The Qingniao's feathers rained down like a torrential storm, striking the arena floor and the surrounding edges, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spectators from the various prominent families began murmuring among themselves. The head of the Feng family wore a smug expression, casting a disdainful glance at the Yun family patriarch. My son? Lose to some nobody? Dream on. As the relentless attack continued, the arena became shrouded in thick dust, completely obscuring the battlefield. Feng Haoyan realized that persisting with the assault would only drain King Niu's energy in vain. He promptly ordered it to stop. Obeying the command, Qingniao ceased its offensive. The prolonged flurry of winged shots had already consumed much of its strength. Gazing at the dense cloud of dust before him, Feng Haoyan felt a twinge of unease. He gently patted King Niu's neck, signaling it to lower its altitude. Qingniao, descend a bit and blow the dust away. Qingniao immediately descended, its massive azure wings flapping vigorously, stirring up powerful gusts of wind to disperse the suffocating dust cloud. As the dust gradually settled, Feng Haoyan's gaze swept across the arena, searching for any trace of Ye Ling and Shuiyu, but their figures remained elusive. A slight frown creased his brow, and just as he was deep in thought, a shout of "Spirit Power Chains" echoed from within the lingering haze. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before the crowd. Shuiyu was clutching Ye Ling tightly, surging upward with explosive force from the cloud of dust. The surface of the arena cracked like a spider's web under the impact of their leap, and in a single bound, Shuiyu carried Ye Ling nearly 10 meters into the air. Though the height was staggering, it was a testament to Shuiyu's capabilities as a spiritual companion. At this critical moment, Ye Ling seized the opportunity. He aimed below at the descending Qingniao and unleashed the spirit power chains. Feng Haoyan suddenly realized the danger, but it was too late. Thick, glowing blue chains wove into a net, trapping both him and Qingniao securely. Worse still, several chains coiled precisely around King Niu's legs, leaving it no chance to escape. Wind wing slash. Feng Haoyan commanded urgently. Qingniao spread its wings, sending out sharp green wind blades, but the attacks merely rang out with crisp metallic clinks against the spirit power chains, unable to break free from the prison. Meanwhile, Ye Ling, with Shuiyu's assistance, was safely tossed onto one of the spirit power chains. Though made of spiritual energy, the chains existed as solid entities before dissipating. Shuiyu, after ensuring Ye Ling's safety, transformed into a mist of blood, perfectly absorbing the impact of the high-altitude fall. What a lunatic! Feng Haoyan cursed inwardly. At that moment, he was forced to re-evaluate the opponent before him, a rival, willing to take such daring risks. That courage alone was enough to command respect. This was why Ye Ling dared to take such a bold move, allowing Shuiyu to throw him forward. He clung tightly to the chain of spiritual energy with both hands, hovering more than 10 meters above the ground. His gaze was steady as he looked down without a trace of fear. Confidence radiated from him, as if every subsequent move was already under his control. Feng Haoyan's azure bird was firmly trapped by the second-level spiritual energy chains, unable to break free no matter how hard it struggled. Surrounded by the dense web of chains forming a cage, Feng Haoyan's expression shifted unpredictably, caught between shock and fury. Realizing he had fallen into his opponent's trap, Feng Haoyan's cold gaze locked onto Ye Ling, who stood not far away. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. From this height, let's see if you can survive the fall. Feng Haoyan immediately activated a first-level spiritual energy chain. Though his chain was much thinner and weaker compared to Ye Ling's, his intention was not to restrain, but to weaponize it for a direct attack. Under his control, the chain's head shot forward like a venomous snake, striking straight at Ye Ling. The audience in the stands broke into an uproar, their discussions growing louder as they watched the intense battle on the #1 stage. In the front row, representatives from the 4 top Spirit Master Academies were fully engrossed, eager to see what other extraordinary tricks this promising young man had up his sleeve. As the spiritual energy chain hurtled toward him, Ye Ling showed no panic. Instead, a mysterious smile curved his lips. Then, he made a move that no one could have anticipated, let go of the chain in his hands without hesitation, his body plunging straight toward the ground. What the heck? He let go. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd below. Is he insane? He actually let go. Ye Ling deliberately released his grip on Feng Haoyan's hand while high in the air, a move that left the audience utterly stunned. To them, having managed to get so close to Feng Haoyan was already a rare opportunity, yet he willingly let it slip away. And to fall from such a height? It seemed like a death wish. What they didn't realize was that this was all part of Ye Ling's strategy. Battling Feng Haoyan midair left him at a significant disadvantage. The only chance of victory lay in shifting the fight to the ground. By now, his spiritual energy chains had successfully entangled the azure bird, achieving exactly what he had planned. As Ye Ling plummeted downward, the spiritual energy chains rapidly wove themselves into a massive cage, tightly trapping both Feng Haoyan and the azure bird. The bird let out a piercing screech, desperately trying to spread its wings to take flight, but the chains bound it so tightly that even its wings couldn't fully extend. What a lunatic! Feng Haoshan's face finally betrayed a flicker of panic as he felt himself falling rapidly. Damn it! At that critical moment, Shui Yu shot into the air with lightning speed, catching the falling Ye Ling with precision. Moments later, a thunderous crash echoed as Shui Yu, holding Ye Ling, landed forcefully on the ground, creating a spiderweb-like crack on the arena floor. Almost simultaneously, Feng Haoyan and the azure bird, dragged down by the spiritual energy chains, slammed heavily onto the other side of the arena. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, City Lord Shang Lingkong impatiently waved his hand, dispersing the haze. The scene came back into focus. Though Shui Yu's legs were injured upon impact, his rapid regeneration ability allowed him to recover almost instantly. Feng Haoyan and the azure bird, on the other hand, were in far worse shape. The azure bird, lacking any self-healing capabilities, had clearly sustained significant injuries from the fall. In this intense battle, the azure bird crashed heavily onto the ground, with its wings taking the brunt of the impact. As a flying spirit beast, damage to its wings was undoubtedly a fatal blow, causing its combat abilities to plummet significantly. During the fall, Feng Haoyan had no choice but to use his azure bird as a cushion. While this prevented serious injuries, the force of impact from such a height still left him with 1 or 2 fractured ribs. The audience had long shifted their focus from the match itself to Ye Ling's spirit beast, the Blood Phantom. This stunningly powerful and visually striking creature instantly became the center of attention. The male spectators, in particular, couldn't hide their admiration and envy. What kind of spirit beast is this? I must find a way to get one. It must be a rare mutated species, something incredibly hard to come by. The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. Meanwhile, in the family viewing area, the atmosphere was heavy with disappointment. Feng Haoyan, who had been highly anticipated to win, had unexpectedly been defeated, leaving everyone stunned. Breaking the silence, the head of the Yun family suddenly spoke up. Well, Feng Patriarch, it seems I was right, wasn't I? Your boy is lost. Ha ha ha. His sharp laughter echoed through the quiet arena, grating on everyone's ears. The Feng family patriarch's face was already dark with anger, but upon hearing the mocking laughter, his expression turned even more grim. He cast a resentful glare at Ye Ling on the stage, let out a cold snort, and stormed off. He no longer had any interest in watching the rest of the tournament. To him, it was meaningless now that his son had been eliminated. The effects of the spirit chain quickly reached their limit, dissolving into faint blue energy and dispersing into the air. Ye Ling gracefully leapt down from Shui Yu's cold embrace, lingering in her mind the refreshing chill of its touch. The sensation, like holding a block of ice, made her think that Shui Yu would be the perfect, cooling artifact for trips to sweltering places in the future. Across from her, the azure bird struggled to stand, its injured wing drooping weakly. Feng Haoyan gritted his teeth against the searing pain of 2 fractured ribs, veins bulging on his forehead as he carefully controlled his breathing. Looking at Ye Ling, who stood completely unscathed, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. A match he had been so confident of winning had ended in such a humbling defeat. He glanced at the battered azure bird beside him, knowing full well that a spirit pet without the ability to fly would see its combat prowess drastically reduced. Meanwhile, the mysterious spirit pet on the opposing side had remained at ease throughout the fight. Its earlier effortless leap into the air with Ye Ling alone was enough to showcase its extraordinary power. After weighing his options, Feng Haoyan raised his right hand and said in a low voice, I concede. Though unwilling, he knew that continuing the fight would only result in further humiliation. He spoke gently to the azure bird. Come back, azure bird. You've done well. He then retrieved it into its spirit pet seal. The referee stepped onto the platform and announced, the winner is Ye Ling. The system immediately chimed in with a notification. Ding! Successfully defeated an opponent. Current experience progress increased by 10. Shui Yu's experience rose from 9.4 to 19.4. The audience erupted into chatter. Wow! Impressive! A level 2 spirit Chan, of course it's impressive. This one's a dark horse. Might even make it into the top 10 or maybe even the top 5. It didn't take long for the crowd to dig into Ye Ling's background. A student supported by the Federation, at the bottom of the rankings in Tianhui Academy, an owner of a so-called useless zombie spirit pet. The stark contrast between her rumored reputation and her displayed strength left everyone in disbelief. Someone in the audience even joked, if this is what a useless zombie spirit pet looks like, I'll take a Dezeno. Make that a whole truckload. Ye Ling's performance left everyone present in disbelief, as the sheer gap in strength far exceeded their expectations. Lu Feng, the representative of the Azure Dragon Spirit Academy, looked at Ye Ling, who had already claimed victory on the stage, with a smile of admiration. What he had initially anticipated to be a hard-fought battle had surprisingly ended with ease. It seems this Ye Ling might actually have a chance at making it into the top 3, Lu Feng remarked. Sitting beside him, Bai Tong, the representative of the White Tiger Spirit Academy, nodded slightly in agreement, though a trace of concern lingered on her face. But this kid is far too bold to take such a risk with only first-level cultivation. If his timing had been even slightly off, he would have already lost by now. In Bai Tong's view, Ye Ling's earlier move, falling from such a height, was extremely dangerous. If Shui Yu had reacted even a fraction slower, the fall alone could have resulted in serious injuries or worse, immediate disqualification from the competition. I don't see it that way, a clear and ethereal voice interjected. It was Hua Ling, the representative of the Black Tortoise Academy. Her gaze rested on another stage where Hua Xian'er was currently engaged in her match. She spoke slowly. That was far from a reckless gamble. It was the result of meticulous planning. To devise such a precise strategy in the heat of battle, if it were mere luck, the coincidence would be too extraordinary. Hua Ling's words were not meant to excuse Ye Ling, but were based on her observations of his behavior during their time in the secret realm. From all the signs she had seen, Ye Ling was consistently cautious and never acted impulsively. This move of his must have been the result of careful deliberation. Standing nearby, Hong Xiu, the representative of the Vermilion Bird Academy, nodded in agreement. I share Professor Hua's perspective. Ye Ling remained exceptionally calm throughout, without the slightest hint of panic. If it wasn't premeditated, it's hard to explain his composure. This discussion about Ye Ling revealed the astonishment and recognition that everyone felt toward this rising star. Lu Feng focused intently, replaying Ye Ling's earlier performance in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more impressed he became. What seemed like a risky strategy to turn the tide was, in reality, a meticulously planned and calculated series of moves. Every step was interconnected, showcasing not only Ye Ling's formidable strength, but also his exceptional tactical mind. To devise the optimal plan and minimize risks within mere moments was truly remarkable. Among the 4 arenas, Ye Ling was the second to secure victory, following closely behind Li Shengtian. However, Li Shengtian's quicker win was largely due to his opponent's average skill level, which paled in comparison to Feng Haoyan, whom Ye Ling had faced. Moreover, Ye Ling was at a disadvantage without a flying spirit companion, so his slightly later victory was entirely reasonable. In the resting area, Li Shengtian's gaze burned with intensity as he watched Ye Ling step down from the arena. A strong sense of battle spirit ignited within him, and he was eager to face Ye Ling Heiden. However, since the matchups were determined randomly by a computer, he could only wait for the opportunity. In his view, as long as both of them kept winning, their paths would inevitably cross. As for Hua Xian'er and Zhang Xingnan, he didn't consider them much of a threat, confident that he could defeat them. Ye Ling noticed the fiery gaze and turned to meet Li Shengtian's eyes. He simply gave a calm smile, offering no further response. Whether they would meet in battle depended on whether both of them could continue their winning streak. Before long, the third winner, Hua Xian'er, was decided. The subsequent matches progressed quickly, with all 21 groups finishing their battles. Although there were supposed to be 21 winners, one match ended in a draw as both participants fainted from exhaustion, leaving only 20 contestants. This unexpected outcome directly placed Ye Ling among the top 20. The system promptly issued a notification. Ding! Second phase assessment completed. Rank achieved. Top 20. Reward: Spirit Crystal X2. Without hesitation, Ye Ling used the 2 spirit crystals, raising his maximum spirit energy capacity to 3,500 points. Next, the third round of battles was about to begin, where the final top 10 contestants would be determined. The competition to secure the 10 spots for entry into the elite Spirit Master Academy had reached a fever pitch. The remaining 20 contestants were almost all the strongest individuals from their respective schools. About half of them came from prominent families, and a significant portion hailed from affluent backgrounds. Only a very small number had made it this far purely through personal effort and talent. Of course, Ye Ling was a special exception, had always ranked near the bottom in the school's strength assessments until now. Before the third round of battles began, the contestants were given a 30-minute break. After 2 intense rounds of competition, most participants had sustained injuries, some minor, others more severe. One contestant had his head wrapped in blood-stained bandages, his injury appearing quite serious, yet he insisted on continuing to compete. Indeed, making it this far was already a monumental achievement, and no one was willing to give up easily. Even losing on the battlefield was far more dignified than withdrawing outright. Outside the resting area, the arrival of the Hua family caused a stir. Hua Qingshan, the family patriarch, had come to watch the matches accompanied by his second daughter, Hua Linger, clearly there to support his eldest daughter, Hua Xian'er. The lively and mischievous Hua Linger immediately spotted Ye Ling in the resting area. Tugging on her father's sleeve with an excited expression, she exclaimed, "Dad, do you see that guy? That's him. He's the one my sister went out to meet yesterday." Since her sister, Huasiener, had been keeping a close eye on her all day yesterday, Hualinger hadn't had the chance to bring this up to her father. Now, seeing Ye Ling in person, she wasn't about to miss the opportunity to introduce him. Huasiener was completely unaware that her younger sister had betrayed her without hesitation. At this moment, Hua Qingshan's gaze fell on Ye Ling, and he was inwardly astonished. So it was this young man. He never expected his eldest daughter to have any connection with Ye Ling. During the earlier battle, Ye Ling's strength and intellect had left a deep impression on Hua Qingshan. His calm analysis in the face of adversity and his decisiveness in seizing every opportunity to counterattack earned Hua Qingshan's silent approval. Although his own daughter was already outstanding, she couldn't quite match Ye Ling in these aspects. As for the potential relationship between the two, Hua Qingshan did not object. Based on Ye Ling's demonstrated abilities, it was almost certain he would gain admission to a top-tier Spirit Master Academy. If Huasiener had feelings for him, it wouldn't be an unsuitable match. At worst, Ye Ling could marry into the Hua family. If Ye Ling, who was currently resting in the lounge, were to know Hua Qingshan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. Marrying into another family was something he had absolutely no interest in. Besides, the Hua family's influence in Tianhui City was limited to this region and was insignificant elsewhere. If it were the Hua family of the sacred city, it might be worth considering, but he wasn't about to give up an entire forest for a single tree. Moreover, his spirit pet was not only beautiful but also obedient. Wasn't that another kind of choice? The break ended, and the referee announced the start of the third round. The 20 contestants stood up, waiting for their matchups. In the first pairing, Huasiener was matched against Zhang Shengnan, while Ye Ling's turn came in a later round. The initial matches concluded quickly. In the second round, Ye Ling's opponent was Yun Yi, the youngest daughter of the Yun family. Despite her alluring appearance, Yun Yi was a true ice queen, and there were stories of suitors who had been beaten so badly by her that they could no longer live normally. When Yun Yi learned she was to face Ye Ling, she felt a sense of unease. Ye Ling's strength had appeared limited in the first two rounds, and he had mainly relied on a Tier 2 spirit power chain to secure victory in the second round. Although she was reluctant to face him, the rules of the competition were non-negotiable. With a slight frown, Yun Yi summoned her spirit Pita Frost Bear. The towering white beast, nearly 3 meters tall, let out an earth-shaking roar as it appeared. A bone-chilling cold swept across the arena, freezing the moisture in the air into shards of ice that fell onto the stage and shattered into glittering fragments. Yun Yi possessed an unparalleled beauty, naturally enchanting, but her spirit beast was a stark contrast to ferocious and powerful Frost Bear. This Tier 1, Level 7 Frost Bear, as a rare growth-type spirit pet, was no less formidable than Huasiener's Earth Azure Dragon. In fact, it slightly elevated Yun Yi's overall combat strength above Feng Heotian's, though the latter managed to narrow the gap with his aerial advantage. As the Frost Bear let out an earth-shaking roar, Ye Ling remained calm and unperturbed. He called out softly, "Shuiyu." In an instant, a figure dressed in a flowing blood-red garment appeared by Ye Ling's side. Although Shuiyu was not as physically imposing as the Frost Bear, the chilling aura emanating from her was equally intense. Even standing next to her, Ye Ling could feel the piercing cold, though it had no tangible effect on him. "Begin the duel," the referee declared. Yun Yi wasted no time launching her attack. "Go, Frost Bear, crush her." The bear immediately charged forward, each step causing the arena to tremble violently. Its massive body surged ahead with unstoppable momentum, like a moving mountain. Ye Ling, however, remained composed. "Leave it to you," he said, confident in Shuiyu's abilities. As a Tier 1, Level 10 spirit pet, Shuiyu was more than capable of handling this Tier 1, Level 7 opponent. Even in a pure contest of strength, she had nothing to fear. Shuiyu moved with remarkable agility and speed. With a single leap, she transformed into a cloud of blood mist, closing the distance between herself and the Frost Bear at an astonishing speed. While in her mist form, she couldn't attack but became immune to physical damage, and her movement speed far exceeded normal. "Freeze her." Yun Yi, noticing the transformation, immediately reacted. Her Frost Bear was not only immensely strong but also wielded a formidable frost power, capable of freezing an entire body of water in an instant. This ability had remained hidden in previous battles, as brute strength alone had sufficed to overpower her opponents. With a deafening roar, the Frost Bear abruptly halted and unleashed a frigid blast of frost from its mouth. The icy breath instantly froze even the water vapor in the air it touched. This sudden elemental attack caught Ye Ling slightly off guard, truly a testament to the strength of a rare spirit pet. However, such straightforward attacks also revealed clear weaknesses. Compared to the straightforward attacks of the Frost Bear, Shuiyu displayed astonishing agility in its blood mist form. The blood mist twisted gracefully, effortlessly dodging the Frost Bear's assault. It even mockingly circled the Frost Bear twice, causing its pristine frosty attacks to miss entirely. Yun Yi bit her lip as she watched this scene. She clearly realized that while the frost bear was incredibly powerful, its attacks were too direct, making them easy to predict and evade. What shocked her even more was that Ye Ling's Shueyo could autonomously make such agile tactical adjustments without needing commands from its spirit master. This won't work, we need a new strategy. Yuni quickly made a decision. Frost Bear, Ice Wave Assault. Upon receiving the command, the frost bear immediately adjusted its tactics but did not stop spewing frost. Lowering its head, it intensified its frost breath against the ground. In an instant, waves of frost formed into a fan-shaped surge, sweeping forward in a 180-degree arc and enveloping Ye Ling within its attack range. Spirit Shield. Faced with such a wide-range attack, Ye Ling decisively activated a defensive skill. A blue spirit shield materialized in front of him, blocking the oncoming frost waves. However, as the waves relentlessly pounded the shield, its surface began to gather thick frost and developed fine cracks. Clearly, a first-level spirit shield was insufficient to fully withstand the assault of a high-tier first-order spirit beast. In this critical moment, Ye Ling had no choice but to cast another skill, Spirit Shield. A second, pristine Spirit Shield formed, just behind the damaged one in time. With this dual-layered defense, he finally managed to withstand the raging onslaught of the frost waves. Shueyu transformed into a blood mist, instantly evading the range of the ice wave's attack. With agile movements, he leaped into the air and landed steadily behind the frost bear. Quickly reverting to his physical form, he sprang onto the bear's back. Before the massive creature could react, he firmly pressed its head down with one hand, exerting an astonishing force to drive it toward the ground. The frost bear let out an enraged roar, attempting to resist, but it was no match for the overwhelming strength suppressing it. With a thunderous crash, its head slammed heavily onto the arena floor. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating spiderweb-like cracks across the ground. The icy breath it had been spewing came to an abrupt halt. Frost Bear, Yuni called out anxiously. The white mist that filled the air, a result of Shueyu shattering the ice wave on the ground, obscured her vision, leaving her only a faint view of what was happening inside. Both Yun-Yi and Ye Ling activated their spiritual sight simultaneously, finally gaining a clear view of the scene. Shueyu had pinned the massive frost bear to the ground with just one hand. No matter how much the bear thrashed its limbs, it couldn't break free. The sight left Yuni utterly stunned. How can his strength be this immense? Although Shueyu's incredible power had already been demonstrated during Ye Ling's first match, Yuni hadn't paid it much mind. After all, her frost bear could easily lift the powerful uni-horned rhinoceros, so she had assumed it wouldn't lose in terms of strength. Reality, however, delivered her a harsh blow. No, I can't just stand here and do nothing. Yun-Yi bit her lip in determination and quickly activated her spiritual skill, Spirit Chains. Though her chains were thinner and fewer than Ye Ling's, she unhesitatingly sent them shooting toward Shueyu, who was shrouded in the icy mist. On the other side of the arena, Ye Ling stood with a composed smile, exuding confidence in Shueyu's abilities. The spirit chains soon wrapped around Shueyu's arms and body. Yuni shouted urgently, "Lift!" Yet to her shock, no matter how much force she exerted, she couldn't budge Shueyu an inch. The sound of cracking echoed from within the mist. Shueyu, still pressing the frost bear down with one hand, grabbed the spirit chains coiled around him with the other. With a powerful pull, the chains began to fracture. The level 1 spirit chains were no match for such immense strength, and fissures quickly appeared as blue spiritual energy seeped out and dissipated into the mist. In the audience, the Yun family patriarch, who had previously mocked the Feng family patriarch, now wore a grim expression. He had been hopeful that his daughter would secure a spot in the top 10, but encountering Ye Ling as an opponent changed everything. Though he had initially attributed Ye Ling's victory over Feng Haoyan to luck, it was now evident that his daughter might share Feng Haoyan's fate. The thought of becoming a laughingstock among the other two families filled him with unease. Yun-Yi, you better give it your all. Don't embarrass me. You can't lose to this boy. The head of the Yun family clenched his fists tightly in the stands, silently shouting to himself. He could still vividly recall the humiliation on the Feng family head's face as he left earlier and was determined not to suffer the same fate. After all, he had high hopes for his daughter. If she lost to an unknown nobody, where would his dignity as the family head go? At this moment, however, Yuni found herself in an unprecedented predicament. Against Shueyu, her frost bear was completely powerless, and even her proud spiritual energy chains couldn't budge the opponent in the slightest. Just as she was at her wit's end, a crisp, snapping sound echoed through the icy mist, followed by the clattering of chains falling to the ground. It actually broke free? Yuni stared at the icy mist in disbelief. Although a level 1 spiritual energy chain wasn't indestructible, breaking it required at least advanced level 1 strength. To escape in such a short time, Shueyu's level must have reached level 1 stage 8, or possibly even stage 9. In contrast, Ye Ling remained calm and composed. Shuiyu, that's enough. Throw it out, he said casually, as if he had anticipated everything. Before his voice had fully fallen, a massive white figure shot out of the icy mist. It was the Frost Bear, hurled into the air by Shuiyu. Frost Bear, Yun-yi murmured to herself, finally realizing her complete defeat. In every aspect, she was no match for this boy, once dismissed as an underdog. The overwhelming sense of disparity made her understand the feelings Feng Haoyan must have experienced earlier. The Frost Bear landed heavily outside the arena with a deafening crash. The referee immediately announced, "The Frost Bear has fallen out of the arena. The winner is Ye Ling." The audience erupted in astonishment. This guy is incredible. He actually threw that massive Frost Bear out of the ring. A human beast terrifying. And just like that, Shuiyu earned the nickname Human Beast. The Yun family head's face turned red with frustration, holding back his anger. Yun-yi was the most talented of the younger generation in their family, with great potential to enter a top-tier Spirit Master Academy. Yet now, her efforts had ended in failure. To his surprise, however, the heads of the He and Luo families didn't mock him but instead offered words of comfort, praising Yun-yi's impressive performance. Yun-yi approached Ye Ling, her face carrying a bitter yet sincere smile. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform next. Her composure and grace caught Ye Ling off guard. He had expected her to be furious over her loss, but instead, she was remarkably rational. When the other party extended their good wishes, Ye Ling naturally couldn't remain indifferent. He reached out his hand and offered a sincere smile. Your skills are truly impressive. Although your journey ends here for now, there's still a chance for you to join a top-tier Spirit Master Academy. These words weren't mere consolation. The second stage of the arena battles was primarily meant to determine the students' rankings. While the top 10 had a higher likelihood of entering the prestigious academies, it wasn't an absolute guarantee. Many talented students might lose their opportunity due to unfavorable matchups, facing strong opponents too early. Rankings were important, but they weren't the sole criteria for judgment. Yun-yi took a deep breath and gave a relieved smile. Thank you. I'll take that as a blessing from you. Before parting, she reminded him, you're the one who defeated me, so make sure you don't lose. Despite her defeat, she accepted it wholeheartedly and without regret. As the battle concluded, the system's notification sounded again. Ding. Successfully defeated an opponent. Current experience points increased by 10. Ding. Achieved a ranking within the top 10. Physical enhancement granted once. Just like in the previous match, Ye Ling received a double reward. The increase in experience points brought him closer to reaching the first level of the second tier, and the opportunity for physical enhancement came at the perfect time. The upcoming opponents would only grow stronger, and some might even directly target spirit masters through their spirit beasts. Enhancing his physical capabilities became especially critical. Back at the resting area, Ye Ling found a secluded corner and began using the physical enhancement. Ding. Physical enhancement commencing. The process will take some time. Please be patient. 01. As the enhancement began, waves of faint pain coursed through his body, as though an unseen force was pulling at him. Judging by the current progress, the process would take at least 10 minutes. Ye Ling could only wait quietly. While he underwent the enhancement, the next round of selections had already concluded. Surprisingly, only 8 participants advanced to the 4th round instead of 10. 2 students, despite winning their previous matches, voluntarily withdrew due to their spirit beast's severe injuries. They knew that continuing to fight in their current condition would lead to certain defeat. Rather than risking further losses, they chose to preserve their hard-earned top 10 rankings. Among the remaining 8 participants, most came from prominent families. The lineup included Li Shangtian, Hua Xianer, and Zhang Shengnan from the 3 top-tier families, as well as Yisu from the He family and Luo Chun from the Luo family, 2 of the 5 second-tier families, making it a total of 5 representatives from influential clans. Among the final 3 students, aside from Ye Ling, there were Huang Sun and Ming Yu. Though these 2 were not from prominent families, their backgrounds were decent, and their spirit pets had been well trained. It was time for the routine half-hour break. Ye Ling was using this period to undergo physical enhancement. As the process progressed, he could distinctly feel changes occurring in his body. What was once an average physique was gradually becoming stronger, with increasingly defined muscle contours. While his physical fitness had been passable before, it now seemed worlds apart in comparison. The system displayed 99, 100, ding, physical enhancement complete. As the notification sounded, the lingering pain that had troubled Ye Ling for so long finally disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, a peculiar brilliance flickering within them. At that moment, he felt more alert than ever, his entire being brimming with energy. It was as if his body had been reborn, with every cell inside him celebrating. It was then that Ye Ling noticed his hands tightly gripping the armrests of his seat, though he couldn't recall when he had done so. During the enhancement process, in an unconscious effort to resist the faint but persistent pain, he had instinctively clenched the armrests. To his surprise, the metal armrests were visibly deformed from his grip. This kind of strength was far beyond what he had been capable of before. Lowering his gaze to his hands, Ye Ling experimentally clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body. Despite the significant improvement in his physical abilities from this enhancement, he knew there was still a long way to go before he could surpass the limits of human potential. He understood that achieving such superhuman feats would require many more rounds of enhancement. Perhaps one day, when the enhancements accumulated to a certain point, he too could become the legendary human powerhouse. Of course, becoming a formidable force like a human beast is still a distant goal, not something that can be achieved overnight. Ye Ling quietly observed the changes in his body. This was the first time since acquiring the system that he had undergone a physical enhancement task, and the transformation was evident. His once well-fitting clothes now felt tight, with his muscles visibly stretching the fabric. To avoid drawing attention, he quickly made his way to the changing area in the rest zone and put on a looser outfit. Time flew by, and 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the withdrawal of 2 contestants, the competition moved directly into the semifinals. After 3 consecutive intense battles, most participants were utterly exhausted, with only the exceptionally strong Li Shangtian, Hua Xianer, and Zhang Shengnan still in relatively good condition. Meanwhile, Ye Ling, after undergoing physical enhancement, showed no signs of fatigue at all. On the contrary, he felt more energized than ever, as though he was in peak condition. In the stands, the academy representatives were closely observing the situation on the field. It seems these students are already worn out, and it's still early. There are a few more matches to go before it's all over, Bai Tong remarked, watching the weary contestants in the rest zone. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, though his gaze instinctively fell on Ye Ling. He keenly noticed that this young man was entirely different from the other competitors. Not only was he not fatigued, but he seemed to grow more vigorous with each passing battle. Hua Ling rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. As a former contestant herself, she deeply understood the grueling nature of continuous combat. Yet Ye Ling appeared completely unaffected, leaving her puzzled. Hong Xiu couldn't help but sigh in amazement. That kid is like a monster. How could such an extraordinary talent emerge from a remote place like Tianhui City? Even in the Holy City, individuals like him are exceedingly rare. Soon, the referee stepped onto the stage and announced the semi-final matchups. Arena 1, Zhang Shengnan vs. Luo Chan. Arena 2, Hua Xianer vs. Hisu. Arena 3, Ye Ling vs. Mengyu. Arena 4, Li Shangtian vs. Huang Sun. The 8 contestants each headed toward their designated arenas. When Ye Ling arrived at Arena 3, he found his opponent, Mengyu, already waiting. Despite the visible wounds on Mengyu's body and the fatigue etched on his face, his eyes still burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. After coming this far, Mengyu knew all too well that even though his stamina was nearing its limit, giving up was not an option. From the battles earlier, he had come to realize that Ye Ling standing before him was no longer the underperformer of their school days, but had transformed into a formidable opponent. This fact was evident to everyone present. Mengyu's expression turned serious as he immediately summoned his spirit companion. A dim light burst forth from his spirit seal, carrying a heavy aura of death. The light coalesced in front of him, revealing a towering figure over 2 meters, Tala Death Warrior. This massive warrior was clad in gray-black armor and wore a matching helmet, exposing a withered and eerie face. Tattered cloth strips dangled from the gaps in the armor, while a dense, black, deathly aura continuously emanated from its body. Its exposed grayish-white muscles were impressively robust, and its limbs were thick and powerful. It wielded a damaged, 2-handed greatsword, its blade marred with chips and cracks, yet still exuding an intimidating sense of power. Like Ye Ling's Blood Phantom, Mengyu's Death Warrior also belonged to the undead category, albeit from a different branch. Both spirit companions shared one defining trait: limitless stamina, never succumbing to exhaustion. However, even with this advantage, Mengyu's earlier battles had been grueling. In spirit combat, the spirit wielder themselves was also a legitimate target. In fact, defeating an opponent by taking down the spirit wielder was often more efficient than targeting their companion. Blood Phantom, Ye Ling called softly. Blood Phantom appeared beside Ye Ling in response. Compared to the menacing presence of the Death Warrior, Blood Phantom's aura of death was far more restrained, only detectable up close as a bone-chilling coldness. As the referee announced the start of the match, the Death Warrior let out a thunderous roar and charged forward with its greatsword raised, not waiting for Mengyu's command. Surprisingly, Mengyu did not hang back to observe, but instead followed closely behind his spirit companion. Despite his exhaustion, his speed was undiminished. Watching this, Ye Ling frowned slightly. From observing earlier matches, he was aware of Mengyu's near-reckless combat style. Advancing into the midst of a fierce battle between spirit companions was a risky move, as one could easily be caught in the crossfire, leading to disastrous consequences. Though Ye Ling couldn't discern Meng Yu's intentions, both he and Blood Phantom were already fully prepared. His strategy was clear: there was no need for Shui Yu to clash head-on with the undead warrior. Defeating Meng Yu would achieve the same result. Shui Yu instantly grasped his master's intent and shot toward Meng Yu like an arrow loosed from a bow. Coincidentally, Meng Yu had a similar plan in mind. His strategy was to have the undead warrior engage Ye Ling in close combat, while he himself kept Shui Yu occupied. At a carefully calculated distance, Meng Yu decisively unleashed two spirit techniques: spirit chains, spirit shield. Blue chains of spiritual energy shot out from all directions of the arena, locking down Shui Yu's potential escape routes. Simultaneously, a protective barrier enveloped Meng Yu. He knew that even if Shui Yu managed to break free from the chains, it would take some time enough for the undead warrior to seize an opportunity to attack Ye Ling. Based on his earlier observations of Ye Ling's battles, Meng Yu deliberately used the second-tier spirit chains. This skill consumed far more energy than the first-tier version. Combined with the cost of the first-tier spirit shield, the tactic was undeniably risky. But given the current circumstances, he understood that a direct confrontation would lead to certain defeat. He had no choice but to gamble on the assumption that Ye Ling's spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. However, Meng Yu had severely underestimated Ye Ling's energy capacity. In truth, Ye Ling's spiritual reserves had long surpassed the limits of an average first-rank spirit master, even exceeding those of a newly advanced second-rank spirit master. It was precisely this kind of habitual thinking that rendered his already dangerous plan completely unfeasible. At this critical moment, Ye Ling and Meng Yu almost simultaneously unleashed their spirit chains. When Meng Yu saw that Ye Ling could still use this spiritual technique, his face turned deathly pale. His initial strategy had been to exploit Ye Ling's lack of spiritual energy to launch an attack, but the stark difference between reality and his expectations caused his entire tactic to collapse. To make matters worse, compared to Meng Yu's level 1 spirit chains, Ye Ling's level 2 spirit chains not only outnumbered his, but were also far more powerful. The glowing chains of spiritual energy tightly bound the massive undead warrior's limbs and torso. Roar! The undead warrior let out a deafening roar, its pale, bulging muscles straining desperately to break free. However, the strength of the level 2 spirit chains far exceeded that of level 1, and unless the spiritual energy naturally dissipated, the undead warrior had no chance of escaping. Meanwhile, Bloodshade moved with ease. Just as Meng Yu's spirit chains were about to make contact, it gracefully transformed into a cloud of blood mist and effortlessly slipped through the gaps between the chains. In the blink of an eye, the mist reformed in front of Meng Yu, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his vital points. Though protected by a spiritual energy shield, Meng Yu knew all too well that Bloodshade had the power to end his life. I surrender, Meng Yu stammered, trembling as he raised his right hand. Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground. The willpower that had carried him this far completely shattered in that moment. The referee immediately announced, "The winner is Ye Ling." He advances to the semifinals, while Meng Yu retains his current ranking. As the match concluded, Ye Ling released the undead warrior from its restraints, and Bloodshade returned to his side. The undead warrior, sensing its master's frustration, let out an angry roar toward the sky, a unique emotional resonance shared between spirit masters and their spirit companions. In contrast, Ye Ling felt little to no emotion from Bloodshade. Perhaps it was due to its nature as an undead spirit companion. Nonetheless, Ye Ling firmly believed that as its level increased and it evolved, Bloodshade would gradually become more human-like. Recently, Ye Ling had been in a great mood, and Shui Yu had been acting completely normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. In the audience, Hu Ling kept her eyes fixed on Ye Ling in the arena and said thoughtfully, "This Ye Ling is truly remarkable. The energy consumption of a second-level spiritual chain is several times that of a first-level one. Even for a genius, they would only be able to use it once or twice at the first stage. Yet he not only uses it multiple times, but can also perform other spiritual techniques simultaneously. His spiritual energy reserves have clearly surpassed the typical level of a first-stage spirit master. Perhaps he's had some kind of fortuitous encounter," Hong Xiu speculated after a moment of contemplation. Bai Tong nodded in agreement. In such a mystical world, various rare treasures do exist. It's not impossible that Ye Ling might have obtained one of them. She paused, then frowned and added, "But, Teacher Hong, there's one thing worth noting. Ye Ling doesn't have any background or connections. Those heavenly treasures are often guarded by powerful magical creatures. Given his current strength, how could he possibly have broken through their defenses?" After listening to their discussion, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Teacher Bai makes a valid point, but there's no need to overthink it. Everyone's journey is unique, and this world is full of wonders. I've encountered many students who've had extraordinary opportunities. While Ye Ling's performance is indeed exceptional, it's not completely beyond comprehension. As the representatives of the 4 elite academies quietly discussed among themselves, Ye Ling stepped down from the arena at a measured pace. Right on cue, the system chimed in with a new notification. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind. Successfully defeated the opponent. Current experience points increased by 10. Immediately after, another notification followed. Rank entered the top 5. Spirit Pet's current growth rate increased by 10. These two rewards caused a significant boost in Shui Yu's stats. Its experience points reached 39.4, bringing it closer to the second tier, while its growth rate soared to 78.7, leaving less than 22 to the next evolution. Seeing these numbers, a faint smile appeared on Ye Ling's lips. Now, only 2 task rewards remained unclaimed. The Flying Spirit Pet Egg for reaching the top 3, and the innate talent granted exclusively to the champion. These 2 high-difficulty tasks undoubtedly promised even greater rewards. Ye Ling couldn't help but look forward to the surprises the mysterious Spirit Pet Egg might bring. Shortly after Ye Ling's battle concluded, the other contestants' matches also reached their outcomes. As expected, Li Shangtian, Huixiener, and Zhang Shengnan all advanced to the semi-finals, showcasing the undeniable strength of the 3 great families. Li Shangtian and Huixiener were unsurprised by Ye Ling's advancement. One had already taken note of his capabilities, while the other had crossed paths with him before. However, Zhang Shengnan's gaze toward Ye Ling was filled with unmistakable hostility. When Ye Ling's eyes met Zhang Shengnan's across the room, he could clearly sense the undisguised animosity in her stare. This left Ye Ling puzzled. Had never met this rather masculine-looking girl before. So why such intense resentment? In truth, Zhang Shengnan's hostility toward Ye Ling stemmed from Huixiener. To Zhang Shengnan, only she was worthy of being Huixiener's friend. Everyone else was insincere. Indeed, most students rarely dared to approach someone like Huixiener, especially the boys. There had even been a boy who foolishly tried to pursue Huixiener, only to be beaten so severely by Zhang Shengnan that he spent months in the hospital. Since then, everyone kept their distance from Huixiener, and even the children of second-tier families would go out of their way to avoid crossing paths with her and Zhang Shengnan. After the first stage of the assessment ended, Hualinger secretly sought out Zhang Shengnan and shared every detail of what had happened. As Zhang Shengnan's frequent informer who often benefited from her, Hualinger had been silently keeping tabs on her sister's movements and reporting back promptly. When Zhang Shengnan heard that Huixiener not only became friends with Ye Ling but also had meals with him in private, her expression darkened instantly. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, as a surge of anger threatened to overwhelm her. In her mind, Huixiener had always been her future wife, and now, watching her being taken away by someone else made her feel a wave of unease, as though a field of grass had suddenly grown atop her head. Fueled by this anger, Zhang Shengnan strode toward Ye Ling with determined steps. Standing in front of him, she had to slightly tilt her head up due to their height difference, but this did not diminish the icy glint in her eyes. "I'm warning you, stay away from Huixiener," Zhang Shengnan said through gritted teeth. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You'd better pray we don't cross paths again, or you'll regret it." Faced with such an outright threat, Ye Ling finally understood. So, it was just because he had gotten a little closer to Huixiener that Zhang Shengnan was consumed with jealousy. The thought that a woman would be jealous over him, a man, made Ye Ling study Zhang Shengnan with a peculiar expression. Under his gaze, Zhang Shengnan's face flushed red, and she glared at him in anger and embarrassment. "What are you looking at? Is there something so fascinating? Remember what I said earlier, or else, don't blame me for what happens." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away briskly. From Zhang Shengnan's threatening words and unusual behavior, Ye Ling finally confirmed one thing. This woman, who always dressed in an overtly masculine style, was actually a lesbian. Suddenly, everything made sense. In the stands of the Hua family section, Hualinger sat on her chair, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she watched Ye Ling and Zhang Shengnan walk away. A sly smile played on her lips. As a playful troublemaker, she had already let slip to Zhang Shengnan that Huixiener and Ye Ling had become friends and even had meals together. She knew exactly how Zhang Shengnan, who had long harbored a crush on her elder sister, would react. Although she didn't exactly dislike Ye Ling, she didn't have much fondness for him either. Stirring up a little drama? Why not? Big sister, you're the star of the show this time. Those two are probably going to fight over you. Hualinger muttered to herself, resting her chin on her hands. Sitting nearby, Hua Qingshan overheard his daughter's murmuring and turned to her. "Linger, what are you mumbling about? Talking to yourself again?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Hualinger quickly shook her head. "Oh, nothing, Dad. I was just saying how amazing Big Sister is. She might even make it to the finals." Her words hit the sweet spot for Hua Qingshan, who felt deeply gratified. After all, Huixiener had already advanced to the semi-finals, and her admission to the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy was practically guaranteed. This finally put his anxious heart at ease. Due to the intense battles earlier, the arena had been severely damaged. Shang Lingkong quickly arranged for repairs. In this era of Spirit Masters, technology was no less advanced. Within less than half an hour, the damaged arena was fully restored to its original state. As the arena was repaired, the semifinals were about to begin. The 4 remaining contestants gradually gathered in front of the stage. Hua Xian'er's gaze instinctively fell on Ye Ling, her eyes glimmering with delight. Just as she had hoped, Ye Ling had successfully advanced to this round. This meant he, too, could enter one of the top Spirit Master academies. She secretly looked forward to the possibility of them attending the same academy. Of course, this was merely her wishful thinking, as she had no idea what Ye Ling's actual plans were. Zhang Shengnan, on the other hand, was also staring at Ye Ling, but her gaze was filled with hostility. If looks could kill, Ye Ling would have died 1,000 times over. When she noticed Hua Xian'er paying attention to Ye Ling, her anger flared even more, and she could barely contain her urge to storm onto the stage and tear him apart. In the stands, the Zhang family patriarch noticed his daughter's overt animosity toward Ye Ling, as well as Hua Xian'er's attention directed at him, leaving him puzzled. The head of the Zhang family stroked his beard thoughtfully, his expression heavy with contemplation. What on earth did this Ye Ling do to make my daughter hate him so much? As a father who had always been exasperated by his tomboyish daughter, he found the current situation incomprehensible. Normally, Zhang Shengnan was bold and brash, charging through life like a spirited young man. Yet now, her hostility toward Ye Ling was palpable. Suddenly, a startling thought flashed through his mind. Could it be did this Ye Ling string my daughter along and then abandon her? The idea shocked even himself. It seemed absurd, but when he considered his daughter's anger toward Ye Ling and the peculiar look Hua Xian'er had been giving him, it almost seemed like a love triangle. Of course, the Zhang family head had no idea that his daughter actually had feelings for Hua Xian'er. If he did, he certainly wouldn't have jumped to such an outlandish conclusion. The thought alone darkened his expression instantly. His fingers gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, knuckles turning white and veins bulging, as his gaze sharpened like a blade, fixated on Ye Ling. At this moment, if Zhang Shengnan knew what her father was imagining, she would likely explode on the spot. After all, in her mind, there was no chance now or ever that she would have any interest in men. The Zhang family head turned to his trusted aide and ordered in a low, menacing tone, "Investigate everything about my daughter's recent activities and dig up every detail about that boy. Leave no stone unturned. I want a full report." His voice was laced with suppressed fury. He was desperate to uncover what had transpired between his daughter and Ye Ling. If Ye Ling had indeed harmed his daughter, he swore to teach the boy a lesson he'd never forget. Understood. The loyal aide immediately accepted the task and hurried away to carry it out. He knew all too well how intense the family head's anger was right now. Any delay could bring serious consequences. Meanwhile, the referee on the stage announced loudly, "Next, we will proceed to the semifinals. From the 4 of you, 2 finalists will be determined for the championship match. Now, it's time to select the participants for the match." As the referee's voice fell, the final 4 names on the large screen began to spin rapidly. Moments later, the matchups were clearly displayed. First arena, Ye Ling versus Li Shangtian. Second arena, Hua Xian'er versus Zhang Shengnan. The moment the names were announced, a trace of surprise flashed across both Hua Xian'er and Zhang Shengnan's faces, while Li Shangtian's expression lit up with excitement. The 4 quickly made their way to their respective arenas. "Who would have thought my opponent would be you, Shengnan?" Hua Xian'er said as she stood on the arena, shaking her head with a helpless smile. As close friends, she had hoped not to face Zhang Shengnan. "I was hoping to have a good match with Ye Ling," Zhang Shengnan replied, looking slightly conflicted. After a brief pause, she hesitated and added, "So Xian'er, the 2 of us," she was already considering whether to forfeit the match, knowing that securing 4th place would still be enough to enter the top-tier Spirit Master Academy. Hua Xian'er immediately saw through her friend's thoughts, and her expression turned serious. "Shengnan, this is a test. You absolutely can't hold back. My strength is not weaker than yours, and I want you to give it your all. If I find out you're going easy on me, we can stop being friends." Zhang Shengnan was startled by her words and quickly waved her hands in defense. "No, no, no, don't worry. I swear I won't hold back." She certainly didn't want to lose such an important friend over a match. Meanwhile, on the other arena, Li Shangtian was staring intently at Ye Ling. "Looks like I got lucky. No need to wait till the end to face you. I've watched all your previous battles. You're strong, maybe even stronger than me. But I won't concede until I fall." Faced with Li Shangtian's over-the-top declaration, Ye Ling merely replied indifferently, "Whatever makes you happy." The brief response left Li Shangtian momentarily speechless, realizing Ye Ling had no interest in exchanging dramatic words. "Fine, whatever. Let's just fight. Come on. Rock Golem." With that, he decisively summoned his spirit beast. A colossal stone giant, standing nearly 6 meters tall, loomed over the arena. Its entire body was composed of solid gray rock, exuding an overwhelming sense of visual dominance. Despite its seemingly indestructible form, the creature harbored a secret at its Korea unique nucleus embedded at the center of its body. This core served as the control hub, orchestrating all the giant's movements and thoughts. Although this nucleus was the stone giant's greatest weakness, it was far from easy to exploit. Surrounding the core was an incredibly dense protective layer of rock, impervious to ordinary attacks. Even more daunting, as the stone giant leveled up, this protective layer grew exponentially stronger, making its defenses nearly unbreakable. The stone giant possessed another fearsome trait: it was utterly impervious to pain. No matter how severe the damage, even if limbs were shattered or torn away, it felt nothing. As long as it remained in contact with the ground, it could regenerate itself. While its regeneration speed couldn't match the rapid healing of Xueyu, it was still a formidable ability that could frustrate any opponent. Facing this behemoth, Ye Ling remained composed, calmly summoning his spirit companion. Xueyu, he called softly. In response to his summons, Xueyu appeared beside him, clad in a flowing blood-red robe. Her cold yet strikingly sharp features radiated an air of intensity. Ye Ling knew well that a massive physique could often be a deceptive advantage. On the contrary, such a large body could hinder movement and become an easy target for attacks. Once both spirit companions were ready, the referee's voice rang out loudly, announcing, "Let the battle begin." Li Shangtian made an unexpected move right away, issuing a command to his spirit companion. "Stone Giant, use stone prison on me." The stone giant let out a low, rumbling roar before raising its massive stone right hand and slamming it forcefully into the ground. Around Li Shangtian, stone pillars began to burst from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Under the control of the rock golem, these stones quickly merged together, forming a 2-meter-tall stone prison that firmly encased Li Shangtian. This was a carefully thought-out decision. By observing Ye Ling's previous battles, Li Shangtian had noticed that Xueyu primarily relied on physical attacks and showed little to no elemental attack ability. While this was only based on what he had observed, considering the limited capabilities of a first-tier spirit pet, this defensive strategy was undoubtedly a wise choice. Although the stone prison restricted Li Shangtian's movement, he believed the trade-off was worth it to prevent a sneak attack from Xueyu. Standing inside the stone barrier, he smirked confidently and said, "Go, rock golem, show them your immense power." This tactic was unprecedented in the competition and sparked heated discussion among the spectators in the stands. Opinions quickly split into two camps. Some praised the cautious approach, calling it a smart move, while others criticized Li Shangtian, the second son of the Li family patriarch, for being overly cautious and lacking flair. In the Academy representative seating area, Bai Tong and Lu Feng approved of Li Shangtian's strategy. Bai Tong saw it as a sign of heightened vigilance, while Lu Feng analyzed, "It's a clever move." Compared to the rock golem's formidable defense, Li Shangtian himself is indeed fragile. This way, he can protect himself while allowing the rock golem to focus entirely on offense. Hong Xiao, however, showed little interest in this match. Her gaze remained fixed on Ye Ling. In her view, it wouldn't be too difficult for Ye Ling to defeat Li Shangtian. At the moment, she was more intrigued by the battle on another stage between Hua Xian'er and Zhang Shengnan. Although Hua Xian'er had already been pre-selected by the Xuanwu Spirit Academy, Zhang Shengnan's performance was equally worth paying attention to. Even if we can't recruit Hua Xian'er, getting Zhang Shengnan would still be a great catch. As soon as Teacher Hong finished speaking, Hua Ling immediately cast a curious glance her way. "Teacher Hong, have you also set your sights on Zhang Shengnan?" Hong Xiao nodded openly, without concealing her intentions. Her academy indeed had a unique advantage in recruiting female students, far surpassing other institutions. Hua Ling, hearing this, curled her lips into a knowing smile. As someone who had stayed at the Hua family residence the previous night, she was well aware of the relationship between Hua Xian'er and Zhang Shengnan. Since Hua Xian'er was already secured under her plan, Zhang Shengnan would naturally be within her grasp as well. However, she had no intention of revealing this, lest she hurt Hong Xiao's feelings. Meanwhile, the battle on the arena continued. With a command from Li Shangtian, the towering stone giant began advancing with heavy, deliberate steps. Each step sent tremors through the ground, vibrations that Ye Ling could feel clearly beneath his feet. Ye Ling quickly assessed the sturdy stone cage and formulated a plan in his mind. Even someone like Xueyu would need time to break through such a structure, and if the stone giant launched a fierce attack within that time frame, even with the second-tier spiritual power chains at his disposal, Ye Ling couldn't guarantee complete safety. While the chains could restrain opponents, dealing with an entity as massive as the stone giant would be no easy task. After weighing his options, Ye Ling decided to have Xueyu confront the stone giant directly. As long as they could defeat the opponent or knock it off the arena, victory would be theirs. As for whether Xueyu could overcome such a colossal adversary, Ye Ling was already 100% confident. Xueyu had reached the peak of Tier 1 Level 10, the highest level achievable in this tier. In comparison, the rock golem was only at Tier 1 Level 8, lagging behind by 2 entire levels. Even without relying on special skills, Xueyu's strength was no less than the rock golem's. Coupled with her agile movements, Dealing with this massive creature was far from a challenge. I'll leave it to you, Shuiyu, Ye Ling said simply. After a period of upgrades, Shuiyu not only gained clear consciousness but also developed a refined combat sense, requiring little guidance. She nodded slightly in response and transformed into a blur, dashing toward her opponent. The contrast in their sizes was striking. Tiny Shuiyu against the towering rock golem. At first glance, their disparity seemed insurmountable. However, this visual mismatch bore no reflection on their actual strength. With a roaring sound, the rock golem's massive hand slammed down toward the ground, aiming to crush Shuiyu. But she didn't even bother to glance up. In an instant, she shifted into a blood mist, effortlessly evading the attack. The colossal hand struck the arena floor with a thunderous crash, sending tremors through the platform. In her mist form, Shuiyu swiftly ascended along the rock golem's thick arm. By the time the rock golem sensed the threat and swung its other hand to swat her away, Shuiyu had already shifted her route with precision, continuing her climb underneath the arm. The golem's strike landed on its own arm, accomplishing nothing. Shuiyu reformed into her solid form, lightly stepping onto the rock golem's shoulder to propel herself into a leap. With a mid-air twist, she delivered a sharp kick to the back of its head. The fierce impact caused fragments of rock to shatter and fall, leaving a visible crack at the back of its skull. The massive creature staggered backwards several steps, and if not for catching itself with its arm, it might have toppled out of the arena. While such a blow didn't significantly affect the rock golem, which lacked the sensation of pain, Shuiyu's assault was relentless. Landing firmly on its shoulder, she launched into another round of ferocious attacks. Each strike left new cracks across the golem's body, with debris continually breaking off. Meanwhile, imprisoned within the stone cage, Li Shangtian remained calm and composed, as if victory was already assured. As the rock golem was forced toward the edge of the arena, he finally spoke, his voice booming, "Rock golem, transform into humanoid form." This sudden command plunged the entire arena into silence. None of the spectators could comprehend the true meaning behind his words. On the viewing platform, the head of the Li family heard his son's voice, and a rare smile broke through his cold, stern expression. In his eyes, Shang Tian had already unleashed his full strength, and even Ye Ling might find it difficult to counter. As a father, he was well aware of the hidden power of his son's spirit companion. This particular skill of the rock golem had been kept under wraps, only used during private training sessions and never revealed in front of others. At that moment, the rock golem on the arena became the center of everyone's attention. Its massive figure suddenly began to emit a dim, grayish glow. This strange phenomenon made Ye Ling frown, and he immediately shouted, "Shuiyu, come back." Though Shuiyu was exceptionally powerful, caution was paramount when faced with the opponent's sudden transformation. Shuiyu swiftly retreated to Ye Ling's side, positioning itself like an impenetrable shield in front of its master. The rock golem's body began to emit a disconcerting cracking sound, as if something was about to break free. In the blink of an eye, countless fractures spread across its surface, giving the impression that the colossal entity could crumble at any moment. With a deafening boom, the grayish glow exploded outward, and the rock golem's body shattered instantly. Fragments of stone shot out like a torrential storm in all directions, even threatening the spectators on the platform. In this critical moment, City Lord Shang Lingkong acted decisively. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a special force that enveloped the entire examination arena. The flying debris froze midair, then lost momentum and fell harmlessly to the ground. At the center of the arena, the massive rock golem had vanished, replaced by a figure roughly the height of an ordinary person. This new form of the rock golem not only resembled a human more closely, but also exhibited an unprecedented density in its rocky exterior, exuding an aura of unyielding durability. Trapped within the stone prison, Li Shangtian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Ye Ling, don't underestimate me. This is my rock golem's ultimate skill, form transformation. By shedding its massive body, it gains a tougher, more compact form and significantly increased speed. Most importantly, once it switches to this humanoid form, its power level instantly rises by 1 tier. Now, my rock golem has reached the strength of Tier 1 level 9. This is my ultimate power. Let's see if you can defeat me." Li Shengshan's voice brimmed with confidence. On the battlefield, the rock golem underwent a startling transformation. Although Li Shangtian himself remained a Tier 1 level 8 spirit master, his spirit companion had broken through to Tier 1 level 9. Even more surprising was how the once slow and cumbersome giant now moved with remarkable agility. The scene immediately ignited the stands. The previously quiet audience erupted into heated discussions, their exclamations rising in waves. This Li Shangtian was hiding his true strength all along. Who would have thought his spirit companion had such abilities? He wasn't even fighting at full power in the earlier battles. Amid the chatter, some spectators still stood firmly on Ye Ling's side. I still have more faith in Ye Ling's spirit companion, one said. Someone else even joked, forget the rock golem beauty is justice. If it looks good, that's all that matters. The representatives from the 4 great spirit master academies reacted differently. Except for Hong Xiu, the other 3 displayed expressions of surprise. Bai Tong chuckled and remarked, well, I didn't expect Li Shangtian to have such a card up his sleeve. This match is going to be hard to predict. A skill that can temporarily raise one's level by a whole rank is indeed impressive, Bai Tong continued. Though it's only a temporary boost, such abilities become even more fearsome in the later stages. However, Ye Ling quickly voiced a differing opinion. Teacher Bai, that's not necessarily the case. If Li Shangtian hasn't been going all out, does that mean Ye Ling has? This question left Bai Tong momentarily speechless. Hong Xiu chimed in. Teacher Hua is absolutely right. Let's not forget that Ye Ling is capable of using Tier 2 spirit chains. Even a Tier 1 Level 9 rock golem would struggle to break free if bound by them. As someone personally chosen by the Academy's headmaster, Ye Ling clearly had Hong Xiu's favor. Faced with the sudden transformation of the rock creature, Ye Ling remained calm and unflinching. Even though the opponent's strength had been elevated by a level, in his eyes, such an enhancement was still incapable of shaking Shui Yu's dominance. Not to mention, under the constraints of the second-tier spiritual chains, any attempt to launch an attack against him was simply futile. Casting a glance at Li Shangtian, who still appeared exhilarated within the stone prison, Ye Ling spoke in a composed tone. I didn't expect you to still have this level of power hidden, but this is as far as you go. Shui Yu, it's your turn. At his command, Shui Yu moved with elegance, yet carried an overwhelming sense of pressure as she advanced. Seeing Ye Ling's dismissive attitude, Li Shangtian frowned and then issued an order to his now refined rock creature. Don't underestimate my rock creature. Attack. The rock creature, now rid of its former clumsiness, displayed significantly improved agility due to its reduced size. It stomped heavily on the ground, charging toward Shui Yu, and swung a massive fist made of hardened rock. Despite the improvements in the rock creature's movements, it still fell short when compared to Shui Yu's capabilities, especially since she had yet to activate her frenzied blood skill. Ye Ling intended to use this opportunity to test Shui Yu's performance against the enhanced rock creature without resorting to her abilities. As the rock creature's massive fist roared through the air, Shui Yu neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, her pale, jade-like hand clenched into a fist and met the attack head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as shockwaves rippled outward. At the moment their fists collided, neither side budged an inch, both standing as firm as mountains. The spectators outside held their breath, whispering among themselves, is this going to end in a draw? They seem evenly matched. Wait, look at that crimson girl, she seems to be suppressing her opponent. Suddenly, the tide of the battle shifted. With a cold snort from Shui Yu, the deadlock was broken. The rock creature's arm began trembling, forcing it to retreat, while Shui Yu's punches grew even more ferocious. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of fracturing echoed as cracks began spreading across the rock creature's reinforced arm. Shards of stone fell to the ground. Even so, the rock creature stubbornly held its ground, refusing to take a step back. Li Shangtian clung tightly to the stone prison bars, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible! How could the rock creature lose in terms of strength? As its master, he knew better than anyone how extraordinary his spirit creature's power was. Although the rockman had transformed into a humanoid form, its strength remained undiminished. In fact, the hardness of its rocky body in this form far surpassed its previous state. However, even with this enhanced form, it still couldn't stand up to Shui Yu's overwhelming power. Witnessing this scene, Li Shangtian felt utterly deflated, like a balloon losing air. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. That elegant and beautiful spirit beast before him possessed a terrifying strength that far exceeded his rockman. The realization was difficult to accept. His rockman's most powerful skill, something he had always been proud of, seemed utterly ineffective against her. The transformation of the rockman was supposed to narrow the gap in strength between it and Shui Yu, but reality brutally shattered Li Shangtian's expectations. At this point, cracks began to appear on the rockman's arm, forcing it to retreat a step and muster all its strength to deliver a heavy punch aimed directly at Shui Yu's head. But to Shui Yu, the punch was still far too slow. With effortless grace, she leaned back just enough to narrowly avoid the attack. At the same time, her foot struck with precision, landing a sharp kick on the rockman's already fragile arm. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed as fragments of rock exploded outward, scattering across the arena. The rockman, now missing an arm, was forced to retreat 2 more steps. Though its body could gradually regenerate as long as there were rocks available, fully restoring such a solid, rocky arm would take at least 2 days. In stark contrast to the battered rockman, Shui Yu turned gracefully and stood poised on the arena floor, exuding elegance. The comparison made it clear that Shui Yu had achieved an overwhelming victory over the Rockman. The outcome of this battle was entirely in line with Ye Ling's expectations. With his intermediate-level physical damage reduction ability, Shui Yu held an absolute advantage in terms of strength. Coupled with the innate power of a zombie, the Rockman was completely outmatched in this direct confrontation. Even a fully intact Rockman might not have been a match for Shui Yu, let alone one with a broken arm. In terms of both speed and strength, the Rockman was utterly suppressed by Shui Yu. The head of the Li family, who had been brimming with confidence and firmly believed in his son's victory, was dealt a heavy blow by reality. Despite the improvements in Li Shangtian's Rockman, it still couldn't rival Ye Ling. The current state of the battle was crystal clear. Continuing to fight would be futile. While Ye Ling remained calm and composed, Li Shangtian had already exerted all his strength but still couldn't contend with his opponent. No. As long as I haven't fallen, as long as the Rockman hasn't fallen, I haven't lost. Li Shangtian shouted stubbornly, clenching his fists tightly inside the stone cage. Even though the hope of victory was slim, he refused to admit defeat. As he had declared at the start of the battle, not falling meant not losing. Ye Ling couldn't help but admire Li Shangtian's persistence. Since his opponent insisted that falling meant losing, there was only one way to end this. Shui Yu, help him out. The moment Ye Ling issued the command, Shui Yu moved like lightning, appearing in front of the Rockman in an instant. Before the latter could react defensively, Shui Yu delivered a powerful palm strike to its hardened jaw. With a crisp crack, the Rockman was sent flying into the air, fragments of rock shattering and scattering. Shui Yu didn't stop there. With a light leap, he struck the Rockman's midsection with a precise hand chop. Another sharp crack echoed as the airborne Rockman was smashed back down onto the arena with a resounding boom, sending shards of rock and clouds of dust flying everywhere. A visible crack appeared on the Rockman's abdomen, a direct result of Shui Yu's hand chop. However, since its control core was located in its head and it lacked pain receptors, the Rockman could still move as long as the core remained intact. The audience erupted into chatter. Is there even a fight left? This is a total beatdown. Ye Ling is clearly the real top student of the school. How was he ever at the bottom before? Maybe he was hiding his strength on purpose. I'm so jealous. His spirit pet is not only powerful but also stunning. Meanwhile, representatives from the 4 elite spirit tamer academies had varied reactions. Hua Ling chuckled lightly and remarked, seems I was right. Li Shangtian is no match for Ye Ling. Still, his abilities are decent. Bai Tong, though unwilling to accept it, had nothing to say. Lu Feng, intently observing Shui Yu, commented excitedly, Ye Ling's spirit pet's power must have reached level 10 of the first tier. Achieving this level of strength at his age is truly remarkable. Even in Sacred City, there are only a handful of individuals who could match Ye Ling's capabilities. Hong Xiu remained silent, her expression carrying a satisfied smile. The stronger Ye Ling was, the happier she felt. She had already prepared ample resources to recruit him. Ye Ling's selection by the Vermilion Bird Spirit Academy was no coincidence. While the Holy City was home to countless geniuses, including many outstanding first-year level 10 male students, the Academy specifically chose this young man from a remote town. The reason lay in Ye Ling's unprecedented talent. He could skillfully wield second-tier spirit techniques while still in the first tier, and he could repeatedly use them in battle without showing any signs of fatigue. This extraordinary ability naturally caught the attention of the Academy's headmaster. At this moment, the battle on the arena had reached its climax. Li Shangtian's pride, his rock golem, was utterly powerless against Shui Yu. Like a crimson lightning bolt, Shui Yu darted around the rock golem, delivering heavy blows with every appearance. The golem couldn't even raise a proper defense as cracks spread across its body, and fragments of rock fell away with each attack. Shui Yu's assault grew even fiercer. With a powerful aerial kick, the rock golem was sent flying into the air. In a flash, Shui Yu appeared above it, executed an elegant spin, and delivered a devastating kick to the golem's head. A sharp crack echoed as a deep fracture appeared on the golem's neck, and its massive body plummeted to the arena like a meteor. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as a large crater formed on the arena floor, dust billowing into the air. Shui Yu landed lightly and gracefully, exuding an air of composure. At that moment, the stone prison protecting Li Shangtian suddenly collapsed, the rubble clattering to the ground. This signaled that the rock golem's control core had been completely destroyed. Rock golem! Li Shangtian cried out, rushing into the dust-filled crater. As the dust settled, he finally saw the rock golem embedded in the ground, the fracture on its neck glaringly evident. It was entirely incapacitated. The referee stepped forward and declared, I hereby announce the winner of this match is Ye Ling. The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting, Ye Ling! Ye Ling! Ye Ling! Though most of the voices came from ordinary spectators, it was clear that Ye Ling's popularity had already surpassed everyone else's. A system notification promptly appeared, awarding Ye Ling 2 rewards. a 10 increase in experience points, bringing him halfway to advancing to a second-tier Spirit Master, and an unidentified flying-type Spirit Pet Egg. Considering the public setting, Ye Ling chose not to claim the rewards immediately. However, the thought of acquiring a second Spirit Pet brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. Compared to the battle on the other side, the duel between Huasiener and Zhang Xingnan was evenly matched. Huasiener's Earth Azure Dragon, despite being a land-based spirit beast, possessed exceptional defensive capabilities. On the other hand, Zhang Xingnan's Storm Hawk fully harnessed the power of wind elements, living up to its name. Zhang Xingnan could have ordered the Storm Hawk to directly attack Huasiener herself, but her hesitation and unwillingness to harm held her back from making that decision. As a result, the fight continued relentlessly, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The Storm Hawk's assaults were repeatedly neutralized by the Earth Azure Dragon's sturdy defense. At that moment, a booming voice from another arena announced, "The winner, Ye Ling." This declaration startled Zhang Xingnan. Li Shangtian had lost? And to Ye Ling, the person she despised the most? The thought made her frown deeply. If Huasiener advanced to the finals, Zhang Xingnan would lose her chance to personally teach Ye Ling a lesson. She had counted on Li Shangtian to eliminate this nuisance, but the outcome was entirely different. The idea of a final match between Huasiener and Ye Ling made Zhang Xingnan even more anxious. What if the two grew close during the competition? That was absolutely unacceptable. With her mind made up, Zhang Xingnan's gaze turned resolute. She finally commanded the Storm Hawk to launch a direct attack on Huasiener. Faced with the Storm Hawk's ferocious onslaught, the Earth Azure Dragon could protect itself but couldn't shield its master at the same time. Soon, Huasiener was forced off the arena, and Zhang Xingnan successfully advanced to the finals. As soon as the match ended, Zhang Xingnan hurried to Huasiener's side and extended a hand to help her up. "Siener, I'm sorry, but I had to make it to the finals," she said firmly, silently vowing to teach Ye Ling a lesson. Although she was aware of Ye Ling's strength, she didn't believe she was inferior after all. No one who made it this far was a weakling. Having been fully focused on her fight with Huasiener, Zhang Xingnan had completely missed the details of Ye Ling's battle with Li Shangtian. This, however, only fueled her confidence. Huasiener shook her head and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Congratulations on making it to the finals. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform next." Though she felt a hint of regret over not advancing, her achievements were already enough to secure her a place at the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy, and that was sufficient. Hearing this, Zhang Shangnan felt a surge of energy. "Siener, don't worry. I promise I'll take first place." As Zhang Shangnan spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on Ye Ling in the resting area. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, and her entire demeanor radiated an eagerness to engage in battle. Huasiener noticed Zhang Xingnan's confidence, but simply shook her head lightly. As someone with experience, she understood all too well that, despite Zhang Xingnan's advantage of having a flying spirit pet, her chances of defeating the enigmatic Ye Ling were slim. In the stands, the head of the Zhang family could hardly conceal his delight at seeing his daughter advance to the finals. Yet, amidst his joy, a trace of worry lingered in his expression. Had witnessed the terrifying power of Ye Ling's spirit pet firsthand, and knew that his daughter had little chance of winning this match. However, for him, the fact that Zhang Shengnan had made it this far was already a source of immense pride. The final ranking seemed far less important in comparison. Turning to glance at the Hua family camp not far away, the Zhang family head couldn't resist making a playful remark. "Hua family head, surely you'll admit now that my daughter's strength surpasses yours, won't you?" Ha ha ha. The two family heads had always compared their daughters' abilities, and now that Zhang Shengnan had won her match, he naturally seized the moment to boast. Hua Qingshan, though displeased by the comment, forced a response. If the rules allowed direct attacks on spirit masters, the outcome might have been different. "This time, your daughter just got lucky." Despite the loss, he refused to acknowledge that his daughter was inferior. Admitting defeat was something Hua Qingshan simply couldn't bring himself to say. Seeing Hua Qingshan's stubbornness, the Zhang family head merely smirked and refrained from arguing further. After all, he couldn't force the other man to concede. The half-hour break passed in the blink of an eye, and the final match of the second phase of the assessment was about to begin. Ye Ling and Zhang Shengnan, two formidable contenders, were now set to face off in an ultimate showdown. Will the two contestants please step onto the stage for the final match? The referee's booming voice echoed across the arena. Ye Ling and Zhang Shengnan rose silently from the resting area and made their way toward the stage. After half an hour of repairs, the previously battered platform had been fully restored, gleaming with technological brilliance. Walking side by side, Ye Ling's gaze remained calm and steady, fixed on the path ahead, while Zhang Shengnan's eyes burned with hostility as she stared intently at him. Just before stepping onto the stage, Zhang Shengnan abruptly stopped and spoke with a provocative tone. "So, we finally meet. This time, I'm going to teach you a lesson, kid. Stay away from Siener, or I'll make sure you lose in the most humiliating way." Having stayed in the resting area the entire time, Zhang Xingnan was unaware of how Ye Ling had utterly crushed Li Shangtian in his previous match. If she had known, she might have thought twice before making such arrogant remarks. In response to Zhang Xingnan's threat, Ye Ling merely glanced at her indifferently and walked silently to one side of the stage. His complete disregard enraged Zhang Xingnan, who let out an angry huff before storming to the other end of the platform. Growing up in Tianhui City, she had never been treated with such blatant disregard. Once the two were in position, the referee immediately announced, "Now, for the final match of this assessment, Ye Ling versus Zhang Xingnan. The winner will be crowned the first-place finisher of this assessment. Additionally, the champion will receive a special reward personally prepared by our principal, the City Lord himself." The unexpected announcement of this special reward sparked a wave of excitement and chatter among the audience. A reward from the City Lord? This has never happened before. Why weren't we told about this earlier? Who cares? I'm rooting for Ye Ling. Of course, Ye Ling is going to win. Hua Ling, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "It seems even the City Lord holds Ye Ling in high regard." Indeed, it was apparent to anyone paying attention that the City Lord, Shang Lingkong, had arranged this special reward specifically for Ye Ling. Though the final battle had yet to begin, in the eyes of the audience, Ye Ling was already the undisputed favorite to claim victory. Leaning back against his chair, Lu Feng remarked, "Zhang Xingnan might not be weak, but compared to Ye Ling, the gap is obvious." Ye Ling's performance has far exceeded everyone's expectations. That's true, his companion agreed. What's even more surprising is that the City Lord has decided to make an exception and offer an additional reward for the first place. This is unprecedented in Shang Lingkong's tenure. Although the specifics of the reward haven't been revealed yet, a gift from the City Lord is bound to be extraordinary. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Ling's eyes. An extra reward? Well, I certainly wouldn't refuse that, he murmured to himself before raising his voice. "Shuiyu, it's time for the final round." As his words fell, a red light flashed, and a figure clad in a resplendent blood-red robe appeared beside Ye Ling. It was none other than his summoned beast, Shuiyu. On the other end of the arena, Zhang Xingnan paid no mind to the discussion about the reward. As the cherished daughter of the Zhang family head, she had never lacked anything in Tianhui City. At this moment, her mind was consumed by a single thought: to defeat Ye Ling and make him understand the price of getting close to Hua Xiener. "Show yourself, Storm Eagle," Zhang Xingnan commanded. A sudden gust of wind surged beneath her feet, lifting her gracefully into the air. Soon, much like Feng Haoyan earlier, she ascended into the sky. The whirlwind supporting her erupted in a burst of cyan light, and as the radiance faded, a mighty, azure storm eagle emerged in place of the gust. Compared to Feng Haoyan's azure bird, this storm eagle was evidently more powerful and imposing. The names alone suggest the difference: one is a bird, the other is an eagle. The gap in power is obvious. Goo goo. The stormhawk spread its sharp, hooked beak and let out a deep cry. Each powerful flap of its enormous wings stirred up fierce winds in the sky. If it had been the azure bird facing the stormhawk before, it would have been utterly crushed. Ye Ling was well prepared. During the break, he had specifically upgraded his spirit shield to level 2. He was fully aware of Zhang Xingnan's strategy. She would undoubtedly focus on aerial strikes, aiming to defeat the spirit master directly without engaging in a hidden clash with Shuiyu. To withstand the attacks from above, enhancing his defense was essential. As long as he could block her assault, he would have a chance to find an opening and deliver a decisive blow. The final match of the second phase assessment begins now, the referee announced and quickly stepped off the platform. "Stormhawk, Windwing slash," Zhang Xingnan commanded immediately. The Stormhawk's sharp eyes locked onto Ye Ling with an icy gaze. It soared high into the air, its body enveloped in a pale cyan whirlwind of wind elements. Like a streak of light slicing through the air, it dived downward toward the ground. At 5 meters above the ground, the Stormhawk abruptly pulled up, releasing the condensed wind elements from its body, transforming them into razor-sharp blades of pure wind energy. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the wind blades slicing through the air echoed continuously. Shuiyu instinctively stepped in front of Ye Ling, relying on her exceptional defensive prowess and intermediate magic damage reduction. Even if injured, her rapid regeneration could quickly heal her. However, Ye Ling placed a hand on Shuiyu's shoulder and extended his other hand forward. Spirit Shield. A surge of vibrant blue spiritual energy gathered instantly in his hand, forming a shield larger than before. Clang! The wind wing slash, with its immense cutting power, struck heavily against the spirit shield, producing a dull, resonating impact. From her position in the air, Zhang Shangnan stared in disbelief. She knew full well that even a level 1 spirit shield couldn't withstand the Stormhawk's attack, and yet Ye Ling had managed to block it with ease, an attack she had been so confident in. What? How is this happening? Zhang Shangnan exclaimed. This move had effortlessly pierced through level 1 spirit shields in her previous battles. Isn't that obvious? The crowd erupted in astonishment as Ye Ling summoned a shield of spiritual energy in his hand. What's so impressive about a level 1 spiritual shield? Look closely using a level 2 one now. The shield's surface shimmered with dazzling light, with 2 radiant star-like marks embedded at its center. This signified that Ye Ling had not only mastered the level 2 spiritual chain, but was now showcasing the power of a level 2 spiritual shield. The audience buzzed with discussions, with many questioning if this was some kind of cheat. In the Academy representative section, Hong Xiu abruptly stood up from her seat. Her gaze locked onto Ye Ling's level 2 shield. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a cultivator leap from wielding a level 1 shield to a level 2 in such a short time? This wasn't something that could be explained by a sudden breakthrough. If it were that simple, geniuses capable of surpassing levels would already be everywhere. Beside her, Hua Ling watched Ye Ling with equal curiosity, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Clearly, this young cultivator harbored more secrets than he let on. In fact, every Academy representative present was drawn to the extraordinary strength Ye Ling had displayed. On the battlefield, Zhang Shengnan sat atop her Stormhawk, her brows furrowed. She had thought this strike would at least throw Ye Ling into disarray, but to her surprise, he had summoned a level 2 spiritual shield in response. Though unwilling to admit it, she had to acknowledge that Ye Ling was exceptionally capable of wielding 2 level 2 spiritual techniques, with a spiritual energy reserve far exceeding her own. Ye Ling carefully inspected his level 2 spiritual shield, noticing a faint crack on its surface. He silently assessed the situation. The Stormhawk's attack had managed to leave a mark on the shield, albeit a minor one, which was enough to demonstrate its overwhelming offensive power. This was largely due to the wind element's unique, cutting properties. Other elements likely wouldn't have achieved such an effect. The head of the Zhang family watched the battle unfolding in the arena with a grave expression. Initially, he had been confident in his daughter's ability to handle Ye Ling, but now, witnessing Ye Ling's repeated displays of astonishing strength, that confidence was beginning to waver. Where on earth did this boy come from? What kind of monster is he? He thought to himself. As a 6th-tier spirit master, he could clearly discern that while his daughter appeared to have the upper hand on the surface, Ye Ling's true strength was superior. The thought of Ye Ling easily defeating Li Shangtian earlier only deepened his concern for his daughter. At that moment, one of his trusted aides, whom he had sent out earlier, hurried back and handed him a document. "Master, here is the information you requested." "All right, wait here," the family head said, quickly skimming through the document. However, the more he read, the more puzzled he became. The report indicated that Ye Ling and his daughter had absolutely no prior connection. The boy had only suddenly emerged during the assessment, making a remarkable impression. Could it be a secret crush? The sudden thought caused his expression to turn somewhat peculiar. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Knowing his daughter's usual disdainful attitude toward boys, such a possibility seemed highly unlikely. In the end, he decided to set the matter aside for now, and planned to question his daughter about it directly after the assessment was over. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena grew increasingly intense. Refusing to back down, Zhang Shengnan directed her Stormhawk to unleash all of its skills, but they had little effect against Ye Ling's 2nd-tier spirit shield. Though Ye Ling eventually had to replace a spirit shield that was covered in cracks, his defense remained solid. The relentless bombardment left the arena in ruins, but it also severely drained the Stormhawk's stamina. Having already endured several battles, the spirit beast was utterly exhausted, and Zhang Shengnan's flying altitude began to drop as well. The Stormhawk gasped for breath, its hooked beak wide open, and its wing movements grew sluggish. It was clear the creature had reached its limit. Zhang Shengnan's resentment and dislike for Ye Ling completely consumed her thoughts, causing her to lose the rationality she needed while commanding Stormhawk in battle. She entirely disregarded the crucial point of preserving her spirit pet's stamina, a mistake that directly led to the unfavorable situation she was now facing. Watching from the sidelines, Hong Xiu frowned, puzzled by Zhang Shengnan's tactical choices. She knows she can't break through his defense, so why does she keep attacking recklessly? Hua Ling, however, responded with a knowing smile. As an observer, she could clearly see the reason behind Zhang Shengnan's unusual behavior. It was nothing more than her dissatisfaction with how close Ye Ling had become to Hua Xianer. This emotional turbulence had completely thrown Zhang Shengnan off her usual fighting style, leaving her disorganized and impulsive. At this point, Stormhawk had begun to noticeably lower its altitude, a dangerous sign that finally snapped Zhang Shengnan out of her trance. She suddenly realized the gravity of her mistake, recklessly exhausting her spirit pet's stamina after several intense battles. Frustrated, she pressed her palm against her forehead, deeply regretting her impulsiveness. Faced with Ye Ling's nearly impenetrable defense, the exhausted Stormhawk could no longer pose any real threat. Dragging out the stalemate would only make things worse. Zhang Shengnan knew full well that once the opportunity arose, Ye Ling would undoubtedly launch a decisive counterattack. After a quick moment of reflection and weighing her options, Zhang Shengnan finally came up with a potential strategy to turn the tide of the battle. Although the chances of success were slim, it seemed to be her only option in the face of the current predicament. The Stormhawk had a deadly secret Movia supreme skill capable of unleashing all its power in an instant. However, this move came at a steep price. Once used, the Stormhawk would be almost completely incapacitated for battle. It was a classic double-edged sword. Zhang Shengnan gazed at the Stormhawk soaring in the sky, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. If this strike could defeat Ye Ling, the price would be worth it. But if it failed, not only would the Stormhawk lose its combat ability, but it would also mean an outright loss in the match. After a brief internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and made her decision rather than dragging things out. It was better to go all in. She gently stroked the Stormhawk's feathers, her eyes filled with resolve. Sensing its master's determination, the Stormhawk gave a subtle nod in agreement. Stormhawk, Wind Spirit Sonic Blast. Zhang Shengnan commanded firmly. The Stormhawk let out a piercing cry as faint azure light began to shimmer around its body. These glimmers of light rapidly converged in front of the Stormhawk, each representing wind elemental energy being drawn from its very core. As the energy continued to gather, the azure dots of light gradually coalesced into a radiant energy orb. Standing on the arena platform, Ye Ling keenly sensed his opponent's desperate final move. Even Xueyu, his spiritual pet, felt the incoming danger. It quickly moved to Ye Ling's side, gripping his arm tightly, ready to help him evade at any moment. With its super speed regeneration ability, Xueyu had little concern for its own safety, but Ye Ling, as a mortal even with enhanced physical strength, might not withstand such a fierce attack from a spiritual pet. Yet Ye Ling remained unusually calm. He knew that as long as he endured this strike, victory would be his. While a level 2 spirit energy shield might not fully withstand the Stormhawk's all-out attack, his abundant reserves of spiritual energy were more than enough to sustain multiple layers of defense. This was the source of his confidence. Ye Ling quickly calculated the consumption of his spiritual energy. Considering the earlier use of the second-level spiritual energy chains and the first-level energy shield, he still had enough reserves to cast multiple second-level spiritual techniques. While a single second-level energy shield might not completely withstand the Stormhawk's ultimate attack, stacking multiple layers of defense would undoubtedly enhance its effectiveness. After all, the Stormhawk was only a first-rank spirit beast, and its full-power strike had its limits. Go! A clear and sharp voice rang out in the sky, followed by the piercing screech of the Stormhawk cutting through the air. The azure wind elements rapidly compressed in the air, eventually forming a basketball-sized energy sphere. This was the wind's sonic bullet. Once the compressed wind elements exploded, they would transform into countless razor-sharp wind blades, creating a devastating cutting storm. Whoosh! The wind's sonic bullet broke through the sound barrier, hurtling toward Ye Ling at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. From launch to near impact, the entire process was as swift as lightning, happening in mere fractions of a second. Just as the wind's sonic bullet was about to collide with the second-level energy shield Ye Ling had deployed, a blood-red figure flashed in front of him. It was Xueyu. With its arms braced against the energy shield, it prepared to absorb the impact. Boom! The moment the wind's sonic bullet struck the energy shield, the compressed energy detonated instantly. Countless wind blades rained down like an unrelenting storm of arrows, furiously slicing at the second-level energy shield. The crisp, metallic clinking of impacts echoed continuously. Even the second-level energy shield, under such an intense barrage, seemed on the verge of collapse. The gap in the original spiritual shield widened further under the fierce assault. The second-tier spiritual shield shattered at a visible speed, breaking into fragments of blue spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. Xueyu, fall back. Spiritual shield. Seeing the defense on the verge of collapse, Ye Ling decisively commanded. Xueyu immediately stepped back, and a brand new spiritual shield materialized in front of her, layered over the damaged old shield. Although the dual-layer defense blocked most of the wind blades, a few managed to slip through, leaving minor scratches on Ye Ling's body. Soon, the first spiritual shield completely disintegrated under the ferocious slicing of the wind elements, breaking into blue specks of light before vanishing. However, this significantly reduced the power of the wind spirit sonic blasts, easing the pressure on the second shield. The wind element's onslaught weakened gradually. Though it continued to drain the energy of the spiritual shield, it no longer had the strength to destroy it. Dust swirled across the arena, stirred by the raging winds, shifting and settling unpredictably. Over time, the clashing sounds grew fainter and eventually ceased altogether. At this moment, all eyes in the audience were fixed on the arena, eagerly awaiting the final outcome of the battle. High above, the Stormhawk was visibly exhausted, its flight path becoming increasingly erratic. Stormhawk, that's enough. I know you've given it your all, Zhang Shengnan said gently, stroking the feathers on the Stormhawk's neck. Her tone carried a mix of pride and consolation. Having given its best effort, there was no shame in defeat. The Stormhawk slowly descended to the arena. The moment it touched the ground, it collapsed from sheer exhaustion, its faint breathing the only sign that it was still alive. "Come back, you've worked hard," Zhang Shengnan said with a pained look, recalling the weary Stormhawk into its spirit pet seal. She then turned her gaze toward the dust-filled area, searching for Ye Ling's figure. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a familiar coughing sound emerged from within the haze. Hearing this, Zhang Shengnan's expression darkened, her mind involuntarily conjuring up the face of Ye Ling, a face she so deeply despised. At that moment, she realized she had already lost. As the dust slowly settled, the figures of Ye Ling and Shueyu reappeared on the arena. The spiritual energy shield in front of Shueyu was nearly half destroyed, with menacing cracks left behind by the sharp wind blades from earlier. Although the wind spirit sonic bullet had successfully breached the first line of defense, it ultimately failed to break through the second spiritual energy shield. Even if it had managed to penetrate the second barrier, Ye Ling still had a third and even a fourth shield ready to deploy, ensuring that all the wind blades would be completely neutralized. Ye Ling, however, was not entirely unscathed. His body was covered in numerous small wounds, traces left by a few wind blades that had slipped through. Though none of the cuts were deep, their sheer number was significant, and his blood had already stained his clothing red. Were it not for his enhanced body, his injuries might have been far more severe. Despite the sharp stinging pain, to him, these were merely superficial wounds. In contrast, Shueyu appeared almost detached from the battle, her elegant crimson attire remaining immaculate, showing no signs of the intense fight. "It seems that I've won this match," Ye Ling said, stepping forward and fixing his gaze on Zhang Shengnan. The moment Zhang Shengnan recalled her Stormhawk, the outcome was determined. A look of helplessness crossed Zhang Shengnan's face. She had intended to teach Ye Ling a lesson, to make him back off and stay away from Huasiener. Yet, fate had other plans, and she ended up losing completely. Now, with her spirit beast gone and her strength no match for his, she had no choice but to admit defeat. "Yes, you've won. I admit my loss wholeheartedly. You are the champion," Zhang Shengnan said with a tone of resignation but also calm acceptance. After speaking, she turned and slowly walked off the arena. The referee immediately stepped onto the stage and announced, "The battle is over. The second stage of the assessment has officially concluded. First place, Ye Ling. Second place, Zhang Shengnan." Thunderous applause erupted from the stands, as the spectators expressed their heartfelt admiration for the thrilling duel they had just witnessed. "Oh wow, what a dark horse." A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. "He actually took first place in one go." The spectators around the examination ground were thrilled. This was the first time in years that someone managed to surpass the descendants of the prominent families and claim the top spot. In previous assessments, the first place position was almost always monopolized by those from influential families. This result was as shocking as the sun rising in the west. The excitement among the common people was well-founded. A candidate from an ordinary background emerging as the top scorer among so many outstanding students brought hope to all families of modest means. Such a groundbreaking achievement naturally resonated with them and sparked their cheers. In contrast, the major families of Tianhui City maintained a calm demeanor. They were not narrow-minded individuals who couldn't tolerate others' success. While their own younger generation failed to claim victory, it only indicated that more effort was needed. More importantly, as the first-place finisher in the second phase of the assessment, Ye Ling was bound to become a sought-after candidate for the top Spirit Master Academies. Under such circumstances, these local families dared not act impulsively, even if they felt slightly discontented. After all, in the presence of representatives from the elite academies of the Holy City, they could only show the utmost respect. The head of the Zhang family glanced at his daughter, Zhang Shengnan, with a trace of regret in his eyes, but he quickly let it go. Shengnan's performance had been outstanding enough, and he was confident she would also attract the attention of the major academies. This outcome was already more than satisfactory for him. On the Hua family's side, Hua Linger gazed at Ye Ling in surprise. She had assumed Zhang Shengnan would win without a doubt, but the unexpected result caught her off guard. Her father, Hua Qingshan, spared no praise, his eyes full of admiration. Linger could sense her father's intentions. It was clear he wanted to use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the promising young man. Although Ye Ling was currently only a first-rank spirit master, his future potential could far surpass that of the Hua family. Up in the stands above the examination ground, representatives from various academies joined in applause. Ye Ling's display of strength had exceeded all their expectations. Even though he had not yet advanced to the second rank, his dominance at his current level was undeniable. Faced with the young spirit master who had demonstrated astonishing strength in battle, the three instructors exchanged glances filled with anticipation. Hua Ling clapped her hands confidently and said, "With just that Tier 2 spirit skill, he can not only crush opponents of the same level, but also hold his own against a Tier 2 spirit master and retreat unscathed." The crucial moment is coming. Let's see which of our academies can secure Ye Ling. The other three instructors nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, representatives from the other academies tactfully gave up the idea of competing. They knew full well that against top-tier academies, they stood no chance of winning over such a prodigious talent. The principal of Tianhui High School, Shang Lingkong, rose to his feet and surveyed the crowd before announcing in a loud, clear voice, "This year's Spirit Master Academy assessment has officially concluded. Let us congratulate Ye Ling for securing first place." As he finished, he led the applause, which quickly swelled into a tidal wave of cheers and clapping from the stands, lasting for a long time. Shang Lingkong gently pressed his hands downward, and the venue fell silent almost instantly. "As promised, the first place winner will receive a special reward," he said, pausing briefly before continuing. 300,000 federal points, along with a rare evolution material. The material may be chosen from my personal collection. The moment he finished, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause once again, and lively discussions filled the venue. "Wow, so envious. 300,000 federal points and rare materials. I've decided I need to get myself a spirit beast just like Ye Ling's. Don't ask why, just know it's logic. Hey, are your priorities a bit off?" Even Ye Ling himself hadn't expected the reward to be this generous. 300,000 federal points was already a substantial sum, and on top of that, he could choose a piece of evolution material from the principal's collection. Although he could only select one, the value of certain rare materials might far exceed the 300,000 federal points. Shang Lingkong spoke passionately, offering words of encouragement, but Ye Ling's attention had already shifted to the rewards he had just received. The system notification chimed in. "Ding! Successfully defeated an opponent in the second stage of the assessment. Current experience points increased by 10. Another notification followed shortly after. "Ding! Achieved first place in the assessment and received the talent reward Rebirth." Ye Ling immediately checked the specifics of the talent. The description for Rebirth 11 stated, "It can be granted to any spirit pet, allowing it to automatically trigger rebirth upon near death, fully restoring its strength. Rebirth consumes all current experience points at the given level. If no experience points are available, the ability cannot activate. Cooldown time is 1 month." After reading the description, Ye Ling's eyes lit up. The power of this talent far exceeded his expectations. Even though it would deplete all experience points at the current level, the ability to fully revive in a critical moment of battle was undeniably compelling. The only limitation was the 1-month cooldown period, but considering the strength of the ability, this restriction seemed reasonable. However, Ye Ling didn't rush to use the talent. His first spirit pet, Bloodshade, already possessed a super regeneration ability, giving it excellent survivability. He decided to save the rebirth talent for his second spirit pet, which he would be able to contract once he advanced to the second tier. Although he didn't know what kind of spirit pet the system would grant him, given that it was a system reward, it was unlikely to disappoint. While Ye Ling was lost in thought, Shang Lingkong finally concluded his lengthy speech. The representatives from the Spirit Master Academies behind him stood up, preparing for the most exciting part of the event, the recruitment process. Shang Lingkong briefly explained the rules. Each academy would select the students they favored. If a student was chosen by 2 academies, they could decide which one to attend. If only one academy selected them, they would have no choice but to join that academy. The representatives from the 4 top-tier Spirit Master Academies were the first to approach Shang Lingkong. The names of the students they selected were about to appear on the large screen. Shang Lingkong pointed to the large screen and announced loudly. The room fell silent instantly. All the students and spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the big screen. Soon, the recruitment lists of the 4 top Spirit Master Academies were displayed. Some students were favored by one academy, while others received offers from 2 or 3, or even all 4. But the most striking revelation was that all 4 elite Spirit Master Academies had unanimously chosen the same name as their top pick, Ye Ling, the first-place candidate. The result caused a stir among the audience. All 4 academies put Ye Ling as their first choice. The most shocking part is Zhuke Academy. Aren't they known for never admitting male students? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Indeed, Zhuke Spirit Master Academy breaking its long-standing tradition to recruit a male student was unprecedented. This honor was bestowed upon Ye Ling, making him the first male in the history of the Federation to be recruited by Zhuke Academy. The atmosphere on site reached a fever pitch over this groundbreaking result. Unlike previous years, where the top candidates often came from prestigious families, Ye Ling's humble background made his achievement even more remarkable. Of course, only Ye Ling himself knew that without the help of that mysterious system, he might not have even passed the first round of assessments. The representatives from each academy exchanged meaningful glances, clearly surprised by Zhuke Academy's decision to break tradition. This move shattered the precedent set since the academy's founding and marked the beginning of a new era. Meanwhile, the discussions among the crowd continued to grow louder. Is there even a choice? He has to go to Zhuke Spirit Master Academy. Even without any resources, it would still be worth it, an enthusiastic voice exclaimed. Huh, you? Keep dreaming, someone immediately retorted. Even if you begged the Spirit Master Academies, they wouldn't take you, let alone Zhuke Academy. Aside from Huasiener, the top 10 students, including Ye Ling, became the focus of fierce competition among the 4 Spirit Master Academies. Since Huasiener had already decided to join the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy, the other 3 academies no longer attempted to recruit her. Zhang Shengnan, who ranked second in the assessment and was one of the only 2 female students in the top 10, also caught the attention of the Vermilion Bird Academy. However, she was solely interested in following Huasiener's choice and unhesitatingly opted for the Xuanwu Spirit Master Academy. This left the other 3 academies' representatives, especially Hong Xiu from the Vermilion Bird Academy, feeling disappointed. With both of the top 10's only female students now committed to Xuanwu Academy, Hong Xiu couldn't help but feel envious. Yet, no amount of enticing offers could change the outcome. In contrast, Ye Ling from Xuanwu Academy was all smiles. Securing 2 outstanding students right at the start of the recruitment process, including Zhang Xingnan, the second-place finisher, was certainly a reason to celebrate. Before long, the other 9 top 10 students had each chosen their respective academies, leaving only Ye Ling yet to make his decision. At this moment, all eyes were on him, waiting for his choice. As Ye Ling remained silent, Lu Feng from the Azure Dragon Academy was the first to speak. Ye Ling, if you choose to join the Azure Dragon Academy, I promise to provide you with 5 more resources than the average student, along with 3 opportunities per year to enter the secret realm. This statement immediately stirred an uproar among the audience, with murmurs spreading throughout the crowd. Is that even possible? The other top 10 students didn't get treated like this. Is this what it means to be a winner in life? So enviable. Just as everyone thought Ye Ling might choose the Azure Dragon Academy, Bai Tong from the White Tiger Academy suddenly stepped forward. Ye Ling, don't rush your decision. If you come to the White Tiger Academy, I can offer you 8 more resources than the average student, 5 opportunities per year to enter the secret realm, and these benefits will continue until you graduate. Compared to Lu Feng's offer, Bai Tong's conditions were undeniably more tempting. The sustained advantages until graduation meant a significant accumulation of resources over time. Comparison can drive one mad. Is this the allure of being number one? Meng Yu stood amidst the crowd, his gaze complicated as he looked at Ye Ling. Once defeated by Ye Ling and later joining the White Tiger Academy, Meng Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness upon hearing the generous terms White Tiger Academy offered to Ye Ling. Despite also being recruited by the academy, he remained just an ordinary student, while Ye Ling received such exceptional treatment. Just as Ye Ling was about to respond, a clear and ethereal voice echoed from the academy representative's stand. Hua Ling from the Black Tortoise Academy stood up, her eyes blazing as she looked directly at Ye Ling. Hold on, don't make a decision yet. I haven't spoken. Her voice resonated throughout the venue. Ye Ling, come to our Black Tortoise Academy. I can guarantee you resources 10 higher than any other student, along with 5 opportunities each year to enter the secret realm. These benefits will remain valid until you graduate from the academy. Pausing briefly, she added, besides, Sienna is in our academy. Don't you want to be with her? Her words instantly shifted the atmosphere to one of subtle tension. Sienna looked utterly bewildered, clearly not expecting to be used as a bargaining chip. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingnan, another student from the Black Tortoise Academy, who had initially been delighted to share the same academy as Huasiener, now glared furiously at Ye Ling. His expression seemed to promise that if Ye Ling dared to accept, he would devour him whole. Facing Zhang Shengnan's hostility, Ye Ling could only offer a helpless smile. If it weren't for the fact that one representative had yet to speak, he might have seriously considered joining the Black Tortoise Academy. At that moment, the representative of the Vermilion Bird Academy, the only one among the 4 academies who hadn't spoken, finally broke her silence. Hong Xiu stood and said plainly, the other teachers have made their offers clear, so I'll get straight to the point. Ye Ling, our Vermilion Bird Academy can provide you with resources 15 greater than those of other students, and will grant you monthly access to the secret realm. These conditions will also remain in effect until you leave the academy. The sudden escalation in terms caused the entire venue to fall into stunned silence. Not only were the onlookers rendered speechless, but even the representatives of the other 3 academies were visibly taken aback. Since there were only 2 girls in the top 10, and one of them had already been reserved by Hua Ling, the options for Zhuke Academy were narrowed down to Ye Ling and Zhang Shai. To avoid leaving empty-handed, Hong Xiu added an unexpected candidate to the recruitment list, Yun Yi, the girl who had used the Frost Bear in her match against Ye Ling. When Yun Yi saw her name appear on the big screen, she could hardly believe her eyes. She never expected to be selected by Zhuke Academy. However, it made sense. Her strength was undeniable, which was precisely why Hong Xiu chose her. What no one anticipated, however, was the incredibly generous offer Zhuke Academy extended to Ye Ling. Even Yun Yi herself looked on with envy, though she understood it was purely a matter of merit. If she had the same level of skill, She believed she too would be courted by the top academies. Zhuke Academy's confidence stemmed from its unique situation. Having previously only admitted female students, its current enrollment was much smaller than the other three top Spirit Summoner academies. This allowed it to offer far more abundant resources. As a result, it could propose an astounding incentive monthly access to the secret realm, totaling 12 times a year, far exceeding the promises of other academies. The audience in the stands erupted into chatter. They had thought the earlier offers were already shocking, but they never imagined Zhuke Academy would go to such lengths for a single male student. Many people even questioned whether they were dreaming, but the reality was right before their eyes. This gap is insane. It's completely unfair. Exclamations of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Faced with such an extraordinary offer, the other three Spirit Summoner academies fell silent. Although they also wanted to present equally enticing terms to recruit Ye Ling, their larger student populations made such resource allocation impossible. Huasiener, who had been confident about recruiting Ye Ling to Xuanwu Academy, gradually lost her smile. Zhuke Academy's bold move had completely disrupted Xuanwu's plans. Meanwhile, Yuni remained in a daze, unable to process the sudden stroke of luck that had come her way. Hua Ling felt a deep sense of helplessness, but there was nothing she could do. The choice was already laid out before her, and any intelligent person would know the right decision to make. At this moment, all eyes in the hall were fixed on Ye Ling. Although everyone had their own predictions, they still held their breath, anticipating the possibility of something unexpected. Under this intense spotlight, Ye Ling walked forward with steady and composed steps, heading straight to the position he had chosen. "Welcome, Ye Ling." Yuni greeted him with a gentle smile. As everyone had expected, Ye Ling chose the Vermilion Bird Academy. It was the most logical choice. His unique leveling method, which relied on defeating magical creatures to gain experience points, was an advantage unmatched by anyone else. On the viewing platform, the expressions of the four representative instructors varied. Hong Xiu was beaming with joy, while the other three instructors couldn't hide their disappointment. But it was understandable they couldn't offer better conditions or commit significant resources to a new student. The audience erupted into murmurs of discussion. "Wow, I'm so jealous. A guy getting into the Vermilion Bird Academy. He's practically living the dream. Do you think just anyone can be as exceptional as Ye Ling?" The other students in the top 10 were envious but remained silent. Without achieving results like Ye Ling's, they knew they had no grounds to negotiate for anything better. The selection process continued in an orderly manner. The Advanced Spirit Master Academy, the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy, and finally the Basic Spirit Master Academy each completed their admissions. Ye Ling's friend, Chan Ji, unfortunately lost in the second round and ultimately joined the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. Once all the students had confirmed their placements, Shang Lingkong stepped forward again. His sharp gaze swept across the students below like a blade, and his voice boomed, "Remember, you are graduates of Tianhui High School. Do not bring shame to us at the Spirit Master Academies. If you embarrass us and come back here, don't blame me if I peel the skin off your backs." Shang Lingkong finally concluded his lengthy speech. By this time, the sunset had painted the sky in hues of red. Many students, having missed lunch due to the assessment, were already famished. "All right, at 8 o'clock tonight, you all need to gather at the East Gate. You will leave Tianhui City with your respective academy teachers aboard the airships. I hope you all achieve great things in the academy," Shang Lingkong said as he swept his gaze over the crowd. "Dismissed. Oh, Ye Ling, come over here." With that, Shang Lingkong turned and walked to the side, followed closely by several guards. Ye Ling immediately followed, knowing this was the moment to receive the promised reward. The group soon arrived at a heavily guarded warehouse, where Shang Lingkong stored his personal belongings. Among the guards stationed outside, there were even spirit masters standing watch. "Ye Ling, congratulations on securing first place. You didn't disappoint me," Shang Lingkong said, handing Ye Ling an electronic inventory list. "This is the list of items stored in the warehouse. You may choose any one of them." Additionally, he added, producing a Federation card, "Race a reward of 300,000 Federation points. I hope you bring glory to Tianhui City at Suzaku Academy." Without hesitation, Ye Ling took the Federation card and carefully put it away before focusing on studying the inventory list. Since Xueyu had not yet completed its evolution, Ye Ling could only deduce the materials it might need based on its undead attributes. After careful consideration, Ye Ling ultimately chose the Undying Bony, a top-tier material sourced from a powerful undead creature. Although it might not be immediately useful for Xueyu, it was bound to be invaluable in the future. Among all the materials listed, this was undoubtedly the most precious choice. Shang Lingkong simply smiled at the decision, saying nothing further. Since he had promised free choice, he had no intention of going back on his word. "It's getting late. Hurry back and pack your belongings." "Thank you, Lord Mayor. They'll take my leave now," Ye Ling said respectfully before departing. After Ye Ling left, one of the people beside Shang Lingkong asked in confusion, "Lord Mayor, that's the most valuable material. Are you really just giving it to him? Shang Lingkong shook his head gently, preparing to explain. The people around fell silent after hearing this, saying no more. There was still some time before 8 p.m., and this period was reserved for the students to pack their belongings. Despite the fact that more dangerous creatures would appear in the wild at night, they still chose to set out after dark. This was because Tianhui City was located in a remote area, and even with airships, it would take 3 to 5 days to reach the various academies. To ensure they could return to their schools on time, they had no choice but to depart early. Most of the students about to enter the academies felt a mix of emotions at this moment. After all, Tianhui City was the place they had called home for many years, and leaving it suddenly was something no one could easily come to terms with. Some even had to part with their parents, making the farewell even more heartbreaking. However, Ye Ling seemed particularly eager to leave Tianhui City. For him, there was nothing here that truly tied him down. Besides, the city's remote location made it extremely difficult to grow stronger. After Shang Lingkong left, the hungry students gradually dispersed as they prepared to fill their stomachs before heading back to pack. When Ye Ling returned to the square after securing some benefits, Qianji suddenly appeared from the side and threw an arm around his shoulder. Old Ye, you never disappoint, Qianji said excitedly. So many top academies fighting over you, it's really something to be proud of. As his close friend, Qianji was genuinely happy for Ye Ling, even though it meant they would have far fewer chances to see each other in the future. Ye Ling patted Qianji on the shoulder, offering some encouragement. Old Qin, don't feel down just because it's a mid-year academy. Keep at it, and you'll become stronger too. All right, Chunji waved his hand dismissively, half joking as he said, it's no big deal. I know my own abilities, and a mid-year academy is good enough for me. By the way, when you make it big in the future, don't forget about me. I'll definitely come looking for you then. Ye Ling smiled and replied, of course, no problem. When that time comes, they'll take good care of you. As the two were chatting, Huasiener silently appeared behind them. Ye Ling and Qianji turned around simultaneously at the sound, only to see Huasiener standing there with a complicated expression. A few steps behind her, Zhang Shengnan stood with her arms crossed, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Well, since Sienna and I will be in the same academy, you won't have a chance anymore. I'll let you talk to her this time, Zhang Shengnan thought smugly to herself, her hostility toward Ye Ling slightly easing due to the fact that they would soon be in different academies. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Qianji tactfully prepared to leave. I'll let you guys talk. I'm heading out now. Old Ye, see you around, he said, then quickly walked away. Ye Ling shrugged helplessly and turned his gaze to Huasiener. Huasiener, if you have something to say, just say it. Huasiener glanced at Ye Ling, biting her lip. The countless words she had wanted to say were now reduced to a dry and simple congratulation. Congratulations on achieving your goal and getting into the Vermilion Bird Academy. The thought of Ye Ling becoming the first male student in the academy's history caused an inexplicable bitterness to well up inside her. Before Ye Ling could respond, Huasiener turned and walked away, with Zhang Xingnan following close behind. Ye Ling stood there, perplexed by the baffling scene. Seriously, can't she just say what she means? After leaving the school, Ye Ling grabbed a quick meal before heading home to pack his belongings. Despite having lived in this place for over a decade, he felt little attachment to it. Although he had merged with the original owner's memories, in reality, he had been here for less than 2 weeks. Everything still felt like someone else's story. As the sun set and the moonlight bathed Tianhui City, the Eastern Gate became a bustling scene. Airships from various Spirit Master Academies were neatly docked, and students who had passed the assessments began to gather. Ye Ling placed his few belongings into his spatial ring and stood quietly among the crowd, waiting. He was acutely aware that this departure from Tianhui City might be permanent unless some extraordinary reason brought him back. Even the city lord, Shang Lingkong, came in person to see them off. Watching these young scholars about to embark on their journeys, he couldn't help but recall his own days of venturing out to seek knowledge. Looking around at the group, he spoke, all right, students, this is where we part ways. From now on, you will represent Tianhui City as you head to the various Spirit Master Academies. I hope you will bring honor to Tianhui City, work hard in your cultivation, strive for breakthroughs, and become someone valuable to the Federation. Shang Lingkong stood on the high platform, his voice resonating as he delivered his farewell speech. Below the stage, the students wore varied expressions, some unable to hold back their tears, silently wiping the corners of their eyes. This moment marked the beginning of their departure from home, embarking on an unknown journey. In that unfamiliar place, apart from the academy, they would lose all familiar support and have to learn to survive independently. For most students, this was their first time truly leaving the warmth of their families. Yet, amidst the crowd, Ye Ling's expression remained unusually calm. He stood quietly in place, merely waiting for the speech to conclude, as if this farewell carried little emotional weight for him. I hope you will go further, grow stronger, and become powerful spirit masters. Shang Lingkong glanced at the time and concluded, "All right, everyone, board the airship." Around them, farewells echoed one after another. Many parents who had come to see their children off struggled to hide their reluctance, watching their sons and daughters depart. Ye Ling raised his head to look at the Vermilion Bird Academy's airship, a massive crimson vessel, adorned with a magnificent depiction of a vermilion bird on its hull. This emblem was not only a decoration on the ship, but would also be bestowed as a badge to every incoming student, serving as a symbol of their identity. Corresponding to Vermilion Bird Academy, the other three major Spirit Master Academies were represented by the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The naming of these four academies was not without reason, but was rooted in the personal experiences of one of the Federation's founders. It is said that this individual, who witnessed the true forms of the four divine beasts, was the first to propose the establishment of the four Spirit Master Academies. Although numerous new Spirit Master Academies have emerged over time, the status of the original four has remained unshaken. As the Federation's earliest educational institutions, they possess the richest resources and have nurtured countless outstanding talents for the Federation, an advantage that later academies struggle to match. Ye Ling was filled with anticipation and curiosity about his upcoming life at Vermilion Bird Academy. Although he had gathered some information about the four great Spirit Master Academies through various channels, scattered accounts could never compare to experiencing it firsthand. From what he knew so far, Vermilion Bird Academy was located to the south of the Holy City, occupying nearly 15,000 acres of land, an area comparable to half of Tianhui City. Such an expansive scale wasn't surprising, considering Tianhui City was remote and lacked resources, making it impossible to grow into a major city. With just one academy covering so much ground, combined with the Azure Dragon Academy in the east, the White Tiger Academy in the west, the Black Tortoise Academy in the north, and numerous other institutions of varying sizes, the sheer scale of the Holy City was beyond imagination. Finally, after a round of heartfelt goodbyes, the time to depart arrived. Compared to the other Spirit Master Academies, the number of new students from Ye Ling's group was remarkably small, just him and Yun Yi. At the front, Hong Xiu looked at her only two students with a satisfied smile. In her view, even if Ye Ling had been the sole recruit, it would have been more than enough. His talent alone could rival many prodigies. As for Yun Yi, her selection was more about balance. After all, they couldn't admit no female students at all. In fact, out of the top 10 candidates, the only two girls had chosen Black Tortoise Academy, which gave Yun Yi, ranked lower, this rare opportunity. Ye Ling, Yun Yi, follow me. It's time to board, Hong Xiu said as she led the way onto Vermilion Bird Academy's airship. Ye Ling and Yun Yi followed closely behind, and as they stepped inside, both were awestruck by what they saw. The spacious interior was exquisitely decorated, radiating a feminine elegance that perfectly matched the Academy's all-female environment. Walking along the interior corridor, they soon arrived at a row of rooms. Hong Xiu stopped, turned to face the two of them, and said, "All right, these two adjacent rooms will be your accommodations for the next few days. They're fully equipped, so feel free to use them." With that, she handed them each a card. Yun Yi eagerly took her card and quickly opened the door to her assigned room. Inside, she found a space that, while not large, was clean, tidy, and more spacious than she had expected for an airship. Ye Ling also accepted his card but didn't rush to open the door. He had keenly noticed from Hong Xiu's demeanor that she seemed to have more to say. Since the room was right in front of him, he decided to wait and hear her out first. "Yun Yi, don't rush into the room just yet." Hong Xiu's voice chimed in at the right moment. "Come with me. I'll show you around the dining area and other parts of the airship." Noticing Yun Yi's eagerness to enter the room while Ye Ling calmly waited for instructions, Hong Xiu nodded in approval. As a patient and gentle teacher, she didn't take offense at Yun Yi's impulsiveness. Another, more irritable teacher might have already reprimanded her. Realizing her lack of decorum, Yun Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although she had been on airships before, this was her first time aboard the Academy's exclusive vessel, and her curiosity had gotten the better of her. She awkwardly brushed her hair back, quickly closed the door, and obediently stepped back to stand beside Ye Ling. Hong Xiu led the way, and soon they arrived at a spacious and well-lit dining hall. The interior was spotless, with the floors gleaming faintly. "This is the dining area. Meals are served here at designated times," Hong Xiu explained as she walked. "But remember, meals are cleared away promptly after the dining hours, so don't be late." Over the next hour, Hong Xiu guided the two of them through every corner of the airship, thoroughly explaining the function of each area. Just as they finished familiarizing themselves with their surroundings, the airship began to vibrate gently. It wasn't just the Zhuge Academy's airships from all the academies were lifting off at this moment, departing from the eastern gate of Tianhui City. On the ground below, crowds of people waved their hands in farewell, their voices filled with both reluctance and hope. "Son, do your best. We'll be waiting for you at home. Take care of yourself." The shouts carried deep emotion, a mix of love and anticipation. No one could predict how many of these young travelers would eventually return home in triumph. how many would remain forever in distant lands. Back inside the airship, Hong Xiu escorted the two of them back to the residential area. After all the battles you went through today, you must be exhausted, she said kindly. Tomorrow morning at 8, come to the training room after breakfast. I'll go over everything you need to know about Zhuke Academy. If there's an emergency, feel free to come to my room, it's the one at the far end. But for minor matters, it's better to wait until tomorrow. Good night. After Hong Xiu left, Yun Yi turned to Ye Ling, her eyes filled with gratitude. Ye Ling, honestly, I owe this all to you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have made it into Zhuke Academy. Yun Yi gazed at the admission letter in her hand, still basking in the overwhelming joy of disbelief. She had only dared to hope for a spot in an advanced Spirit Master Academy, but never in her wildest dreams did she expect to be admitted to Zhuke Academy. The news not only filled her with immense surprise, but also left her father, the head of the Yun family, utterly stunned. Upon calm reflection, the reasoning behind this unexpected blessing gradually became clear. Among the top 10 candidates, there were very few female students. Coupled with the fact that Hong Xiu might not be able to secure her ideal choices, this opened the door for Yun Yi to seize this opportunity. Of course, if Yun Yi hadn't demonstrated considerable strength herself, Hong Xiu wouldn't have made such a decision. The deeper reason, however, was connected to Ye Ling. Zhuke Academy had made an exception by admitting Ye Ling, a male student. Without the company of another female student, the situation might have seemed inappropriate. At this point, Huasiener had already confirmed her decision to join Xuanwu Academy, and Zhang Shengnan's plans remained uncertain. To avoid any potentially awkward scenarios, Hong Xiu had specifically added Yun Yi to the roster. Because of this, Yun Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Ye Ling. After hearing her explanation, Ye Ling quickly pieced together the chain of events, but chose not to take credit for it. No need to thank me. This is something you've earned. Even without crossing paths with me, your strength alone would have secured you a spot among the top 10. This wasn't mere politeness. Without her encounter with Ye Ling, Yun Yi indeed had a strong chance of making it into the top 10. In fact, many advanced academies had already listed Yun Yi as a candidate, and if not for Hong Xiu's last-minute intervention, she would have been admitted elsewhere by now. As night deepened, the cheerful Yun Yi waved goodbye to Ye Ling. Well then, good night and get some rest. Good night. Ye Ling replied with a nod. With a smile of contentment, Yun Yi skipped back to her room. After the sound of her door opening and closing faded, Ye Ling took out the card Hong Xiu had given him and headed to his own room. Though modest in size, the room was clean and tidy, reminding Ye Ling of his accommodations back in Tianhui City. For a room like this on an airship, he was more than satisfied. In reality, the privilege of having private rooms was something only advanced academies' airships could offer. Lower-tier academies simply didn't have the resources, and their students were often forced to share accommodations. In situations where there are more students, most of them are required to share a room with 2 or 3 people. This made Ye Ling and his group's privilege of enjoying single rooms seem especially luxurious. At this moment, all the airships had gathered in the skies above the outskirts of Tianhui City, creating a spectacular scene. Among them, only the airships of the 4 top-tier academies were headed for the Holy City, while airships from other Spirit Master Academies were bound for various major cities. This division was determined by the Federation's enrollment system. Across the entire Federation, only the 4 top-tier academies had the privilege of recruiting students nationwide. Other academies were assigned fixed recruitment areas and could only enroll students from designated cities each year. Soon, most of the airships dispersed in all directions, including the one carrying Tianji. The airships of the 4 top-tier academies set off directly toward the Holy City. Blue spiritual energy surged from the exhaust jets at the rear, generating immense propulsion that drove the massive airships forward at high speed. In no time, they turned into streaks of light, vanishing into the dark night sky as if merging with the boundless sea of stars. Tianhui City grew desolate with the departure of the younger generation. Many parents who had come to see their children off were filled with a sense of loss. This sudden pain of separation would likely take a long time to heal. The night sky, adorned with countless stars, appeared beautiful and enchanting, but it concealed hidden dangers for the airships traveling through it. Even though this was a regularly cleared flight route with relatively few flying magical creatures, there was no room for complacency. If an airship were to be damaged in the wilderness beyond, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the wilderness outside the city, the most dangerous moments often occur at night. Under the cover of darkness, monsters become more ferocious and aggressive. Fortunately, airships follow fixed, cleared flight routes, encountering at most a few low-level monsters along the way. High-level monsters with strong territorial instincts typically do not leave their domains to roam about. As the Academy airships gradually departed from Tianhui City, an unsettling incident occurred within the city. Inside the Liu family estate, teams of servants, each holding a lantern, meticulously searched every corner. Yet, they were unable to find any trace of Lu Wu, the former heir whose position had been revoked. What? Still no sign of him? Lu Yun, seated in the main chair, glared furiously at the kneeling servants. His expression was dark as he bellowed. What are you all doing? Do I feed you just to be useless? Though Lu Yun had always been strict with his only son and had even tacitly approved the Elders' Council's decision to strip Lu Wu of his heir status, blood ties could not be denied. He was still deeply concerned for Lu Wu's safety. After all, Lu Wu, despite no longer being the heir, was still his only child. Master, master, the young master, one of the servants stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence while trembling on the ground. Useless fools. You can't even handle a simple task. Lu Yun scolded coldly. Keep searching, and don't even think about sleeping until you find him. If he didn't still need these people to continue the search, he would have dealt with their incompetence long ago. The servants responded in unison, hastily retreating. Watching their backs as they left, Lu Yun's rage boiled over. He grabbed the teacup beside him and hurled it to the ground. With a loud crash, shards scattered in all directions. If it weren't for those meddling elders, his son wouldn't have fallen to such a low point. Although Lu Yun was the head of the family, his authority was constantly undermined and restrained by the Council of Elders. These cunning old foxes were well-versed in power games and would never allow him to consolidate power fully. They were fully aware that if Lu Yun ever achieved absolute control, the first people he would target would be the elders themselves. The Council of Elders not only obstructed him at every turn, but also forcibly revoked Lu Wu's heir status. All of this signaled that the internal conflicts within the Lu family had reached a critical point where they could no longer remain hidden. What began as covert schemes and power plays had now escalated into open confrontation. The situation was spiraling out of control. Although anger burned within him, Lu Yun's foremost concern at this moment was his son's safety. This only child was the sole heir of their family line, and any harm coming to him would be unthinkable. It was this overwhelming anxiety that left Lu Yun restless and on edge. Meanwhile, atop a remote mountain peak outside the brightly lit city of Tianhui, a figure cloaked in black gazed down upon the bustling urban landscape. It was Lu Wu. His eyes, no longer calm as they once were, now radiated a chilling coldness, as if intent on freezing the entire city in its tracks. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed from behind him. So, have you seen enough? If you're done, it's time to leave. We have a long journey ahead. For an ordinary person, such a cold and eerie voice might have sent shivers down their spine, but Lu Wu's expression remained unmoved. Behind him, a shadowy figure emerged quietly, its form indistinct except for a pair of deep, penetrating eyes that seemed neither human nor ghostly. Not yet, Lu Wu replied coldly. I want to etch this city into my memory. One day, I will return and level it to the ground. His eyes burned with unfiltered hatred for the city, for his family, for his father, and most of all, for a man named Ye Ling. The mere thought of Ye Ling, who had claimed the top spot in the assessment, made Lu Wu's entire body tremble with fury. Don't dwell on it, the shadow whispered. If you follow me, everything you desire will be within your grasp. You will grow stronger, and when the time comes, you can return to take your revenge on everyone you despise. Lu Wu glanced at the shadowy figure beside him and nodded silently. Without another word, the pair turned and began descending the far side of the mountain, heading in the direction that led away from the Federation. Where they were going, no one knew, and no one witnessed their departure. Across the vast wilderness, streaks of light flashed through the night sky. It was the airships of the 4 top academies swiftly traversing the air. Ye Ling was currently lying in his private room aboard the Zhuke Academy's airship. Having just finished freshening up, he suddenly sprang upright with a quick motion. He remembered the reward he had yet to claim for placing in the top 3 of the competition, a mysterious flying type, Spirit Pet Egg. Preoccupied with the final match and packing his belongings earlier, he had delayed claiming the prize until now. Without hesitation, Ye Ling chose to receive the reward. A faint red glow flickered, and a unique fiery red Spirit Pet Egg appeared in his hands. The egg was covered in intricate golden patterns, with a deep crimson wing emblem imprinted on one side, clearly signifying its extraordinary nature. What was even more remarkable was the intense heat radiating from the egg, though to Ye Ling, it felt merely warm. As Ye Ling tried to guess the identity of the creature within the egg, an unexpected vision flashed in his mind, a pair of massive, fiery red wings that seemed capable of blotting out the sky. The sudden image startled him momentarily, but he quickly composed himself, growing even more certain of the egg's exceptional nature. Not long now, just a little longer until the contract can be formed, Ye Ling murmured softly as he gently stroked the egg. In truth, the egg's actual temperature was far higher than what he felt. It was only because the system had bound it to him that he could touch it without harm. Anyone else attempting to handle it would undoubtedly suffer severe burns. Considering the egg's unique properties, Ye Ling decided to store it in his spatial ring to avoid unnecessary attention and trouble. After all, until the contract was formally established, it was better to err on the side of caution. After securing the spirit pet egg, Ye Ling opened the long unchecked attribute panel. A blue light screen unfolded slowly before his eyes. Host, Ye Ling. Level, Tier 1, Level 10. Spirit Power, 125835500. Spirit Skills, Spirit Chain Level 2, Spirit Shield Level 2, Spirit Vision Level 1. Spirit Pet, Blood Shadow. Free points, 2. He then navigated to Blood Shadow's attribute panel, and the familiar data appeared. Name, Blood Shadow. Species, White-Eyed Zombie. Attribute, Undead. Level, Tier 1, Level 10 Experience, 59.4. Growth Potential, Ordinary. Growth Rate, 78.7. Equipment, Blood Shadow's exclusive Crimson Robe. Talents, Intermediate Physical Damage Reduction, Intermediate Magic Damage Reduction, Blood Mist Transformation, Rapid Regeneration. Skills, Bloodthirst, Blood Frenzy. Evolution, Evolution Conditions Unmet. Recalling the grueling assessment he had just undergone, a faint smile appeared on Ye Ling's lips. The breakthrough to Tier 2 was now within reach. Once achieved, not only would the autoloot function be unlocked, but he would also receive a mysterious item. Most importantly, it would allow him to contract a second spirit pet. He gently stroked the spirit pet egg in his hands, the memory of that awe-inspiring scene flashing through his mind. He was certain this egg would hatch into an extraordinarily powerful spirit pet. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow's growth rate was approaching its critical threshold, and all the materials required for evolution were already prepared. It was only a matter of time before its evolution would be complete. Lying on his bed, Ye Ling's thoughts drifted to the holy city he would reach in a few days. Compared to a small city like Tianhui City, the grandeur and prosperity of the Federation's holy city far surpassed anything described online. As the heart of the Federation, it was a place every young person dreamed of visiting. After a day of intense combat, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Ye Ling's thoughts grew hazy, and as he leaned back against the pillow, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Time passed gradually, and the night grew deeper. The airships of the 4 elite academies continued their journey, venturing further into the wilderness. This region, devoid of any city protection, was fraught with lethal danger for ordinary people. For the powerful spirit tamers, however, this carefully planned route posed little threat. Inside the cockpit of the Vermilion Academy's airship, the crew, composed entirely of women, focused intently on their respective tasks. Ugh, this is so boring. We have to stay like this for days, one crew member, slumping into her chair, stretched lazily. Though the long, high-alert flights were undeniably tedious, the well-paying job was still a dream opportunity for many. Come on, stop complaining, another crew member said with a smile. Once we get back, we'll have some time to rest. Most of the time, we just stay at the academy anyway. Sure. No chatting, a third crew member whispered in warning. If the boss hears us, we'll definitely get scolded. As if summoned by her words, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the cabin. The entire crew immediately straightened up, sitting at attention. A middle-aged woman dressed in sleek black attire entered the cockpit. It was Li Yuehai, the airship's stern manager and a formidable spirit tamer at the 7th rank and 5th level. Li Yuehai crossed her arms as she stood at the control panel. For some reason, this flight filled her with an inexplicable sense of unease, a feeling that had been keeping her from getting proper rest. Any unusual activity? Her cool voice reverberated through the cockpit. None. The crew responded in unison, their voices sharp and disciplined. Having endured her reprimands and punishments before, none of them dared to show the slightest laxity in her presence. Just as Li Yuehai was about to leave, a piercing alarm blared suddenly. She spun around, her expression darkening as she fixed her gaze on the crew at the control panel. Boss, we've detected a large number of magical creatures along the flight path, the observer reported promptly. Their individual energy levels are low, but their numbers are overwhelming, too many to count accurately. A large number? Could it be a flock of flying magical beasts? Li Yuehai murmured to herself, her brows furrowing deeply. The monitoring personnel stared anxiously at the display screen, urgently reporting to Li Yuehai, "Boss, in 30 seconds, we'll encounter those demonic creatures. While they may not be strong individually, their numbers pose a significant threat to the airship. We need the spirit masters to head outside the airship and drive them away." Li Yuehai snapped out of her thoughts. She had been recalling Hongxiu's instructions: allow the students to gain experience when facing demonic creatures. Without hesitation, she made a decisive order in a firm tone. Notify all spirit masters on the airship to gather at the lift chamber immediately and prepare to drive away the approaching creatures. The alarm blared throughout the airship, its sharp ringing echoing in every corner. Attention all spirit masters on board. Report to the lift chamber for an emergency assembly immediately. I repeat, all spirit masters on board. Report to the lift chamber for an emergency assembly immediately. The piercing alarm jolted Ye Ling awake. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he stepped out of his room and bumped into Yunyi, who looked equally puzzled. Ye Ling, what's going on? Yuni asked, her face full of confusion. Ye Ling remained calm. I'm not sure about the specifics, but since all spirit masters are being called to assemble, we should go check it out. With that, he closed his door and headed for the lift chamber with Yun-E. Thanks to Hongxia's earlier orientation of the airship's layout, the two quickly navigated their way to the lift chamber. When they arrived, Li Yuehai and Hongxiao were already there, along with two other accompanying spirit masters. This six-person team represented all the forces that Zhuge Academy had sent to Tianhui City. Two 7th-rank spirit masters, two 5th-rank spirit masters, and the newly recruited Ye Ling and Yun-E. Though small in number, their strength was formidable. The limited deployment was due to Tianhui City's location on the fringes of the Federation remote and sparsely populated. This time, only 2 students were recruited, so there was no need for a larger escort of teachers. The situation is similar in the other 3 academies, with no more than 3 or 4 students in each, making them equally limited in scale. Under these circumstances, assigning too many teachers to Tianhui City would indeed waste Zhuge Academy's teaching resources. Inside the lift capsule, Yuni eagerly turned to Hongxiao. Teacher Hong, what's going on now? Ye Ling also fixed his gaze on Hongxiao, awaiting her explanation. Hongxiao's face lit up with a relaxed smile. It's nothing serious, just some weak flying magical creatures. I thought this would be a good opportunity for you all to go up and help drive them away. For you, this is a rare chance for real combat training in the wild. Although dealing with these low-level creatures was a simple task for someone of Hongxiao's caliber, she had intentionally involved Ye Ling and Yun-E to provide them with hands-on combat experience. Flying magical creatures? Ye Ling couldn't help but let out a wry smile, surprised by his bad luck. Yet, a glimmer of excitement soon sparked in his eyes. For him, this was exactly the kind of opportunity he had been hoping for. Real combat was the only way to gain experience points and improve his growth. If luck was on his side, he might even break through to the 2nd tier before returning to Zhuge Academy, and Shuai could possibly evolve to the next stage. Great. Thank you, Teacher Hong, for giving us this opportunity to train. Yunyi's face lit up with eager anticipation. With a powerful teacher by her side for protection, this kind of combat experience was truly invaluable. Her earlier match with Ye Ling had made her acutely aware of her own shortcomings, and she was determined to surpass her limits and grow stronger. Even if she couldn't immediately overtake Ye Ling, she was resolved to at least narrow the gap between them. All right, hurry up and come over. We're going up soon, Hongxiao called out. Ye Ling and Yuni quickly moved to Hongxiao's side. Li Yuehai gestured to his subordinates, and the lift platform began to rise slowly. The top of the airship opened into a circular hatch just large enough for the platform to pass through, allowing the biting wind to sweep in. Brr, it's so cold. Yuni shivered uncontrollably. The high-altitude flight of the airship, coupled with the rushing wind, made the temperature far lower than on the ground. It won't be cold for long. You'll be warming up with some battle soon, Li Yuehai said, his gaze fixed ahead. Get ready, we're almost there. Under the moonlight, a dark, looming shadow appeared in the distance, gradually closing in on the airship. Faced with such a large swarm of flying beasts, Ye Ling remained composed, but Yun-Yi's face turned pale from the cold and a hint of fear. There are so many of them? Yun-Yi, a 1st-rank spirit summoner, was facing such a massive group of flying beasts for the first time and couldn't help but feel intimidated. Don't worry, Li Yuehai said calmly. These are just 1st-rank low-level black crows, not much of a threat. However, their leader is a 2nd-ranked beast, the Black Crow King, which commands the entire flock. The other 3 academies' airships also raised their lift platforms, and teachers led the top 10 students from the assessments onto their respective decks. While the figures were visible, their voices couldn't carry across the distance. Ye Ling, Yun-E, summon your spirit companions and prepare to fight, Hongxiao reminded them. Shuaiyu, Ice Frost Bear. Shuaiyu, clad in her elegant blood-red attire, gracefully landed beside Ye Ling. Yun-E, seeing Shuaiyu up close for the first time, couldn't help but be captivated by her exquisite beauty and flawless figure, feeling a tinge of jealousy. Roar! The Ice Frost Bear let out a deafening growl at Shuaiyu the moment it appeared, clearly remembering the experience of being overpowered during the arena match. All right, Big Bear, quiet down. Yun-E scolded loudly, covering her ears. The bear immediately shut its mouth with a pitiful expression, looking up at its master with wide, pleading eyes. Pfft! Ha ha ha! Ye Ling burst out laughing at the nickname Big Bear, reminded of a certain round, blue and white mascot always accompanied by a large bear. Ye Ling, what's so funny? Hongxiao asked curiously. This peculiar sense of joy was something only Ye Ling could truly understand. Even if he tried to explain it to Hongxiao and the others, they probably wouldn't grasp why he was laughing. Suppressing his amusement, he shook his head slightly and said, Teacher Hong, it's nothing. I just thought of something funny. Hongxiao paused for a moment upon hearing this, confused but quickly letting it go. However, The frost bear nearby keenly sensed a wave of malice directed at its very soul. Following the source of this feeling, it met Ye Ling's gaze heated. Was this person just laughing at me? What's so funny? The frost bear grumbled inwardly. If it weren't for Yun Yi being present, it wouldn't be acting so timid. Against anyone else, it had always been quite domineering. They're coming, prepare for battle. Li Yuehai's voice suddenly rang out. Her gaze was fixed ahead, her expression unusually calm. Ye Ling and Yun Yi immediately became alert, focusing on the approaching swarm of black crows. These black crows were first-tier magical creatures that lived in flocks. Although their individual strength was no more than level 3 or 4 of the first tier, their advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers. They had no special abilities, but their sharp beaks and claws could easily tear through flesh. If they launched a large-scale attack on the airship, even the sturdiest vessel wouldn't hold out for long. Leading this flock was a second-tier magical creature, the Black Crow King. It had complete control over the entire swarm and could even command them to launch suicidal attacks. Even for someone as experienced as Li Yuehai, this was the first time encountering such a massive flock of black crows along the flight route. The deafening cries of the densely packed crows filled the air, agitating everyone. Hongxiu frowned deeply, finding the sudden cacophony unbearable. Start, Li Yuehai commanded. With a wave of her right hand, a ball of fire materialized out of thin air. She hurled it toward the forefront of the black crow swarm. The fireball, the size of a basketball, exploded the moment it made contact, engulfing all the surrounding crows in flames. On the other airships, students from the other academies also sprang into action. The students of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise academies took their positions. At the forefront, Ye Ling stood composed, directing Huixiner and Zhang Shengnan to summon their spirit pets in preparation for battle. Back on the Vermilion Bird Academy airship, Yun Yi decisively commanded, Big Bear. Frost Breath. The frost bear let out a thunderous roar, lifting its head as it unleashed a piercing blast of white frost from its mouth. The icy attack instantly froze the black crows in its path. The immobilized crows lost their ability to fly, plummeting to the ground and shattering like ice blocks upon impact. As Ye Ling was about to join the fray, the system suddenly issued a time-limited mission. Eliminate as many black crows as possible within 10 minutes, with rewards determined by the number of kills. Ye Ling's eyes lit up. This was like receiving a pillow when he was drowsy. Shuiyu, we can't fall behind. Do you think these weaklings are no match for you in your current state? A flicker of red light flashed in Shuiyu's eyes as she stood beside Ye Ling. She gave a barely noticeable nod. Her 10 fingers, tipped with razor-sharp nails, slowly extended. Suddenly, she stepped forward, her toes lightly tapping the ground as she leaped directly toward the flock of black crows. This scene left Hongxiu utterly astonished. As a test examiner, she was well aware that Shuiyu had no ability to fly, which always put her at a disadvantage against flying spirit beasts. Seeing Ye Ling let Shuiyu act alone, Hongxiu had already prepared herself to summon her own spirit beast for rescue at any moment. However, Shuiyu's performance was completely unexpected. She moved like a scarlet sprite, dancing gracefully among the black crows under the moonlight. Each step landed precisely on the crows, using them as leverage. Her poison-laced nails slashed through her targets, and one by one, the crows succumbed. Her movements were light and elegant, as if she were performing a blood-red ballet in the night sky. Yun Yi watched in awe, marveling at the stark difference between individuals. Her own spirit beast was a lumbering frost bear, which was currently baring its teeth at Shuiyu in the air though. Of course, its courage only extended as far as Shuiyu being out of reach. The crows afflicted by the corpse poison quickly showed signs of deterioration. Their bodies stiffened, their eyes lost their luster and turned murky, and eventually, their wings ceased to move. They plummeted to the ground in rigid stillness. Though Shuiyu lacked wide-range attack abilities, her agile and precise movements wreaked havoc within the flock of crows. Big Bear, get moving. You can't just stand there. Yuni snapped, snapping her frost bear out of its daze. With a thunderous roar, the bear unleashed another frost breath attack. For its bulky frame, this was its only method of dealing with airborne enemies. Meanwhile, the other Academy airships were also locked in combat with the Black Crows. Zhang Shengnan, astride her Storm Hawk, unleashed a series of wind blade strikes that sliced the crows cleanly in half. In contrast, Huixiner, whose earthbound dragon was incapable of flight, could only pace anxiously on the lift platform. Ah, earthbound dragon, if only you could fly. How wonderful it would be if you had wings, Huixiner sighed. The earthbound dragon let out a low, aggrieved growl, its sheer weight making such a dream impossible. At that moment, Huixiner's gaze shifted to the Vermilion Bird Academy's airship. She had intended to search for a familiar figure, but was instead captivated by a blood-red silhouette in the sky. A figure, as graceful as a sprite, danced through the night, each leap accompanied by a falling crow. Is that Ye Ling's spirit pet? Huixiner gasped in astonishment. Shui Yu's striking appearance and unique attire were far too distinctive to be mistaken by anyone. Hua Xian'er pouted slightly. A strange feeling stirring within her. She was actually jealous of a spirit pet's beauty. And it wasn't just her. The other students present were equally captivated by Shui Yu. The grace and elegance with which Shui Yu moved were unparalleled, something no ordinary spirit pet that couldn't fly could ever achieve. So beautiful. With such a stunning spirit pet, Ye Ling is living the dream. And he even got into the all-girls Vermilion Bird Academy. The murmurs and exclamations from the crowd grew louder. The teachers from the three major academies frowned in unison as they listened to the chatter. They had all considered recruiting Ye Ling, but due to the limitations of their respective academies, they could only watch helplessly as such an exceptional student joined the Vermilion Bird Academy. Meanwhile, Ye Ling was entirely absorbed in the system's counter, oblivious to the commotion around him. 108, 109. The numbers kept climbing, each representing a black crow taken down by Shui Yu. Watching the crows fall one after another, a faint smile played on Ye Ling's lips. Though the experience points from these low-level black crows were minimal, every bit added up, bringing Shui Yu closer to advancing to the second tier. With more than half of the 10-minute time mission already elapsed, Ye Ling resolved to go all out to complete it successfully. Shui Yu, bloodthirst, frenzied blood. For the first time, Shui Yu unveiled her full arsenal of skills in front of everyone. She leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful surge of blood energy that scattered the surrounding black crows. Despite the crows' relentless assault under the control of the Black Crow King, they were utterly unable to penetrate Shui Yu's defenses. Under the effects of the dual skills, Shui Yu's eyes glowed crimson, her fangs bared, and her entire being radiated an intimidating aura of blood energy. Witnessing this, Hong Xiu, aboard the airship, stopped Li Yuehai from stepping in to help. Look at his expression, Hong Xiu said, pointing at Ye Ling. Does he look like someone who needs help? Li Yuehai followed her gesture and saw Ye Ling wearing a confident smile, completely untroubled by Shui Yu's situation. That confidence said it all. Ye Ling's calm composure in the face of the black raven swarm took Li Yuehai by surprise. Seeing that Hong Xiu had chosen to trust Ye Ling, she refrained from intervening further. Instead, she casually eliminated a few black ravens attempting to attack the airship. While this was meant to be a practical combat training exercise for the students, the safety of the airship remained the top priority. In the sky, a dense mass of black ravens blocked out the sun, their piercing cries echoing through the air. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupted from the area where Shui Yu was surrounded. A crimson light shot skyward, scattering the black ravens in panic. Many of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Shui Yu transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, weaving through the swarm of ravens. Each charge claimed the lives of several ravens, some even sliced cleanly in half. Blood painted the darkened sky, which seemed to further fuel Shui Yu's battle frenzy. The blood aura surrounding it grew thicker, and its speed became increasingly faster. Amazing, just amazing. Yuni stared in awe at the scene, finally realizing that Ye Ling hadn't been fighting at full strength during their earlier duel. Her frost bear, gazing at the blood-red figure wreaking havoc in the sky, shuddered involuntarily. The tremor caused the frost it had been breathing to spread out in rippling waves. Huh, Big Bear, is this a new skill of yours? Yuni asked in surprise. The frost bear, panting heavily, shook its head wearily. At this moment, Ye Ling joined the fray. Spirit chains. Thick blue chains suddenly appeared amidst the raven swarm, striking them into disarray. Many were knocked unconscious and plummeted to the ground. Since the mission only required eliminating a sufficient number of black ravens within 10 minutes, with no stipulation that it had to be done solely by spirit beasts, Ye Ling naturally took action himself. Li Yuehai was stunned to see a first-tier spirit master wielding a second-level spirit skill, something unprecedented in the history of the Federation. Sensing her astonishment, Hong Xiu chuckled softly and said, Yuehai, now do you understand why I wanted to recruit him? A genius like this would be a terrible loss if not brought on board. The system's kill count surged rapidly 298, 299, and climbing steadily. Ye Ling felt a surge of excitement. The higher the count, the greater the potential reward. While he didn't know exactly what the reward would be, he was confident that accumulating more points could only be beneficial. The rewards offered by the system were indeed generous, but Shui Yu currently lacked any large-scale attack capabilities. This made Ye Ling's efforts less efficient when dealing with swarms of black crows. In contrast, the other students aboard the airships were struggling to hold their ground. Most of their spirit beasts, having fought fiercely during the day, had yet to fully recover and were now forced to continue battling. What on earth is going on? Why are we encountering such a massive flock of black crows at this exact moment? Someone couldn't help but complain. Stop whining and focus on the fight. With the teachers standing guard nearby, this is a rare opportunity for real combat experience, another voice retorted. Suddenly, a piercing caw shattered the night's silence. The previously scattered attacks of the black crows abruptly ceased, and the entire flock began to converge in an orderly manner toward the source of the cry. That's the summoning call of the Black Crow King, Hongxiu said, frowning. The cry of an ordinary black crow could never possess such powerful rallying force. This realization made Ye Ling's eyes light up. Defeating the Black Crow King would undoubtedly yield even greater rewards. Without hesitation, he shouted toward the blood-red glow in the sky, Shuiyu, head toward where the crows are gathering and find the Black Crow King. The crimson light in the sky paused briefly before changing direction, darting straight toward the densest part of the crow swarm. Witnessing this, Hongxiu grew anxious. Ye Ling, call your spirit beast back immediately. A first-tier spirit beast going up against a second-tier Black Crow King is far too dangerous. Teacher Hong, please don't worry. Shuiyu will be fine, Ye Ling replied calmly. He understood that while the Black Crow King was indeed a second-tier magical creature, it was only at the initial level of that tier. Its true threat lay in its ability to control the flock. Armed with its formidable defenses and two unique abilities, Shuiyu was more than capable of taking it on. Hongxiu was momentarily speechless as she looked at Ye Ling's unwavering confidence. She had seen too many overconfident students make grave mistakes in the past. Reluctantly, she summoned her own spirit beast. Come forth, Huiyu. A blazing fire rock with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared above the airship, its body engulfed in roaring flames. Its arrival triggered a dramatic reaction. The surrounding black crows, as if encountering their natural predator, scattered in panic and fled in all directions. Although the fiery phoenix summoned by Hongxiu was not her first spirit companion, it had already reached the power level of Tier 7, Stage 1A level, far beyond the reach of Ye Ling and the others, who were only at Tier 1. In the dark of night, the phoenix soared through the skies, its body engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a radiant sun. Any black crows that dared to approach were instantly consumed by the fire, leaving nothing behind. This striking scene immediately caught the attention of the observers from the other 3 academies. Lu Feng from Qinglong Academy, Bai Tong from Beitong Academy, and Hua Ling from Xuanwu Academy all turned their gazes toward the airship of Zhuke Academy. Bai Tong speculated that Hongxiu might be planning to annihilate the entire flock of black crows in one fell swoop, while Hua Ling believed it couldn't be that straightforward. Using the power of a Tier 7 spirit master against such creatures seemed like overkill. In truth, Hongxiu had summoned the fiery phoenix solely to ensure Shuiyu's safety. In her view, Ye Ling was far too young and impulsive, and risking such an exceptional spirit companion was simply unacceptable. However, she issued no offensive commands, instead maintaining a vigilant guard. Ye Ling was momentarily awestruck upon seeing the fiery phoenix. Its massive, crimson wings and the intense flames enveloping its body exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Even though Hongxiu intentionally restrained its aura, the sight was still deeply intimidating for newcomers like Ye Ling and Yun Yi. Nevertheless, Ye Ling quickly refocused his attention on Shuiyu. At this moment, Shuiyu had transformed into a streak of crimson light, piercing through the layers of black crows surrounding it and heading straight for its target. She had already identified the Black Crow King, a slightly larger crow with distinctive purple feathers. Though the purple hue was subtle in the darkness, its pale purple-gray eyes stood out strikingly, setting it apart from the ordinary crows. Without hesitation, Shuiyu leaped onto the body of one black crow, using it as a springboard, and dashed toward the Black Crow King with incredible speed. A streak of blood-red light shot towards the Black Raven King, its sharp claws carving a dangerous arc through the air. The Black Raven King, who had been focused on controlling its flock, immediately panicked and dodged away in haste. Despite being a Tier 2 magical creature with considerable strength, the Black Raven King was inherently timid and cowardly, which explained why it always stayed in the rear, quietly directing its flock. At this moment, although its power should have been enough to suppress Shuiyu, the situation was entirely reversed. Shuiyu's attacks were swift and ferocious, each strike aimed at a critical point. While the Black Raven King barely evaded the deadly claw, Shuiyu pressed on relentlessly, its attacks becoming increasingly rapid. Under this storm-like assault, the Black Raven King could only flee in disarray. However, what truly sent the Black Raven King into a state of panic was not Shuiyu, but the sudden appearance of the fiery kite. This imposing, flame-wreathed giant bird was the real source of its fear. Without the Black Raven King's commands, the Raven flock descended into chaos. These subordinates, entirely reliant on their leader's orders, could only hover aimlessly in the air without direction. Observers aboard the various airships began murmuring amongst themselves as they watched the scene unfold. The Black Raven King's cowardice completely overturned their perception of Tier 2 magical creatures. Some even began to question its strength, claiming they could defeat it themselves until someone with sharp eyes pointed out that the truly fearsome presence was the fiery kite. Teacher Hong, is this Tier 2 Black Raven King really so weak? Yuni asked in confusion, gazing at the scene before her and turning to Hongxiu for answers. Hongxiu shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate it. It's just a little scared of my fiery kite right now. Soon, it will recover and fight back. Sure enough, just as Hong Xiu finished speaking, the Black Raven King, which had been fleeing in panic, suddenly came to a halt. The Black Crow King had been fleeing in panic earlier, primarily due to the terror caused by the Fire Falcon. That powerful creature, upon appearing, incinerated a vast number of crows with its flames alone, inflicting immense psychological pressure on the Black Crow King. Moreover, since the Fire Falcon happened to be in the same direction as Shuiyu, the Black Crow King misjudged the situation and fled in haste. Now regaining its composure, the Black Crow King realized that the pursuer was not the formidable spirit beast it feared and immediately counterattacked. It spun around abruptly, opened its sharp beak, and unleashed a piercing screech, sending waves of sound rippling outward. The intensity of this sonic attack was so great that an ordinary person would have likely fainted on the spot. Shuiyu, rapidly closing in, suddenly felt dizzy. Its flight speed sharply reduced as its body involuntarily began to plummet. Fortunately, it reacted swiftly, stepping on the back of a crow below to regain momentum and soared skyward again. This sonic attack resembled a form of magic, and if not for Shuiyu's innate intermediate magic resistance, the consequences would have been far worse. The Black Crow King's sharp cry was a method it often used to control its flock, but it also served as a surprise attack. Shuiyu had suffered from it earlier, but now, being prepared, it wouldn't fall for the same trick again. Using the momentum from stepping on the crow, Shuiyu closed in on the Black Crow King once more. The latter, believing its sonic attack had worked when it saw Shuiyu falling, hadn't anticipated such a swift counterattack. This moment of carelessness proved fatal, as it failed to dodge in time, and its wing was slashed deeply. The Black Crow King let out a shrill cry of pain, hastily ascending higher into the sky. A shower of black feathers mixed with droplets of blood scattered through the air. Although it managed to evade further assaults, Ye Ling, standing on the airship, murmured two quiet words, "It's over." This wasn't a prediction but a statement of fact, as the Black Crow King's wing had already been infected by Shuiyu's corpse poison. Even though the Black Crow King's level was higher than Shuiyu's, once tainted by the corpse poison, it would inevitably succumb to its effects over time. Higher-level creatures could suppress the poison for longer and had greater chances of purging it, but ultimately, none could escape its invasion. Gradually, their bodies would stiffen, sealing their doom. If one engages in intense physical activity, the corpse poison will circulate more rapidly within the body, accelerating the process of rigidity. Ultimately, the victim's body will become petrified, perfectly intact on the surface, but completely hardened within. At this moment, the Black Crow King only felt sharp pain radiating from its wings, entirely unaware that the lethal corpse poison was silently infiltrating its body. Ye Ling had keenly observed this and concluded that Shuiyu already had the upper hand. To think it could wound a second-tier magical beast? Yunyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Shuiyu in the sky. Its remarkable performance made her seriously consider whether she, too, should form a contract with a humanoid spirit pet. Hong Xiu, who had initially been somewhat concerned, now wore an expression of surprise. That Shuiyu could injure a magical beast one whole tier above its own, albeit a low-level second-tier beast, was nothing short of astonishing. She speculated that Shuiyu must possess skills capable of significantly enhancing its physical attributes, as such extraordinary speed and strength were otherwise inconceivable. Watching Ye Ling's exceptional performance, Hong Xiu felt a surge of satisfaction. As the representative who had successfully recruited Ye Ling into Vermilion Bird Academy, she could only imagine how regretful the other academy representatives must be at this moment. Sure enough, Ye Ling bit her lip in frustration. If I had known this kid's spirit pet was hiding such immense power, I should have fought harder for him back then. Unfortunately, the academy wouldn't have approved offering better terms, leaving her with nothing but regret. Meanwhile, Shuiyu continued its relentless assault in the sky. Although the Black Crow King had already been poisoned, speeding up its demise required keeping it in motion. Seeing Shuiyu gaining the upper hand against the Black Crow King, Hong Xiu finally let out a sigh of relief. She waved her hand to recall her 7th-tier spiritual pet, the blazing fire kitty, a powerful creature whose mere presence could intimidate the flock of 1st-tier black crows. However, to avoid interfering with the student's combat training, she chose to withdraw it from the battlefield. In the sky, the Black Crow King fixed its blood-red eyes on Shuiyu. As a low-level second-tier magical beast, it failed to realize it had been infected with corpse venom, mistakenly attributing its misfortune to carelessness in being caught off guard by this 1st-tier spiritual pet. This humiliation sent it into a frenzy. A sharp cry tore through the air, and the previously panicked black crows, subdued by the blazing fire kite's aura, quickly regrouped. They split into two groups, one diving toward the airship, while the other encircled Shuiyu. The cacophony of their incessant cawing, though harmless, was enough to fray anyone's nerves. Yet Shuiyu remained unfazed, methodically reaping the lives of the black crows one by one. Even when facing the Black Crow King's sudden assaults, it agilely dodged without appearing to counterattack. This peculiar scene left Yun-E aboard the airship puzzled. Ye Ling, why is your spiritual pet just dodging that big black crow and not fighting back? She couldn't help but ask. Ye Ling flashed a mysterious smile. If it doesn't leave soon, you'll find out. This ambiguous response made Yun-E pout in dissatisfaction. Just then, a heavy panting sound drew her attention. Turning her head, she saw her frost bear sprawled on the airship, looking utterly defeated. Its repeated use of frost attacks had drained its stamina, leaving it too exhausted to even stand. Yuni glanced at the lively Shueyu still battling in the sky, and then at her own incapacitated frost bear, feeling a wave of helplessness. Big Bear, stop lazing around and keep fighting, she shouted. The frost bear rolled its eyes and deliberately turned its back to her, clearly determined to take a proper rest. Left with no choice, Yun-E reluctantly recalled her spiritual pet, frustrated at missing such a rare opportunity for real combat. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Black Crow King, which had been relentlessly pursuing Shueyu, began to exhibit strange behavior. Its previously injured wing started to stiffen, its flight speed noticeably slowed, and its wing movements became increasingly sluggish. It seemed to finally realize it had fallen into a trap. Ka! The Black Crow King let out a sharp screech. Sensing the danger to its life, it decided to retreat. Hearing the call of the Black Raven King, the flock of ravens, which had been attacking moments ago, immediately ceased their actions. In perfect unison, they turned and swiftly regrouped at the king's location, displaying absolute obedience to their leader's command. However, Shueyu seemed far from satisfied, preparing to pursue the Black Raven King, who had already been infected with corpse poison. Ye Ling, understanding the wisdom of never corner a desperate foe, knew that both of Shueyu's skills were on cooldown, and the blood energy surging from its body was gradually dissipating. A reckless pursuit at this moment could provoke the heavily injured Black Raven King into a desperate counterattack. Besides, with the lethal poison coursing through its body, the Black Raven King was doomed. It was only a matter of time. Shueyu, don't chase. Come back now, Ye Ling shouted into the air. Hearing the command, Shueyu responded immediately, casting one last glance at the retreating Black Raven King. It leapt nimbly, using the backs of a few ravens as stepping stones, and with a few agile bounds, landed smoothly back on the airship beside Ye Ling. By now, the once pitch-black sky was gradually clearing as the ravens followed their king into the distance. Are they gone? Hongxiu murmured softly. It seems the Black Raven King is indeed severely injured, or rather, poisoned. Her gaze shifted thoughtfully to Shueyu's claws, where the dark, glistening nails clearly carried a deadly toxin. In that moment, realization dawned. After all, Shueyu was a zombie, and carrying corpse poison was only natural. Meanwhile, the students aboard the other airships began discussing the events. Some believed it was Hongxiu's blazing fire kite that had intimidated the raven swarm, while others speculated there was another reason. None of them, however, could have imagined that the real key to resolving the crisis had been an ordinary student among them. Ye Ling quietly checked the system's display of the battle results. 478. This battle had not only eliminated nearly 500 ravens, but also gravely injured a Black Raven King. While the king might not succumb to the poison within the mission's time limit, the results were already impressive. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Timed mission completed. Successfully eliminated 478 attacking ravens. 4th tier reward earned. Experience Crystal X3, Growth Crystal X1. These rewards were new to Ye Ling, and while curious about their specific effects, he refrained from examining them in front of everyone. With the immediate danger over, Li Yuehai suggested everyone return to the interior of the airship. It's freezing up here, Yuni said, rubbing her chilled arms and shivering. Ye Ling, Hongxiu called out, but there was no response. She frowned slightly, puzzled, as she looked at Ye Ling, who remained rooted to the spot. She called again. Ye Ling? Ye Ling was lost in thought about the system's rewards when the repeated calls finally snapped him back to reality. Huh, Teacher Hong, what were you saying just now? Sorry, I was distracted, Ye Ling said, looking up at Hongxiu in confusion. Hongxiu gently massaged her forehead and sighed helplessly. Everything's settled, and we're heading back down. Or do you plan to stay up here and enjoy the cold wind by yourself? Got it, I'm coming. Ye Ling quickly nodded in response as he realized what was going on. Shueyu, return for now. Shueyu promptly returned to the spirit pet seal. This was mainly because her intelligence had yet to fully develop, and Ye Ling wasn't used to keeping her out for extended periods. He hoped that once Shueyu reached Tier 2 or completed her next evolution, she would gain intelligence comparable to that of a human. Though the experience points and growth from this battle were still unknown, Ye Ling didn't hold high expectations since their opponents were all low-level monsters. At the moment, he was more intrigued by the 2 rewards granted by the system. The group descended back into the airship via the lift. As the commander, Li Yuehai immediately headed to the control room to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu turned her attention to Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi, your frostbear is strong, but it struggles against airborne enemies, Hong Xiu pointed out seriously. And no matter what, you should always leave some energy in reserve for your spirit pet. Letting it exhaust itself like today is something that must not happen again. Understood? Got it, Teacher Hong. Yun-Yi stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. I'll be more careful next time. I promise I won't let Big Bear drain all its energy again. She finally realized how dangerous her actions could have been if not for her teacher's presence. Hong Xiu nodded and then turned to Ye Ling. Ye Ling, next time you're in a situation like this, especially if you're alone, don't let your spirit pet out of your sight. No matter how strong it is, it might not have time to come to your aid if danger strikes. Teacher Hong, that's because I knew I had several teachers with me, Ye Ling explained with a grin. If I were alone, I definitely wouldn't let Shueyu wander so far. He understood that with these teachers around, there was no real danger on the airship. Besides, he didn't want to miss the system's time-sensitive mission. Hong Xiu smiled helplessly. You really are bold. All right, it's rest time now. Go get some rest. See you tomorrow, Teacher Hong. Goodbye, Teacher Hong. After bidding farewell to Hong Xiu, Ye Ling and Yun-Yi went back to their respective rest quarters. As someone at Hong Xiu's level, she could go several days without resting if necessary. She turned and headed toward the control room to discuss the airship's status with Li Yuehai. Although the teacher's presence successfully fended off most of the Black Crow's attacks, a few managed to slip through and collide with the airship. Even with its sturdy exterior, the high-speed impacts still left some damage. After parting ways with Yun-Yi, Ye Ling returned to his room with his keycard in hand. Eagerly, he opened the system interface to check on Shueyu's gains from the battle. Name, Shueyu. Attributes, white-eyed zombie type, undead type. Level, Tier 1, Level 10. Experience, 68.8. Growth potential, ordinary. Growth progress, 80.1. Equipment, Shueyu's exclusive Crimson Garment. Talents, intermediate physical damage reduction, intermediate magic damage reduction, blood mist transformation, super speed regeneration. Skills, bloodthirst, frenzied blood. Evolution, evolution conditions not met. Looking at the data, Ye Ling frowned. Despite eliminating nearly 500 Black Crows, the massive level gap, Shueyu being Tier 1, Level 10, while the Black Crows were only Tier 1, Level 3, meant that the gained experience and growth progress were disappointingly minimal. Ye Ling irritably tapped his forehead. For anyone else farming these low-level creatures, they wouldn't have made even this tiny amount of progress. Thankfully, his pet's experience and growth were quantifiable and unrestricted by bottlenecks. System, claim the time-limited mission rewards. 4 diamond-shaped crystals appeared in Ye Ling's hand. 3 multicolored experience crystals and 1 golden growth crystal. The system promptly provided detailed information. The experience crystal grants 10 of the current level's experience. The growth crystal grants 10 of the current level's growth progress. Ye Ling immediately used the crystals. Shueyu's experience surged to 97.8, and its growth progress reached 90.1. Now that was a proper feast compared to this. The near 500 Black Crows felt like mere appetizers. With less than 3 experience needed to break through to Tier 2 and only 10 growth progress remaining, Ye Ling couldn't help but feel frustrated. If he had known, he would have sent Shueyu after the Black Crow King first. At that moment, in the distant night sky, the injured Black Crow King struggled to lead the remnants of its flock. Its wings stiffened, and its flight became increasingly unstable. Finally, its eyes rolled back, and it plummeted straight to the ground. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! Hidden mission completed. Successfully killed the leader of the Black Crow flock, the Black Crow King. Rewards, Experience Crystal X2, Growth Crystal X2, Spirit Energy Crystal X2. This unexpected surprise left Ye Ling momentarily stunned before joy overwhelmed him. Who would have thought there was a hidden mission waiting to be uncovered? As the name suggests, hidden quests are not actively issued. They only appear once specific conditions are met. At this moment, the system emitted a series of notification sounds, bringing an unexpected surprise to Ye Ling. Not only was Shueyu about to break through to Tier 2, but she had also reached her maximum growth value, fulfilling the conditions required for her next stage of evolution. The system's crisp notification chimed. Ding! The host spirit pet, Shueyu, has successfully met the breakthrough conditions and can advance to Tier 2. The sudden announcement left Ye Ling momentarily stunned. He distinctly remembered that Shueyu's experience points were still insufficient. However, he quickly realized the reason the experience points gained from defeating the Black Crow King had propelled Shueyu to the threshold. Upon opening the system interface, his suspicions were confirmed. Shueyu's experience points had reached 100. This was a complete and unexpected surprise. Initially, he had planned to use the experience crystal awarded from the hidden quest to help Shueyu break through. Now, he could save this precious resource, as any surplus experience points during a breakthrough would be wasted and could not carry over to the next tier. Without hesitation, Ye Ling selected the breakthrough option. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Shuiyu within the spirit pet seal. Layers of blood-red energy coiled around her like ribbons, gradually merging into her form. The breakthrough process was astonishingly swift, and the moment all the energy was absorbed, Shuiyu successfully advanced to Tier 2. The system promptly announced, "Ding! The host spirit pet, Shuiyu, has successfully advanced to Tier 2, earning 3 free points that can be allocated to talents and skills." Furthermore, as a spirit master, Ye Ling himself also ascended to Tier 2. A surge of blue spiritual energy erupted from within Ye Ling, instantly replenishing the spiritual energy he had exhausted during the previous battle. His spiritual energy limit also increased significantly, surpassing 5,000 points, far exceeding the average Tier 2 spirit master. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Ling first claimed the hidden quest rewards: 2 experience crystals, 2 growth crystals, and 2 spiritual energy crystals. He set aside 1 growth crystal and immediately used the remaining 5. 3 crystals nourished Shuiyu within the spirit pet seal, while the 2 spiritual energy crystals pushed Ye Ling's spiritual energy limit further to 5,600 points. Golden light shimmered around Shuiyu, signaling that her growth value had once again reached 100, along with a 20 gain in Tier 2 experience. The system promptly indicated that Shuiyu was ready for evolution, and Ye Ling did not hesitate to choose the evolution option. Under Ye Ling's command, Shuiyu emerged from the spirit pet seal in a flash of blood-red light, illuminating the entire room. Her body hovered midair, emanating a faint crimson glow, and she immediately entered an evolution state. Layers of blood energy rippled outward like waves, eventually enveloping Shuiyu completely, drawing in the prepared evolution materials into this crimson domain. The layers of blood energy grew denser, to the point where even Ye Ling could no longer see what was happening inside. At the impenetrable core of the blood energy, Shuiyu floated unconscious, while the surrounding evolution materials disintegrated into tiny particles, slowly merging into her body. The most noticeable change occurred in her eyes. Her originally pure white pupils began to shift into a gray hue at a visible pace. The process was slow and steady, requiring several minutes to complete. The surging waves of blood energy seemed to signify that Shuiyu was progressing toward a more powerful form. The intense energy fluctuations inevitably drew the attention of Hong Xiu and Li Yuehai, who were also aboard the airship. Hong Xiu, who had just been about to rest, immediately sat up in bed and followed the source of the energy waves. Meanwhile, Li Yuehai, who was in the control room, instantly sensed the anomaly and quickly moved toward the source. The two arrived almost simultaneously outside Ye Ling's room. "This kid, can't he ever settle down? Doesn't he know people need rest?" Li Yuehai muttered with a frown. Hong Xiu chuckled at his comment. "It seems like his spirit pet is making a breakthrough. Ye Ling's progress is indeed astonishing, but that's good news for our academy." They both noticed that Yun Yi, in the adjacent room, was still sound asleep. "That girl sleeps like a log," Hong Xiu remarked with a helpless shake of her head. "Even with all this commotion, she hasn't woken up." It was no surprise, though, as Yun Yi had endured a full day of battles, along with the sudden attack from Heya, leaving her utterly exhausted. Li Yuehai lightly knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Ye Ling, who had been observing Shuiyu's evolution, got up to answer. Sure enough, Hong Xiu and Li Yuehai were standing outside. After a brief exchange of greetings, Hong Xiu's gaze fell on the floating blood sphere inside the room. "Your spirit petite's evolving, isn't it?" Ye Ling nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Shuiyu is undergoing evolution." Though Li Yuehai still wore a disapproving expression, his tone carried a hint of admiration. "You really know how to make a scene, kid. But congratulations on your spirit pet's advancement." Hong Xiu also expressed her approval. "Ye Ling, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I hope you continue to grow stronger after joining the academy." Ye Ling responded with a confident smile. "Of course. I came to the top-ranked Spirit Master Academy to become stronger. Don't worry, Teacher Hong, this is just the beginning." For someone with a system like his, this was no idle boast. In just a few days, he had advanced from a first rank to a second-rank Spirit Master, already proving his extraordinary growth rate. Li Yuehai crossed his arms and said in a calm tone, "Kid, try to keep it down. Your constant surprises are hard on us, you know?" Despite his words, there wasn't a trace of discomfort on his face. "All right, my apologies, Mr. Li," Ye Ling said apologetically before explaining. "This is indeed part of the evolution process, but it's beyond my control. Once the process begins, it has to be completed. Interrupting it midway might cause an energy backlash, which could lead to the spirit pet going berserk at best, resulting in serious injuries, and at worst, death." He added with a hint of regret, "Normally, spirit tamers choose a quiet place for the evolution. I was just too excited earlier and started blood use evolution right away, not realizing it would disturb Li Yuehai and Hong Xiu." Thankfully, they were aboard the Vermilion Bird Academy's airship, surrounded by allies. Ye Ling felt a sense of relief. If this had happened in the wilderness, A spirit pet undergoing evolution with no combat ability would have been an easy target for criminals. In that case, stay with your spirit pet, Hongxiu advised. Make sure to get some rest. With that, she and Li Yuehai each retreated to their rooms. After confirming they had left, Ye Ling closed the door and looked at the swirling blood sphere hovering in midair. He silently reminded himself. This experience had taught him a lesson. Next time, he must choose a quieter location for evolution. Hurry up, Ye Ling muttered anxiously. This evolution was clearly taking much longer than the first time, and the wait felt endless. Finally, the layers of blood energy surrounding Blood Yu began to thin, not dispersing into the air but being absorbed and fused into her form. When the last wisp of blood energy disappeared, Blood Yu emerged, dressed in her ethereal blood-red gown. Although her figure hadn't changed, as soon as she opened her eyes, Ye Ling noticed the difference. Her once pure white eyes had turned gray, signifying her evolution from a white-eyed zombie to a gray-eyed zombie. Blood Yu landed gracefully on the ground, curiously observing Ye Ling. Then, to his astonishment, she suddenly spoke. Moss? The ethereal voice left Ye Ling stunned. He hadn't expected her to speak so soon, let alone with such clarity and a melodious tone. Blood Yu, Ye Ling called tentatively. Blood Yu responded softly. Ye Ling approached and gently patted her head, surprised to see her once cold expression replaced with one of enjoyment. Clearly, this evolution had not only granted her the ability to speak, but also enriched her emotional expressions. Blood Yu, would you like to return to the spirit pet seal? Ye Ling asked. He knew the space within the spirit pet seal served as a place of rest and recovery for most spirit pets, but for Blood Yu, who neither needed sleep nor rest, it could feel unbearably dull. As expected, Blood Yu immediately shook her head at the thought of that monotonous space. No, she replied. It was evident she much preferred staying outside to being confined in the seal. This was the kind of response Ye Ling had expected. He gazed at Shui Yu in front of him and noticed a flicker of unease in her eyes. In the past, Shui Yu had limited intelligence and likely couldn't feel the depth of loneliness. But now that she had gained autonomy in her emotions and thoughts, she clearly resisted the idea of being confined in the spirit beast seal. As an immortal zombie, Shui Yu seemed to foresee the solitude that eternity might bring. All right. If you don't want to go in, then stay outside, Ye Ling said gently, seeing the refusal written all over her face. He reassured her. Don't worry, I won't put you back into the spirit beast seal without your permission. A spirit master and their spirit pet need mutual trust and understanding. Hearing this promise, a bright smile immediately spread across Shui Yu's face. At that moment, she looked nothing like a zombie but rather like an extraordinarily beautiful ordinary girl. The only thing that couldn't change was the constant chill emanating from her body. Even after 2 evolutions, this characteristic remained. Ye Ling could only hope that when she eventually evolved into the reedy zombie king, this issue might improve. However, this unique trait wasn't entirely without merit in hot days. Shui Yu was like a natural, portable air conditioner. Ye Ling then began carefully examining Shui Yu's updated attribute data. Detailed list of attribute data from the original text. After her evolution, Shui Yu's abilities had indeed improved significantly. She had gained rare level growth potential as well as 2 new abilities, the flight, talent, and the blood manipulation skill. Without hesitation, Ye Ling allocated the remaining points to enhance these new capabilities. Though flight consumed stamina, it posed no issue for Shui Yu, who had infinite stamina. The blood manipulation skill, however, truly caught Ye Ling's attention. It allowed Shui Yu to influence an opponent's actions to some extent as long as they had blood in their body. This would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon against formidable enemies. Ye Ling decided to hold onto the last growth crystal for now. After seeing the materials required for her next evolution, he realized he had no idea where to start gathering such rare and unheard-of items. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the auto collection activation quest. You have advanced to Tier 2, Level 1. The system has now unlocked the auto collection feature, and the host is also rewarded with a mysterious item. Finally, the auto collection quest he had taken earlier had been completed. Ding! The system notification sounded. As the auto collect feature activated, a brand new system space unfolded before Ye Ling's eyes. This 10 cubic meter space could store various items, and all future task rewards would automatically be deposited there. Ye Ling immediately realized the convenience of this system space. He no longer had to worry about the safety of his spatial equipment and could transfer all his items into this hidden space. Most importantly, whenever he defeated a monster in the future, the system would automatically handle the disassembly and collection, saving him significant time and effort. The first thing Ye Ling did was transfer all the items from his spatial ring into the system space. However, he chose to continue wearing the spatial ring on his hand as a disguise to avoid exposing the existence of the system space. Opening the system space, Ye Ling finally laid eyes on the mysterious reward, a metallic box marked with a large question mark. The sight of it made him chuckle dryly, wondering if the system was playing a joke on him. Standing nearby, Shuayu curiously leaned over. As a newly awakened spirit pet, she was brimming with curiosity about everything. "Master, what is this?" she asked, lightly poking the box with her finger. "It's a tool. Let's open it and see," Ye Ling replied as he opened the box. A blinding light burst forth, prompting Ye Ling to shield his eyes. He thoughtfully used his other hand to cover Shuayu's view, even though it wasn't necessary for a spirit pet. Once the light faded, Ye Ling could finally see what was inside the box, a card with the words "Talent" written on it. After consulting the system, he discovered that it was a magical card capable of copying the talents of spirit pets, with 5 uses. "Holy crap!" Ye Ling exclaimed, jumping to his feet in excitement. This was an incredible surprise. In the Federation, while spirit masters could learn their spirit pet skills after reaching the 2nd tier, talents were something that had always been impossible to replicate. But now, with this talent card, he could acquire Shuayu's talents for himself, a groundbreaking breakthrough. Thinking about Shuayu's extraordinary talents, Ye Ling couldn't help but let a triumphant smile tug at his lips. Although the talent card could only be used 5 times, each use represented a powerful ability. The intermediate talents of physical damage reduction and magical damage reduction could be set aside for now, as careful consideration was necessary. Noticing the inexplicable smile on her master's face, Shuayu curiously stretched out her cold, delicate hand and waved it in front of Ye Ling. "Master, what are you doing?" Snapped out of his thoughts, Ye Ling looked at Shuayu's exquisitely beautiful face. Overcome by a sudden surge of emotion, he pulled her into his arms and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. As a zombie who had just awakened her intelligence and emotions, Shuayu didn't display the usual shyness of an ordinary girl. Instead, she tilted her head, looking at Ye Ling with a puzzled expression. "Shuayu, you're truly my lucky star, bringing me something so incredible," Ye Ling said, gently stroking her cheek. Although Shuayu didn't fully understand his words, she clearly enjoyed the affectionate gesture, smiling as she placed her hand over his. "All right, time to copy the talents. System, use the talent card." The system promptly responded. "Ding, talent card used successfully. Available talents from Spirit Pet Shuayu: Intermediate Physical Damage Reduction, Intermediate Magical Damage Reduction, Super Regeneration, Blood Mist Transformation, Flight." Among these 5 talents, Ye Ling decisively ruled out the 2 intermediate damage reduction abilities. Super Regeneration was an obvious choice. Between Blood Mist Transformation and Flight, he opted for the former. After all, his 2nd spirit pet was already flight capable, and Shuayu herself could fly. Blood Mist Transformation, which granted immunity to physical damage, could be a lifesaver in critical moments. System, select Super Regeneration and Blood Mist Transformation. As the system confirmed the selection, a dazzling light enveloped Ye Ling and Shuayu. Within the glow, Ye Ling could feel changes taking place in his body, while Shuayu curiously observed the strange phenomenon around her. When the light finally faded, the system announced, "Ding! Talents loaded successfully. Host has acquired talents, Super Regeneration and Blood Mist Transformation. Talent card usage remaining 3 times." Eager to test his new abilities, Ye Ling grabbed a small knife and made a cut on his palm. The sight of fresh blood immediately caught Shuayu's attention. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and a glimmer of desire appeared in her gray eyes. She quickly moved closer to Ye Ling, tugging lightly at his clothes and staring intently at the wound. It was then that Ye Ling realized his mistake. Testing a healing ability in front of a bloodthirsty zombie might not have been the wisest decision. However, seeing the yearning in Shuayu's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Fortunately, the wound in his palm no longer hurt, and it seemed to have already healed. Ye Ling freed up one hand and gently patted Shuayu's head. "Do you want it?" Shuayu nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with desire. Yes. She made no effort to hide her longing for blood, like a child spotting their favorite toy. Ye Ling let out a faint, wry smile and extended his palm toward Shuayu. Since the blood was already flowing, it seemed wasteful to let it go to waste. Better to let Shuayu indulge a bit. However, before she leaned in, he made sure to warn her, "Just this little bit, and no biting." At his words, Shuayu's face lit up with a radiant smile. She carefully extended her tongue and licked the blood from his palm until it was completely clean. Afterward, she smacked her lips with satisfaction, her face glowing with enjoyment. Yet, she obediently stepped back, clasping her hands behind her back. This scene left Ye Ling rather pleased. Although Shuayu's craving for blood was unmistakable, she showed remarkable restraint when it came to him. In Shuayu's heart, Ye Ling was her sole pillar of support, and no matter how challenging the command, she would follow it to the letter. Ye Ling glanced down at his palm. The long wound had already healed completely. Since the injury was minor, the recovery process had barely drained his energy. He was quite satisfied with the effects of his accelerated regeneration. Next on the agenda was testing the blood mist transformation. Blood Mist Transformation. With a low command, Ye Ling's form instantly dissolved into a cloud of blood-red mist. To test its effectiveness, he lunged toward the wall. Just as described, he felt resistance but no pain, completely immune to physical damage. Release. After only 5 seconds in the blood mist state, Ye Ling had already consumed 500 points of spiritual energy. He mentally calculated that until his energy reserves increased significantly, this ability could only serve as a last resort survival technique and not something to use lightly. Standing nearby, Xueyu's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing that Ye Ling could also transform into blood mist. She dashed forward, hugged his arm tightly, and planted a kiss on his cheek, giggling with childlike glee. Caught off guard by her sudden display of affection, Ye Ling found himself at a loss for how to respond. As he looked at the starkly contrasting sides of Xueyu, a strange feeling stirred within him. He gently patted her head, reminded of another important task forming a second contract. This time, his target was the fire element flying spirit pet egg. Xueyu, step back a little. I'm about to start contracting my second spirit pet. I'll find you a little companion. Reluctantly, Xueyu released his arm and took a few steps back. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly curious and eager about the arrival of her new companion. Ye Ling carefully took out the still-warm spirit pet egg from the system space and placed it in front of him. The process of forming a contract turned out to be unexpectedly simply only needed to inscribe his name on the egg using his own blood. Thinking about the fact that he had just shed blood earlier and now had to do it again, Ye Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Picking up a small knife, he made a cut on the index finger of his right hand and quickly used the dripping blood to write his name on the surface of the spirit pet egg. By the time he finished writing, the wound on his finger had already healed. As the last stroke of his name was completed, the previously motionless fiery red spirit pet egg began to tremble. Flames instantly enveloped it, bursting forth with dazzling light. The wing-like markings on the eggshell glowed a bright crimson, their radiance growing stronger and brighter until the entire room was illuminated. Meanwhile, Xueyu remained calmly standing in place, seemingly unaffected by the brilliant light. The radiance was so intense that it even shone through the windows, casting a vivid glow outside the Vermilion Bird airship, making it particularly striking against the night sky. On the neighboring Black Tortoise Academy airship, Ye Ling, who had not yet gone to sleep, immediately noticed the phenomenon. At first, she thought it might be the work of Hong Xiu, but she quickly dismissed the idea the flaming kite size was far too large to manifest within the confines of an airship room. When the crimson light finally faded, Ye Ling's long-anticipated second spirit pet appeared before him. A mysterious bird with fiery red plumage and a wingspan of about 1.5 meters, hovering in midair. Its body was encased in orange flames, its sharp talons gleaming with a cold light, and a magnificent fiery red tail trailed behind it. Its piercing emerald green eyes locked onto Ye Ling with an intense gaze. A phoenix? Ye Ling murmured in a daze. Moments later, the detailed information about the spirit pet appeared before him. System display. Unnamed phoenix bird, divine bird species, tier 1 level 9, epic growth potential. Upon seeing the data, Ye Ling was momentarily stunned before being overcome with joy. This was a genuine epic grade phoenix bird. However, his excitement was soon tempered by a puzzling discovery. This phoenix bird lacked the legendary ability most famously attributed to Phoenix's rebirth through nirvana. This realization left Ye Ling feeling slightly awkward. After all, the ability to resurrect in phoenix flames and fully recover its strength was the hallmark of a phoenix. System, why doesn't the Huang bird have the ability to be reborn through nirvana? Isn't that a basic trait of a phoenix? Ye Ling asked with a frown, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. A phoenix without the power of rebirth was a troubling thought for him. The system's voice promptly responded, "Ding, the Huang bird does possess the innate ability for nirvana rebirth, but it has not yet been activated due to its low level. It needs to reach tier 5 to unlock this ability." This answer only made Ye Ling feel more frustrated. Just as he was wrestling with his thoughts, the system suddenly issued a new notification. Ding, detected that the host has an unused talent rebirth. Assigning it to the Huang bird can unlock nirvana rebirth in advance. Ye Ling's eyes lit up at this revelation. Without hesitation, he retrieved the reward he had earned for achieving first place in a previous trial a rebirth card. However, before using it, he asked cautiously, if I grant the Huang bird the ability for nirvana rebirth now, will it lose the chance to gain this ability again when it reaches tier 5? Ding. Correct. Talents obtained in advance will not be duplicated, the system confirmed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ye Ling sighed and said, might as well use it. It's not like I can put it to good use right now anyway, and I can always replicate this ability later. Although he felt it was a bit of a loss, he couldn't deny that it was an excellent means of protection, ensuring the Huang bird's survival before reaching tier 5. System. Assign the rebirth talent to the Huang bird, Ye Ling commanded, holding up the card and pointing it toward the bird. A beam of white light shot out from the card, merging directly into the Huang bird's body. The creature remained remarkably calm throughout the process, as though it held unwavering trust in its master. Ding. Talent successfully assigned. Under the influence of Phoenix Fire, the Rebirth talent has been transformed into Nirvana Rebirth, the system announced. The effects of the Nirvana Rebirth ability became immediately apparent. Upon death, the Huang bird could resurrect at full strength without consuming any resources, with a cooldown period of 3 days. After completing the talent assignment, Ye Ling decided to give the Huang bird a name, Fengjie. The name was inspired by a TV show from his previous life, where a character named Fengjie was a fox. Despite that, he felt the name was perfectly fitting for a true phoenix. At this moment, Ye Ling happened to have 3 free attribute points, while Fengjie had 1 talent point and 2 skill points ready to be allocated. This mythical bird not only possesses the ability to undergo rebirth through nirvana, but also has an extraordinary talent for advanced fire immunity. Even when facing attacks from Tier 2 fire elemental creatures, Fengjie remains virtually unscathed, giving it the strength to stand its ground even against high-tier magical beasts. The 2 newly acquired skills make it formidable in both offense and defense. Hellfire Inferno releases flames of extreme temperatures, capable of instantly obliterating magical beasts with a power disparity of more than 3 tiers. Divine Flame Shield forms a protective barrier of Phoenix Fire, capable of shielding itself or a chosen target from significant physical and magical damage. Ye Ling gazed at the divine bird before him, its entire body enveloped in the blazing Phoenix Fire, and couldn't resist reaching out his hand, softly calling, "Adieu." He simply wanted to touch Fengjie's magnificent, extraordinary feathers. However, a crisp and ethereal voice suddenly rang out. "What do you think you're doing?" The voice was completely different from Shui Yu's, causing Ye Ling's hand to freeze in midair. "Ajio, was that you speaking?" Ye Ling widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the phoenix before him. "Of course it was me. Who else would it be?" Fengjie raised its head proudly, seemingly indifferent to its unique ability to speak. After all, most Tier 1 spirit pets are incapable of speech. Is this what they call natural talent? Truly worthy of being the legendary phoenix? Ye Ling withdrew his hand, genuinely impressed. "Haha, it's nothing. As long as it's you, that's all that matters. Truly exceptional, Ajio, as expected of you. It's truly worthy of being an epic-grade spirit pet the moment its contracted it can speak right away." Watching Fengjie proudly lift its head high, Ye Ling couldn't help but marvel internally. In the entire history of the Federation, there had never been a spirit pet that reached the epic grade immediately upon contracting. Even the strongest record was only a rare-level pet from long ago. Typically, even spirit pet eggs obtained after defeating powerful creatures would regress to a lower level after contracting. This made Fengjie's existence uniquely extraordinary, a one-eo vacant in the Federation. For now, however, this secret was known only to Ye Ling. As long as he didn't conduct a quality assessment, Fengjie's true strength would remain hidden. Compared to the obedient Shuiyu, Fengjie was noticeably more prideful. When Ye Ling reached out to stroke it, the king of birds merely raised its neck high, clearly expressing its refusal. This haughty demeanor might very well be a reflection of its immense power. Looking at Fengjie, whose entire body was engulfed in phoenix flames that illuminated the entire room, Ye Ling felt a headache coming on. With such a massive form and such radiant flames, it was obviously unsuitable for it to stay in the room all the time. He pulled out a talent card, which still had 3 uses left, intending to copy Fengjie's Nirvana Rebirth ability. System, use the talent card. Target, Fengjie. As a radiant light enveloped the scene, the system displayed a list of talents available for copying: Flight, Advanced Fire Immunity, Phoenix Fire, and Nirvana Rebirth. Without hesitation, Ye Ling chose Nirvana Rebirth. After the copying process was complete, Ye Ling gained this powerful life-saving ability, which came with a cooldown period of 3 days. This meant that even if he faced a fatal attack, he would have a chance to resurrect. "Ajio, I'm planning to put you into the spirit pet seal and let Shuiyu accompany you," Ye Ling suggested. But a stubborn glint flashed in Fengjie's emerald green eyes as its ethereal voice rang out firmly, "No, I don't want to go in. I want to stay outside." Faced with this adamant decision, Ye Ling felt a headache intensify. Just as he was about to continue persuading, Fengjie suddenly turned its head away, haughtily declaring, "Humph, such a trivial matter, it's a piece of cake." Before Ye Ling could respond, the flames on Fengjie's body gradually diminished until they completely disappeared. At the same time, its form began to shrink continuously, eventually transforming into a small orange-eared bird, a miniature version of a phoenix. "What? Ajio, how did you become so small?" Ye Ling rubbed his eyes in disbelief, struggling to process the transformation before him. Ye Ling was utterly baffled by this sudden ability to shrink. At that moment, a miniature version of Fengjie gracefully landed on his shoulder, calmly explaining, This isn't some kind of special ability, it's merely control over one's own body. This explanation left Ye Ling speechless. While he didn't fully understand, he speculated that Feng Jie's ability to manipulate her size might be somewhat similar to corpse poison, not an innate talent, nor a skill. Master, is this size acceptable now? Feng Jie asked from his shoulder. Her tone carried a hint of arrogance, but she still maintained the respect due to a spirit master. This was only natural, as the bond formed by their contract established a master and servant relationship between spirit masters and their spirit companions. Of course, this relationship required mutual effort to maintain. If one side deliberately broke it, the other would be powerless to salvage it. Seeing how resistant Feng Jie was to entering the spirit mark, Ye Ling sighed and relented. Since you can shrink to this size, you can stay outside. But remember, don't disturb me when I'm sleeping, or I'll have no choice but to seal you in the spirit mark. Fine, it's a deal, Feng Jie agreed, nodding. She added with a touch of defiance, why would I want to disturb your sleep? Sleeping on my own is much more enjoyable. Ye Ling then called over Shuiyu, who had been waiting quietly nearby. He initially thought the two spirit companions could keep each other company in the spirit mark, but since Feng Jie insisted on staying outside, he decided to let Shuiyu remain as well. After all, he had promised not to let her feel lonely. As night fell, Ye Ling lay in bed with Feng Jie on his right side near the wall and Shuiyu on his left, leaving him in the middle. The contrast between Feng Jie's radiating warmth and Shuiyu's icy coldness created a fire and ice sensation that made it hard for him to fall asleep. After tossing and turning for what felt like ages, exhaustion finally overcame the discomfort, and he drifted off into a deep slumber. The airship continued its journey through the pitch-black night sky, with the faint glow of dawn beginning to appear on the horizon. When Ye Ling woke up, he felt a weight pressing on his chest. Looking down, he found Feng Jie sprawled across him, seemingly unaware of the burden her small, but surprisingly heavy form placed on his breathing. Turning his head, he realized his left arm was immobilized, tightly embraced by Shuiyu. Her low body temperature had numbed his arm after a whole night of contact. Noticing his wakefulness, Shuiyu's large gray eyes fixated on him. At Ye Ling's signal, Shuiyu released his arm and swiftly got out of bed, standing silently to the side. Seizing the moment, Ye Ling placed his cold, numb arm near Feng Jie, who was still radiating warmth. It didn't take long for the feeling in his arm to return. Just then, Feng Jie let out a yawn, her emerald green eyes fluttering open. With a light flap of her wings, she lifted herself off Ye Ling's chest. Her considerate timing spared Ye Ling from further trouble. After waking up, Ye Ling quickly freshened up. Seeing that it was still within breakfast time, he decided to grab something to eat. Fortunately, his physical condition was excellent. Otherwise, the events of the previous night would have left him unable to get up today. At the moment, Feng Jie perched on his right shoulder while Shuiyu walked beside him. As he opened the door, Ye Ling coincidentally ran into Yun-Yi, who had just stepped out of her room. Ye Ling? You're actually awake. Yun-Yi exclaimed in surprise as she approached him. She couldn't help but complain, recalling how she'd called out to him earlier at his door without receiving a response. Ye Ling gave a wry smile and explained helplessly, sorry, I was busy until late last night and didn't hear you earlier. If I had finished the interception battle and gone straight to rest, I wouldn't have been so sound asleep when you called. He thought back to the previous night's activities breaking through, evolving, and forming a contract with a new spirit companion, all of which consumed much of his time. When he finally went to bed, the alternating sensations of heat and cold made it hard for him to fall asleep. The fact that he managed to wake up now was no small feat. Fine, they'll forgive you. But, Ye Ling, what is that? Is it your pet? Yun-Yi, not one to hold grudges, quickly moved past her earlier complaint. Her attention was drawn to Feng Jie on Ye Ling's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She hadn't seen Ye Ling with any pets on the airship before, so the sudden appearance of such a beautiful creature piqued her interest. Feng Jie's orange feathers, long tail, emerald green eyes, and colorful accents made her stunningly attractive. Yun-Yi thought to herself, no girl could possibly resist a pet like this. However, Yun-Yi was completely mistaken. Feng Jie was no ordinary pet but a spirit companion. The previous night, Ye Ling had specifically instructed Feng Jie not to speak in front of others to avoid causing a stir. After all, it was astonishing for a first-rank spirit companion to be capable of human speech. To prevent unnecessary trouble, he repeatedly reminded Feng Jie to keep quiet. Although Feng Jie was somewhat proud and aloof, she remembered Ye Ling's instructions. She shot Yun-Yi a fierce glare before turning her head away, ignoring her. Startled by Feng Jie's reaction, Yun-Yi exclaimed, your pet can actually understand what I'm saying. That's incredible. She continued to treat Feng Jie as a pet, completely unaware that she was Ye Ling's second spirit companion. To prevent further misunderstanding, Ye Ling clarified, Yun-Yi, you've got it wrong. She's my second spirit companion, Feng Jie, a pet. Of course, she can understand you. But don't call her a pet again, or she'll get upset. Hearing this, Yuni suddenly realized, oh, so she's not a pet. She's a spurweight. What? A spirit companion? As the realization hit her, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ye Ling. Ye Ling, you're not joking with me, are you? You actually have a second spirit companion? Does that mean you? Yuni stammered, struggling to find her words in her excitement. Ye Ling nodded. That's right. Last night, I successfully broke through to the second rank. Am now a second-rank spirit master, and Fengjiu is the second spirit companion I've contracted. So, please don't call her a pet anymore. Hearing Ye Ling's explanation, Yun-Yi had no reason to doubt him. She knew Ye Ling wouldn't lie about something like this, and their teacher would easily notice his breakthrough soon enough. Her expression turned dazed as she processed the news Ye Ling had already reached the second rank as a spirit master last night. How could the gap between people be so vast? She herself was still at the 7th level of the first rank, close to breaking through to the 8th, yet compared to Ye Ling, she suddenly felt so far behind. At not even 19 years old, Ye Ling had already become a second-rank spirit master. Such rapid progress was almost unbelievable. Still, she couldn't help but feel happy for him. I can't believe it. You've grown stronger overnight. This I need to work harder too. Yuni looked at Fengjiu, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She was fully aware that she still had a long way to go before reaching the second rank. To obtain her second spirit pet, she would need to wait a little longer. However, Yun-Yi quickly adjusted her mindset. The cultivation resources at Vermilion Bird Academy far surpassed those of smaller cities like Tianhui City. Once she got there, her progress in leveling up would naturally become much faster. Gazing at the peculiar, bright orange-eyed spirit pet perched on Ye Ling's shoulder, Yuni couldn't resist asking, Ye Ling, what kind of spirit pet is this? She had seen many spirit pets in the spirit pet compendium but had never come across one like Fengjiu. Thinking of Ye Ling's other spirit pet, Blood Phantom, which was also quite different from ordinary zombies, she couldn't help but feel that Ye Ling's spirit pets seemed to be completely outside the records of the compendium. Ye Ling gently stroked Fengjiu's neck, as if to soothe her, and then replied, she's a type of firebird. This answer clearly displeased Fengjiu, who shot Ye Ling a sharp glare. However, thanks to her master's prior reassurance, the intelligent spirit pet smarter even than Blood Phantom chose not to say anything further. She understood that Ye Ling didn't want to reveal her true identity too soon. Yuni nodded, not doubting the explanation too much. After all, there were countless types of spirit pets, and it would be impossible to remember them all, even after studying the compendium. Moreover, there were still many unknown spirit pets that hadn't been documented by the Federation. I'm so envious that you already have a flying spirit pet, she said sincerely, imagining how advantageous it would be to have a flying companion when facing aerial enemies in the future. Ye Ling glanced at the time and realized that breakfast was about to end. He urged, let's go. After last night's battle, I'm starving. Let's grab breakfast quickly. The two walked through the airship's corridor and arrived at the dining area, which was nearly empty. Apart from the staff on duty, only Hong Xiu and Li Yuehai were still there. Ye Ling, Yuni, you're here. Hong Xiu called out as she ate. Good morning, Teacher Hong. Good morning, Teacher Li. The two greeted in unison. Hong Xiu was about to respond when her eyes fell on Fengjiu perched on Ye Ling's shoulder. Her voice instinctively rose. Ye Ling, is this your second spirit pet? Have you advanced to the second rank? This startling news made Li Yuehai pause as well. She carefully observed the bright orange-eyed spirit pet, astonished that Ye Ling had managed to break through to the second rank overnight, and had even formed a contract with a mysterious spirit pet that wasn't listed in the Federation's compendium. That's right, teachers. After last night's battle, I broke through to the second rank. Now, I'm officially a second-rank spirit master, Ye Ling replied calmly yet confidently. As expected, Ye Ling's importance in Hong Xiu's eyes was reaffirmed once again. Looking at this exceptionally gifted student before her, Hong Xiu felt immensely fortunate for her earlier decision to invest substantial resources in his development. Although Zhuke Academy was small in scale and had far fewer students compared to the other three major academies, this actually allowed them to focus their limited resources on the most outstanding students. If they had the same large student population as the other academies, it would have been impossible to provide Ye Ling with such high-quality training conditions, let alone recruit him into the academy. Hong Xiu silently calculated in her mind. Ye Ling had already advanced to the strength of a second-tier spirit master, which would greatly contribute to improving the academy's ranking in the Federation's evaluations. It was well known that the Federation allocated resources to each academy based entirely on their ranking in the competitions. Due to its policy of only admitting female students, Zhuke Academy had long been in an awkward position among the four major academies, sometimes even ranking at the bottom. Now, with Ye Ling as an unexpected rising star, there might be a chance for a breakthrough in the next competition. Teacher Hong, if there's nothing else, we'll head to breakfast now, Ye Ling said, gesturing toward a nearby dining table. All right, go ahead. Hong Xiu nodded in agreement. After breakfast, you can train in the airship training room or take a break. For the next few days, all you need to do is read through the student handbook. Don't worry, Teacher Hong. We'll make sure to finish reading the student handbook as soon as possible. Yuni promised enthusiastically, raising her hand. After the two teachers left, Yun-yi nibbled on her breakfast while looking at Ye Ling with envy. You're really amazing. Even Teacher Hong can't stop praising you. I wish I could be like you. Ye Ling just smiled and said, You're already outstanding. There's no need to keep comparing yourself to me. Why not? We're both students, aren't we? Yuni asked, poking at the food on her plate with her chopsticks. Faced with her straightforward question, Ye Ling could only shrug helplessly. Then keep working hard. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Ugh. Yuni sighed. You're already at the second tier. By the time I reach the second tier, who knows what level you'll be at? At that moment, a low growl interrupted their conversation. It turned out to be the frost bear, who had already finished its meal but seemed eager for more. In contrast, Fengjiu merely pecked delicately at its food on the table, while Shuiyu, being a zombie, had no need to eat at all. Resigned, Yuni went to get another portion of food for her spirit pet. Watching the massive frost bear devour its meal ravenously, she couldn't help but sigh at having such a big eater as her companion. But it was understandable last night's battle had nearly drained all of the frost bear's energy. Though it had rested in the spirit pet seal overnight, it clearly hadn't fully recovered. Raising a massive spirit beast is no easy task. Even the cost of its meals alone far exceeds what an average family could afford. The frost bear, feeling aggrieved, channeled its frustration into its appetite, chomping down on its breakfast in large bites. After finishing his meal, Ye Ling headed straight back to his room to rest. Yun-yi, however, eagerly took the frost bear to the training room, determined to catch up to Ye Ling's strength. As he left the dining hall, Ye Ling could still see the frost bear casting him a resentful look as if complaining about the injustice of being dragged off to train right after replenishing its energy. Meanwhile, in Hong Xiu's room, an important video call was taking place. On the other side of the screen was the headmaster of Vermilion Bird Academy, as enigmatic as ever, wearing a golden mask that revealed only a pair of sharp, penetrating eyes. Headmaster, I have an urgent matter to report, Hong Xiu said, sitting upright and composed. The headmaster gave a slight nod, his voice cool and detached. Is there an unusual situation? It's regarding the new male student, Ye Ling, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Hong Xiu began her detailed report. After a battle last night, he successfully advanced to the second tier. Not only that, but he also formed a contract with a second spirit beast. It appears to be of the firebird type, but it isn't listed in the Federation's bestiary. This news brought a rare flicker of surprise to the headmaster's weathered eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. It seems your decision was indeed correct. This Ye Ling is extraordinary. Advancing to the second tier at such a young age, and even utilizing spirit techniques beyond his level, his potential is boundless. Such high praise was something even Hong Xiu had never heard from him before. Return as soon as possible, the headmaster added. I will await your arrival at the academy. I look forward to meeting Ye Ling. Understood, headmaster, Hong Xiu replied. The call ended as the headmaster disconnected. As a subordinate, she naturally waited for the superior to conclude the conversation. Ye Ling, you've fully captured the headmaster's attention, Hong Xiu thought to herself. I hope you'll continue to grow stronger. The next few days passed smoothly aboard the airship, with no further encounters like the magical beast attack on the first night. Ye Ling spent his time leisurely, reading through the academy's rules. However, as most of the regulations were tailored for female students, he didn't gain much from it. In stark contrast, Yuni immersed herself in the training room, relentlessly drilling the frost bear. Her hard work paid off, as she successfully advanced to level 8 of the first tier. However, her training intensity only increased, leaving the frost bear utterly exhausted every day. By nightfall, it was too drained to even move, casting envious and resentful glances at Feng Jiu and Shuiyu, who enjoyed their carefree days. One morning, after breakfast, Hong Xiu summoned Ye Ling and Yun-yi to the training room. Yun-yi, as usual, was already there, while Ye Ling arrived a bit later. Teacher Hong, is there something you need? Yun-yi asked, standing in front of her. Hong Xiu walked slowly to the window of the training room, gazing at the clear blue sky outside. She said, Ye Ling, Yun-yi, in just a little while, we'll be arriving at the holy city. That means we'll soon reach the academy. Hearing this news, the previously weary Ye Ling and Yun-yi instantly perked up. After a long journey, they were finally nearing their destination. The holy city. How exciting! Yun-yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her tone brimming with eagerness. Although she had visited the holy city once with her father, her feelings now were entirely different. Ever since her first visit, she had secretly vowed to join one of the Spirit Master Academies in the Holy City. Now, that dream was finally coming true. In contrast, Ye Ling appeared much calmer. The mature soul residing in his young body allowed him to maintain composure even in moments like this. Hongxiu couldn't help but smile as she watched Yunyi's excitement. It reminded her of how she had felt when she first arrived in the holy city. However, Ye Ling's unusual calmness caught her attention. Students from remote cities were usually overwhelmed with excitement. His steadiness, on the other hand, left her somewhat impressed. She quickly attributed it to what she assumed was Ye Ling's naturally composed personality. Once we arrive at the academy, I'll arrange accommodations for you, Hongxiu continued. But Ye Ling, since you're the first male student in the academy's history, the principal has specially prepared a private villa as your dormitory. This arrangement didn't surprise Ye Ling. In an academy entirely composed of female students, independent housing was the most practical choice. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Hong, he replied politely. Receiving such treatment was rare, even among the top 4 elite academies. Hongxiu was pleased with Ye Ling's composed and courteous response. She nodded slightly and said, "All right then, go pack your belongings. Soon, you'll begin a brand new chapter of academy life, meeting new classmates and teachers, learning new skills, and becoming stronger." Yes, Teacher Hong, the two responded in unison before heading off to pack. On the way, Yunyi couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Ye Ling. Ye Ling, what do you think Zhuke Academy will be like? When I was little and visited the holy city, I only explored the streets and never got to see the academy. Now that we're about to go, aren't you even a little excited? She seemed to have opened the floodgates, chattering away enthusiastically. Walking beside Yunyi, Ye Ling fully understood her excitement, occasionally responding in a soft voice. The Zhuke Academy held an air of mystery for him as well. Although he had seen plenty of pictures and information online, seeing it in person would undoubtedly be a completely different experience. The two chatted and laughed along the way, quickly arriving at their respective room doors. Yunyi's face was lit up with a bright smile as she waved at Ye Ling. Ye Ling, see you later. I'm going to pack my things first. With that, she darted into her room. All right, Ye Ling replied, turning to enter his own room. After staying there for several days, his room had accumulated quite a number of personal belongings, all of which needed to be packed up. The most time-consuming task was persuading his 2 spirit pets to return to their spirit seals. Shuiyu was quite understanding and offered to return without Ye Ling even asking. Now that Fengjiu was there to keep her company, she wouldn't feel lonely in the spirit seal. Although Fengjiu had a bit of a proud and aloof demeanor, she was particularly friendly toward both Ye Ling and Shuiyu. However, Fengjiu initially refused to return to the seal no matter what, forcing Ye Ling to spend a great deal of effort convincing her. By the time Ye Ling finished packing and stepped out of his room, Yunyi had already been waiting outside for quite a while. She couldn't help but complain. Ye Ling, you're finally out. How can you take longer to pack than me, and am a girl? Ye Ling, of course, couldn't reveal the real reason and casually explained. I've stayed here for a few days and feel a bit reluctant to leave. I wanted to take one last look around. At this moment, the airships of the 4 major academies began to slow down. This was due to the strict regulations of the holy city. No flying vehicles, including the airships of the 4 academies, were allowed to fly over its airspace. This rule had been established since the founding of the holy city and had remained unchanged ever since. The airships gradually made their way to the designated landing pads on the outskirts of the holy city. Each academy had its own exclusive area, situated alongside docking spaces allocated to various other families and factions. As the airships reduced speed, Ye Ling gazed out the window at the drifting clouds. Yunyi suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Come on, let's head to the training room. The view of the holy city from this height must be breathtaking, Yunyi said excitedly, pulling Ye Ling along as she dashed toward the training room. Ye Ling, already eager to catch a glimpse of the holy city, followed her willingly. When the two arrived at the training room, the vast expanse of the holy city came into view through the large windows. Ye Ling was rendered speechless by the sight. Compared to Tianhui City, the holy city was like a giant towering over a dwarf. A sprawling steel metropolis stood majestically on the earth below. From their vantage point, countless skyscrapers rose densely, reminiscent of modern cities Ye Ling had seen in his previous life. As the heart of the Federation, the holy city was the only place bold enough to construct such an array of towering buildings. It housed an astonishing number of spirit masters, including some of the most elite. Under their protection, magical creatures couldn't even approach the city's outskirts, let alone its airspace, where vigilant spirit masters patrolled constantly. Flying magical creatures were often eliminated before they even got close. How magnificent! It's even more impressive than the holy city I saw as a child, Yunyi exclaimed in excitement. She had visited the holy city over a decade ago, and it had clearly expanded significantly since then. As the airship continued to descend, the details of the city became increasingly vivid. Thick city walls encircled the perimeter, equipped with an array of defensive weapons, while patrolling soldiers moved back and forth. Such fortifications were more than capable of withstanding waves of magical creatures. When the Vermilion Bird airship finally docked, Ye Ling and Yunyi stood behind Hongxiu, waiting for the hatch to open. As students from the most remote city in the Federation, they were among the last to arrive. Students from other cities had already completed their registration processes. With a soft hiss, the hatch slowly opened, letting sunlight pour inside. Hongxiu smiled and said, "We've arrived." Ye Ling and Yun-yi stepped out of the airship, taking in the sight of the heavily guarded landing pad. Numerous soldiers patrolled the area, a reflection of the Federation's strict control over airship operations. Every airship flight required prior approval to prevent any unexpected incidents. "Let's go," Hongxiu said as she walked ahead. Next, Well switched to another mode of transportation to reach Vermilion Bird Academy. Ye Ling and Yun-yi exchanged glances before quickly following her lead. The moment they stepped off the airship, the intense sunlight poured down, so blinding that Ye Ling and Yun-yi had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Once they adjusted to the light, the scene before them was breathtaking. Rows upon rows of airships, large and small, were neatly lined up across the entire landing pad of Vermilion Bird Academy, each bearing the Academy's emblem. In contrast, the airship they had arrived in looked particularly tiny. It wasn't surprising, though, given that Tianhui City was a remote area with only a handful of recruits. "Wow, they're this big?" Yuni exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. For a girl from Tianhui City who had never seen such a grand fleet of airships, the sight was indeed overwhelming. Ye Ling, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. Having already witnessed the grandeur of the holy city, he was less fazed, though he couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he gazed at the massive airships, many times the size of the one they had traveled in. This was the stark contrast between a bustling metropolis and a small, remote town. Hongxiu, unfazed by the students' reactions, was accustomed to such awe. Even students from big cities reacted similarly upon their first arrival in the holy city. She pointed toward a vehicle not far away and said warmly, "All right, don't just stand there staring. The car is waiting for us. From now on, this city will be your new home." Near the car, the female driver greeted them enthusiastically, "Teacher Hong, welcome back. The other teachers from the cities have already arrived. We were just waiting on your group." However, the moment she noticed Ye Ling walking behind Hongxiu, her expression froze in shock. Having been the Academy's designated driver for years, this was the first time she had ever seen a male student. Teacher Hong," the driver stammered, pointing at Ye Ling in disbelief. Hongxiu understood her reaction. After all, aside from the headmaster and herself, no one else knew that Vermilion Bird Academy had made an exception to admit its first male student. "Yes, he's one of the students I recruited this time. The headmaster has already approved it." Hearing this explanation, the driver, though still bewildered, could only nod in acknowledgement. As she started the car, her unease was evident, with her movements becoming noticeably clumsy. Through the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Ye Ling before finally voicing her curiosity. "Teacher Hong, did the Academy change its rules? Why are we suddenly admitting male students?" "No, the Academy still only admits female students," Hongxiu replied, leaving the driver even more perplexed. She glanced at Ye Ling again, clearly a boy, and an absurd thought flitted through her mind. Could he actually be a she? If Ye Ling knew what she was thinking, he might have jumped up on the spot and slapped some sense into her. "Why am I letting my thoughts run wild? I should focus. After all, I'm a grown man." Noticing the peculiar glance from the female driver, Ye Ling cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. The driver quickly realized her impropriety and withdrew her scrutinizing gaze. However, Hongxiu explained at the right moment, Ye Ling is an exception. He was the most sought-after candidate by all 4 major academies this year. With the principal's approval, I went through great lengths to recruit him into the Vermilion Bird Academy. Although he's a male student, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. The female driver glanced at Ye Ling again through the rearview mirror, secretly astonished. What kind of talent could make all 4 academies compete for him, even prompting the traditionally female-only Vermilion Bird Academy to break its rules? However, she quickly reined in her curiosity and focused on her driving. As the car entered the city, towering skyscrapers gradually came into view. Yuni pressed her face excitedly against the car window and exclaimed, "Wow, these buildings are so much taller than the ones in Tianhui City." Hongxiu smiled and shook her head at Yun's childlike reaction. "These buildings are nothing. You haven't even seen the tallest one in the city yet. When you have time, you can explore the city properly." "Yes, Teacher Hong," Yun replied enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the life ahead. In stark contrast to Yun's excitement, Ye Ling remained calm as he gazed out the window. Having seen far grander structures in his previous life, such sights no longer stirred his emotions. Hongxiu noticed his composure and nodded to herself in approval. Remaining this unshaken upon first witnessing the grandeur of the holy city was indeed remarkable. The journey across half of the holy city was long enough for Ye Ling to even take a brief nap. He was soon awakened by Yuni shaking him. "Ye Ling, wake up. We're here." Rubbing his eyes, Ye Ling stepped out of the car and the sight before him made him pause slightly. The entrance to the Vermilion Bird Academy was grand and imposing, resembling a city gate. On either side of the gate were intricately carved lifelike vermilion birds, and atop the gate stood a massive, vividly colored stone statue of a vermilion bird. This academy gate, it's enormous, Uni exclaimed as she looked up at the stone statue, her mouth slightly agape. There's no need to be so shocked. Hongxiu's voice came from ahead. Everyone reacts this way on their first visit. You'll get used to it. Come on, they'll take you to register. Teacher Hong, we're coming. Ye Ling, hurry up. Yun Yi quickly ran after Hongxiu, while Ye Ling maintained a composed pace as he followed. Since neither of them had received their identification cards yet, they could only enter the academy after undergoing a series of identity verifications under Hongxiu's guidance. Even the guards at the academy's entrance were all women, including both ordinary guards and higher-ranking spirit masters. As Ye Ling passed by, their gazes instinctively followed him, filled with undeniable curiosity and astonishment. After all, he was the first male student in the history of Vermilion Bird Academy. Why would the headmaster make an exception to admit a male student? He must be extraordinary in some way. If the headmaster personally approved it, he's definitely not ordinary. Even the talented male students from the Holy City were never accepted. We should just focus on our duties, the guards whispered among themselves. After Hongxiu led Ye Ling away, this historic moment became the talk of their breaks and meals. It was, after all, a break from the academy's long-standing tradition of admitting only female students. The academy was surrounded by crimson maple trees, but these were unlike ordinary maples. Under the influence of some mysterious power, their leaves remained fiery red throughout the year. While they did shed leaves occasionally, the new ones would quickly turn vibrant red, creating a perpetual spring-like atmosphere and enveloping the academy in a sea of red. Vermilion Bird Academy was vast in scale. As one of the Federation's 4 great academies, it still boasted a significant student body, even though it only admitted female students. At this moment, the 3 of them walked along the main path flanked by rows of maple trees. Every passing female student stopped in their tracks, their eyes all fixed on Ye Ling as if he were a rare treasure. A male student appearing in the all-female Vermilion Bird Academy was indeed a stunning sight, leaving these students, who had never seen such a scenario, both intrigued and bewildered. What's going on? How can there be a guy here? In the corridor of Zhuke Academy, a group of female students huddled by the window, whispering among themselves, their eyes all fixed on the out-of-place figure in the courtyard. Pinch me, am I dreaming? One girl said to her companion. Ow! She suddenly yelped, are you kidding me? I told you to pinch yourself, not me. That hurts. Her cry of protest drew even more attention. It's real. There's actually a boy at Zhuke Academy this year? This is groundbreaking news. Someone had already pulled out their phone, fingers flying across the screen. I'm posting this on the Academy website right now. The entire corridor buzzed with excitement, voices overlapping in a frenzy of discussion. What's going on? A male student at Zhuke Academy? This is unheard of. Students stopped in their tracks, curiously eyeing the boy named Ye Ling. Flashes from phone cameras lit up one after another, and photos quickly made their way to the Academy's website. Once the news was posted, it sparked an immediate frenzy on the forums. The comment section was flooded with speculation. Oh my gosh, there really is a male student. Is the Academy running out of female applicants? Did anyone notice? He's actually pretty handsome. If he got admitted, he must be incredibly talented. Where's the front-facing photo? Someone upload it now. Some comments were more rational. Isn't everyone missing the point? The real question is why the Academy broke tradition to admit a male student. We're just students. Who gets admitted is the Academy's decision. The news quickly spread to the faculty. Unlike the students' shock, the teachers remained calm. They all knew that such a groundbreaking decision had to be approved by the headmaster. This was far beyond the authority of any regular teacher. Amid all the attention, Yun-Yi and Ye Ling walked through campus. Although Yuni knew the stares weren't directed at her, she couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Turning to Ye Ling, she teased, Ye Ling, you're really popular, huh? Everywhere you go, you're the center of attention. Faced with everyone's teasing, Ye Ling could only offer a helpless smile and shake his head. Can you really blame me? It's not my fault I'm so outstanding. Is being excellent a crime now? He shrugged, wearing an expression of feigned resignation. His words, paired with his exaggerated expression, immediately ignited a wave of frustration. Yun-Yi, who had been teasing him moments ago, was suddenly at a loss for words. Unbelievable. Could you be any more self-absorbed? Sure, you're talented, but praising yourself is just too much. Eventually, Yuni chose to remain silent, fearing that continuing the conversation would only lead to more exasperation. The trio pressed on, walking for what felt like ages, until a grand office building finally came into view. Hongxiu, leading the way, stopped and pointed to the structure ahead. This is where you both need to check in. It's the faculty office building. Since there are so many students at Vermilion Bird Academy, nearly every office here is occupied by a teacher. Wow, it's so impressive. Uni couldn't help but exclaim. You'd never see a building like this in Tianhui City. She suddenly realized that Tianhui City was nowhere near the scale of Vermilion Bird Academy. In contrast, Ye Ling's reaction was much more subdued after all. In his previous life, he'd seen skyscrapers far taller than this. As the three stepped into the lobby, the two receptionists at the front desk immediately noticed them. One of them glanced down at her phone to confirm a photo and finally recognized Ye Ling. They whispered to each other. So this is the male student they recruited this year. He's actually pretty handsome. If the principal made an exception to admit him, his abilities must be remarkable. One of the receptionists discreetly snapped a photo and posted it on the Academy's official website. The first ever male student in Vermilion Bird Academy's history has arrived. Here's a front-facing photo. What do you all think? The post caused an instant sensation on the website, with comments flooding in. It's true. I just saw him walk by. Finally, we get to see him in person. A male student for once. I have to make him mine. Although the teachers in the office building also cast curious glances, their reactions were far more composed compared to the students. The trio eventually reached the check-in area on the 6th floor, where a bespectacled female teacher stood up immediately upon spotting Hong Xiu and greeted her warmly. Hong Xiu gestured toward the two behind her. These are the last two students for this year. By the way, Ye Ling won't be assigned to a class for now. I have other arrangements for him. It was only then that the bespectacled teacher noticed Ye Ling, her eyes widening in surprise. Since she wasn't one to follow the Academy's website, she had no idea about the commotion surrounding this groundbreaking male student. The bespectacled female teacher took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and casually wiped her lenses. When she put them back on, she realized that standing before her was indeed a boy. For a moment, she froze, stumbling over her words as she asked, This, what's going on? Teacher Hong, why did you recruit a boy? In all her years of working in this position, she had never encountered a male student. She hadn't even heard of one. Now, the appearance of the first ever male student in history left her utterly stunned. Hong Xiu could only respond with a wry smile. The mere fact that Ye Ling was the first male student in history was enough to ensure his name would soon spread across the entire holy city. Yes, Ye Ling is the student I recruited. Don't dismiss him just because he's a boy is considered a special recruit. Rest assured, the dean has already approved it. Her tone carried a firm conviction as she directly mentioned the dean's support. Hearing that the dean had given approval left the bespectacled teacher even more shocked, but since it was already authorized, she refrained from further questioning. All right, I'll handle it right away. She quickly collected herself, sat down, and began preparing the registration documents. Shortly after, 2 sets of forms were placed on her desk. Teacher Hong, this one is for the male student. There's no class or accommodation assigned yet. This one is for the female student, and her class and dormitory have already been arranged. Just fill out the information and get it stamped. I'm sure you're familiar with the process. She gestured toward the documents on the desk. Hong Xiu nodded and picked up the papers. Thank you. Ye Ling, Uni, now you need to complete these forms and get them stamped. She handed the documents to Ye Ling and Yun-Yi, who began filling them out slowly. After completing the necessary formalities, Hong Xiu led them out of the administrative office. As they stepped outside, Hong Xiu suddenly said, Ye Ling, we'll first take Yun-Yi to her dormitory. After dropping her off, you and I will go meet the dean privately. Ye Ling nodded, offering no objections. Without a class or dorm assignment, he could only follow Hong Xiu's lead. He didn't understand why no arrangements had been made, but since it was both the teacher's and the dean's decision, he assumed there was a purpose behind it. Perhaps they intended for him to join a unique class. Beside him, Yun-Yi's expression fell upon hearing this. She knew she was about to part ways with Ye Ling, and a sense of reluctance washed over her. After all, they both came from the same place, and the sudden separation left her feeling a bit despondent. On the way to her dormitory, she remained unusually quiet. Hong Xiu noticed Yun-Yi's mood. Given Ye Ling's status as a male, it was naturally impossible for him to stay with the female students. Moreover, Ye Ling's abilities were exceptional. Placing him in the same class as Yun-Yi would have been a waste. The dean had personally mentioned that Ye Ling was capable of joining the Academy's best class. Finally, they arrived at Yun-Yi's dormitory, and it was time to say goodbye. Ye Ling, you have my contact information. Once you're done with everything, make sure to reach out to me. You're the only one from our hometown this year. I don't know anyone else here except you. Don't ignore me, or I'll definitely come after you. Yun-Yi pouted, waving her small fist in a playful, slightly coquettish manner. Caught off guard by her sudden display of affection, Ye Ling was momentarily stunned. A few seconds passed, and as he failed to respond, Yun-Yi frowned in dissatisfaction. She reached out and pinched his arm. Ow! Despite his enhanced physique, Ye Ling still felt the sharp sting. He gasped in pain. Hey, Ye Ling, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Yuni stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze filled with mock indignation. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ye Ling rubbed his arm and silently vowed to avoid further trouble. He quickly nodded in agreement. Huh. Yuni couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing Ye Ling's slightly aggrieved expression only made her laugh even harder. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Yuni waved goodbye to Teacher Hong and Ye Ling. All right, I'll head in first. You two should hurry along as well. With that, she turned and walked into the dormitory building, though she couldn't resist looking back every few steps, clearly reluctant to part. Do your best, Hong Xiu reminded her with a smile. The days ahead won't be as easy as before. Yes, Teacher Hong. Yunyi's response was crisp and energetic. Once Yunyi had left, Hong Xiu led Ye Ling in the opposite direction. Their destination was the dean's office. Back on the airship, the dean had specifically instructed Hong Xiu to bring Ye Ling to meet her during registration. This request left Hong Xiu feeling honored. Meeting the dean was a rare privilege for students, some of whom might not even get the chance for an entire year. Ye Ling, Hong Xiu said as they walked, when you meet the dean, don't be too nervous. Although she might seem cold and reserved, her personality is actually quite kind. She won't make things difficult for you. Ye Ling nodded, filled with curiosity about the dean who had been willing to break school rules to recruit him. He wasn't worried about feeling nervous after all. It wasn't like he was meeting his future mother-in-law. Before long, they arrived at the dean's office, a spacious two-story standalone villa. Its grandeur left Ye Ling momentarily stunned. Wow, this is so extravagant. As expected of Vermilion Bird Academy, they really spare no expense. Noticing his reaction, Hong Xiu smiled and explained, this is pretty standard in the Holy City. The dean's offices at the other 3 major academies are just as impressive. It's a symbol of status. The dean's office can't be too modest. For Ye Ling, such extravagance was secondary. He was more interested in the resources the academy could provide and access to secret realms. After notifying the guards, they were allowed to pass without issue. They crossed a spacious hall, ascended to the 2nd floor, and stopped in front of the central office. Hong Xiu knocked lightly on the door. Come in. A surprisingly youthful voice called from inside, catching Ye Ling off guard. He had imagined the dean to be an elderly, dignified figure, but this voice sounded even younger than Hong Xiu's. He quickly dismissed the thought, considering it too unlikely. Hong Xiu pushed open the door, revealing a spacious but simply furnished office that stood in stark contrast to the building's luxurious exterior. At last, Ye Ling came face-to-face with the Vermilion Bird Academy dean, the one who had been willing to break the rules to recruit him. However, the moment Ye Ling saw Principal Zhu Ke, he was taken aback. His gaze was met by a golden mask that completely obscured the principal's face, dashing his hopes of seeing the principal's true appearance. The office was brightly lit and surprisingly spacious. Large bookshelves lined both sides, filled with a wide array of books, indicating the owner's deep interest in reading. Such a collection was something Ye Ling had never encountered, even in his past life. Hong Xiu, don't just stand at the door. If you have something to say, come in, the principal's cool voice called out as he looked towards the entrance. Yes, principal, Hong Xiu replied, leading Ye Ling into the vast office. Principal Zhu Chue's gaze settled on Ye Ling. Is this Ye Ling? Yes, principal, this is Ye Ling, Hong Xiu promptly responded. A brief silence fell over the office. Principal Zhu Chue's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the mask, scrutinizing Ye Ling as if trying to see right through him. Although this intense gaze made Ye Ling somewhat uncomfortable, he felt no malice from it. Impressive. Reaching the level of a 2nd-tier spirit master at your age, the principal remarked with a tone of approval. I heard that you mastered a 2nd-level spirit technique while still at the 1st tier. Is that correct? Ye Ling glanced at Hong Xiu in confusion, who gave a barely perceptible nod, signaling him to answer truthfully. Yes, principal, I did master a 2nd-level spirit technique while at the 1st tier. Ye Ling replied calmly. And now, have you mastered a 3rd-level spirit technique? The principal inquired. This question was challenging, as it was nearly impossible for a 2nd-tier spirit master in the Federation to master a 3rd-level technique. Ye Ling paused briefly before responding with composure. Principal, I have just recently broken through to the 2nd tier, and there hasn't been much time for practice while on the airship, so I have not yet mastered a 3rd-level technique. However, at this point, he paused, changing the direction of his response. Dean, give me some time and I can master the 3rd-level spiritual skill. I promise, Ye Ling said, his gaze steady and confident as he looked directly at Dean Zhu Ke. Although his current free points weren't enough to upgrade his skill level, he saw it as merely a matter of time. Dean Zhu Ke held Ye Ling's gaze for a long moment, as if searching for a quality in his clear eyes that she could trust. Finally, she nodded, her cool voice echoing in the office. I can see you're not lying. I believe you can do it. Keep pushing forward, Ye Ling. I broke the rules to allow you entry into Zhu Ke Academy. Don't let me down, and I hope my decision was the right one. Ye Ling was slightly surprised by the youthful tone of the dean's voice. Though it might not have been the most appropriate thought, he couldn't help but wonder if the dean was younger than she appeared. At that moment, Hongxiu spoke up, "Dean, regarding Ye Ling's class placement, which class do you think he should join?" She didn't mention accommodation since that had already been arranged on the airship. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhuke drummed her long fingers lightly on the desk. The rhythmic tapping echoed in the quiet office as she occasionally glanced at Ye Ling, seemingly weighing her decision carefully. After a brief pause, the tapping stopped. Dean Zhuke made her final decision. "Since Ye Ling has such potential and I have high hopes for him, let's place him in the Zhuke class." Zhuke class? Ye Ling paused in confusion at the mention of this unfamiliar class name, frowning slightly. As a well-prepared freshman, he hadn't encountered this term in any of the information he had reviewed, not even in the student handbook. Standing beside him, Hongxiu also hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She smiled at Dean Zhuke and respectfully bowed, saying, "Yes, Dean, I understand." Dean Zhuke nodded slightly and gestured with a wave of his hand. "All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave." Hongxiu immediately turned to leave, noticing that Ye Ling was still in a daze. She gently tugged at his sleeve to signal him to follow. Just then, a system notification sounded in Ye Ling's mind. Ding! New mission issued. Enter the Zhuke class of Zhuke Academy. Upon completion, you will receive a reward of 2 experience crystals. As they stepped out of the office, the doors slowly creaked shut behind them. Ye Ling quickly turned to Hongxiu and asked urgently, "Teacher Hong, what exactly is the Zhuke class? Why have I never heard of it before?" Hongxiu seemed to have anticipated his question and explained as they walked. The Zhuke class is actually a special designation. In our academy, classes are divided into 2 types, regular classes and elite classes. The Zhuke class is the elite of the elite. Seeing the contemplative look on Ye Ling's face, Hongxiu continued, "Each grade has several special elite classes, and only these can be called Zhuke classes. The others are just regular elite classes. Those who make it into the Zhuke class are the top students of their grade, the most outstanding in terms of ability." As they talked, they left the large office villa behind and headed deeper into the campus. "Ye Ling, you will also become one of them, among the top students at Vermilion Bird Academy," Hongxiu said, her eyes shining with expectation as she looked at the young man before her. Just recently, when it was announced that Ye Ling had been exceptionally admitted into the Vermilion Bird class, even Hongxiu was somewhat surprised. Being admitted into the elite class was already breaking convention, let alone directly joining the Vermilion Bird class. However, in her view, the dean's bold decision was justified. Ye Ling's demonstrated abilities indeed warranted a place in the Vermilion Bird class. "I have high hopes for your future development," Hongxiu said earnestly, "but you must understand that from now on, your every move will be under scrutiny." She paused, her expression turning serious. "The Vermilion Bird class is not a place where you can afford to be complacent. If there comes a day when your abilities no longer satisfy the dean, it will be difficult to remain at Vermilion Bird Academy." These words were not meant to intimidate Ye Ling, but to lay bare the harsh reality. His entry into Vermilion Bird Academy and direct admission to the elite Vermilion Bird class were solely based on his demonstrated strength and capability. Should these advantages fade, the dean would naturally reconsider his place. "Joining the Vermilion Bird class doesn't mean you can rest easy," Hongxiu continued. "During your time at the academy, you must keep growing stronger. Only through continuous progress can you gain more resources and opportunities." A hint of encouragement flashed in her eyes. "You should know that among the 4 great academies, especially Vermilion Bird Academy, the rewards for outstanding students are exceptionally generous. I trust you wouldn't want to miss out on those." Ye Ling nodded silently at what Hongxiu said and then asked a practical question, "Miss Hong, where are we going now? Are you taking me to my accommodation?" Hongxiu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. Your paperwork is all done. I'll submit it to the teacher in charge of the Vermilion Bird class later. You won't need to attend class today. Your training formally starts tomorrow." She didn't go into detail about the academy's training methods, only hinting that it would be completely different from Tianhui High School. As they continued along the campus path, a cluster of standalone villas gradually came into view. This area was typically reserved for the academy's faculty, making Ye Ling an exception to reside here. "This villa will be your residence from now on," Hongxiu advised earnestly, "but remember, Ye Ling, you must focus on improving your skills. Otherwise, this privilege might not last long." This was not an exaggeration but a stark reality. "I understand, Miss Hong. I won't fall behind," Ye Ling replied with a determined expression. Having finally arrived at Vermilion Bird Academy and receiving such preferential treatment, he was not willing to lose it easily. Moreover, with the system's assistance, failing to stand out would be the real failure. Hongxiu smiled with satisfaction. "All right, go on in. The identification card I gave you is linked to this villa, and from now on, you are its owner. No one else can enter without authorization." With these instructions, she turned and left. Watching Hongxiu leave, Ye Ling stood before the luxurious villa, which was unlike anything he had ever seen, either in his current or previous life. He lightly tapped the identification card against the door, and with a series of electronic beeps, the villa's door slowly opened. The spacious living room came into view, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The decor was simple yet exquisite, with a glossy black marble floor and a complex, ornate crystal chandelier hanging in the center. Shadows of varying depths were cast on the soft carpet. The villa was split into 2 levels, with the bedrooms on the second floor, offering a clear view of the red maple trees outside. After touring the villa, Ye Ling returned to the living room and summoned his 2 spirit pets. Shuiyu, Fengjie, come out. The small orange bird, Fengjie, immediately perched on Ye Ling's shoulder, pecking at his ear while complaining in a sweet voice. Why did it take so long to let me out? You promised it would be quick, but you lied. This delay was due to the time taken for the admission procedures, far exceeding the originally promised duration. In contrast, Shuiyu was much quieter, simply hugging Ye Ling's arm and occasionally chiming in. The contrasting personalities of the 2 spirit pets were evident. Ouch, that hurts. Stop pecking. A Jew. If you keep this up, my ear's going to fall off. Under Fengjie's relentless attacks, Ye Ling finally couldn't help but plead for mercy. Ye Ling looked a bit helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to let Fengjie and Shuiyu out, but rather because of the academy's rules. No one in the academy would casually let their spiritual pets roam around, especially with Hongxiu nearby. It was indeed inconvenient. But as soon as he arrived here, he released them immediately, which was already quite fast. Seeing Ye Ling's sincere attitude, Fengjie's anger gradually subsided. She released her beak from his ear, lifted her head proudly, still showing a hint of displeasure. I'll let it go this time, but don't think I'll be so forgiving next time. Although he had been forgiven, Ye Ling took this warning seriously. If something similar happened again, he might really have to endure being pecked by Fengjie all day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile wryly and touch his reddened ear. Fengjie hadn't really used any force earlier, otherwise, his ear would have been in much worse shape. She truly lived up to being a phoenix, with such a fiery temperament. All right, this will be our home from now on, Ye Ling said, pointing to the living room. We'll be spending most of our time here, so get familiar with the surroundings. Shuiyu didn't care much about the living quarters. As long as she was with Ye Ling, any place would do. Fengjie, on the other hand, immediately spread her wings and flew around the house, inspecting every nook and cranny. She soared up to the second floor, flew outside for a bit, and finally returned to the living room, looking satisfied. Not bad. Much better than that tiny room on the airship. It was no surprise that Fengjie was pleased. After all, the airship room was where she had completed her contract, and staying in such a cramped space for so long was bound to cause some complaints. Ye Ling chuckled inwardly at his proud phoenix. Regardless, being able to contract with an epic-level phoenix right from the start was unique across the entire Federation, and a little pampering was well-deserved. Meanwhile, Hongxiu had already taken Ye Ling's documents to the office of the teacher in charge of the Vermilion Bird class. She needed to submit these documents so that Ye Ling could officially join the class. The teacher, Gao Yu, was busy with class affairs but looked up immediately when Hongxiu entered. Ms. Hong, long time no see, still as busy as ever, I see, Hongxiu greeted with a smile. Gao Yu immediately noticed the documents in Hongxiu's hand and smiled. Ms. Hong bringing us a new student for the Vermilion Bird class today? As sharp as ever, Mr. Gao, Hongxiu replied, waving the documents. This time, I'm bringing you a special student. You'll be quite surprised when you see. Speaking of special, Gao Yu suddenly remembered something. Did you see the news on the Academy's website? It says we have a male student now. It seems to be true. I wonder which teacher broke the Academy's rules, and how this will be handled moving forward. At this moment, the Academy's official forum was already buzzing with discussions about this unprecedented male student. Gao Yu had previously joined in the gossip about the matter. She noticed that the photos uploaded on the official website only showed Ye Ling and no one else, so naturally, Hongxiu was not in sight. Hearing the slightly gossipy tone in Gao Yu's voice, a sly smile appeared on Hongxiu's lips, and a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Haha, Teacher Gao, I didn't expect you to have a gossipy side too. What do you think, if a male student were to join our school, would it be good or bad for us? Faced with this sudden question, Gao Yu pondered for a moment before saying, well, it's not entirely a bad thing. The Academy's rules have been in place for a long time, but they aren't unchangeable. If the male student mentioned on the forum is indeed coming to Zhuke Academy, he must be exceptional. After all, if a teacher is willing to break the rules for him, it shows that this male student is truly capable. Gao Yu's assessment was quite fair, with no hint of disparagement. In her view, while rules are important, they are not unbreakable. If someone can break the rules, it often signifies a breakthrough. Hongxiu laughed upon hearing this. She knew Gao Yu well enough to understand that these words were sincere and not just perfunctory. She then placed the documents in her hand on the table and pushed them toward Gao Yu. Since you've said so, I'll leave him to you. Gao Yu didn't immediately grasp what Hong Xiu meant by this, but she took the documents anyway. As she opened them, the office fell into a brief silence. When she saw the photo in the documents, she was stunned. She never expected that the teacher recruiting the male student was actually Hong Xiu. This, Teacher Hong Yu, Gao Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Although she had spoken confidently earlier, the reality of admitting a male student into Zhuke class was not something she, as the responsible teacher, could decide on her own. Noticing Gao Yu's dilemma, Hong Xiu smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I've already taken Ye Ling to meet with the dean. His admission into Zhuke class is the dean's decision." Hearing that it was the dean's decision, Gao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise, it would have put me in a difficult position." Since the dean approved, she had no further objections. She immediately stamped the document, marking Ye Ling's official entry into Zhuke class. After stamping, Gao Yu looked up at Hong Xiu with a slightly reproachful gaze. "Teacher Hong, that was a bit sneaky of you. You knew what I was talking about, but didn't correct me." Hong Xiu chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm not one to hold grudges, and you made a good point. Rules are indeed meant to be broken, and Ye Ling is the perfect example. Of course, that's because his abilities are truly outstanding. Otherwise, the dean wouldn't have made an exception. All right, then I'll leave the follow-up notifications to Ye Ling to you. I'm heading out for a bit, and then I need a good rest." With that, Hong Xiu left the office, leaving the responsibility to Gao Yu, the head of Zhuke class. Watching Hong Xiu disappear through the doorway, Gao Yu sighed helplessly. She propped her head on her hand, looking at Ye Ling's photo in the documents, and muttered to herself, "This Ye Ling, is he really that outstanding? A young man who breaks the rules. I'm getting more and more curious." After successfully accessing the school system, Ye Ling immediately received a notification. Ding. Task completed. The host has successfully joined the Vermilion Bird class of Vermilion Bird Academy and has earned a reward, Experience Crystal X2. Being part of the elite Vermilion Bird class, the creme de la creme of Vermilion Bird Academy, filled Ye Ling with genuine satisfaction. As for the 2 experience crystals he received, he decided to hold onto them for now. These precious items, which can boost current experience by 10%, would not be wisely used when Shuiyu and Fengjiu are at 0 experience. On the last night before the semester started, Ye Ling enjoyed his usual time of rest, experiencing the unique sensation of contrasting warmth and cold. After a few days, he had become quite accustomed to it. Early the next morning, Ye Ling woke up. Planning for convenience, he intended to store Shuiyu and Fengjiu in the spirit pet seal. Shuiyu obediently agreed as usual, but Fengjiu began to throw a tantrum. Only after Ye Ling made a slew of promises did the proud spirit pet reluctantly comply. In contrast, Shuiyu's compliance made Ye Ling sigh. "My little zombie is still the cutest." Unbeknownst to Ye Ling, the news of his enrollment had caused a sensation throughout Sacred City overnight. As the first male student in the history of Vermilion Bird Academy, his news spread across the entire city, including the other 3 major academies. His photo and personal information were widely circulated, and even his performance during the assessment was exposed. This news stirred strong reactions among the male students, many of whom regretted missing such an opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird classroom, fewer than 20 students, apart from Ye Ling, had already gathered. Each of these students was remarkable, with the weakest at level 9 of the first rank and the strongest reaching level 10. In the Tianhui City Combat Assessment, any one of them could easily secure a top 2 position. "Did you hear about it? Yesterday's big news," an excited girl with freckles exclaimed. "Of course, the first male student to ever join Vermilion Bird Academy who doesn't know by now?" "Exactly. Do you think he might be in our Vermilion Bird class?" "There's a good chance. A student who made the dean bend the rules must be extraordinary. He might really be assigned to our class." The female students eagerly discussed the topic, filling the classroom with a buzz of gossip. One of the most intriguing events in the history of the Zhuke Academy had just occurred. The classroom buzzed with whispers and curious glances as the female students gathered in small groups to discuss the matter. Only a few seemed uninterested, sitting quietly in their seats. Ms. Gao Yu, responsible for the Zhuke class, entered the room and scanned the sea of female faces, noticing the absence of Ye Ling. She frowned slightly. This new male student was late on his first day. Although she was only the supervising teacher and not directly teaching them, as the head of the Zhuke class, this situation frustrated her. As soon as Gao Yu entered, the classroom fell silent, and all the students sat up straight. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from the doorway. "Sorry, Ms. Gao, I just arrived yesterday and spent a lot of time finding the classroom, so I'm late." The room went completely silent. All eyes turned to the door, including Gao Yu's. Seeing Ye Ling standing there, she nodded slightly. "Since you're here, come in." Ye Ling walked in and casually found an empty seat. The girl next to him seemed startled, sitting upright like a frightened bird. worried about making a poor impression in front of the only male student. After a brief silence, the classroom once again filled with soft chatter. Who would have thought he'd actually join our JUK class? That's quite something. I think it's normal. He must be very skilled, otherwise, he wouldn't have been admitted to JUK Academy. All right, quiet down. Gao Yu's voice restored order. She began her introduction. I am your supervising teacher, Gao Yu. You can call me Ms. Gao. As long as you are in the JUK class, I am your point of contact for any issues. Gao Yu then explained the JUK class's learning system students were grouped into teams of 3 to 4, each with a dedicated instructor. This group-based teaching approach was unlike traditional colleges, offering more personalized attention, allowing teachers to promptly identify and address students' weaknesses. As she read out the group assignments, Gao Yu listed the names: He Shui, Sun Ning. Yet, Ye Ling's name was absent until the very end. Sensing the confusion, Gao Yu added, Ye Ling, Ms. Hong has specifically requested to be your teacher. You'll be placed in the first group under her supervision. This unexpected arrangement left Ye Ling slightly baffled. Why hadn't this been clarified from the start? Meanwhile, the 2 girls in the first group were completely taken aback, struggling to process the news. The other 2 members of the group were He Shui and Sun Ning. When they first heard the news that the groups would only consist of 2 people, both were secretly pleased, thinking this would mean more time with the teacher. However, things did not go as they expected. The teacher had other plans. He Shui and Sun Ning were both from prominent families in the Holy City and were outstanding among their peers. Despite their distinguished backgrounds, they had not developed arrogant or haughty personalities. They were only slightly surprised by Ye Ling's addition to their group and showed no dissatisfaction, trusting that the teacher had a reason for this arrangement. The entire Vermilion Bird class was divided into 6 groups. Apart from Ye Ling's group, the others were mostly composed of 3 members, with a few having 4. Once all the teacher assignments were announced, Gao Yu distributed the badges to each group of students and gave a final reminder. Work hard, the world of spirit masters is vast. Only by becoming stronger can you see further. Now, go find your teachers. Yes. The girls responded in unison. Ye Ling was still puzzled. Why had the recruitment teacher, Hongxiu, become his instructor? He pondered this for a long time without finding an answer. Ye Ling, let's go find the teacher together, a timid voice suggested. Looking up, he saw the petite Sun Ning, with the tall He Shui standing beside her. All right, let's go. Ye Ling agreed with a nod. After receiving their group badges, the 3 headed towards the academy's east gate. Despite the long journey under the scorching sun, the distance was manageable for them thanks to their spirit master abilities. Soon, Ye Ling spotted a familiar figure. Compared to the previous day, Hongxiu's demeanor was slightly different now, dressed in casual attire with hands clasped behind her back, resembling a strict teacher. Teacher Hong, Ye Ling greeted first, as he was the only one among the 3 who knew her. Ye Ling, are you surprised? Hongxiu seemed to read Ye Ling's confusion. Wondering why I suddenly became your teaching instructor, right? Yes, isn't Teacher Hong a recruitment teacher? Who says a recruitment teacher can't be a teaching instructor? Hongxiu explained, I am actually the teaching instructor for the Vermilion Bird class. I went to Tianhui City because it's my hometown. Ye Ling suddenly understood. Hongxiu must have come to the Holy City many years ago, likely before the current city lord of Tianhui City, Shanglingkong, assumed his position. Their conversation left He Shui and Sun Ning feeling a bit awkward, unsure of how to join in. Hongxiu quickly noticed this and warmly apologized to them. Sorry, I got carried away talking with Ye Ling. You must be He Shui and Sun Ning? No. Teacher, you're too kind. There's no need to apologize. You didn't hold us up at all, they replied, flattered. Seeing their polite behavior, Hongxiu nodded to herself, forming a favorable impression of these new students. She then spoke seriously. All right, as your mentor, this is our first official meeting. I've already got a general understanding of your abilities from the information provided. Throughout your time at the academy, I will be guiding and supporting you until graduation. Ye Ling and the others listened attentively to every word Hongxiu said. She continued, I won't be overseeing everything. Ultimately, your learning depends on you. You've already mastered the theoretical knowledge of spirit manipulation, but what you lack is practical experience and the enhancement of your skills. I will arrange a series of combat training sessions, which may involve battling magical creatures or facing me directly. Be prepared. Upon hearing about the practical training, Ye Ling seemed disinterested. In his view, training was less effective than directly hunting magical creatures or completing system tasks. In contrast, He Shui and Sun Ning showed a keen interest. As members of the Holy City families, they rarely had opportunities for real combat, with most training limited to within their families. Hongxiu keenly noticed Ye Ling's attitude. Reflecting on his performance during the battle against magical creatures on the airship, she realized that Ye Ling was quite different from typical freshmen. Considering her previous promise to provide him with 15 more resources than ordinary students and a monthly opportunity to enter the secret realm, she decided to devise a different training plan for him. She immediately arranged for He Shui and Sun Ning to engage in combat to assess their specific abilities and tailor their training accordingly. As their mentor, Hong Xiu supervised the entire process to ensure safety. For Ye Ling, Hong Xiu handed him a secret realm card, a pass she had specially requested an academy teacher to create the day before. The holder of this card is entitled to enter the secret realm once a month. The teacher who made it felt a mix of emotions, having never seen a student receive such special treatment. After all, the treasures found within the secret realm belong to the individual, making this privilege highly enviable. Hong Xiu informed Ye Ling of the secret realm's location and instructed him to go there on his own. Ye Ling glanced helplessly at He Shui and Sun Ning, and had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of having Hong Xiu accompany them. Following Hong Xiu's previous directions, he spent some time and finally located the site of the secret realm. What came into view was a breathtaking structure, the Secret Realm Pavilion. This massive building covered an area far exceeding that of the teaching buildings, and was the special repository for all secret realms at Juke Academy. The security force of the pavilion was equally formidable, with several administrators of at least 7th-tier strength taking turns on duty, and an 8th-tier spirit master overseeing it. Although there were 9th-tier spirit masters within the Federation, those individuals were all highly ranked and of significant influence. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, Ye Ling couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's one of the 4 top academies. The construction cost of this secret realm pavilion alone is staggering, not to mention the numerous secret realms stored inside. Secret realms were originally scattered across remote wilderness areas, often surrounded by rampant magical creatures or complete silence. However, they shared a common feature. Each contained a world of its own, filled with countless opportunities and dangers. The key to gaining control over a secret realm lay in finding and mastering its center. Whenever a new secret realm emerged, it inevitably sparked intense competition among various factions. The Federation not only tolerated this behavior, but sometimes even participated directly. This was not without reason, as the abundant resources within secret realms were sufficient to nurture a large number of outstanding talents. This was the fundamental reason why various factions were so eager to vie for control over them. At the entrance of the Secret Realm Pavilion, the wide doors were completely open, welcoming all students like a library. Ye Ling walked through the doors and found himself in a straight, long corridor. He proceeded steadily until he encountered a middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses at the corner. In fact, the teacher had noticed Ye Ling the moment he stepped into the pavilion. Only after confirming that he was a student from Suzaku Academy did she allow his entry. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you tell me how to get to the secret realm?" Ye Ling approached politely, addressing the teacher who seemed to be the pavilion's manager. The middle-aged teacher looked Ye Ling over. Despite his special status as a male student, she showed no particular curiosity. As the manager, her focus was solely on her duties. "For a freshman like you, it's impressive that Teacher Hong has sent you to the Secret Realm Pavilion. She must have great confidence in your abilities." She recognized his status immediately from the badge on his clothing was a freshman, under the guidance of Teacher Hong. The badge indicated his grade, class, and advisor. She adjusted her glasses and pointed in a direction. At the end of that corridor is the Secret Realm area. Different rooms correspond to different levels of secret realms. I suggest a freshman like you start with a first-level realm. Don't attempt higher-level realms recklessly, or I can't guarantee your safe return. Her warning was not an exaggeration. Although the Academy regularly sends teachers to clear the realms and move higher-level magical creatures to advanced areas, there could still be dangerous creatures that have increased in power during the intervals. Ye Ling thanked her for the advice and handed over the secret realm card given by Teacher Hong. The teacher swiped the card on a nearby machine, which beeped, indicating a deduction of usage. "Oh, a once-a-month secret realm card. You must indeed be quite exceptional," she remarked with a hint of surprise, returning the card to Ye Ling and handing him a watch. She reiterated, "Remember, don't take on dangerous realms lightly. Many who thought they were exceptional have suffered greatly, either returning severely injured or not returning at all." "Thank you, ma'am, I understand," Ye Ling responded earnestly, accepting the watch and preparing to leave. "Remember, the time limit in the secret realm is 3 days. Once time's up, you'll be transported back, no matter what you're doing," she called after him. "I understand," Ye Ling nodded. 3 days should be enough for Fengju to break through to the second level. Walking through the long corridor, Ye Ling's eyes were met with a series of massive doors. Each door was marked with a number from 1 to 6, representing different levels of secret realms. The 6th level was the highest within the secret realm hall, not because higher levels didn't exist, but because they were extremely rare in the wild. Historically, the highest level that appeared was the 7th level secret realm, which unexpectedly contained 8th level monsters, giving intruders a hard time. This 7th level secret realm was eventually acquired by the Federation and remains in their secret realm hall to this day. The highest level secret realm available to the 4 academies is the 6th, which is sufficiently challenging for most students, many of whom may not even reach it by graduation. Ye Ling stood hesitantly before the doors to the first and second level secret realms. The first level realm would be a breeze for him, but the monsters within were weaker, offering limited help in improving combat experience. The second level realm was more dangerous, and he wasn't confident he could survive there for 3 days. Just as he was about to choose the first level realm, the system suddenly issued a new task. Ding. Task issued. Explore the second level secret realm. Completing the task will earn you an unknown reward, which will be granted based on the final level of exploration. This task immediately resolved Ye Ling's hesitation. Although there was some risk, as he thought, danger comes with opportunity, and the unknown reward was tempting. It reminded him of a task triggered on the airship, the unknown reward from which had been very satisfying. Pushing open the door to the second level secret realm, Ye Ling stepped inside, and the door closed automatically behind him. The scene before him was astonishing, a hall filled with over a dozen second-level secret realms. Despite higher-level secret realms being rarer, the materials and treasures within these second-level realms were considerable. In front of each secret realm entrance stood a description. There were various terrains, such as scorching volcanoes, frigid ice fields, and vast oceans. After weighing his options, Ye Ling chose a secret realm combining plains and forests not too hot, not too cold, and without the need to be submerged in water. He pointed his watch at the secret realm entrance, and a faint light extended, forming a path. As Ye Ling walked through, the light gradually faded, and the hall returned to silence. Inside the second-level secret realm, a circular door suddenly appeared on a plain. Ye Ling stepped out, and the door vanished. Looking up, he saw a gloomy sky, covered with dark clouds that blocked out the sun. In the distance, first and second-level monsters roamed the plains, all of which Ye Ling saw as walking experience points. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips as Ye Ling summoned his 2 spirit pets. Shuiyu, Fengjie, time to get to work. A blood-red figure landed beside him, while a fiery red figure settled on his shoulder. Fengjie glanced around with emerald eyes and asked curiously, where is this? I thought we were going home. Jie, this is a second-level secret realm, specifically prepared as a place for you to level up, Ye Ling said, reaching out to touch Fengjie, who deftly avoided his hand. Awkwardly, he kept his hand extended for a moment, then rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath, "It's really too much that I can't even touch my own spirit pet." He deliberately spoke in a low voice, wary of Fengjie overhearing him. After all, he didn't want to endure another of Fengjie's lessons on his ears. Fengjie stood with wings akimbo, exuding a proud demeanor. Just a leveling up place, no big deal. My leveling speed will definitely leave you in the dust." This confidence wasn't baseless. As a spirit pet with epic growth potential, Fengjie indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. Suddenly, Fengjie took off into the air, surrounded by orange phoenix flames. The flames layered and expanded into a massive sphere, nearly 3 meters in diameter. Ye Ling watched in awe at this unprecedented phenomenon. A clear, sharp cry pierced the sky as the enormous fireball slowly unfolded into a pair of blazing wings, trailing a magnificent, colorful phoenix tail. When the fireball fully expanded, Ye Ling was nearly speechless. A massive phoenix with a wingspan of 6 meters hovered in the air, far larger than the size he had first seen during their initial bonding on the airship. The phoenix was engulfed in sacred phoenix fire, its majestic and awe-inspiring presence invoking a sense of reverence. However, this spectacular display soon elicited an unexpected response. A series of howls echoed from afar, seemingly answering Fengjie's call. It dawned on Ye Ling that they were in a secret realm, where they should have been cautious and avoided unnecessary attention. Through the rising dust, he saw a pack of fierce gray wolves charging towards them. These wolves were covered in gray fur interspersed with fiery red patterns. Most striking was the pack's leader, an exceptionally large and formidable presence. The leader of the second-tier wild wolves, along with a whole pack of first-tier wild wolves, came into view, causing Ye Ling to frown. Just then, Ajio beside him suddenly let out a sharp, piercing cry, prompting Ye Ling to cover his ears in discomfort. "Ajio, if you're going to transform, do it quietly. Why are you yelling so loudly?" Ye Ling complained helplessly. The situation was giving him a headache. Trouble had arrived just as the exploration was about to begin, and his luck couldn't be worse. By now, Fengjie had already transformed and was gracefully circling above Ye Ling's head. She spoke with a disdainful tone. A bunch of insignificant creatures. I can easily wipe them out." Even in the face of the second-tier wild wolf leader, Fengjie showed no fear. Hearing such bold words, a vein popped on Ye Ling's forehead. A first-tier, 9th-level spirit pet daring to underestimate a second-tier wild wolf seemed a bit too arrogant. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly chimed in. Ding! Task issued. Phoenix's first battle. The wild wolf pack has been provoked by Fengjie and is attacking the host. Feng must complete the first battle alone. Task reward, double experience boost card X1. The reward made Ye Ling's mouth twitch slightly. A double experience boost card? This is starting to feel more like a game. Although the reward was tempting and could significantly shorten the time needed to gain experience, the task required Feng to face the entire wolf pack, including the second-tier leader, on her own, which was no small feat however. Judging by Feng Jia's confident demeanor earlier, it seemed she wasn't just boasting. After a brief moment of thought, Ye Ling called out to Feng Jiu in the air, "Feng Jiu, I'll leave this battle to you. Show these wolf pups the power of a phoenix. Blood Ghost and I will stay out of it." With that, he stepped back a few paces with Blood Ghost, leaving the battlefield entirely to Feng Jiu. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at Ye Ling and confidently lifted her chin. "Stand back, everyone. Leave this to me and I'll show you what a true phoenix is." Before her words even faded, Feng Jiu's wings erupted into fierce flames. With a powerful flap, she soared into the sky. The fire was under her perfect control, for any slight negligence could have set the entire area ablaze. Circling high above, Feng Jiu locked her gaze on the pack of wild wolves below, then shot down like an arrow released from a bow. The wolves on the ground instantly sensed the impending danger, and even the leader of the wild wolves paused, glaring menacingly at the descending blaze. "Howl!" The wolf leader let out a long howl, spewing flames from its mouth. This fire attribute leader wasted no time in counterattacking, quickly forming a fireball in its mouth and launching it towards the diving Feng Jiu. Watching from the hill, Ye Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Jiu had a high-level fire immunity talent, making the fireball attack utterly ineffective. As expected, the fireball exploded upon contact with Feng Jiu, resembling a burst of fireworks, only to be absorbed by her, intensifying her flames. "Hellfire!" Feng Jiu's voice resonated from within the blaze. The orange-red flames enveloping her gradually shifted to a ghostly green, exuding a chilling aura. The wolf leader felt an unprecedented sense of danger, but couldn't comprehend why. When Feng Jiu was 20 meters from the ground, she abruptly changed direction with a flap of her wings, while the ghostly green flames transformed into a fiery bird that continued its dive towards the wolf pack. The wolf leader narrowly avoided it, but the slower wolves weren't as fortunate. Boom! As the fiery bird struck the ground, the ghostly green flames spread outward. The grass instantly turned to ash, and the weaker wolves perished on the spot, while the stronger ones were scorched and writhed in agony on the ground. The most terrifying aspect was that the hellfire clung tenaciously to its prey, and no matter how the wolves thrashed and struggled, they couldn't escape the ghostly green flames. Their howls of despair echoed across the plains, while the surviving wolves, though eager to help, were too afraid of the eerie flames to do anything but watch in frustration. The remaining wild wolves watched in terror as their companions were gradually consumed by the hellish flames. They had witnessed firsthand the agonizing struggle of their peers within the inferno, their howls of pain slowly fading until they vanished completely. The fear was frozen in the eyes of the fallen wolves, a shiver lingering even in their final moments. The leader of the wild wolves, seeing its pack members fall one by one, was filled with rage. It lifted its head to the sky and let out a mournful howl, as if bidding farewell to its fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the scene on Ye Ling's side was quite different. The system's auto-collection feature delighted him each time a wild wolf fell. Items like wolf claws, hearts, and lesser fire crystals were automatically gathered into the system space, eliminating the tedious task of manual collection. However, the constant notification sounds from the system were getting on Ye Ling's nerves. He massaged his temples and asked the system, "Can you mute these notifications? They're driving me crazy." The system promptly responded, "Notification sounds for auto-collection have been muted. You can check the items in the system space." When Ye Ling opened his eyes again, he found the remaining wild wolves and their leader glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes, as if ready to devour him whole. "What are you staring at? Keep it up, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Ye Ling was unafraid. With his flying spirit pets, Shuiyu and Feng Jiu, these ground-bound creatures posed no threat. His words only incited the wild wolf leader's fury. It glared at him fiercely, exuding a murderous aura, and then issued a command to its followers. The leader charged at Ye Ling, with the other wolves close behind. The wolf leader ignored Feng Jiu, hovering in the air. First, because fireball attacks were ineffective against Feng Jiu, and second, because they couldn't reach targets in the sky. They knew that killing the spirit master was crucial. Once the master was dead, the spirit pets would be severely weakened, albeit capable of unleashing powerful vengeance before their end. "Stay back." Ye Ling took a couple of steps back, not out of fear, but to avoid violating the conditions of the Phoenix's first battle mission. If he or Shuiyu intervened, the mission would fail. The wild wolf pack paid no heed to Ye Ling's shout, baring their teeth as they continued to advance. Seeing this, Ye Ling made a decisive choice. The best plan was to escape. "Shuiyu, take me up," Ye Ling commanded. "Remember, don't attack those wild wolves." Leave them all to Feng Jio. Although she didn't understand why her master wanted to avoid the fight, Shui Yu never questioned orders. She immediately held Ye Ling, lightly tapped the ground, and soared into the sky. The wild wolves on the ground missed their target and looked up, howling in frustration. Awah! Awah! They longed to avenge their fallen companions, but could only howl in vain. Ajio, hurry up and take care of them, or they'll all escape. Ye Ling urged Feng Jio, who was circling nearby, unfazed by being held by Shui Yu. He knew well that the wolf leader wouldn't foolishly wait around. If they escaped, the system task would fail, and the double experience bonus card would be wasted. Feng Ju raised her head arrogantly, snorting, "Humph! Who do you think you're ordering around? I'm a phoenix. That was just an accident earlier. This time, none of them will get away." Before she finished speaking, dozens of fist-sized fireballs, forged from phoenix fire, appeared around her. These fireballs emitted intense heat, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. Go! Feng Jio flapped her wings, blazing with phoenix fire, and the fireballs rained down on the ground like a storm. Witnessing this, the wolf leader remembered the scene of its companion's demise and immediately ordered a retreat. The remaining wolves, though unwilling, turned to flee, fearing the same fate as their fallen comrades. "Humph! Do you think you can escape?" Feng Jio sneered, manipulating the fireballs in midair to change direction and relentlessly pursue the fleeing wolves. Soon, one wolf's tail was hit by a fireball, and the phoenix fire quickly spread across its body. It fell to the ground, rolling, but the flames did not extinguish. Instead, they spread to the surrounding grassland. Everything around became fuel for the phoenix fire, engulfing the unfortunate wolf in a fierce blaze. The phoenix fire shares similar characteristics with the hellfire, most notably its difficulty to extinguish. Simply rolling around won't put out this mystical flame. However, the burning sensation from the phoenix fire is much less intense than that of hellfire, and more remarkably, it possesses a healing ability that requires precise control by Feng Ju. At this moment, fireballs continually fall from the sky, chasing the fleeing pack of wild wolves like meteor showers. Each fireball hits its target with precision, and the wild wolves are instantly engulfed in bright flames. They writhe and roll on the ground in agony, like maggots in their death throes, futilely trying to extinguish the scorching fire on them. Before long, only the second-tier, first-level leader of the pack is left. Despite its massive size, this wild wolf displays astonishing agility. It narrowly dodges the fireballs from above, though some graze its fur, leaving charred patches. Its once imposing fur now looks pitiful, uneven, and mottled with blackened spots, resembling a mangy wolf afflicted with a skin disease. Under Feng Jia's taunting, the wild wolf leader is exhausted from running, with no chance to counterattack. Another round of fireballs forms around Feng Jio and hurtles toward the wolf leader. Seeing its path blocked by fireballs, the wolf leader abruptly halts, only to find its retreat also surrounded by fireballs. In desperation, the wolf leader lowers its body and glares angrily at Feng Jio in the sky, seemingly ready for one last stand. However, Feng Jio coldly declares it's over, as all the fireballs converge inward. The wolf leader can only watch helplessly as countless fireballs collide with its body, instantly engulfing it in a sea of flames. Ye Ling, seeing the battle nearing its end, signals to Shui Yu to put him down. As a man, he feels awkward being held by a woman for so long. Shui Yu obediently follows her master's command and gently sets him on the ground. Just as Ye Ling waits for the wolf leader to breathe its last, an unexpected turn occurs. The wolf leader, which had been writhing painfully on the ground, suddenly lets out a thunderous roar and, ignoring the flames engulfing it, leaps toward Ye Ling with a suicidal determination. Feng Jio, who has been vigilantly watching the situation from above, immediately reacts to the wolf leader's sudden charge. He manipulates the phoenix fire to transform into several flaming chains, tightly binding the struggling beast. The chains firmly bound the wild wolf leader, yet even in its death throes, the power of this Tier 2 creature was astonishing. The chains of phoenix fire, controlled by Feng Jio, were struggling to hold on as the wild wolf leader gradually inched closer to Ye Ling. When it was less than a meter away from Ye Ling, the chains finally managed to completely restrain the beast. The massive body of the wild wolf leader was suspended in midair, wrapped in chains, and its howls grew weaker. Its fierce gaze was fixed on Ye Ling, as if trying to kill him with its eyes, but that was clearly beyond its capability. The sudden attack indeed startled Ye Ling. Shui Yu, standing beside him, was ready to intervene but was stopped by Ye Ling. He had confidence in Feng Jio and had already mastered Shui Yu's blood mist transformation ability, allowing him to dodge any danger instantly. More importantly, he had Feng Jio's Nirvana rebirth ability as a safeguard, so even in the worst-case scenario, it would only cost him one rebirth. Still dare to struggle in your final moments? Dying is too easy for you. Feng Jio, hovering in the sky, felt a bit aggrieved looking at the now-dead wild wolf leader. If she hadn't been vigilant, Ye Ling might have been hurt due to her oversight. Despite her usual prideful demeanor, Feng Jie never intended to harm Ye Ling, nor would she allow anyone else to harm him. This incident taught her a valuable lesson. When facing enemies, one must always remain alert and never let their guard down. Come back. Once she confirmed that the wild wolf leader was truly dead, Feng Jie withdrew the phoenix fire she had unleashed. The flames burning on the ground seemed to be summoned back, converging towards Feng Jie in the sky and eventually returning to her body. All that remained on the ground was scorched earth and the charred corpse of the wild wolf. With the system's auto-pickup prompt disabled, the usable materials from these corpses were automatically stored in the space. The task completion notification then sounded. Ding! Task completed. Phoenix Bird's first battle. Independently eliminated all wild wolves. Reward received. Double experience boost card X1. Ye Ling then understood the function of the double experience boost card. When used, all spirit pets experience gained from defeating magical creatures is doubled for 24 hours, and the timer cannot be paused once activated. Wow, this is really something great, Ye Ling exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he looked at the item in his hand. Although it could significantly boost his leveling speed, he didn't rush to use it. Having just wiped out a pack of wild wolves, and with no other monsters in sight for the moment, he figured it could wait until the next encounter. He quickly checked Feng Jie's experience points after defeating the pack and their second-tier leader. It had reached 4.5. While not exceptionally high, it was a decent progress. However, the growth rate remained at 0. Surveying the surroundings, Ye Ling couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The battlefield was a mess. The ground was charred black, with grass and shrubs reduced to ashes. Feng Jie's combat style was indeed wild, and at this rate, finding an untouched piece of land on the plains in the next 3 days might be impossible. But that wasn't something to worry about now. Ajio, let's go find some more monsters, Ye Ling called out to Feng Jie in the sky, then started walking towards the distance with Shuiyu. Always ordering me around, not even considering how tired I am after a fight. Feng Jie muttered softly in the sky, yet she still followed leisurely. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm in the academy cafeteria, Ye Ling's teammates He Shui and Sun Ning were having their meal. The cafeteria was filled with other students, including some from the Vermilion Bird class. He Shui, Sun Ning asked curiously between bites of lunch, do you know why Yi doesn't have to go through Teacher Hong's training and went straight to the secret realm? Is there some special reason behind it? Hearing this, He Shui shrugged slightly. She could only guess that Hong Xiu arranged this because she recognized Yi Ling's abilities. After all, compared to them, Yi Ling's real-world training in the secret realm might be more dangerous. While He Shui and Sun Ning were talking, a clear female voice suddenly interjected. You know Yi Ling? Are you talking about the only male student in the academy, Yi Ling? The two looked up to see a girl who had already made herself comfortable beside them. This uninvited girl was Yun Yi, a fellow freshman from Tianhui City like Yi Ling. Due to Hong Xiu also being from Tianhui City, Yun Yi not only relied on her own strength but also received Hong Xiu's care, directly entering the elite class. Happening to be in the cafeteria for a meal, Yun Yi was immediately drawn in when she heard someone mention Yi Ling. Being someone who came with him, she was already curious about why this walking national treasure hadn't appeared, and naturally didn't want to miss any news. Faced with this sudden stranger joining them, He Shui and Sun Ning exchanged confused glances. He Shui politely asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Yun Yi realized her abruptness, quickly apologized, and introduced herself. Sorry, I'm Yun Yi, from the same city as Yi Ling, and I'm in the elite class. I couldn't help but come over when I heard you mention him." He Shui then explained the situation to Yun Yi. This conversation was overheard by a nearby female student who was keen on posting on the official website. She immediately posted this news on the Suzaku Academy's website. Breaking news. Suzaku Academy's first ever male student has entered the secret realm on his first day. Is he exceptionally brave, or is there more to the story? The news quickly sparked discussions among teachers and students. Who is his teacher? Why let him go to the secret realm alone? Isn't it too dangerous without a teacher accompanying him? Various speculations and concerns arose. In the forum, a senior student's comment sparked a heated debate. I have no idea what level of secret realm Yi Ling has entered. If it's a high-level one, the situation could be dire. Stop scaremongering. Another student immediately countered. How could a new freshman possibly enter a high-level secret realm? At most, it's a first-level one. As the forum discussion raged on, the teacher in charge of the Vermilion Bird class, Gao Yu, was staring at her phone screen, her expression growing increasingly grim. When she saw the news that Yi Ling had entered the secret realm alone, a wave of dizziness hit her. Even sitting in her office chair, she felt the world spinning, leaving her in a bad state. Her anger flared up instantly. Without hesitation, Gao Yu grabbed her phone and quickly dialed Hong Xiu's number. At that moment, Hong Xiu was enjoying lunch in a restaurant, and was a bit puzzled to see Gao Yu's sudden call. However, as soon as she answered, a barrage of shouting came from the other end. Hello, Hongxiu. What on earth are you thinking? Why did you let Ye Ling go into the secret realm alone? Don't you know how dangerous it is to enter alone? Hongxiu helplessly held the phone away from her ear, listening to Gao Yu's endless reprimand. After a full minute, when the scolding still hadn't stopped, Hongxiu decisively pressed the hang-up button. As expected, the phone immediately rang again. This time, Gao Yu's voice on the other end had finally calmed down. Are you finished? Hongxiu asked leisurely. Can I speak now? A slightly resigned voice from Gao Yu came from the other end of the line. Go ahead, I'm listening. Putting down her chopsticks, Hongxiu spoke calmly. Gao Yu, as the teaching instructor, I'm not worried. Why are you? Gao Yu's previously calm demeanor was instantly ignited, and her blood pressure soared. As the responsible teacher, she also had to bear the responsibility for the student's safety. Although Hongxiu had a greater responsibility as the teaching instructor, it didn't mean she could stand by idly. Thinking of this, Gao Yu felt her temples throbbing. My dear Hongda teacher, Gao Yu said, covering her face, her tone almost pleading, could you please just tell me what's going on with Ye Ling? And what are your plans? Hongxiu finally stopped teasing her and explained seriously, Ye Ling is very strong. Even if it's the assessment secret realm, he can survive easily. A first-tier secret realm shouldn't be a problem for him. The secret realm managers will definitely inform him of the risks, and with his intelligence, he won't venture into a high-tier secret realm to court disaster. But what if he goes to a second-tier or even higher secret realm? Gao Yu asked urgently. How can you be sure he'll choose a first-tier secret realm? Isn't this just reckless? After a brief consideration, Hongxiu replied, Ye Ling isn't reckless. Judging by his performance in the assessment, he's smart and won't do anything beyond his capabilities. Besides, he's already a second-tier spirit master. Even if his strength is lacking, it shouldn't be a major issue. Thinking about Ye Ling's two spirit companions, especially the flying spirit companion named Fengjiu, Hongxiu found it extraordinary. It seemed more like a divine bird than an ordinary spirit pet. I suspect that no magical creature below second-tier advanced is a match for Ye Ling now. Even if he enters a second-tier secret realm, he should be able to handle it. Gao Yu was both amused and exasperated by these words, and could only sigh in resignation. You really have a big heart. Fine, I won't interfere with your teaching methods, just as long as nothing goes wrong. She suddenly regretted assigning Ye Ling to Hongxiu yesterday, or there wouldn't be so much trouble. Rubbing her temples and hanging up the phone, Gao Yu just wanted some peace. Meanwhile, on the other end, Hongxiu shrugged, still maintaining full confidence in Ye Ling. Meanwhile, Ye Ling, unaware of the stir outside, was in the secret realm searching for new targets with Shui Yu and Fengjiu. The secret realm was indeed vast, and they had been walking for a long time without leaving the plain area. The wild wolf pack they encountered earlier was just the lowest level group here, and even the second-tier first-level wild wolf leader was not a concern. Suddenly, some vague figures appeared in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, Ye Ling wondered, what kind of magical creatures are those? Jiu, could you give me a lift up to take a look? This time, Ye Ling chose not to have Shui Yu carry him, as being a man, it was somewhat damaging to his image to be carried by a beautiful woman. Although it felt nice, he still had to consider appearances. You want me to carry you? Fengjiu, who was circling in the sky, immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. I am a noble phoenix bird, not just anyone's carrier. But, she paused, if you promise to make me 2 special dishes, I might consider it. Clearly, after tasting Ye Ling's cooking the day before, Fengjiu had been longing for more and finally found an opportunity to make her request. Ye Ling could only offer a helpless smile in response to Fengjiu's conditions. He regretted showcasing his culinary skills, which had inadvertently awakened Fengjiu's foodie nature. Remembering how Fengjiu had been restless and complained all night because of an unsatisfactory meal, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. All right, I agree to everything you said. Okay? Ye Ling surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. Inwardly, he couldn't help but compare Fengjiu to Shui Yu, who seemed incredibly adorable, not only obedient and beautiful but also never defying his orders. With Ye Ling's agreement, Fengjiu finally descended from the air, landing gracefully on the ground with a satisfied look. But remember, you promised, so don't go back on your word, or else. Fengjiu paused deliberately. I'll peck you. This was probably the first time a spirit pet dared to so openly threaten its master. All right, Jiu, since I've agreed to your terms, I won't go back on my word, Ye Ling said, as he swung onto Fengjiu's neck. Fengjiu shook her neck slightly, adjusting to the weight on her back, then spread her wings and soared into the sky. Shui Yu followed closely, flying alongside Fengjiu. Over there, let's see what those things are. Ye Ling pointed into the distance. Fengjiu responded, got it, hold on tight, and flew in the indicated direction. This was Ye Ling's first time truly experiencing the feeling of riding a flying mount, which was completely different from being carried by Shueyu. The sense of control was something he thoroughly enjoyed. Soon, they approached their target location. On the ground, 5 fierce flame lions were surrounding a herd of earth-shaking bulls, ready to strike. After careful observation, Ye Ling estimated, these flame lions are at least at the second stage, level 3, while most of the earth-shaking bulls are at the first stage, with only a few reaching the second stage, level 1. It was then that he realized that in a second-stage secret realm, second-stage magical creatures were quite common, far more so than the wild wolf pack he had encountered before. The level of danger here was indeed far beyond that of a first-stage secret realm. Despite the dangerous situation, Ye Ling had no intention of leaving. He thought to himself that with the combined strength of Shueyu and Fengjiu, along with his own, they might be able to seize the opportunity in this crane and clam struggle. The battle on the ground was about to erupt. The strongest flame lion let out a roar and launched an attack on the most powerful target among the earth-shaking bulls. The other flame lions followed, gathering flames around them and fiercely attacking the surrounded herd. The earth-shaking bulls quickly formed a defensive formation, with the strongest ones guarding the perimeter. They stomped the ground heavily, summoning solid rock barriers to fend off the fiery onslaught. Fireballs crashed against the rocks, triggering continuous explosions. The roar of the battle was relentless, and the battlefield was soon enveloped in dust and smoke. Perched on Fengjiu's back, Ye Ling's view was obstructed, forcing him to use his spiritual vision to monitor the situation. A blue aura of spiritual energy enveloped Ye Ling's eyes, causing them to glow with a brilliant azure light. Even amidst the dust-covered plains, the scene before him was crystal clear. The herd of earth-shaking bulls was at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive stance, unable to launch even a basic counterattack. In contrast, the flame lion leader appeared calm and confident, certain of the impending capture of its prey. Despite the thick smoke obscuring its vision, the flame lion leader was unfazed, viewing the situation as a fish in a barrel. It merely awaited the smoke to clear slightly before delivering the final, fatal blow. Ye Ling astutely observed that the defensive strategy of the earth-shaking bulls had become their own prison. Tactically, they had already lost from the start. Overemphasizing the protection of their herd had restricted their movement. The earth-shaking bull leader seemed to realize this too, but it was too late. All it could do now was endure, powerless to change the course of the battle. Sensing the urgency of the situation, a look of resolve flashed in the eyes of the earth-shaking bull leader. It snorted 2 streams of white air from its nostrils, its powerful body poised to make one final desperate charge, leaving its fate entirely to destiny. Witnessing all this, Ye Ling decided to intervene. He first activated a double experience boost card, prompting a 24-hour countdown to appear in the upper left corner of his system interface. He then quickly instructed Shueyu, "Now's your chance to fish in troubled waters. Don't let any escape. Choose your attack method freely." Turning to Fengjiu, he added, "The same goes for you. Coordinate with Shueyu to ensure none of the magical creatures escape." "Yes, master." Shueyu promptly dived down, while Fengjiu readied for battle with a simple acknowledgement. Shueyu plunged into the smoke, unnoticed by either side of the magical creatures. It immediately unleashed its second-tier skill, blood manipulation, releasing a thick aura of blood energy that engulfed all nearby creatures. Under the influence of this aura, both the flame lions and earth-shaking bulls felt an eerie force manipulating their blood. The first-tier earth-shaking bulls were the first to succumb, emitting painful wails as their blood was forcibly extracted. In moments, these low-tier bulls were reduced to skin and bone husks, lifeless on the ground. Second-tier creatures were less affected, particularly the mostly second-tier level 3 flame lions. Although they lost some blood, their quick awareness minimized the loss. The flame lion leader roared in anger, ordering its pride to temporarily retreat. Uncertain of what enemy had intervened in their hunt, the strange force was undeniably unsettling. Even at second-tier level 5, the leader couldn't completely resist the effect. The flame lions retreated in an orderly fashion, not abandoning their prey, but waiting for the right moment. Once the smoke cleared, they planned to launch a new assault, unwilling to let any enemy daring enough to steal their prey go unpunished. The extracted blood quickly assimilated into Shueyu, slightly enhancing its growth. However, since the blood of these creatures wasn't particularly special, the growth enhancement was limited. At this moment, Ye Ling's gaze fell on Fengjiu beneath him, and he became lost in thought. Ye Ling's gaze fell on Fengjiu, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. Since Shueyu could gain growth by absorbing blood, and the rarer the blood, the greater the growth, what astonishing effect would the blood of the epic phoenix bird Fengjiu have? As he pondered how to obtain Fengjiu's blood, Fengjiu, circling in the air, suddenly shivered and turned her head alertly. "Were you just thinking about something bad? Why do I suddenly feel so uncomfortable?" This sharp intuition surprised Ye Ling. He hadn't expected Fengjiu to sense his intentions so quickly. He quickly shook his head in denial, knowing well that with Fengjiu's volatile nature, If she discovered he was after her blood, she wouldn't let it go easily. This matter required patience and couldn't be rushed. Ye Ling reached out to stroke Feng Jie's neck, feeling the soft, smooth texture and unique warm temperature. Although Feng Jie still felt something was off about Ye Ling, seeing no other actions from him, she attributed the feeling to a misconception. Meanwhile, Shuiyu was showcasing its prowess on the battlefield. Despite its sight being obscured by dust, it accurately locked onto the position of every demon using its blood manipulation sensing ability. It transformed into a blood mist, swiftly approaching a second tier, level 3 flame lion. This creature had already had some of its blood drained, making its movements slightly sluggish. Though Shuiyu was only second tier, level 1, its power and defense far exceeded other creatures of the same level due to its rare growth path as a spirit pet. The moment the flame lion sensed the bloody aura, a shadow of blood had already flashed through its body like lightning. The flame lion let out a wail, as if its strength was instantly drained, and collapsed with a thud. A massive gash appeared on its neck, but the blood that gushed out didn't hit the ground. Instead, it eerily traced a circle in the air and vanished into the dust. Ye Ling was acutely aware that all the blood had been devoured by Shuiyu. Shuiyu's eerie ability to manipulate the blood within a target was enough to send chills down the spine of any observer. A piercing wail erupted from the fallen flame lion's throat, instantly alerting the flame lion leader. Fury flickered in its crimson eyes, and it let out a thunderous roar. Witnessing its subordinate being killed right before its eyes was a provocation that could not help but incite its rage. However, anger changed nothing. Shuiyu moved like a phantom through the swirling dust, each appearance claiming another life. The flame lions fell one after another, their bodies withering visibly as their blood was entirely drained, leaving only skeletal husks behind. This eerie scene was more horrifying than any horror movie. In no time, the once formidable flame lion pride was reduced to just the lone leader standing there. Meanwhile, the earth-shaking herd of bulls had met the same fate, all falling silently under Shuiyu's assault, without a drop of blood left behind. Silence blanketed the battlefield. The flame lion leader's fury gradually gave way to fear. Facing an enemy it could never clearly see, watching its subordinates fall one by one, filled it with a sense of dread. Yet, as the leader, it would never choose to flee. Lowering its body, baring its sharp teeth and claws, it prepared for a desperate fight. Despite being constantly on guard against the movements within the dust clouds, the flame lion leader couldn't ignore Feng Jie circling in the sky. With the sudden solitude of its entire pride, it had to remain highly vigilant. Suddenly, the dust swirled violently, and a figure rapidly approached. The flame lion leader let out a low growl, its body igniting with ordinary flames though far less powerful than Feng Jie's. Relying on its keen senses, it leapt aside with a powerful thrust of its limbs. However, when it realized that the figure emerging from the dust was a skeletal flame lion corpse, it was too late to change direction. At that moment, a blood-red figure struck the flame lion leader's soft underbelly from the side like a lightning bolt. The impact was as powerful as a high-speed train collision, sending the flame lion leader flying. It rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Although the blow severely injured the flame lion leader, its flames scorched Shuiyu's exposed arm. However, Shuiyu possessed a super-speed regeneration ability, and the burned skin quickly shed, revealing fresh, pristine skin beneath. Shuiyu gave the opponent no respite, transforming into a blood-red lightning bolt and charging at the injured flame lion leader. Under a barrage of fierce attacks, the flame lion leader was utterly defenseless. Shuiyu then used blood manipulation to extract and devour all its blood. The flame lion leader, deprived of all its blood, could only let out a weak whimper before turning into a massive dried corpse. Having absorbed a substantial amount of blood, Shuiyu seemed insatiable, licking its lips repeatedly. At this moment, Ye Ling suggested, "Jiao, let's go down too. The battle is over." Although Feng Jie felt somewhat displeased about seemingly becoming Ye Ling's mount, it silently endured, remembering their previous agreement. Ye Ling leapt off Feng Jie's back, landing beside Shuiyu. The system automatically began collecting materials, most of which were unnecessary for Shuiyu and Feng Jie at this stage, but could be sold. After the looting, Ye Ling checked Shuiyu's stats. With double experience enabled and having challenged second-tier flame lions and earth-shaking bulls, this battle significantly boosted Shuiyu's experience points. Since Feng Jie didn't participate in the battle, it gained no experience points. Ye Ling realized that to help Feng Jie quickly advance to the second tier, it must engage in actual combat. He also understood an important rule: experience points are not shared between spirit pets. Those not participating in battle cannot gain experience, and when two spirit pets fight together, the experience points are split equally. "Ajir, your evolution to the second tier depends on your own performance," Ye Ling said as he gently stroked Feng Jie's fiery red feathers. Feng Jie stood tall with innate pride in its voice. "It's just a battle. Leave it to me." Reaching the second tier is a piece of cake. Such bold words, if heard by other spirit pets, would likely make them shed tears of envy. After all, only Ye Ling's spirit pets could enjoy the privilege of gaining experience points and growth by defeating monsters. Time flew by, and when night fell, Ye Ling had reached the area near the forest. After half a day's fighting, and completing a few small tasks along the way, Fengjiu successfully advanced to level 10 of the first tier, with an impressive 37.3 in experience points. What delighted Ye Ling even more was that due to Fengjiu's epic growth potential, it received double the free points with each level up, increasing from 1 point to 3 this time. However, Ye Ling also noticed that compared to Xueyu, although Fengjiu gained more experience points, its growth rate was a mere 0.01. An entire day of fighting resulted in such a minimal improvement, which left Ye Ling a bit resigned. But considering that Fengjiu was already at an epic level and lacking the materials needed for evolution, he wasn't too worried. In contrast, Xueyu's experience growth was slower at only 25, but its growth rate reached 0.11, primarily due to consuming a large quantity of low-quality but abundant blood. After nightfall, Ye Ling had a simple meal and decided to continue on the road to make the most of the remaining half of the double experience card time. However, Fengjiu, after a day of intense combat, showed signs of fatigue, unlike Xueyu which possessed infinite stamina. Ye Ling, can't we just rest properly? Fengjiu's voice was tinged with exhaustion. Upon learning it could only rest briefly, it became displeased, casting a glance at the still energetic Xueyu, feeling envious for the first time. Eventually, Fengjiu shrank its size and settled on Ye Ling's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep in less than a minute, its gentle breathing audible. Ye Ling packed up his gear, continuing forward with Xueyu while letting the weary Fengjiu sleep on his shoulder. In the dead of night, deep within the dense forest, no one knows what terrifying monsters might lurk. Looking at the pitch-black forest, Ye Ling felt no fear. After the battles of the day, he realized that with Xueyu and Fengjiu's assistance, he could retreat safely even when encountering the most formidable second-tier beasts. The starlit sky made Ye Ling ponder the unique structure of the secret realm, which surprisingly had a normal cycle of day and night. As they advanced, the clouds that had obscured the moonlight gradually dispersed, and the moonlight spilled through the forest. Ye Ling suddenly halted, and Xueyu stopped as well. "Master!" Xueyu's clear voice rang out, but received no response. Ye Ling's gaze was fixed on a distant spot where a blue light, brighter than the moonlight, was flickering. "Xueyu, let's head that way." Ye Ling decisively decided to investigate the phenomenon, with Xueyu following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the federal holy city, a shocking piece of news had spread through the streets. The first male student in the history of Zhuge Academy had entered the secret realm alone on his first day. This broke the tradition that freshmen must train under a mentor, causing quite a stir. Public opinion quickly escalated, with some even publishing articles online claiming Zhuge Academy's first male student had no one willing to teach him, forcing him to venture alone. This narrative spread rapidly, leaving many of the academy's teachers in an awkward position, especially Gao Yu and Hong Xiu, who were summoned for an hour-long meeting with the dean. "Hong Xiu, could you consult me next time?" Gao Yu complained as they left the dean's office villa. "If anything goes wrong, I'll be held responsible." Hong Xiu, however, seemed confident. "Don't worry, Mr. Gao. Ye Ling is smart and won't take unnecessary risks." Despite Zhuge Academy's official statement, people remained keenly interested in the unfolding situation. Hua Xianer from Xuanwu Academy was somewhat worried, but reassured by Ye Ling's capabilities. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengnan was eagerly looking forward to another chance to battle Ye Ling. In the secret realm, Ye Ling was completely unaware of the impact his entry into the realm on the first day of school had caused. At this moment, his attention was entirely drawn to a distant area glowing with blue light. After traversing a series of rolling hills, Ye Ling finally found the source of the blue glow. In the forest below, an ice-blue fruit hung from the top of a large tree, emitting a gentle light in the night. The fruit's form was beyond Ye Ling's understanding. Even though he was familiar with many species in the Federation's compendium, this was a variety he had never seen before. Just as Ye Ling was about to move closer for a better look, a chilling hissing sound suddenly pierced the air. He immediately halted, spotting a massive two-headed green python appear in view. The creature had two menacing heads, both flicking their tongues, and its body was covered in thick green scales, blending perfectly into the forest environment. Through his system's confirmation, this was a two-headed green python with a power level of Tier 2, Level 8, a dominant force in this dense forest. Its thick scales provided formidable defense, making it a challenging opponent even for Ye Ling's contract beast, Xueyu. Although Fengjiu, still able to fight despite fatigue, could assist, the risk was considerable despite the high chances of success. The two-headed green python's attention was fully locked on the ice-blue fruit, its lantern-like eyes fixed intently as if guarding a rare treasure. Observing this, Ye Ling and Xueyu attempted to approach quietly. However, at that moment, Ye Ling accidentally stepped on a dry branch. the crisp snap echoing sharply in the silent night. Instantly, the python turned toward the source of the sound, both heads opening their gaping mouths and lunging at Ye Ling with lightning speed. Ye Ling swiftly retreated, simultaneously releasing his spirit chains. The space rippled like water, and blue chains shot out, entangling the python's two heads. However, the Tier 2 spirit chains were evidently insufficient to subdue such a powerful adversary. As the python struggled violently, the chains emitted creaking sounds under the strain, with cracks spreading along them. This was precisely what Ye Ling had anticipated. He used this skill merely to buy some time. Soon, the two-headed green python broke free from its restraints, its massive body crashing down on the spot where Ye Ling had just been standing. If it weren't for Shui Yu's quick reflexes, pulling Ye Ling behind him, Ye Ling might have already been forced to use his Phoenix Rebirth skill. Staring at the enormous snake head so close to him, Ye Ling couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though he had the life-saving Phoenix Rebirth skill, being swallowed whole by such a colossal creature would undoubtedly leave an indelible psychological scar. Fury surged in Ye Ling's heart. Damn it, do you think I'm some kind of pushover? Shui Yu, take it down. Ajio, stop sleeping, it's time to work. Following the order, Shui Yu immediately charged forward, launching a powerful kick at the snake's head. With a loud bang, the kick hit its mark. The two-headed green python's head jerked violently to one side, crashing through several large trees. Leaves scattered and broken branches fell with a rustling sound. Perched on Ye Ling's shoulder, Fengjie finally woke up, yawning groggily. Yawn. Ye Ling, what's the rush? Whoa. Before he could finish, Fengjie was stunned by the massive creature before him, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. I just took a nap, and you managed to provoke this big guy? Don't ask questions, just help Shui Yu. Otherwise, this thing will keep harassing us. Ye Ling urged. Though a bit disgruntled at being used as muscle, Fengjie knew this wasn't the time to argue. He took to the sky, igniting the orangered phoenix fire around him, instantly transforming into his full form. Meanwhile, Shui Yu was already engaged in battle with the two-headed green python. Even with dual skills activated and significantly enhanced strength, Shui Yu could only fight the thick-skinned monster to a standstill. Each time the python's tail swung, Shui Yu had to use all his skills to dodge, unable to take it hidden. In the air, Fengjie spread his wings, the phoenix fire illuminating the night sky. He immediately cast the Divine Fire Protection skill, enhancing Shui Yu's defense and attack. Flames suddenly engulfed Shui Yu, and his claws were coated with the orangered fire. This not only reduced the damage he took, but also allowed him to burn the opponent with phoenix fire during attacks. Shui Yu nodded slightly to Fengjie in acknowledgement, then launched a new round of attacks. His claws tore through scales, sending sparks flying as the phoenix fire spread across the two-headed green python. With his speed fully unleashed, Shui Yu darted around the giant snake, leaving claw marks all over its body. Despite being engulfed in flames, the two-headed green python remained fixated on Ye Ling, showing no signs of retreating. Seeing this, Ye Ling released two spiritual chains simultaneously. Although a single chain had been broken before, this double binding was a different story in terms of power. Thick, blue chains tightly wrapped around the entire body of the two-headed green serpent. The repeated use of spiritual power chains multiplied the binding force, making it difficult for even this fierce two-headed creature to break free. Ajio, give me something big. Ye Ling shouted up to Fengjie in the sky. Hearing this, Fengjie couldn't help but think to herself, why does he speak so oddly? Why not just say, hit it with something strong? Dare to disturb my beauty sleep? Don't blame me for not being polite. Hellfire. With Fengjie's delicate shout, a bird made of ghostly green flames swooped down from the sky, heading straight for the bound two-headed green serpent. Sensing the lethal threat, the serpent struggled fiercely, causing the spiritual power chains to emit a series of cracking sounds as blue spiritual particles dissipated into the air. Just as it was about to break free, the fiery bird accurately struck one of its heads. With a thunderous boom, the ghostly green flames quickly spread, engulfing the entire forest in an instant. This played right into Ye Ling's plan. Once the hellfire spreads, it's hard to control, and only Fengjie could manage it. This not only trapped the two-headed green serpent, but also blocked other potential intruders. Ye Ling stood unflinching amidst the sea of fire. Before the hellfire spread, Fengjie had cast a divine fire protection on him, causing the flames to naturally avoid his body. Ajio, make sure not to destroy that thing. Be careful. Ye Ling reminded, worried that the precious ice blue fruit might be destroyed. Don't worry, I'll steer clear of it, Fengjie replied, skillfully controlling the flames to avoid the area where the fruit was located. Suddenly, a chilling hissing sound echoed through the smoke and dust, indicating that the two-headed green serpent had not been fatally wounded. When the smoke cleared, one of its heads drooped, with hellfire burning on top, a flame that torments the soul. However, Since the serpent had two independent brains, the other head remained intact, oblivious to its companion's suffering. Abruptly, the unharmed head opened its massive jaws and quickly gathered a ball of poisonous green energy. The surrounding leaves withered instantly under the toxic influence. The energy ball shot forward, prompting Ye Ling to immediately summon a defense. Spiritual shield. A massive blue spiritual shield appeared in front of Ye Ling. Boom! The toxic energy ball slammed into the shield. Master! Ye Ling, Shuiyu and Fengju exclaimed in concern. Large amounts of green venom splattered from the energy ball, scattering all around. The flowers, grass, and trees on the ground withered upon contact, showcasing the venom's terrifying corrosiveness. Having activated his spiritual shield in advance, Ye Ling narrowly avoided the deadly strike from the two-headed green python. As venom splattered towards him, Fengju's divine fire, already in place, protected him by evaporating the venom before it could touch him. As the dust settled, Ye Ling looked down at his spiritual shield, now mostly damaged, and breathed a sigh of relief. Surveying the surroundings, the sight of the ground withering from the venom's corrosive effect only fueled his anger. Damn it, since you're not showing any respect, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shuiyu Ajio, let's take it down. Ye Ling shouted angrily. At that moment, he realized deeply that self-preservation is always the top priority in any battle. Shuiyu and Fengju were equally enraged by the python's sudden change of target. Especially Fengju, whose anger was almost palpable. How dare you ignore me? Fengju's furious voice echoed in the night sky. She quickly summoned her phoenix fire, and in an instant, the dark night was lit up like day by countless fireballs. The blinding light forced the two-headed green python to close its eyes. At that moment, Fengju flapped her wings and shouted, "Die!" The phoenix fireballs in the sky rained down on the defenseless python like a storm. Ye Ling stood on the ground, feeling a warmth in his heart as he watched Fengju's fierce reaction. The usually proud Fengju didn't hesitate to launch a ferocious counterattack when he was in danger. Under the relentless barrage of fireballs, the two-headed green python let out a shrill scream as its thick scales began to peel away under the scorching phoenix fire. The smell of roasted meat filled the air, making Ye Ling wonder if the snake meat might be delicious. Seizing the opportunity, Shuiyu darted past the python's head with lightning speed, his sharp claws accurately slicing through one of its eyes. Immediately, a stream of liquid poured from the now ruined eye. Writhing in agony from both its body and eye, the python, which had been waiting for the Suntorpin ice blue fruit, found itself facing unexpectedly strong opponents. Its survival instincts urged it to retreat, but it was too late now. Had the python chosen to withdraw earlier, Ye Ling might have spared it. But now, having dared to harm him, Ye Ling had no intention of letting it go easily. Under the relentless phoenix fireball assault, the python had no chance to counterattack. Suddenly, it lowered its body, and the remaining scales turned exceptionally hard. Ye Ling recognized this as the life-saving technique of serpent-type creatures shedding skin. This skill allowed it to heal by shedding a layer of skin, but the ensuing period of weakness would leave it vulnerable. Clearly, the two-headed green python was forced to use this skill as a last resort. After the two-headed green python used its shedding skill, it entered a period of weakness. Its once thick scales became alarmingly thin, and its whole body noticeably shrank. Although its surface burns had healed, the blinded eye remained unrecovered after all. Shedding could only heal surface wounds and had no effect on internal injuries. The tough snake's skin shattered under the impact of the phoenix fireball, scattering like tiny glass-like fragments. Realizing the dire situation, the two-headed green python, despite the excruciating pain in its eye, had no choice but to writhe its massive body and flee into the depths of the dense forest. Not a chance. Fengju's angry shout echoed from the sky. The ghostly green hellfire accurately blocked the python's escape route. This terrifying flame, capable of burning the soul, instilled fear in the giant snake, prompting it to change direction only to run directly into the ambush of Shuiyu. Blood manipulation. Shuiyu coldly regarded the snake that had nearly harmed Ye Ling and immediately activated his skill. Due to the continuous bleeding from its eye injury, combined with its post-shedding weakness, the two-headed green python was powerless to resist the agony of its blood being manipulated. Blood gushed like a fountain from its wounded eye, forming a blood sphere in the air. The giant snake let out a painful screech, its frantically twisting body gradually losing strength until it collapsed to the ground. However, Ye Ling cautiously checked the system panel and noticed that neither Shuiyu nor Fengju had gained experience points indicating that the opponent was feigning death. Trying to play dead? Shuiyu, drain all its blood. Having learned a lesson from the wild wolf, Ye Ling wasn't going to be fooled this time. Under Shuiyu's continuous blood manipulation, the two-headed green python eventually died from excessive blood loss, its massive body deflating like skin and bones. The system then displayed that Shuiyu and Fengju had gained experience points, and Shui Yu's growth slightly increased after devouring the blood. While scavenging for loot, Ye Ling unexpectedly discovered two precious evolution materials, the green python's gall and the emerald pearl. Such a find was quite rare, especially the emerald pearl, a sought-after material produced by poison-type creatures, which was always in high demand on the market. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.